This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. On the cruise ship. Yu Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze still filled with deep resentment and bitterness. Before she could fully wake up, she heard that incredibly familiar yet repulsive male voice beside her. Xiaohua, why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell? Yu Xiaohua stiffly raised her head and saw the man slowly walking in from outside the cabin. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent and hatred erupted from her. Zhu Yanchen, who had just entered, abruptly stopped, feeling a chill wash over him. He thought Yu Xiaohua had discovered something. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Soon, Yu Xiaohua's expression returned to normal. Even after struggling for over 10 years in the apocalypse, she would never forget the scene. Today marks the beginning of the hellish ordeal Zhu Yanchen has plunged her into. After more than a decade of struggling and desperately trying to survive the apocalypse, she was reborn into this world more than 20 years in the past. She quickly accepted it. Yu Xiaohua thanked heaven for giving her a second chance. This time, she would never forgive those who had pushed her into the abyss in her past life. Those so-called relatives and friends who had repeatedly used her and trampled her underfoot. Her beastly father, Ning Gua, in order to awaken her half-sister Ning Xian's special abilities. She was tricked and coaxed into working with the lab's research director, enduring torture and humiliation. Her seemingly kind but ultimately ruthless stepmother, Ning Xian, pushed her into a horde of zombies once she was no longer of use. Her ruthless stepmother, Ning Xian, schemed against her from the moment she married into the family. She allowed Ning Xian to act unreasonably, making her infamous throughout their circle. She claimed she wanted to make Ning Xian happy, so she didn't have to learn anything, instilling in her from a young age that everything in the Ning family's future belonged to her. Over time, Ning Xian became a notorious good-for-nothing in Sea City, completely incompetent. Meanwhile, Ning Xian was groomed by Lu Xiulan into a renowned talented woman. And then there's her two nominally half-brothers, who, during the apocalypse, claimed to be acting in her best interest but secretly betrayed her, throwing her into a slum. Her best friend from her previous life, Lu Chenchen, whom she trusted wholeheartedly. She schemed to steal the jade pendant left by her mother, gaining access to the mysterious space that rightfully belonged to her. Finally, the person she had risked her life to save, the one she believed to be true love. That person was now her boyfriend, Zhu Yanchen. On this very day, Zhu Yanchen handed her over to a perverted tycoon on Lolita Island, where he toyed with her wantonly for 6 months. Until the apocalypse struck, and the island's inhabitants mutated, she finally had a chance to escape. But when she got out, she discovered the world had changed. Torrential rain, acid rain, extreme cold, scorching heat, earthquakes, typhoons, mudslides, tsunamis, natural disasters swept in one after another. Humans mutated into terrifying, disgusting zombies. The entire Earth officially entered a cruel and bloody apocalyptic era. The cruel and bloody days of the past flashed through Yu Xiaohua's mind. All the pain and inhuman torture she had endured. Her past life was a complete joke. This time, reborn, she vowed to take it all back. In this life, no one would dare humiliate her again. She would make all her enemies from her past life suffer unbearable torment. Zhu Yanchen looked at Yu Xiaohua, who was silent, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. A flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently an intern at the company, and had accidentally seen Yu Xiaohua's beauty, he would have already finished her off and broken up with her. Yu Xiaohua possessed only beauty, but she acted like a delinquent. Empty-headed, domineering, and lacking in empathy, she always claimed to be the mayor's daughter and asked him to keep it a secret. Did she really think he was an idiot? Everyone in Sea City knew that the municipal party secretary's surname was Ning, not Yu. Of course, Zhu Yanchen didn't know that Ningguo had once been merely a son-in-law who had married into the family. Yu Xiaohua took her mother's surname, so her surname was Yu, not Ning. Zhu Yanchen cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Yu Xiaohua's body, he wouldn't have tolerated her for so long. Now, the duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away. To please the chairman and stay in the company, he had no choice but to offer Yu Xiaohua up, to exchange her for benefits. The chairman promised him that if he got Yu Xiaohua's body today, he would be officially promoted and made the deputy general manager of the marketing department. He couldn't resist the temptation of this promotion. With money and power, what woman couldn't he get? What did a mere Yu Xiaohua, with only beauty and no brains, matter? That's what he said, but looking at Yu Xiaohua's beautiful face, Zhu Yanchen still felt a pang of reluctance. Zhu Yanchen wanted to take advantage of this moment. So, he quickly put on a smiling face. Xiaohua, don't be afraid. This is a private party for our company. That island is our chairman's private property. It's very safe. Why would I lie to you? Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her eyes. Now she had completely accepted the fact that she had been reborn, and her face showed no abnormality. She was completely calm. This man, Zhu Yanchen, in her past life, she really had misjudged him. She thought he was gentle and refined, a true gentleman. However, he was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. The private island he spoke of was a place specially chosen by those wealthy people to satisfy their perverse desires. And the women who were targeted by these wealthy people were all sent to this cannibalistic island in various ways. Many of them were even underage girls, suffering physical and mental torture on the Lolita Island. Some girls, unable to bear the humiliation, committed suicide, or lived each day a living hell, barely surviving. In her past life, she had endured it all, fueled by her hatred for Zhu Yanchen. She had thought that after escaping, she could take revenge on Zhu Yanchen, but by then, the apocalypse had arrived. When she saw Zhu Yanchen again, he was already the deputy commander of the southern base, one of the 4 major bases, and a capable lieutenant. At that time, she was no match for him, and could only cling to life, hoping to take revenge herself as soon as possible. In the end, she didn't get to take revenge. She was tricked and pushed into a horde of zombies by Ning Xian and the Ning siblings, Ning Imo and Ning Sun. She looked at Zhu Yanchen, still trying to sweet-talk her, and remained silent. Zhu Yanchen, seeing that even though he was coaxing Yu Xiaohua so much, she still didn't speak, felt a little dissatisfied. Does this woman really think she's the daughter of the municipal party secretary? What the hell? Zhu Yanchen couldn't contain himself and reached out to put his arm around Yu Xiaohua's waist. After more than 10 years in the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua, who hadn't awakened her supernatural abilities, had fought her way up step by step. She saw Zhu Yanchen's intention and quickly stood up. Zhu Yanchen only felt a blur before his eyes. Yu Xiaohua, who had been sitting on the ground, was now standing up. In the blink of an eye, she was already quite a distance away from him. Zhu Yanchen was stunned. Chapter 2. Yu Xiaohua looked at the bewildered Zhu Yanchen, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. Yu Xiaohua held out her hand to him, gesturing for him to come over. Zhu Yanchen quickly gave an awkward smile, trying to save face. Look, Xiaohua, why are you reacting so strongly? You startled me. Yu Xiaohua remained silent, staring at Zhu Yanchen. Even a single word made her feel utterly disgusted. Zhu Yanchen walked over, just about to say a few more kind words. When he saw a smile appear on Yu Xiaohua's face, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Zhu Yanchen was momentarily stunned by this smile. The next second, Yu Xiaohua picked up the fruit knife she had already aimed it on the table. While Zhu Yanchen was distracted, she expressionlessly plunged it into his chest. Blood flowed directly down the fruit knife, then dripped onto the ground. Instantly, blood stained Zhu Yanchen's suit jacket. He had spent 2 months' salary on this suit, specially prepared for today, intending to make a good impression on those wealthy people. Zhu Yanchen lowered his head in disbelief, still completely stunned. It wasn't until a sharp pain shot through his chest that he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Yu Xiaohua, who was standing close by. Yu Xiaohua, you're insane. Zhu Yanchen was now wincing in pain, his face contorted with ferocity and terror, a far cry from his usual gentle and refined demeanor. However, this was his true nature. Yu Xiaohua slowly revealed a chilling smile, tinged with boundless hatred. She looked at Zhu Yanchen, who had collapsed to the ground, and took a step forward. Zhu Yanchen considered his current predicament. He feared Yu Xiaohua might continue her madness and truly kill him, so he quickly changed his demeanor. Zhu Yanchen still wanted to use his usual methods to deceive Yu Xiaohua. Zhao, quickly find me some medicine to bandage my wounds. There's a first aid kit on the ship. Yes, you didn't do it on purpose, I know, it must have been an accident, right? Yu Xiaohua sneered. In her past life, she had truly been blind. How could she have thought this Zhu Yanchen was a good man? She had truly been blinded by greed. She looked at Zhu Yanchen with sharp, hateful eyes, a calm yet maddening gaze. I did it on purpose. Those 5 words completely choked Zhu Yanchen's next words. The pain in his chest made him break out in a cold sweat. Looking at the expressionless Yu Xiaohua before him, he panicked even more. What on earth is wrong with Yu Xiaohua? How dare she stab him? The only possibility is, could it be that she already knows something? The smell of blood in the air didn't bother Yu Xiaohua at all. After the apocalypse, the most common smell in the air was blood. Animal, human, zombie, all sorts of rotting smells mingled together. She was already used to it. Zhu Yanchen, clutching his chest, could no longer hide his ferocity. Zhao Zhao, did someone say something to you? Don't believe anyone's instigation. I really wanted to introduce you to my colleagues today. We've been together for so many years, how could you treat me like this? If this keeps going, I die? Do you want to become a murderer? Zhao Zhao, let's talk this out, okay? Zhu Yanchen continued his sweet talk, trying to sway Yu Xiaohua with their past affection. Yu Xiaohua coldly stared at Zhu Yanchen, squatting in front of him, her gaze fixed on his eyes. Just looking at him made her feel utterly filthy. Introduce me to your colleague? Or do you want to hand me over to that bald chairman of your company to play with? As she spoke, she pulled the fruit knife from Zhu Yanchen's chest. Just now, when she struck, she hadn't intended to kill him instantly, so she avoided vital organs. She wouldn't let Zhu Yanchen die a quick and painless death today. She wanted Zhu Yanchen to suffer greatly before he died, to quell the hatred in her heart from her past life. Zhu Yanchen knew he'd been exposed upon hearing this. He had initially clung to a sliver of hope, but now, seeing Yu Xiaohua's knowing look, he finally felt fear. Warm blood splattered onto Yu Xiaohua's face, making her face even more breathtakingly beautiful. A gentle smile played on Yu Xiaohua's lips, yet she was about to unleash her cruelest move. Zhu Yanchen stabbed Zhao. He barely managed to utter a single word before Yu Xiaohua raised the fruit knife and plunged it into Zhu Yanchen's thigh again. Ah! A painful scream rang out as the knife was pulled out. A gaping hole appeared in Zhu Yanchen's right leg, blood gushing from it. Years of affection, how ironic. Did you think of our years of relationship when you slept with Lu Qinchen? As for whether I become a murderer, that's none of your concern. At that moment, Zhu Yanchen looked at Yu Xiaohua as if she were a demon, wanting to hide, but he had no strength left to move. Like a lamb to the slaughter, knowing his scheme had been exposed, Zhu Yanchen was enraged. He began to curse Yu Xiaohua, you bitch, I haunt you even in death. Little did he know, in her past life, Yu Xiaohua had heard countless curses and was immune to them. In the apocalypse, besides learning various skills, if she hadn't swallowed her anger and clung to life, she would have died countless times already. The next second, Yu Xiaohua plunged the fruit knife into Zhu Yanchen's left leg again, and another earth-shattering scream erupted. Yu Xiaohua frowned. It was too noisy. So, she grabbed a strip of cloth from the table and gagged Zhu Yanchen, silencing him completely. Then, still with the fruit knife, she cleanly and swiftly severed all the tendons in Zhu Yanchen's limbs. Zhu Yanchen's face, which had once attracted her, was now completely disfigured. Zhu Yanchen, tortured to the point of unconsciousness. Yu Xiaohua stood up and quietly looked at Zhu Yanchen, who lay on the ground covered in blood. Then, she picked up a handkerchief and slowly and meticulously wiped her beautiful face clean. Afterward, she left the cabin. She had an important matter to attend to that night, and couldn't afford to waste time. Every minute since her rebirth was incredibly precious to her. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua had learned countless things to survive, including how to sail. She quickly went to the bridge, turned the ship around, and headed back. Half an hour later, inside the cabin, Zhu Yanchen, who had been lying half dead on the ground, woke up. At the same time, Yu Xiaohua also entered. Zhu Yanchen, upon seeing Yu Xiaohua, was so frightened that he wet himself. The stench of urine quickly filled the air, making one want to vomit. Yu Xiaohua walked in without changing her expression, and removed the gag from Zhu Yanchen's mouth. Zhu Yanchen gasped for breath, staring intently at Yu Xiaohua. You, what exactly do you want to do, Xiaohua? Please let me go. I know I was wrong. If you let me go, I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened today, okay? That's what Zhu Yanchen said. But in his heart, he was thinking that if he survived, he would never let Yu Xiaohua go. He would make sure that bitch Yu Xiaohua rotted in jail. Chapter 3. Every word Zhu Yanchen uttered brought excruciating pain to his body. Yu Xiaohua struck, avoiding all his vital points. However, she targeted pressure points, ensuring Zhu Yanchen would suffer unbearable agony every moment. Yu Xiaohua calmly gazed at Zhu Yanchen, her dark eyes like a bottomless pool. The past events today must be settled. The apocalypse was still a year away. She had too many things to prepare, no time to waste on a worthless person like Zhu Yanchen. Yu Xiaohua spoke. Have you ever heard a saying? Zhu Yanchen shrank back in fear, reflexively asking, What saying? Yu Xiaohua's face was expressionless, her voice as cold as ice. The living face many uncertainties, only the dead have no chance of turning the tide. Zhu Yanchen's eyes widened, and then Yu Xiaohua dragged him out of the cabin. Then, taking out a rope she had just found, Yu Xiaohua tied the other end to the stern of the boat. She then tied the blood-soaked, terrified Zhu Yanchen to the rope. No matter how much he cried out, it was to no avail. Finally, Zhu Yanchen sank slowly, little by little, until he was completely still. Soon, the blood on the surface of the sea began to spread. She had calculated that, from now on, the ship would reach the shore in about 15 minutes. In that time, she would ensure that whatever was in the sea would devour Zhu Yanchen, leaving not a trace, completely destroying the evidence. Zhu Yanchen had personally brought her to Lowly Island for this day, and had specifically learned to drive a boat. He was afraid of leaving any trouble, so there was no third person on the ship. He reaped what he sowed. If this were the apocalypse, killing someone wouldn't be this troublesome. The strong prey on the weak. The only law of the apocalypse is that if you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Humanity and morality have long since vanished. Might makes right. The apocalypse is a true living hell. After finishing everything, Yu Xiaohua stood at the stern of the boat, watching Zhu Yanchen, whose body had already entered the water. Soon, the little baby in the sea would arrive. Zhu Yanchen was the first enemy she had dealt with, but certainly not the last. The sea breeze was biting, and Yu Xiaohua stood against the wind, her trench coat fluttering, her demeanor dashing and cold as ice. On the road ahead in this apocalypse, she would traverse thorns without fear. When the boat returned to shore, Yu Xiaohua merely glanced at the stern. There was nothing there. From this moment on, Zhu Yanchen was completely gone. Having lived in this apocalypse for over 20 years, she felt nothing but indifference regarding Zhu Yanchen's death. Killing was the easiest thing in the apocalypse, but surviving was the hardest thing. Yu Xiaohua left without looking back. Tonight, something even more important happened. Heaven had been kind to her, granting her a rebirth today. Because today wasn't just her day of falling into the abyss alone. In her past life, her younger brother, Yu Chang, had been tricked by the Ning family and contracted AIDS. Ultimately, he died in the hospital a month before the apocalypse. This day, for both siblings, marked the beginning of a tragic fate. Yu Xiaohua drove, speeding all the way to the hotel where Yu Chang had been tricked in her past life. She even made a phone call along the way. What should have been a 2-hour drive took her only half the time to reach the hotel. The largest 5-star luxury hotel in City C, after the apocalypse, had become a place for the military to house and protect its personnel. Yu Xiaohua glanced at her watch. Half an hour left. She had finally made it. Yu Xiaohua knew the room number and went straight to the elevator. Standing at the door, she rang the doorbell. Inside, Yu Chang had just finished showering and changed into his pajamas. Hearing the doorbell, he looked at the sexy woman sitting on the sofa, not opening the door. "Hey, sweetheart, go open the door. The drinks I ordered should have arrived." The sexy woman frowned, reluctantly got up, and walked to the door, opening it. The instant the door opened, a long leg kicked the sexy woman hard in the chest. The sexy woman's expensively made big balloon was displaced by the kick. The pain was unimaginable. The woman screamed from the kick, thrown several meters away. Completely stunned by the sudden turn of events, she clutched her chest, wincing in pain. Equally stunned was Yu Chang, who was about to light a cigarette. A cigarette dangling from his lips, he stood there dumbfounded. He stared at the suddenly appearing Yu Xiaohua, as if he'd seen a ghost. He feared nothing in his life except his sister. What was going on? He only slept with a woman. Why was his sister suddenly showing up? "Sister Yu, why are you here?" Yu Xiaohua withdrew her leg, quickly closed the door, and strode in. She looked at Yu Chang, who was completely bewildered and had his mouth agape. After more than 10 years, she had finally seen her foolish younger brother again. The sexy woman who had been kicked to the ground looked displeased when she heard Yu Chang call Yu Xiaohua sister. She quickly got up, looking pitifully at Yu Chang. "Young Master Yu, how could your sister kick me? My chest hurts so much." Yu Chang, seeing Yu Xiaohua's darkening face, immediately scolded the woman. "Shut up. So what if my sister kicked you? She didn't kill you, what's with the fuss? It's an honor for you to have my sister kick you." Yu Chang had always been a complete sister-obsessed brother. That much was undeniable. From childhood to adulthood, if anyone said a bad word about Yu Xiaohua, Yu Chang would fight them to the death. The woman was completely stunned by Yu Chang's words, covering her fake breasts, not daring to say a word. Yu Xiaohua looked at the bathrobe on Yu Chang, frowned, and said in an extremely cold voice, "You slept with her?" She had rushed over as fast as she could. Was she still too late? This person had turned off Yu Chang's phone, so she couldn't contact him. Being asked such a direct question by her own sister, Yu Chang's face instantly turned red, and he quickly shook his head. "No, sister, I just haven't had time to do that yet." Yu Xiaohua felt relieved upon hearing this. She walked up to the sexy woman with a cold face and looked her up and down. His gaze fell to a certain spot below, then stopped, his eyes a bottomless black. The sexy woman, seeing his gaze, felt a chill run down her spine and quickly cast a pleading look at Yu Chang. Yu Chang touched his nose, pretending not to see the woman's pleas. Just a pretty woman, he wouldn't risk upsetting his sister for her. However, he felt his sister was acting very strange today. She seemed like a completely different person. Yes, his sister exuded murderous intent, so was it too late for him to run? The sexy woman looked at Yu Xiaohua. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Xiaohua didn't say a word, but squatted down, took out a familiar fruit knife from his pocket, and pressed it against the woman's chin. The moment the fruit knife was drawn, the woman turned pale with fright. Similarly, Yu Chang's expression wasn't much better. My God, my sister started playing with knives now? That's exciting. Sis, you absolutely mustn't act impulsively. Murder is illegal. If she upsets you, you can't do it yourself. Yes, we can hire someone to kill her. Chapter 4. The sexy woman was even more dumbfounded upon hearing this, looking at Yu Chang in disbelief. 1 second he was calling her his sweetheart and little cutie. The next second he was hiring someone to kill her. This pair of siblings are simply insane. Yu Chang looked at Yu Xiaohua with an expression that said, "We're all easy to talk to." Yu Xiaohua was well aware of his younger brother's unusual thought process. Hiring someone to kill was indeed something he was capable of. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at Yu Chang. Shut up. Yu Chang immediately made a shushing gesture, standing obediently to the side, like a schoolboy. He was thinking, what if his sister really killed this woman? How would he dispose of the body? This was a real problem for him, mainly because he had never done it before. So, he quietly picked up his phone from the table and opened Baidu. He searched for how to dispose of a corpse. The answers were varied and dazzling, making Yu Chang dizzy. It was all technical work. Yu Xiaohua looked at the sexy woman, who was now trembling with fear. When Ninghua and Lu Xiulan hired you, didn't they tell you you'd die? The sexy woman, seeing her scheme exposed, quickly shook her head. No, I won't do it again. I just took the money and did the job. Miss, please let me go. I returned the money, okay? Yu Chang was completely confused. What did this mean? His father and stepmother had teamed up to find him such a beautiful woman. Damn, that's too considerate. Yu Xiaohua, seeing Yu Chang still holding his phone, looking smug, wanted nothing more than to go up and kick him to death. Resisting, Yu Xiaohua told herself. Then, Yu Xiaohua beckoned Yu Chang over. Yu Chang quickly scurried over. Sister, let's talk this out. Dad found me a woman, what's the big deal? The next second, Yu Xiaohua picked up a fruit knife and, amidst 2 gasps, slashed open the woman's dress. When the woman's entire body was exposed, Yu Chang, who had just been blissfully pleased, stared at the miniature toy protruding from her lower body. His expression instantly changed. His eyes widened, and he immediately covered his mouth. He looked like he was about to vomit, pointing at the woman. Oh my God, she's a transvestite. Damn it, I just touched her, but ugh. Yu Chang felt like he wanted to die. If his sister hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't he have slept with a transvestite? Thinking of this, Yu Chang looked at Yu Xiaohua, almost crying with gratitude. His sister had come today to protect his innocence. Indeed, there's no one better than a sister. A child with a sister is a treasure. The sexy woman, seeing her secret exposed, immediately begged for mercy. Yu Xiaohua stood up, her gaze deep and unfathomable. Ignoring the woman, she looked at Yu Chang, who was filled with disgust. She was hired by Ninghua and Lu Xiulan. Do you know why? Yu Chang shook his head. Sister, are Dad and that woman crazy? Did they really spend money just to have this transvestite disgust me? What are they after? Yu Xiaohua pointed at the woman huddled together, her voice completely flat. This transvestite is an AIDS patient. What do you think it's for? If you sleep with him, you die like a rotten rag in the hospital in less than 6 months. He was hired by Lu Xiulan and Ninghua, and Ningimo and Ningsun personally sent people to pick him up and bring him to City C. Do you understand? Yu Chang, who was still indignant, was struck dumb by these words. He never imagined that his own father would conspire with his stepmother and 2 half-relatives to try and infect him with a sexually transmitted disease, killing him. How much did his father hate him to come up with such a vicious plan? Yu Chang felt an unbearable chill. Yu Xiaohua remained silent, waiting for him to understand. If he couldn't sever his father-son relationship with Ninghua in his heart, a year later, with the apocalypse upon them, Yu Chang's weakness and saintly heart would plunge him into hell. She wanted Yu Chang to see, at this moment, what kind of monsters the Ning family were. After a long while, Yu Chang raised his head, his eyes red, looking devastated and distraught. Sister, why? I'm his own son, his own son. From childhood, he's always favored Ning Xin, Ning Sun, and Ning Mo. Now he wants to infect me with a sexually transmitted disease. Do I deserve to die in his eyes? Yu Xiaohua had already knocked this transvestite unconscious. She looked at the vulnerable Yu Chong, stepped forward, reached out, and then slapped him across the face. A handprint immediately appeared on Yu Chong's face. Yu Chong was stunned. He hadn't expected his sister to slap him instead of comforting him. He felt wronged. Yu Chong, his eyes red, called out, "Sister." Yu Xiaohua's face was filled with a chilling murderous intent. Yu Chong had never seen Yu Xiaohua like this before, and he shrank back. "Yu Chong, now do you know what kind of life you and I have lived for the past 20 years? Ning Xian, Ning Mo, and Ning Sun, it seems like they're working hard every day, but in reality, Lu Xiaolan has spent a fortune raising those 3 siblings. She seems incredibly lenient with you and me, letting us do whatever we want, but ultimately, it's all to ruin us. Today, they plotted to get you infected with a sexually transmitted disease, and they conspired with Zhu Yanchen to send me to a perverted tycoon. On this day, they want both of us siblings to fall into hell. Now, stop looking like you're half dead. No one will pity you. Remember, from today onwards, we sever all ties with the Ning family. From now on, we have no relation whatsoever." Yu Chong's face changed drastically when he heard that Zhu Yanchen was going to send Yu Xiaohua to some perverted tycoon. "Sister, you mean, Dad, no, Ninghua and Lu Xiaolan, together with Zhu Yanchen, are going to send you to some perverted tycoon? What's going on? And how did you end up here? By the way, where's that Zhu Yanchen? I'm going to kill that scumbag." Yu Xiaohua's eyes were icy cold, her expression nonchalant. "No need, I already killed him." Yu Chong hadn't even reacted yet. "Killed, good," he said. When he finally came to his senses, his eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. "Sister, you make it sound like the truth." Yu Xiaohua glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. Yu Xiaohua had Yu Chong get dressed, and just to be on the safe side, she took him to the hospital for a full-body checkup to ensure everything was alright. The test results confirmed that Yu Chong was healthy. As Yu Xiaohua led him out of the hospital, she saw a black car parked inconspicuously at the entrance. But Yu Xiaohua knew its value. In the apocalypse, few could acquire such a bulletproof car. Yu Xiaohua led Yu Chong to the black car. The next second, the car door opened, and a refined-looking man, about 30 years old, stepped out. A towering figure, over 6 feet tall, exuding a powerful aura and carrying a heavy stench of blood. Yu Xiaohua understood. This man was indeed worthy of being the deputy commander of the Eastern Base, one of the 4 major bases after the apocalypse. Although his appearance was fierce, he had a name that didn't match his looks. Zheng Shushu. This name was legendary in the apocalypse, belonging to an absolute big shot. Yu Chong, a rich young man, had never seen such a fierce man before. Although he was afraid, he couldn't leave. He steeled himself and stepped forward, standing before Yu Xiaohua. "Sister, are you sure this is the man? He looks menacing. Did you get the wrong person?" Chapter 5. Yu Xiaohua shook her head, stepped forward, and looked at Zheng Shushu before her. Despite the significant difference in size, Yu Xiaohua's aura was in no way inferior. Equally impressive, perhaps even surpassing Zheng Shushu's. Zheng Shushu had no idea that Yu Xiaohua had spent so many years surviving the apocalypse. Looking at the petite Yu Xiaohua before her, Zheng Shushu was secretly amazed by her boldness and the imposing presence she exuded. What an interesting girl. No wonder she dared to do business with her master. Yu Xiaohua remained calm, completely unaffected by the aura Zheng Shushu deliberately released. "Hello, I am Yu Xiaohua." Zheng Shushu withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and said in a deep voice, "Hello, Miss Yu. Just call me Li Si." Zheng Shushu concealed her real name, but the name she chose was too casual. Yu Chong silently complained in his heart. Did he perhaps have a brother named Zhang San? Yu Xiaohua nodded. "This is my younger brother, Yu Chong. He be in your care for the next year. Like I said before, as long as he has a breath left, please train him rigorously. If he dies during training, it's none of your business." Zheng Shushu was slightly taken aback. This mayor's daughter was quite ruthless towards her spoiled younger brother. Knowing his identity, she still uttered such harsh words. He looked at Yu Chong, who stood to the side with wide eyes, and nodded. "Miss Yu, since we made a deal, and you've given us what we wanted, our master will naturally fulfill his promise. In 6 months, he will definitely return to you an outstanding younger brother. Please rest assured." Yu Xiaohua was naturally reassured, because during the apocalypse, the eastern base was established single-handedly by Zheng Shushu and his master, and in just a few years, it rose to become the top of the 4 major bases. Back then, even the military had to defer to them, and they even created the first special forces unit in the apocalypse. That's why she felt comfortable entrusting Yu Chang to Zheng Shushu. She hoped that before the apocalypse arrived, Yu Chang could undergo a qualitative transformation and gain the ability to protect himself. This year, she still had too many things to do and couldn't personally train Yu Chang. She could only make this decision. Yu Chang needed to grow quickly. In the apocalypse, relying on others was never as good as relying on oneself. Yu Xiaohua nodded, then looked at the still shocked Yu Chang. Her voice was calm, yet contained an undeniable authority. Listen, Xiao Chang, I can't explain much to you, but you must believe that I won't harm you. This year, just train hard with Mr. Li Si. I look forward to the day you transform. When that time comes, I personally pick you up and tell you everything. This year, just focus on training with him. Remember what I said, the harder you train, the more hope you have for the future. Do you understand? Yu Chang seemed to understand, but not quite. However, from childhood, he always listened to his sister, right or wrong. So, he nodded without hesitation, making a solemn promise. Sister, I will definitely work hard and will never let you down. Having just been tricked, Yu Chang seemed to have matured a bit. At this moment, he exuded a more masculine air. Yu Xiaohua looked at him intently, watching him get into the black car. Zheng Shushu opened the window, looking at the tall and upright Yu Xiaohua standing there. Miss you, the second thing I promised you is on its way. Yu Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and said calmly, thank you. Zheng Shushu closed the car window, and the black car disappeared around the corner. Yu Xiaohua looked up at the just dawning sky. Next, she should go back to the Ning family and see the group of heartless, filthy people. The Ning family. Ning Hua is the current mayor of City C, praised by the citizens for his incorruptible and public-spirited image. In reality, he is rotten to the core, corrupt, keeping mistresses, causing the death of his wife, and colluding with the underworld. A complete villain and a man from humble beginnings. Years ago, he used the Yu family's influence to rise rapidly through the ranks, then betrayed his father-in-law to obtain his current mayoral position. He married his first love, the current mayor's wife, Lu Xiaolan. In the following years, they had 3 children, Ning Xian, Ning Mo, and Ning Sun. Now, he is riding high, over 40, with a promising career ahead. The Ning family is gathered around the dining table, having breakfast, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Lu Xiaolan, with the air of a virtuous wife and loving mother, was 40 years old but still acted like a young girl, coaxing, honey, I recently seen a limited edition bag I like, will you buy it for me? Lu Xiaolan was in a very good mood. After today, Yu Chang and Yu Xiaohua would no longer have the chance to inherit the Ning family business. In the end, it would all belong to the mother and her 3 children. Ning Xian, elegantly dressed, and Ning Mo and Ning Sun, dressed in suits, exchanged glances. Their eyes were also full of joy. Ning Hua was also in a very good mood, putting down his newspaper. He didn't care at all about the life or death of Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang. In his eyes, these 2 siblings were a disgrace to his marriage into the family. He was already the mayor, his future was bright, and his life absolutely could not be tainted. That's why he agreed to Lu Xiaolan's plan to eliminate all traces of the problem. He had 3 outstanding children, that was enough. As for the 2 useless siblings, it would be easier for them to die sooner rather than later. Ning Hua was about to speak when he heard orderly footsteps outside. Lu Xiaolan and the others immediately looked towards the door, followed by the butler's panicked voice. Young miss, what are you doing? Stop right there, young miss. As soon as the words were spoken, Yu Xiaohua led a group of well-trained men in black suits into the room. A large and imposing group, exuding a powerful aura, carrying an air of killing intent and chilling menace. The sudden appearance of Yu Xiaohua and the men in black stunned Ning Hua and the others in the living room. Lu Xiaolan was greatly alarmed. Why was Yu Xiaohua here at this time? Shouldn't he have been sent to that island? Except for Ning Hua and Ning Mo, who remained seated, their brows furrowed so deeply they could have crushed flies. Ning Xian, Ning Sun, and Lu Xiaolan all stood up, their faces filled with disbelief and their eyes gleaming with surprise. Ning Sun looked at Yu Xiaohua, his voice trembling with shock as he blurted out, You, how could you be here, Zhu? He stopped mid-sentence, glaring at him from Lu Xiaolan. Yu Xiaohua's gaze swept over Ning Hua, Lu Xiaolan, Ning Mo, and the others. Her eyes were icy cold. Her exquisite face radiated a chilling killing intent, her sharp brows radiating malevolence. In the apocalypse, what sustained her was the boundless hatred she felt for these people before her. In this life, seeing these people again only brought hatred. Yu Xiaohua was already calmly calculating in her mind how each of them would die. In this life, would she ensure that the entire Ning family would die without a burial place? Dozens of men in black stood behind Yu Xiaohua, their eyes fixed straight ahead. A murderous aura emanated from them. Instantly, the temperature in the living room seemed to drop several degrees. Ning Guo and Lu Xiulan, both cunning and shrewd, exchanged a glance and immediately knew what was wrong. Lu Xiulan's expression changed instantly. Zhao Zhao is back, and she brought friends. Auntie, has someone prepare breakfast again? Come sit down and eat with us. Yu Xiaohua knew all too well Lu Xiulan's acting skills. Even the best actresses in the entertainment industry couldn't compare, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily fooled in the first place. Chapter 6. Yu Xiaohua walked step by step to the sofa and sat down. She picked up an apple from the table, calmly pulling out the familiar fruit knife from her pocket. Lu Xiulan played the good cop, so naturally, it was Ningguo's turn to play the bad cop. Everything was the familiar routine for Yu Xiaohua. Ningguo frowned, his eyes hiding disdain, which Yu Xiaohua saw clearly now. Unfortunately, she had been blinded by greed before, failing to notice that. Ningguo's gaze towards her, and Xiao Chong was not one of affection, but of indifference, disgust, and endless calculation. Yu Xiaohua, what are you doing so early in the morning? Are you some kind of gangster? I never care how much trouble you cause, but what's the meaning of bringing this group of men in black home? Didn't you hear your aunt talking to you? You haven't been home all night. Where have you been gallivanting off to? A young lady like you, behaving so improperly, what kind of behavior is this? At this moment, Ning Xian stepped forward, appearing understanding. Of course, it was still the same face Yu Xiaohua knew best. Ning Xian said, Dad, something must have happened to my sister. Let's talk it out. Your blood pressure is already high, don't get angry, it's bad for your health. Sister, apologize to Dad quickly. Ning Sun also said, yes, sister, apologize to Dad quickly. Dad was worried all night. It's fine that you're back, but what's with this group of men in black? What are they doing? The only one among them who didn't speak was Ningguo. His gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua, who was sitting on the sofa, diligently peeling an apple, and then looked at the men in black beside her. His brow furrowed. These men in black didn't look like ordinary gangsters at all. Each of them exuded an aura of authority. Where did Yu Xiaohua find these people? Yu Xiaohua calmly and skillfully peeled the apple in her hand. Her knife worked so clean and precise that the peel didn't even break. She slowly raised her eyes, looking at Ningguo, the only one who hadn't spoken. He was the most deeply hidden member of the Ning family. During the apocalypse, Ningguo awakened his lightning-based superpowers, becoming ruthless and unscrupulous, ultimately leading the Ning family to a high position. The next second, Yu Xiaohua waved her hand expressionlessly. Seeing this, the men in black standing there swiftly stepped forward. Instantly, they subdued Ningguo and his companions. Their actions highly professional, the group was restrained before they could even react. What are you doing? Let me go! This is outrageous. I'm the mayor. What kind of people are you to dare treat me like this? Lu Xiulan was also dumbfounded, pinned down by the men in black, completely unable to resist. She had been the mayor's wife for so many years. She had never been treated so rudely before. Husband. Ning Sun and Ning Xian, pampered and spoiled, had never seen anything like this before and were terrified. Yu Xiaohua, what are you doing? This is illegal. How dare you treat us like this? Only Ningguo remained somewhat calm, frowning as he looked at Yu Xiaohua. Sister, what exactly do you want? We're all family, we can talk this out, Ning Xian said. Yes, sister, this is illegal. Let us go. In broad daylight, you gone too far. We're family, sister. It wasn't until the man in black pulled out a gun and pointed it at the heads of Ningguo and the others that they finally fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. The group stared at the gun and the man in black, both frightened and shocked, and quickly looked at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua, are you insane? From beginning to end, Yu Xiaohua only watched this scene, her dark eyes like unyielding ink. A chilling murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Ningguo had already realized the seriousness of the situation. Sister, what exactly do you want to do? Yu Xiaohua didn't speak, turning to look at the old butler hiding in the corner, who had just taken out his phone, preparing to secretly call the police. Her voice was devoid of any warmth. Want to die? I grant your wish. Upon hearing this, The butler's hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground. His face turned pale with fright, and he shook his head. "No, I wouldn't dare, miss, I wouldn't dare." Then, Yu Xiaohua walked up to Ningguo, looking at his angry yet fearful old face. She slowly spoke. "Ningguo, what's wrong? Disappointed that I wasn't sent to Lolita Island? It must have been tough for you and Lu Xiulan, going to great lengths to scheme and plot to get Zhu Yanchen to betray me, getting a promotion and a raise. Such a cunning scheme." Yu Xiaohua's voice was calm and utterly emotionless. In the living room, Ningguo and Lu Xiulan, pinned down by the men in black, both paled, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Ningguo panicked slightly, but remained stubborn, refusing to admit anything. "You, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Xiulan quickly feigned sadness. "Zhao Zhao, how could your aunt and father do such a thing? You must have misunderstood, really." Yu Xiaohua held the fruit knife she had just used against Ningguo's chest, staring into his cloudy eyes. She gave a cold laugh. Then he spoke, word by word. "I really want to cut your chest open, and see what kind of father you are. From childhood to adulthood, how much have you schemed against me and Xiao Cheng? Ningguo, you're truly a remarkable phoenix man, climbing to your current position on your grandfather's shoulders. Hypocritical and deceitful, just how black-hearted are you? TSK, I'm really curious." Seeing Yu Xiaohua so different from his usual self, so abnormal and drastically different, Ningguo felt a sense of fear. Ningguo, having held a high position for many years, valued his life immensely. He hated nothing more than being called a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieved success, and his anger was burning. Yu Xiaohua's attack was ruthless and precise. Ningguo, of course, couldn't admit it. "Xiaohua, you misunderstood your father. How could I treat you like this? Tell these men in black to leave first. Whatever the matter, it's a family matter, we can talk about it privately." Yu Xiaohua ignored him, and walked to Lu Xiulan. Lu Xiulan shrank back. "Zhao," she began, and Yu Xiaohua slapped her across the face, stunning Lu Xiulan. Ning Mo's pupils contracted instantly. Ning Xian and Ning Sun cried out, "Mom." Ningguo also looked surprised that Yu Xiaohua would actually hit him. His face flushed red with anger. He had never imagined that one day his foolish daughter would dare to do such a thing. Yu Xiaohua reached out and pinched Lu Xiulan's chin. "You schemed against Xu Qiang, finding a transvestite with an STD. You and Ningguo are a perfect match, a whore and a dog. From childhood to adulthood, you ruined me and Xiaoqiang. While my mother was sick, you were having an affair with that old Ningguo every day. Behind that gentle face of yours lies the filthiest heart in the world." With each sentence Yu Xiaohua spoke, the faces of the people in the living room grew increasingly grim. At this point, they finally understood why Yu Xiaohua had been so blatant today. They knew everything. The last veil of pretense had been torn away. Now, no one needed to pretend anymore. Yu Xiaohua released her hand, and the man in black, with keen insight, stepped forward and offered a handkerchief. Yu Xiaohua took the handkerchief, said thank you, and slowly wiped her hand that had touched Lu Xiulan clean. Then she threw the handkerchief at Lu Xiulan's face. It was a small gesture, but extremely insulting. Lu Xiulan's face flushed red with embarrassment. Now that her schemes had been exposed, she couldn't utter a single word in defense. Her former acting skills were completely gone. Chapter 7. Yu Xiaohua then looked at Ning Xian and Ning Sun. With a single glance, a well-trained man in black stepped forward and kicked both of them in the knees. The two howled and knelt on the ground, glaring at Yu Xiaohua with resentment. At this moment, they no longer pretended to be good brothers and sisters. This whole family revealed their true colors. "Yu Xiaohua, you." The man in black slapped Ning Sun, drawing blood from his mouth. Ning Xian had originally intended to say a few words politely, but seeing Ning Sun being beaten, she dared not speak, and instead wept pitifully. Unfortunately, there were no spectators. Ningguo and Lu Xiulan saw their beloved youngest son being beaten. The two glared fiercely at Yu Xiaohua, like demons, as if they wanted to devour her right then and there. "Son!" Xiuan. Ningguo, seeing his younger brother being beaten, felt a surge of rage. "Yu Xiaohua, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" Clearly, at this point, Ningguo, the most cunning of them all, was no longer going to pretend. A hint of red flashed in Yu Xiaohua's eyes, concealing a bloodthirsty glint, like the frost of a harsh winter. If this were the apocalypse, she would have already snapped these people's necks without hesitation. What a pity. Yu Xiaohua looked at Ningguo, whose veins were bulging, and said lightly, "What? Not pretending anymore?" Ningguo's pupils contracted, and his gaze suddenly darkened. Yu Xiaohua had more important business to attend to today. She turned to the dozen or so men in black behind her and said, "Take your things and come upstairs with me now." The men in black nodded and immediately followed. Ningguo's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. His face filled with vigilance as he glared at Yu Xiaohua. You rebellious daughter, what do you want to do?" Yu Xiaohua looked at the nervous Ningguo, her eyes icy cold. "What do I want to do? You old fool, didn't you guess?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaolan's expression changed. Ignoring her slapped face, she struggled to get up. "No, husband. Stop him," Ningguo said viciously. "Yu Xiaohua, you rebellious daughter, you dare?" Yu Xiaohua smiled coldly. "Oh, see if I dare." Then, Yu Xiaohua led the men in black upstairs, leaving several men in black to guard the Ning family. Ningguo's face was filled with resentment. Until, the sound of banging on the wall came from upstairs. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan's faces turned completely pale. Ning Imo asked in a deep voice, "Dad, Mom, what exactly is Yu Xiaohua doing?" Ning Xian and Ning Sun also looked at the two men, while Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan exchanged a glance. Lu Xiaolan stammered, "Son, don't ask." An hour later, Yu Xiaohua came downstairs with men in black, carrying over 30 black boxes. The previously solemn men in black now had a change in expression. Just now, they truly knew what it meant to be blinded by something so dazzling. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan stared at the 30-odd large black boxes, their eyes completely blank. Their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "It's over, they all been found. They've been hiding for so many years." Yu Xiaohua walked downstairs and looked at the Ning family members, who were tied up. He casually opened one of the black boxes. The next second, a box full of gold was neatly arranged inside. Ning Xian and Ning Sun's eyes widened. Even Ning Imo, who is usually the most composed, did not expect that there were so many gold bars hidden in his home. The three of them finally understood why their parents had looked that way earlier. As for this secret, which was originally only known to Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan, why did Yu Xiaohua know? Because in the apocalypse, gold was worthless, so Ningguo didn't care to reveal it. He had used special channels to exchange all the money he had embezzled over the years for gold bars, which he hid in the wall of the study on the second floor of this villa. In the apocalypse, gold was useless, and money was worthless. But now, this gold was extremely valuable. At market prices, these gold bars were worth at least 2 billion. Adding her original savings and the property left by her grandfather, Yu Xiaohua calculated that she already had 3 billion. She needed money to stockpile a large amount of supplies, the more the better. The gold bars in these dozen or so black boxes were her most important objective today. Yu Xiaohua looked at the furious Ningguo, feeling extremely pleased. Ningguo's years of accumulation had vanished in an instant. It was more painful than death for him. Living, losing the money he embezzled, how agonizing. Yu Xiaohua, silent and nonchalant, casually picked up a gold bar, further fueling Ningguo's anxiety. Yu Xiaohua, you dare take it?" Yu Xiaohua turned and sat on the sofa, taking out his phone, his expression nonchalant. "By the way, the disciplinary committee sent down from above is currently investigating you, this supposedly upright and honest mayor. I wonder if they come storming over if I make a call. TSK, the scene will be quite spectacular. I wouldn't mind calling the police, hiring a couple of reporters, and having you tell them about me bringing gangsters into the mayor's house, so the citizens can see how much this hypocritical and wicked mayor has embezzled over the years. TSK, these gold bars, you can stay in jail until you die, Ningguo." Upon hearing this, Ningguo clutched his heart, nearly choking. His face was ashen. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua, the good-for-nothing he raised since childhood, to one day use such methods against him, threatening him with the disciplinary committee, ruthless and merciless. Ning Mo's expression also immediately changed. He knew that the Ning family had no choice but to accept this injustice. Once today's events were exposed, their family's bright future would be over. His own political career would be ruined. Gold bars could be earned again, but if he and his son lost their political careers, they would have nothing left. His political career would be completely blocked. Yu Xiaohua had calculated this carefully. So, her daring to act so openly today was because she had already planned her escape route. Yu Xiaohua had truly changed. Ning Imo gave Ningguo a look, then spoke. "Dad, give sister the gold bars if she wants them. We're all family. Why make things so awkward?" Lu Xiaolan couldn't bear to part with them. "No, husband, these gold bars." Ning Xian and Ning Sun also looked unwilling. Ning Imo frowned. "Mom, shut up." Lu Xiaolan was most afraid of her son Ning Imo, her heart ached, and she dared not say another word. Ningguo realized the seriousness of the situation. Looking at the gold bars he had saved up his whole life, he still held a sliver of hope, wanting to threaten Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua, if you take these gold bars, you will sever all ties with the Ning family. Have you thought it through? Yu Xiaohua suddenly wanted to laugh when she heard this. The next second, she pulled a notarized document from her pocket and had the men in black bring Ningguo over. Everyone looked over, and when Ningguo saw the notarized document severing ties on the coffee table, he looked up in disbelief at the calm and composed Yu Xiaohua standing there. She had prepared this in advance? Yu Xiaohua looked at Ningguo, who couldn't hide his shock, radiating an aura of indifferent yet ruthless coldness. Ningguo signed it. And Xiao Chang's share too. Oh, and the inheritance Grandpa left to Xiao Chang and me. I already entrusted a lawyer to handle it all. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Chapter 8. Lu Xiaolan and her children were initially delighted upon hearing the earlier conversation. However, when they heard Yu Xiaohua say that the entire inheritance left by the Yu family had been disposed of, their expressions changed. The Yu family's inheritance amounted to over 1 billion yuan, no small sum. Lu Xiaolan had originally planned to keep it for herself and leave it to Ning Mo and his siblings, but now it was all gone. Her face flushed with anger, turning pale and then red. Ningguo looked at the paper, where Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang's signatures were clearly visible. He reached out, about to point at Yu Xiaohua and angrily denounce her for her disloyalty. Yu Xiaohua's eyes turned cold. If you don't want your hands, then try sticking them out. In this situation, Ningguo naturally didn't dare to stick them out. He forced himself to speak loudly. Fine, you two siblings won't regret it. With that, Ningguo picked up the pen on the table and signed his name. The man in black handed the signed notarized document to Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua put it away, her gaze sweeping over the grim faces of Ningguo, Lu Xiaolan, Ning Mo, Ning Sun, and Ning Xian. A chilling murderous intent filled her eyes. The frost in her dark pupils was an unyielding, age-old coldness. The apocalypse was only the beginning of her revenge. Now, if she killed the Ning family, the laws of the country wouldn't protect her. She wouldn't risk her life for these scumbags again. Therefore, she would wait for the day the apocalypse arrived. Until the day when laws and rules ceased to exist. But soon, she could give the Ning family another grand gift. Without another word, Yu Xiaohua, along with the man in black and the black box containing gold bars, stormed away from the Ning family. Only the Ning family remained in the living room, venting their frustrations with increasingly vile curses. Lu Xiaolan wailed and screamed, a far cry from her former elegant self. Husband! It's all over. Our life savings. That bitch Yu Xiaohua, that bitch. Ning Sun muttered. Dad, Mom, brother, we can't let Yu Xiaohua get away with this. She's gone too far. Ning Xian said. Yes, Dad, brother, are we just going to let this go? Ning Mo looked at the mess on the floor, his face cold, veins bulging on his forehead. Shut up, you bunch of idiots. If word gets out, Dad and I will be ruined. Are you trying to send Dad to jail? Keep this to yourselves. Don't utter a single word about it. The three of them fell silent. Ningguo looked at Ning Mo. Mo is right, we can't talk about this. The disciplinary committee is investigating me. If word gets out, everything will be over. Ningguo and Ning Mo were both afraid of ruining their futures. They dared not publicize what happened today, let alone call the police. They could only swallow their anger and clean up the mess themselves. Yu Xiaohua came quickly and left quickly. In 2 hours, he took all of the Ning family's life savings, thoroughly robbing them. When Lu Xiaolan and the others went upstairs, they saw an even bigger mess. Lu Xiaolan saw that all her treasured jewelry was gone. Overwhelmed with anger, 1 second she was shouting robbers. The next second, Lu Xiaolan fainted from rage. Ning Xian wasn't much better off. Her jewelry was worth tens of millions, and Yu Xiaohua had taken it all, leaving nothing behind. In just one afternoon, the Ning family was completely thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua drove to the gate of the Yu family's ancestral home. After getting out of the car, a man in black got out of the car following behind and stepped forward. Miss Yu, your gold bars have been safely delivered. The master said he won't charge you any commission. The design drawings you provided are far more valuable than the gold bars. If Miss Yu has no further instructions, we return to report. Yu Xiaohua looked at the man in black and nodded politely. Thank you, that's enough. The man in black left the car full of gold bars behind and then left. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at the old house in front of her, her eyes filled with nostalgia. It was here during the apocalypse that Lu Qinshan stole her mother's family heirloom. A seemingly unremarkable jade bracelet. But what no one could have imagined was that the jade bracelet was actually an independent space. Not only could it store living things, but it also contained a spiritual spring, something only found in cultivation novels. Lu Qinshan, through the jade bracelet, not only awakened her healing abilities, but also, thanks to the space within the bracelet, Lu Qinshan thrived in the apocalypse for over a decade. She herself only learned of this before her death. Now reborn, she certainly couldn't let Lu Qinshan steal the jade bracelet left by her mother. She wanted to see just what kind of treasure this jade bracelet was. Yu Xiaohua drove the van into the Yu family's old house and locked the gate twice. After parking the van in an inconspicuous spot, she locked it. She opened the villa door. The old house had been abandoned for a long time, dust flying everywhere. Since her grandfather's death, the entire old house had fallen into disrepair. Previously, Ningguo wanted to sell the old house, but she refused. Fortunately, she wasn't completely naive back then, and wasn't fooled by Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan's sweet talk. She originally wanted to keep it as a memento. Yu Xiaohua went straight to the second floor and opened the innermost, long-sealed room. She gently pushed open the door and went inside. Walking to the dressing table, she opened one of the drawers, inside which was a box with ordinary patterns. Yu Xiaohua's gaze paused. It was this inconspicuous box. Lu Xiaolan hadn't paid attention to it back then, and the jade bracelet had been left behind. Yu Xiaohua opened the box, and the familiar jade bracelet came into view. It had no luster and looked like a low-grade item. Yu Xiaohua picked up the bracelet. Lu Qinshan had shown it off. It was only by chance, when blood from her finger accidentally dripped onto the jade bracelet. That's how, by a twist of fate, the jade bracelet recognized its owner and opened the so-called mysterious space. Yu Xiaohua took out a small knife she had prepared and cleanly cut her index finger. Blood dripped down and instantly seeped into the jade bracelet. The jade bracelet, having absorbed Yu Xiaohua's blood, immediately became translucent. Yu Xiaohua frowned slightly, looking at the unresponsive jade bracelet. Was there not enough blood? But Lu Qinshan had said that she had only dripped one drop of blood to open the jade bracelet's spatial dimension. What was going on? Was something wrong? Yu Xiaohua remained expressionless and cut her arm again. Blood gushed out. The jade bracelet absorbed a large amount of blood, becoming increasingly transparent, when suddenly something unexpected happened. The next second, the jade bracelet vanished, and then Yu Xiaohua's chest suddenly began to burn. Yu Xiaohua looked down and saw a peony pattern appear on her chest. Before she could react, she disappeared into thin air. When she opened her eyes again, Yu Xiaohua found herself in a dreamlike space. As far as the eye could see, an endless expanse stretched out before her, and not far away stood a well. That well must be the healing spring that Lu Qinshan had spoken of in her past life. It was because of this spring that Lu Qinshan thrived in the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua walked step by step to the well, looking down to see the clear spring water. She didn't rush to drink from such a miraculous thing. Now was not the time. She clearly sensed that this space existed within her consciousness and mind. She slowly closed her eyes. The next second, she was back in the villa. Yu Xiaohua repeatedly experimented, once, twice, 3 times. After several attempts, she confirmed that this mysterious space could be freely entered and exited at her will. Chapter 9. Yu Xiaohua selected several lifeless objects from the villa and placed them one by one into this strange space. After these items were successfully placed inside, Yu Xiaohua began to carefully observe and sense the changes. Sure enough, time seemed to stand still in this space. No matter how much time passed, the lifeless objects placed inside remained exactly as they were when they first entered, without any change. This means anything placed in this space will remain unchanged forever. Even in this apocalyptic world, it will not be affected by any external factors. After the apocalypse, what is most important? Of course, it's all kinds of supplies. After the apocalypse, when humanity reestablishes order, even a fresh apple can fetch an astronomical price. At that time, the lower classes will no longer be able to afford fresh fruit and vegetables. They will be extremely luxurious. With this space, she can store a large amount of supplies. Of course, this space is only the foundation for her survival. To survive better in the apocalypse, she still needed to awaken her supernatural abilities. Time was running out for her. This year, she had to seize every minute and second. Thinking this, Yu Xiaohua's mind stirred, and she flashed out of the spatial dimension. She looked down at the peony flower on her chest and placed her hand on it. She faintly felt warmth in her palm, as if in response. Yu Xiaohua straightened her clothes and left the villa. Upon reaching the van, she saw dozens of neatly arranged boxes of gold bars and jewelry. With a wave of her hand, Yu Xiaohua conjured all these items, which then reappeared in her spatial storage. Over the next 2 days, Yu Xiaohua tirelessly converted all the assets left by her grandfather into checks. She then bought plane tickets and, within a month, visited numerous cities of varying sizes in the surrounding area. In each city, Yu Xiaohua purchased vast quantities of supplies: rice, flour, cooking oil, fruits, vegetables, meat, and daily necessities. Also included seeds, generators, gasoline, kerosene, solar panels, alcohol blocks, clothing, and protective suits. Traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, fast food, all sorts of convenient instant meals, and feminine hygiene products. She also purchased live poultry, carefully placing them in the southeast corner of her spatial storage. In the apocalypse, fresh chicken, beef, and mutton were unattainable. A month later, Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage was fully stocked with all kinds of daily necessities. Even for 100 years, let alone 20 years in the apocalypse, it would be enough to feed countless people. Finally, what remained were the large-scale weapons unavailable domestically. These weapons could only be purchased in large quantities abroad to avoid suspicion. Moreover, she had her own plans for this trip abroad. To rapidly enhance her strength before the apocalypse, there was a good place she absolutely had to go. Yu Xiaohua booked a flight to the United States. Upon landing in the United States, Yu Xiaohua contacted local gang brokers and purchased a large quantity of high-end weapons. Abroad, with money, there's nothing you can't get. She also bought more gasoline and diesel, consumables needed in the apocalypse, until she had spent all her billions on supplies. In the end, she was left with only a small amount for living expenses. Yu Xiaohua turned and went into the underground black market, beginning a relentless cycle of underground boxing matches. Yu Xiaohua knew that only by pushing herself to the brink of death could she achieve a true rebirth. Days passed. 10 months later. On the other side, G City. A luxurious, heavily guarded manor. Zheng Shushu entered a study, looked at the man with his back to her, slowly lowered her head, and said in a low voice, "Young master, news has come from the underworld of the United States. This Miss Yu has achieved a perfect record of 30 wins in a month. Now, even the best boxers in the United States are no longer a match for her. A woman, barely 20 years old, can be so ruthless to herself. It's truly astonishing. In less than a year, she has become so powerful. I really wonder if Yu Chang is Miss Yu's younger brother. The difference is enormous." Mentioning Yu Chang, Zheng Shushu's expression was anything but pleasant. "Ever since I started personally training Yu Chang, I've been driven mad by him every day. This guy, I want to beat him to death all the time. Yu Chang, an abstract idiot." At the desk, the chair slowly rotates, revealing a man in a black trench coat, his expression indifferent, his features sharply defined. A breathtaking face, as if the greatest masterpiece of the creator. His eyes are bright as the stars, deep and mysterious, his nose straight, meticulously sculpted. His cold gaze, even a slight sweep, carries an immense sense of oppression, unconsciously instilling fear in those around him. He is none other than the fearsome young master of the underworld of 7 provinces, a figure who commands respect and inspires terror. Young as he is, yet possesses extraordinary wisdom and decisiveness. At the age of 17, Pei Xianke, with his extraordinary courage and leadership skills, successfully took control of a vast and complex underworld network spanning 7 provinces. From that moment on, Pei Xianke became a figure feared by all in the underworld. His methods were ruthless and decisive, showing no mercy. Whether facing provocations from rival gangs or betrayals from within, he could swiftly and decisively suppress them without hesitation. Under his leadership, the underworld order in the 7 provinces was restored. The chaotic situation was completely reversed. All gangs, large and small, bowed down to him, daring not to harbor the slightest thought of disobedience. Known in the underworld as Second Master Pei, Pei Xianke was a powerful figure who ruled over a region of the criminal underworld. He raised his eyes, lit a cigarette, and his expression was enigmatic as the smoke rose. Yu Xiaohua, a woman who dared to approach him to negotiate terms, unprecedented. Yet, he couldn't refuse Yu Xiaohua's conditions. He was genuinely interested in the advanced weapon designs on those blueprints. Therefore, he agreed to 2 things from Yu Xiaohua. First, to lend her people. Second, to train Yu Chang. Pei Xianke said meaningfully, "She's a smart woman, and ruthless enough to herself." "Quite interesting, isn't she?" Zheng Shushu paused. Her young master's expression clearly showed interest. Of course, if he wasn't interested, why would his busy young master keep track of this Miss Yu's movements in the US? Could it be that the young master is finally about to have a breakthrough? However, this Miss Yu is truly extraordinary. If the young master really has feelings for her, it probably won't be so easy for him to win her heart. Zheng Shushu stepped forward. Young master, this Miss Yu wasn't like this a year ago. She was unruly, willful, and ignorant. Could it be that she's been hiding herself all this time? If that's the case, this Miss Yu is truly unfathomable. Could she have hidden herself for so many years? Pei Xianke chuckled lightly. His voice was utterly silent. Have someone send her another 500 million. Say it's a thank you gift. You deliver it yourself. Zheng Shushu's eyes twitched. This stingy young master is actually going to personally deliver money to this Miss Yu? 500 million in one go. This isn't a thank you gift. He thinks it's clearly a betrothal gift. Chapter 10. M Country. Midnight. Yu Xiaohua won her last underground boxing match. Afterwards, she had a thought and took out well water from her spatial spring. She drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the spring water, the pain in her body gradually disappeared. For the past 10 months, she had been fighting relentlessly in the underground black market every night. Escaped death time and time again, rebuilding her bones. Now, her body, in terms of both strength and speed, had been developed to its limit. And during the day, she would learn various firearms, never slacking off for a moment. June 20th. Only 20 days left until the apocalypse. When Zheng Shushu found Yu Xiaohua, she was in the quiet, narrow alley behind the underground boxing arena. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua was quietly leaning against the cold wall, her whole being seemingly blending into the pitch-black night. She was dressed in black, completely covered from head to toe. If it weren't for the faint, flickering crimson light in her hand, it would be difficult for anyone to detect her presence. This tiny flame, like a pearl in the darkness, illuminated her delicate yet slightly pale face. Yu Xiaohua lowered her head slightly, strands of hair falling on either side of her cheeks, obscuring part of her expression. Her eyes, illuminated by the firelight, were pitch black. She stood there silently, letting the night wind flutter the hem of her clothes. She exuded an aura of lonely coldness. Yu Xiaohua heard footsteps and looked up. Upon seeing Zheng Shushu, she extinguished her cigarette, seemingly unsurprised that Zheng Shushu had found her. Behind Zheng Shushu was the young master of the underworld from 7 provinces. Her influence in Country M is unimaginable. Finding her is not surprising. Zheng Shushu looked at the calm Yu Xiaohua. Indeed, quite composed. The composure and calmness of this Miss Yu are admirable. Zheng Shushu waved his hand, and the other men in black stopped in their tracks. He stepped forward and nodded slightly. Miss Yu, long time no see. You remain as elegant as ever. Regardless, the young master finally had a woman he was interested in. Regardless of whether she was the future mistress of the 7 provinces, he had to maintain a proper attitude towards a powerful figure like Yu Xiaohua. He absolutely could not be negligent in the slightest. Yu Xiaohua pulled down her hat, revealing a neat, short hairstyle. He looked like a handsome man straight out of a manga. At that moment, he was undeniably stunning. Zheng Shushu was taken aback. This Miss Yu short hair? Now, with this outfit, how to put it? She was truly exceptionally handsome. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at Zheng Shushu and nodded slightly. Is there something you need? Yu Xiaohua didn't waste any words and directly asked Zheng Shushu's purpose. The day they agreed upon to pick up Yu Cheng hadn't arrived yet. Zheng Shushu's sudden appearance here naturally had its purpose. Zheng Shushu sensed the coldness emanating from Yu Xiaohua. He remained unmoved. He smiled slightly. Then, he took out a pre-written check from his suit jacket pocket and presented it with both hands. A check for 500 million, handwritten by Pei Xianke himself. Miss Yu, this is a gift of gratitude from our young master. The weapon on the blueprints you provided 10 months ago has been successfully developed. This is our young master's way of thanking you. Please accept it. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the check. Truly worthy of being the leader of the dominant eastern base after the apocalypse. The weapon depicted on the blueprints was developed after the apocalypse to exploit the weaknesses of zombies. Now, she had exchanged the blueprints with Pei Xianke in advance, and he had actually succeeded in developing it in just 10 months. Yu Xiaohua accepted the check. The weapon on her blueprints, in the post-apocalyptic world, was priceless. Its current value far exceeded 500 million. There was no reason to refuse money offered so readily. With this money, she could purchase more supplies in the final 20 days to prepare for the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua looked at Zheng Shushu. Tell your young master that it's best to start mass production of this weapon immediately. He will need it in the future. Zheng Shushu was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Thank you, Miss Yu. I will pass that on to the young master. Is there anything else you want to say? I can convey it to him as well. Looking at the faint expectation in Zheng Shushu's eyes, Yu Xiaohua paused. What else did this man want her to say? She remained silent for a few seconds. Yu Xiaohua finally spoke. No. Zheng Shushu choked. Good heavens, this Miss Yu really didn't have the slightest interest in their young master, not even bothering to ask another question. Could it be that the young master's reputation wasn't enough to pique Miss Yu's interest? Zheng Shushu tentatively asked, Miss Yu, our young master is very handsome. He coughed and added, and he's single. Yu Xiaohua frowned, seeing Zheng Shushu's hesitant expression. So? Zheng Shushu gave an awkward laugh, touched her nose, took a step back, and bowed. Nothing, Miss Yu. Yu Chang has been training at the base for 10 months. As agreed, I will personally escort him back to City C in 10 days. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Please feel free to instruct me. Mentioning Yu Chang softened Yu Xiaohua's expression somewhat. She said, thank you. She knew very well how much trouble her younger brother had caused. As for his talent and hard-working spirit. Zheng Shushu said politely, Miss Yu, you're too kind. Your brother is very talented. He doesn't work hard at all. The last few words were uttered through gritted teeth. As for how insincere they were, anyone could hear it. Yu Xiaohua pulled her hat up, obscuring her eyes, her tone indifferent. You don't need to force yourself to say such insincere words. Goodbye. With that, Yu Xiaohua turned and walked away, leaving only a solitary, proud figure in the darkness. Zheng Shushu watched her leave. No wonder the young master had taken a liking to her. Her cold and aloof demeanor was exactly like her young master's, without a single flaw. If the young master really got together with Miss Yu, wouldn't they save money on a refrigerator? A duo of male and female demons? Thinking about the day they actually met, Zheng Shushu was actually quite looking forward to it. What would it be like? What if her young master fell in love, and the other person was this Miss Yu? Just thinking about it was exciting. Tsk. The two of them together would be freezing to death. The next day, Yu Xiaohua used the 500 million to purchase a large amount of living and military supplies. Then she went to a warehouse. Inside were the supplies that had been delivered a few days ago. She had specially commissioned someone to build a Apocalypse RV. This Apocalypse RV was a masterpiece combining top-notch craftsmanship and robust materials. Its exterior was entirely made of the world's most durable special alloy material. This material could not only withstand the impact and wear various extreme and harsh environments, but also possessed excellent fire resistance and explosion-proof properties. Neither raging storms nor violent sandstorms, nor even fire, could this RV withstand the brunt of damage from early and mid-level zombies in the early stages of the apocalypse. It was practically an impregnable mobile fortress. The interior was fully equipped, with everything one could need, easily accommodating over a dozen people. Yu Xiaohua stored the RV in her spatial storage, and then drove to a sparsely populated town in the United States. There, she had specially designed a 3-story villa, each floor meticulously crafted to her liking. While staying in her spatial storage, she naturally needed a comfortable place to cultivate and rest. After storing the villa in her spatial storage, Yu Xiaohua drove to the underground black market in the United States. She purchased another batch of supplies she desired. In just 5 days, the 500 million yuan sent by Pei Xianke was once again spent. Chapter 11. The final 15 days. Yu Xiaohua flew back to City C from Country M. Upon landing, she went straight to the Zhonghai Villa. She had already bought the villa before leaving the country. The villa she bought was located at the southernmost end of the Zhonghai Villa district. The Ning family's villa was at the northernmost end. After Yu Xiaohua revealed her ownership status, the security guard at the gate watched her retreating figure. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected that the most luxurious and bizarrely decorated Villa Number 1 would belong to this handsome girl in front of him. Thinking of Villa Number 1, the security guard thought, how could anyone live in that? It's an unprecedented design. Even the electric fence around the perimeter made one think there were some ferocious animals inside. And the items being transported in were even more jaw-dropping. Even if zombies came, they probably wouldn't be able to get into Villa Number 1. In his opinion, such decoration was simply extravagant. Rich people's brains are really messed up. The security guard, having recovered from his thoughts, turned around and saw Ning Mo's car pull in. This guard was new in the last few months, so he hadn't seen Yu Xiaohua before and naturally didn't recognize her. But he naturally recognized the mayor's family in Ninghua. He scurried over, bowing and scraping. "Young Master Ning, you're back." Ning Mo had just seen the figure standing at the door from afar. He felt it was familiar, but he knew it couldn't be Yu Xiaohua. That woman clearly had short hair, while Yu Xiaohua preferred her long hair. Normally, if anyone moved even slightly, she would go crazy. Therefore, it absolutely couldn't be Yu Xiaohua who's returned. That idiot Yu Xiaohua, ever since she caused such a scene at the Ning family 10 months ago, has vanished without a trace, completely disappearing from their sight. Today, she wouldn't dare to return openly. Ning Mo simply assumed he was too tired from managing relationships with superiors these past few days, which was why he'd been distracted and mistaken someone for someone else. Ning Mo was always good at disguising himself. So, even when facing security guards he didn't even respect, he could still feign composure and lowered his guard. He nodded and casually asked a question. The security guard was flattered that Ning Mo had condescended to speak to him. He fawned, "Young Master Ning, that's the owner of Villa number 1 in the north. She's a young woman with short hair, even more handsome than a boy. These days, girls don't act like girls at all, dressing themselves up like that. Who knows which rich kid is burning money, making such an expensive villa look invincible. These days, you see all kinds of people." Ning Mo listened to the guard's words, a flash of impatience crossing his eyes. Then, as if nothing had happened, he smiled expressionlessly. Young people have their own preferences. Drive. After hearing the guard's words, Ning Mo was even more certain that he must have been mistaken. This person was definitely not Yu Xiaohua. She couldn't possibly have cut her hair short. Ning Mo returned to the Ning family home and saw Ningguo glaring angrily at Lu Xiulan. Lu Xiulan, her face swollen, knelt there pitifully, not daring to speak. 5 months ago, an anonymous photograph was delivered to the Ning family. The photograph contained dozens of pictures of Lu Xiulan traveling abroad each year to keep male models as lovers. It was unclear who took them. Upon seeing the photo, Ningguo was furious. He couldn't believe he'd been cuckolded for so many years. Lu Xiulan's betrayal drove him mad. That very night, he beat Lu Xiulan half to death, leaving her barely clinging to life. If it weren't for Ning Mo protecting her, Ningguo would have definitely killed Lu Xiulan. In the end, it was Ning Sun and Ning Xian who knelt on the ground, begging Ningguo to spare Lu Xiulan this time. Only out of respect for Ning Mo did Ningguo spare Lu Xiulan this time. However, after this incident, Ningguo never showed Lu Xiulan the same affection he once did. At the slightest displeasure, he would beat and verbally abuse her without mercy. Lu Xiulan's old wounds healed only to be reopened with new ones. These past few months had been a living hell for her, yet she dared not resist, lest she be beaten even more severely. Ning Mo, Ning Sun, and Ning Xian simply pretended not to see it. Ning Mo looked at the scene in the living room. This had happened countless times in the past 5 months. Ning Mo walked over, frowning. "Dad, I'm back." Ningguo's expression softened slightly upon seeing Ning Mo. Ning Mo gave Lu Xiulan a look, and Lu Xiulan quickly got up and left the living room. Ningguo's face remained unsatisfied. "Recently, there have been frequent inspections from above. Have you received some information? Tell me, was it that rebellious daughter's doing? That beast. If I had known, I should have strangled her when she was born, and ended it all." Ning Mo sat down and adjusted his glasses. "Dad, there's no news. It's like she's vanished. The people I sent couldn't find any trace of her. Perhaps someone helped her hide her whereabouts. Don't worry about the inspections from above, I handled them all." Ning Mo guessed that Yu Xiaohua must have gotten close to some powerful figure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left no trace. Who exactly is helping her? As long as Yu Xiaohua doesn't appear, she's like a thorn stuck in the hearts of the Ning family. Ningguo slammed his fist on the table. "That rebellious daughter, continue investigating. If you find her, deal with her on the spot, send her to Southeast Asia. Have your people do it cleanly, don't leave any evidence. Emor, you never disappointed your father, you know what to do." Ning Mo's expression hardened, his glasses concealing the murderous intent and sharpness in his eyes. "Dad, don't worry, I know what to do." Ningguo felt a little better, seeing that he was in a better mood. Ning Mo spoke up. "Dad, Mom already knows she was wrong. I know Mom made a big mistake, but she's learned her lesson these past few days. For our sake, Dad, please forgive Mom this time." Mentioning Lu Xiu, Ningguo's face turned ugly again. However, out of respect for Ning Mo, he softened his tone. "All right, don't let your mother's affairs affect your mind." Ning Mo bowed. "Dad, I go upstairs now." Ningguo waved his hand, then told the driver to prepare the car immediately. He had recently become infatuated with a new love, and they were deeply in love. He rarely came home anymore. After Ningguo left, Lu Xiaolan knocked on Ning Mo's door, sobbing, complaining about the matter. Ning Mo looked at Lu Xiaolan, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "Mom, it's your own fault for being so weak. Since you did it, don't let it get out. You left evidence, and even had anonymous photos sent. Whose fault is that? Alright, Dad's the mayor. How can a man only have one woman? Just pretend you didn't see some things. Don't make Dad angry." Lu Xiaolan didn't expect Ning Mo to scold her instead of comforting her. Her face darkened further, but she dared not argue. "Son, tell me, wasn't it that bitch Yu Xiaohua who sent the photos to your father? It must be her. Only she would do such a thing. Only she hates me this much. Son, you must find her and avenge your mother. I will grind that little bitch to dust, and make her suffer a terrible death." "Why? Why? You haven't found that little bitch yet. How could you not find her?" Chapter 12. Ning Mo, annoyed by Lu Xiaolan's nagging, patiently assured her that he would find Yu Xiaohua and kill her. As for whether Yu Xiaohua released the photos, whether it was her or not was irrelevant, she deserved to die. No reason was needed. Ning Mo had already planned to take Yu Xiaohua's life. Only after hearing Ning Mo's repeated assurances did Lu Xiaolan leave, satisfied. Behind her, Ning Mo watched Lu Xiaolan's retreating figure, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. His mother was a complete idiot. After all these years, she was still so shameless. Meanwhile, the Ning family never imagined that Yu Xiaohua, whom they had been searching for 10 months, had already openly moved into Villa No. 1. This impregnable villa, from its initial design to its final completion, had been entirely entrusted to professionals for renovation. This villa was a meticulous preparation for the impending apocalypse. The several-meter-high walls surrounding the villa resembled an unbreakable fortress. Beyond these high walls lay a dense, chilling network of high-voltage power lines. These lines, once activated, could unleash a deadly current the moment someone touched them. The latest facial recognition technology all operated from independent power systems. Villa No. 1's floor-to-ceiling windows were made entirely of the same state-of-the-art bulletproof glass. Yu Xiaohua lightly pressed a button, and the glass windows above the villa slowly unfolded, creating a completely sealed space. In the early post-apocalyptic world, after the intense heat came acid rain. Even acid rain couldn't penetrate or corrode this glass. Upon entering the villa, one is greeted by a blend of Chinese style and modern art. Standing by the window, she could clearly see everything happening outside through the front door, while those outside could not see a single detail inside. Yu Xiaohua toured the villa. Everything was done according to her specifications. To ensure everything went perfectly, she had spent a considerable sum hiring an international construction team. After the renovations were completed, the construction teams left Yin country. After the apocalypse, no one would ever know the secrets of her villa. Finally, and most importantly, was the basement, the part of the entire villa she had put the most effort into. The basement, spanning several hundred square meters, was divided into 2 levels. The lowest level housed a high-capacity generator to power the entire villa. The villa's electricity supply would be sufficient for 5 to 6 years. 3 years after the apocalypse, humanity, with its powerful regenerative abilities, had begun to rebuild a new order. Moreover, even if the generator in the villa's basement wasn't enough, Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage provided ample power. Why did Yu Xiaohua choose this location as her post-apocalyptic residence? Because the eastern post-apocalyptic base is centered around City C. This villa district is the central area, where order will be restored after the apocalypse. For long-term planning, she needed a place to live. That's why she went to such lengths to buy Villa No. 1, spending a fortune to create the most suitable place to live in the post-apocalyptic world. Besides generators, there were various military supplies, and thousands of barrels of purified drinking water. These were crucial in the early stages of the apocalypse. Only when people began to awaken water-based abilities in large numbers did the water shortage problem begin to ease. The first basement level was filled with all sorts of daily necessities and food, a complete and well-stocked selection, comparable to a large supermarket. After familiarizing herself with the villa, Yu Xiaohua sat on the sofa and turned on the television. It just so happened that Ningguo was being interviewed by the media, who were praising his reform measures. Yu Xiaohua stared at Ningguo's disgusting face on the screen. Hypocritical. His so-called reform measures were nothing more than shoddy construction and superficial work. And then, with the official media's vigorous promotion, it was all just deceiving the ordinary people. Such political tactics, however, never failed. Media rhetoric is sometimes the most glamorous packaging. After marrying into the family, Ningguo used such methods, step by step leveraging his maternal grandfather's influence to climb to his current position. Soon. The last 15 days. When the apocalypse arrives, and human order is completely disrupted. When the rule of law and rules cease to exist, she will make the entire Ning family pay for their crimes and blood. The following time, Yu Xiaohua spent in the training room in her spatial dimension. She trained her physical abilities tirelessly, again and again, even when exhausted, using the spiritual spring water to reshape her body. 5 days later, Yu Xiaohua emerged from the space, her body having undergone another qualitative leap thanks to the spiritual spring and her relentless self-torture. Now, her physical abilities could only be described as monstrous. She was simply waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. This time, she was determined to awaken her superpowers. Yu Xiaohua took a shower, then changed into sportswear and a baseball cap, and went to the hair salon. She cut her hair even shorter. Long hair would be extremely inconvenient in the apocalypse. As agreed, Yu Xiaohua arrived at the clubhouse designated by Zheng Shushu. This is the largest gangster stronghold in City C. On the surface, it's a luxurious club, but in reality, it's Pei Swank's most inconspicuous business. When Yu Xiaohua arrived, Zheng Shushu was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Yu Xiaohua dressed as a handsome man again, his lips twitched. When someone is beautiful to a certain degree, it's truly difficult to tell if they're male or female. Miss Yu is a typical example. With this outfit, if she didn't speak, who would know she's a woman? She's too much of a womanizer. Miss Yu, please? The people at the entrance exchanged glances, all utterly shocked. When did their boss become so respectful and polite to someone? Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. Lead the way. Zheng Shushu didn't mind Yu Xiaohua's cold attitude at all. Only with strength can one have personality. Without personality, there's no fun. Thinking about the scene to come, Zheng Shushu glanced at Yu Xiaohua beside her. Will Miss Yu remain so calm when facing the young master? If so, then he would truly be completely convinced. Yu Xiaohua entered the clubhouse, and walked along without seeing a single person. However, the auras hidden in the corners were chaotic and disordered, all belonging to martial arts practitioners, lurking in the shadows. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly. This Pei Xianke is indeed surrounded by hidden talents. In the rise of the apocalypse, those with supernatural abilities are already few and far between. However, countless powerful individuals are willing to follow him. In the apocalypse, the strong only submit to the strong. Therefore, Pei Xianke will only become stronger. After walking for a full 5 minutes inside the clubhouse, Zheng Shushu finally stopped, bowed slightly, and extended her hand. Miss Yu, Yu Chang is waiting inside. The young master has ordered that this area be cleared today. Miss Yu, please make yourselves at home. Yu Xiaohua looked at Zheng Shushu and nodded. Thank you. Zheng Shushu smiled. Although Miss Yu has a cold personality, she is still very polite. Yu Xiaohua pushed open the door and entered the room when a figure flashed by. Then, something grabbed her leg. The next second, she heard a familiar, yet heart-wrenching scream. Sister! My sister, you finally come to pick up your brother. These past 10 months, what kind of miserable days have I endured? Excuse me, it's been unbearable, like hell. That Zheng Shushu is the worst. He won't even let me eat my fill. How could he bear to torture me, this super handsome guy? Chapter 13. Yu Xiaohua casually took off her hat. She looked down at Yu Chang, who was clinging to her leg, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. So, it was Zheng Shushu who told Xiao Chang his real name. It seems the two of them get along quite well. Otherwise, why would someone as cautious as Zheng Shushu easily reveal her real name? And Yu Chang, who was earnestly lamenting his grievances, waited a long time. He didn't receive a response from Yu Xiaohua. Looking up, Yu Chang saw Yu Xiaohua's neat, black hair. He was instantly stunned. Then, Yu Chang's expression immediately changed, and he jumped up abruptly. He grabbed Yu Xiaohua's hand, his eyes filled with concern and confusion. Sister, why did you cut your hair? Don't you hate it when people touch your hair? Did some bastard? Did someone threaten you? Yu Xiaohua looked at the agitated Yu Chang. Calm down, no one threatened me. I cut it myself, Xiao Chang. Yu Chang took several seconds to process this before speaking again. Sister, what happened? 10 months. You dumped me with Zheng Shushu, making him train me day and night in survival skills. What for? As twins, Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang naturally had the strongest connection. 10 months ago, Yu Chang sensed the significant change in Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua sat down on the sofa, looking at the serious-faced Yu Chang. She beckoned, and Yu Chang went over, nestling on Yu Xiaohua's lap like a docile puppy. Sister, Yu Xiaohua patted Yu Chang's head reassuringly, softening her voice. Xiao Chang, tonight, your sister will tell you. These past 10 months have been tough. You suffered so much. Hearing this, Yu Chang's nose tingled, and his eyes instantly reddened. No matter how hard or tiring these past 10 months had been, he wasn't afraid. He was only afraid that his sister would abandon him. After all, they were on Pei Xiankei's territory, so some things were naturally inconvenient to say. Yu Xiaohua simply stayed quietly with Yu Chang for a while, listening to him recount what had happened in the past 10 months. An hour later, Yu Xiaohua led the tearful Yu Chang out. Zheng Shushu was waiting not far away, seeing Yu Chang's docile appearance. Recalling his rebellious and troublesome behavior over the past 10 months, she couldn't help but sigh. Everyone has their match. This kid Yu Chang only needs his older sister, Miss Yu, to keep him in check. However, that's all the kid can do. Why are you crying? Zheng Shushu composed herself and walked over. Miss Yu, the car is ready, please follow me. Yu Chang snorted coldly at Zheng Shushu's politeness, his arrogance evident. He moved closer to Yu Xiaohua. Oh, isn't this Master Zheng? These past 10 months, I've been so kind to you, I remember it forever. You just wait, Yu Aotian will be back. Zheng Shushu was clearly used to Yu Chang's childish pronouncements. He nodded. Oh, then I truly look forward to the day Yu Aotian return. We see Yu Aotian. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Yu Chang beside her, then turned her gaze to Zheng Shushu, before turning away and walking away. Seeing Yu Xiaohua leave, Yu Chang quickly grabbed her sleeve and followed. He wanted to be inseparable from his sister every moment. There's no one better than an older sister in the world. A child with an older sister is a treasure. Zheng Shushu followed the two. After leaving the club, a plain black car stood in front. It looked unremarkable, but Yu Xiaohua immediately recognized it as bulletproof. Zheng Shushu stepped forward and personally bent down to open the door for her, showing great attentiveness. The group of subordinates behind her subtly changed their expressions. After all, their second-in-command had never treated anyone like this except for the young master. Even the mayor of City C wouldn't receive this treatment. Zheng Shushu said, Miss Yu, please get in the car. Take care. Yu Xiaohua nodded in response to Zheng Shushu. Having been reborn in the apocalypse, she possessed an ingrained aloofness and wariness towards people. It was an instinct. After closing the car door, Zheng Shushu glanced at the driver, her lips twitching. To say the young master wasn't interested in Miss Yu would be unbelievable. The young master of a powerful gang from 7 provinces, disguised as a driver? Ever since Yu Chang got into the car, his mouth hadn't stopped chattering. He learned some skills, but his gossipy habit remained unchanged. Yu Xiaohua listened to his incessant chatter without a trace of impatience. In her past life, her greatest wish was to wake up every day and hear Xiao Chang say good morning to her. In the driver's seat, Pei Xiankei was dressed in a black suit, the standard attire of a driver. He deliberately concealed his sharpness and natural charisma, a mask covering half his face, revealing only a pair of unfathomable eyes. From the moment Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang got into the car, while driving, his gaze seemed to linger, subtly, on Yu Xiaohua. His eyes were full of interest. Yu Xiaohua had already noticed the gaze directed at her through the rearview mirror from the driver's seat ahead. It was only for a moment, then she pretended not to see it. The only sounds in the car were Yu Chang's voice and soft breathing. When the car arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1. On the way, Yu Chang already knew that Yu Xiaohua had bought Villa No. 1. As long as his sister liked it, he was willing to live there even if it meant buying a cemetery plot. It was raining heavily outside, and an umbrella was kept in the car. Yu Chang didn't stand on ceremony, took the umbrella, and opened the car door. Sister, get out, don't get your shoes wet. No, I carry you. Come on, sister. Pei Swank's hand on the steering wheel paused, a faint smile playing on his lips beneath his mask. Yu Xiaohua waved her hand. You go in first. Yu Chang was taken aback, then looked at the driver's seat, without asking any further questions. Okay, sis, I go into the villa and wait for you. Yu Chang walked away, umbrella in hand. The car door closed again, leaving only the two of them inside. Neither spoke first. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, with only the sound of rain outside, like a beautiful melody. After a while, Pei Xiankei's deep voice rang out from inside the car. Miss Yu, it seems my careful disguise has been seen through. His voice sounded cold, but upon closer listening, a hint of pleasure lingered. Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her head, her gaze meeting Pei Xiankei's in midair. Pei Xiankei also removed his mask, revealing his face, sculpted by God. Yu Xiaohua had to admit This face was indeed pleasing to the eye. But she also knew that the more beautiful a face was, the more poisonous it was. Not just women, but men too. Pei Xianke, a man who rose to the pinnacle of power after the apocalypse. Pei Swank's gaze also fell on Yu Xiaohua's neat short hair and delicate features. Interesting, ruthless to herself, and beautiful. Both of them simultaneously withdrew their gazes. The next second, Yu Xiaohua spoke, her voice equally indifferent and cold. Young Master Pei, an ordinary driver wouldn't wear a sandalwood prayer bead worth millions. It's rumored that only the young master of the Pei family, who controls 7 provinces of the underworld, wears a string of sandalwood prayer beads year-round, never taking them off. A pleasure to meet you, young Master Pei. Chapter 14. When Yu Xiaohua faced Pei Xianke, she showed no weakness whatsoever, as if facing an ordinary person. Even Pei Xianke remained the same. Pei Swank's eyes lost some of their interest, gaining a deeper, more intriguing look. The aura of the young master of a century-old underworld family was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Few could remain so calm and composed in meeting his gaze after knowing his identity. Even more so, holding the initiative, Yu Xiaohua had just calmly revealed his disguised identity. Without the slightest surprise, as if everything was within her expectations. Interesting. Intriguing indeed. Suddenly, a low chuckle sounded from inside the car. Pei Xianke smiled. Pei Xianke spoke in a low voice, "Miss Yu, I'm getting a little interested in you. What should I do?" A man being interested in a woman isn't a good thing, especially for someone of my status. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Pei Xianke indifferently. Pei Xianke. An inexplicable tension filled the air. Pei Swank's gaze deepened slightly. To this day, no one dared to call him by his full name in front of him. Yu Xiaohua was the first. However, he knew he wasn't averse to it. Yu Xiaohua's aura gradually cooled. Pei Xianke, our relationship was nothing more than a transaction 10 months ago, each getting what they wanted. As for interest, you can cultivate it with other women. Thank you for seeing me off today, young Master Pei. Goodbye. Before Pei Xianke could speak again, Yu Xiaohua opened the car door and left cleanly. Pei Xianke sat in the car, watching Yu Xiaohua's retreating figure. In the misty drizzle, her solitary figure, her steps so resolute, seemed capable of holding up the sky on her own. Pei Xianke rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled upwards. He smiled. Indeed, love at first sight really does exist in this world. What a terrible thing. What can a man like him do when faced with a woman he's fallen for? Rob her? Villain number 1. Yu Xiaohua didn't tell Yu Chang. The driver for them was none other than the infamous, powerful young master of the Pei family, a force to be reckoned with in the underworld. She led Yu Chang on a tour of Villa number 1, inside and out. In the living room, Yu Chang sat on the sofa, still somewhat dazed. Yu Xiaohua sat beside him, waiting for him to quietly process the impending apocalypse. After all, even if the apocalypse was mentioned, not everyone would believe it. Even if they did believe it, it wouldn't be something they could accept immediately. Yu Xiaohua had just told Yu Chang that the apocalypse would arrive in 10 days. However, Yu Xiaohua didn't tell Yu Chang. She didn't tell him about her rebirth or the events of her previous life. Otherwise, given Xiao Chang's personality, it would definitely affect his life in this one. Yu Chang sat on the sofa for a full 2 hours. He didn't move until it was dark. He seemed to have just come to his senses, his face still showing shock and confusion. Sister, in 10 days, really? Is the end of the world coming? Yu Xiaohua placed the noodle she had prepared in front of Yu Chang, looking into his eyes. Xiao Chang, it's true. I don't know how to explain some of these bizarre things to you, but the end of the world is really coming soon. In 10 days, there will be a week of extreme heat. After a week, the temperature will reach 50 degrees Celsius. Then, a meteorite will crash into the earth, and humans will mutate into zombies. Some survivors will awaken various superpowers. Until 3 years later, humanity will begin to rebuild order and rules, establishing 4 major bases and 10 special zones. Humanity will find a way to coexist with the zombies. Xiao Chang, the apocalypse is coming, and no one can stop this meteorite from falling. Hearing Yu Xiaohua's words, Yu Chang fell silent again, but this time the silence was brief. He seemed to have made a firm decision, and his eyes were devoid of any doubt. He believed his sister. In this world, he only believed his sister. His sister said the apocalypse would come in 10 days, and the apocalypse was coming. Sister, I will train hard. I will become stronger. When the apocalypse comes, I will protect you even if it costs me my life. Sister, don't be afraid. Yu Chang, of course, didn't know that the Yu Xiaohua before him was no longer the same person he once knew. Yu Xiaohua smiled. This time, I will protect you. I will lead you through thorns and brambles, forging a path that belongs to his siblings in the apocalypse. The siblings exchanged a glance, and no further words were needed. In the following days, Yu Chang also began training day and night, tireless, and never daring to slack off again. Every morning, Yu Xiaohua would prepare spiritual spring water for Yu Chang. After Yu Chang went to the basement for training, she would enter her spatial dimension and begin her daily training. Both siblings were working hard in preparation for the coming apocalypse. It was the last day. Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang stood before the French windows, each holding a cup of tea. Previously, both siblings preferred coffee. These past few days, under Yu Xiaohua's influence, Yu Chang had also started drinking tea. He had drunk expensive teas before, but none tasted as good as the tea his sister brewed. It had an indescribable sweetness. One sip even gave him a feeling of being invigorated. Perhaps it was just his imagination. It must be because the days he spent with his sister were so sweet, even the air felt sweet, that he felt the tea tasted sweet too. Counting the days, tomorrow was the start of the heat wave. Yu Chang was still a little apprehensive. Sister, tomorrow it is, right? Yu Xiaohua casually put down her teacup, put her hands in her pockets, and nodded slightly. Yes, it's tomorrow. A day that would change the fate of humanity worldwide was tomorrow. July 10th, a day etched in humanity's memory, never to be forgotten. Yu Chang had occasionally seen Yu Xiaohua's short hair these past few days, and still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he now thought his sister was more handsome than him. If she didn't say anything, who knew how many girls would fall for her? Yu Chang sighed. Sister, what will it be like after the apocalypse? Yu Xiaohua turned to look at him. Little Chang seemed unruly and arrogant, but at his core, he was kind. But after the apocalypse, civilization was being destroyed relentlessly, people's kindness, humanity, everything. No matter what she says now, it's useless. Only by experiencing the darkness of the apocalypse firsthand can Xiao Chang truly understand its dangers. Yu Xiaohua patted his head. Xiao Chang, get a good night's sleep tonight. Yu Chang nodded obediently. Okay, sister, I listen to you. Yu Chang went upstairs. Yu Xiaohua sat in the living room, quietly waiting for night to fall. All the events of her past life flashed through her mind. Dawn broke. Above the bustling city of Yin, thick clouds piled up heavily, like glaciers that had never melted for millennia. These clouds seemed to have been gathered by some mysterious force. They layered upon each other, exuding a cold and oppressive aura, gradually enveloping the entire city in their shadow. The already quiet city became even quieter, as if even the air had frozen. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning, like an incredibly sharp sword, ripped through the sky above Yin Kingdom with lightning speed. The lightning was so bright, it was almost blinding. It instantly illuminated the dark sky, making the city's outline, previously hidden behind the clouds, clearly visible in that instant. Chapter 15. People were deep in sleep, completely unaware of the apocalyptic devastation that awaited them after tonight. This lightning bolt was no ordinary light. It resembled liquid metal flowing across the dark sky. The flickering light possessed a strange texture, composed of countless tiny metallic particles. They darted through the air, forming dazzling yet eerie lines. Each line was like a nimble serpent, dancing wildly in the sky, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar of thunder, like 1,000 horses galloping, echoed across the city. The sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Waves of thunder followed one after another, as if nature was venting its anger. Or perhaps, it was demonstrating its immense power to humanity. Amidst this interplay of lightning and thunder, the streetlights appeared exceptionally dim in the reflection of the lightning. That evening, pedestrians stopped in their tracks, staring at the sky in terror. However, this thunder and lightning was more than just an ordinary natural phenomenon. Behind the dazzling light, a mysterious force seemed to lurk. Like an invisible hand, it was quietly altering the fate of this city, and even the entire Yin Kingdom. The apocalypse had arrived silently. That night, thunder roared incessantly, but no rain fell. The next day, the thunder stopped. But the temperature began to rise steadily from 7 in the morning. However, still, no one paid attention. By noon, the temperature had reached 45 degrees Celsius. In just a few hours, the global temperature had risen by tens of degrees. The nation immediately issued a high-temperature warning through official media. People were told to stay home, unless absolutely necessary. Only then did some seem to realize something was amiss. On the vast blue planet, an unprecedented crisis was quietly descending. People noticed the abnormal weather. The previously pleasant climate seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand. In just a few days, temperatures began to rise steadily. But no one expected that this heatwave would not be confined to City C. Other cities in Yin country, like a domino effect, were swept across the globe, plunging the world into a quagmire of heat. From bustling metropolises to tranquil small towns, from the vast plains of the north to the picturesque water towns of the south, the heatwave spread like a surging tide, unstoppable. And this wave of heat did not stop at Yin country's borders. Other countries were not spared either. It was as if the entire world had been placed in a giant steamer. The scorching heat permeated every inch of the air. The scorching heat of the past few days had made life unbearable for many. Initially, people had enough to eat and drink, treating it as a period of respite. But as the temperature rose further, their supplies dwindled. Everything began to descend into chaos. The streets were deserted. The once bustling city had become lifeless. People huddled indoors, as if it were their last refuge. However, this intense heat was like a merciless demon, relentlessly pushing the limits of human endurance. In just 3 days, the temperature had skyrocketed to a staggering 55 degrees Celsius. The scorching sun, like tongues of fire, licked the earth, softening the asphalt roads. Vehicles trudging along them felt like struggling through viscous syrup. The leaves of the trees curled and withered, drooping helplessly, as if surrendering to the cruel heat. By the night of the 4th day, the power system, which had been barely functioning, finally succumbed to the strain. The power suddenly went out throughout City C. In an instant, the entire city was swallowed by endless darkness. The streetlights went out, the neon lights of the skyscrapers disappeared, leaving only a deathly silence. People were abruptly dragged from their air-conditioned rooms, exposed to this sweltering darkness. Fear, like a cold snake, crept into everyone's heart. In the darkness, only the rapid, frantic breathing of others could be heard. Children cried loudly, terrified by the sudden change. The elderly sighed helplessly in the darkness. People began to realize that the heatwave brought not only physical suffering, but also a survival crisis. Overnight, the entire city of C descended into chaos. In supermarkets, people fought fiercely for the last remaining bottled water and food. On the streets, the sounds of car horns and shouts filled the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, criminals began committing crimes such as robbery and theft. The world was plunged into a state of anarchy and chaos. Behind this chaos lay people's fear of the unknown and their desperate need to survive. They didn't know how long this heatwave would last. I don't know if I can survive this disaster. The chaos caused by this heatwave has led to a sustained heatwave across the globe. For a full week, the temperature rose higher each day. And people's hearts grew increasingly restless. The topic of the end of the world resurfaced. A week later, Yu Chang looked at the hurried, panicked people outside the villa and turned to her. "Sister, it's been a week. You were absolutely right. Tonight, a meteorite will fall, and the end of the world is coming." Yu Xiaohua calmly poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. Compared to the week-long heatwave and chaotic environment outside, Yu Xiaohua's villa number 1 remained completely unaffected. "Yes, tonight." Yu Chang sighed, his expression resolute. "Sister, even in death, we can't be separated. We die together." Yu Xiaohua looked at him, his expression one of ready to die, and raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't I be very moved?" Yu Chang nodded vigorously. "Of course, sister, aren't you moved?" Yu Xiaohua thought for a moment. "Not moved, because I won't die, and neither will you." Yu Chang was stunned, scratching his head. So, where did his sister get her confidence? That night, the entire world was shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying power. The once peaceful night sky was suddenly torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand. Thick bolts of lightning, like pythons, streaked across the inky sky like ghosts. Each flash illuminated the earth as if it were daytime. The blinding light made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Then, deafening thunder roared like war drums. The sound seemed to be a roar from the depths of hell, wave after wave, relentlessly assaulting people's eardrums. It made your heart pound violently with that roaring sound. Chapter 16. Time flowed slowly in this terrifying atmosphere, until the clock struck 12 at midnight. The gears of human destiny began to turn. A meteorite from outer space, radiating an eerie light and trailing a long, fiery tail, like a burning meteor, hurtled from the distant depths of the universe. It moved with incredible speed, the air currents it created as it tore through the night sky whistling sharply. It was announcing its arrival. Before humanity could even react, this enormous meteorite, with unstoppable force, crashed precisely onto the Earth's surface. The moment the meteorite violently collided with the ground, the entire planet trembled. The immense impact blasted a bottomless crater into the ground. Soil and rocks were thrown high into the air, forming a massive mushroom cloud. And the meteorite itself, at the moment of impact, began to emit a strange light. The light was an eerie blue-purple, as if concealing endless secrets and dangers. Immediately afterward, an invisible yet highly lethal wave of radiation erupted from the meteorite. This radiation spread rapidly like a ghost, subtly altering everything in its path. Humans, as the most vulnerable species on Earth, were the first to be affected by this radiation. Those who were asleep, even without realizing it, began to experience strange changes in their bodies. Soon, some began to feel dizzy, nauseous, and vomit repeatedly. Others experienced their skin reddening and developing patches of red rashes. Even worse, some began to convulse uncontrollably, emitting agonizing screams. Hospitals in the city were instantly overflowing. Doctors were helpless in the face of these sudden, strange symptoms. They didn't know what the radiation was, nor how to treat the infected patients. The entire Earth was plunged into even greater panic. But in the epicenter of the meteorite impact, something even more terrifying was quietly unfolding. The plants and animals infected by the radiation began to mutate. Originally docile cats and dogs became incredibly ferocious, biting anyone they saw. Previously slender trees grew wildly, crushing surrounding houses. Post-apocalyptic. Some people began to undergo various mutations, while others simultaneously awakened supernatural abilities. Overnight, human civilization was destroyed. The apocalypse officially arrived. At 5 a.m., in every city, official broadcasts announced the same message: a meteorite has fallen from outer space, and a large-scale zombie virus has broken out globally. The virus will cause mutations in the human body, and the government is taking emergency measures. Citizens are urged to stay indoors. If bitten by a zombie, infection is certain. Please remain indoors and await rescue. Everyone knows that the apocalypse has arrived. Under the shadow of the end times, once bustling cities are unrecognizable. Each city resembles a vast ruin, cursed by death. As far as the eye can see, there are only broken walls and rubble. The once towering skyscrapers now resemble blocks casually broken by giants. Twisted steel bars protrude menacingly from the broken concrete, like desperately struggling arms. Large sections of the wall had crumbled away, revealing the mottled bricks beneath. Shards of broken glass, like tiny ice crystals, were scattered throughout the street, shimmering eerily in the dim sunlight. A nauseating stench of decay permeated the street, the stench of death and decay. Groups of zombies wandered like the walking dead. Their bodies were mutilated, some were missing an arm, with wisps of rotting flesh still clinging to the severed limb. Some had half their faces rotting away, revealing stark white bones and dark, empty eye sockets. Their eyes were cloudy and hollow, devoid of life, only a primal craving for the living flickering within them. Their steps were dragging and heavy, each step making a thud, like a death knell tolling from the depths of hell. Around the zombies lay countless corpses. Some corpses lay scattered across the street, their blood long since congealed, forming patches of dark brown stains on the ground. Some corpses were mangled beyond recognition by zombies, leaving only incomplete limbs and tattered clothing. Other corpses lay buried beneath collapsed buildings, only a pale hand or a twisted leg visible. They seemed to be expressing their final despair to the world. These corpses were like decorations of the apocalypse, telling the story of the cruelty of the end times. Finally, humanity accepted the arrival of the apocalypse. And some people, in the past few days, began to awaken supernatural abilities, noticing changes in their bodies. The apocalyptic era had officially begun. Villa Number 1. Early this morning, a dozen or so residents of the villa complex had gathered at the entrance. Among them was the Ning family, none of whom were infected. Instead, Ning Imo awakened fire-based abilities, and Ning Sun awakened water-based abilities. With their abilities awakened, the Ning family naturally gained even greater status. Everyone wanted to rely on the two brothers' protection, and was extremely obedient. Ningguo, being older, hadn't awakened any abilities, nor had Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian. Now, the entire family relied on the brothers Ning Imo and Ning Sun, swaggering around arrogantly. As for why everyone had gathered here, it was because they learned from the property management about the special nature of Villa Number 1. They were looking for a refuge. Although Mayor Ningguo was practically useless in the apocalypse, he still held some authority. Today, it was he who organized this gathering. The Ning family had their eyes on Villa Number 1. Ning Imo learned from the security guards that only a young girl lived in the villa, and naturally, he had other ideas. He wanted to take it for himself, and this time he organized the survivors from the villa area to come. Among them was the security guard, who had been guarding the gate that day, It was he who had told the story. Ning Xian had lost her former elegance and the air of a young lady. She looked extremely haggard. Even though Ning Sun had awakened his water-based ability, its level was too low. It could only meet the water needs of a family of 5. Even bathing was a problem. However, at this point, survival itself was a problem. The people in these villas used to be rich and powerful, but now money was worthless, and naturally, they were all in the same sorry state. Ning Xian stepped forward, tugging at Ning Mo's arm and pleading, "Brother, this person living in Villa number 1 hasn't shown her face for so long. She must have turned into a zombie and been infected with the virus. We're all neighbors, so let's do a good deed and collect her body. This place is wasting its time. It's the apocalypse, we must help each other. Brother, you awakened your fire-based ability. When the zombies come, only you can protect us. You need a good place to rest. Why don't you stay here?" After Ning Xian finished speaking, she looked at everyone and asked, feigning concern. "What do you think? My brother is a fire-type ability expert. Only he can protect you. This villa should naturally be for him. You don't have any objections, right?" Chapter 17. At this moment, of course, no one dared to voice any objections. Everyone bowed and scraped, vying to flatter the Ning family. "Yes, Miss Ning is right. This villa should definitely be for young Master Ning Mo. We all rely on young Master Ning's protection. Only when young Master Ning is well rested can he protect us." Yes, that's the truth. It's only because Mayor Ning and your family are so kind as to come and collect the body of the girl in this villa. Miss Ning Xian, you are truly kind. That's right, young Master Ning Mo is a strongman in the apocalypse. Of course he should live here. We have no objections. We listen to young Master Ning Mo. Young Master Ning Mo, just give us some supplies. Supplies are all we need. Ning Xian snorted arrogantly. Lu Xiaolan, standing beside her, also looked down on everyone. Both of her sons had awakened superpowers. Even in the apocalypse, Lu Xiaolan was still superior. Ningwu glanced at Ning Sun. Ning Sun immediately stepped forward. "Alright, everyone knows who my brother is. The supplies in Villa number 1 will be personally distributed to you by my brother and me later. Just wait." Having awakened his water-based abilities, Ning Sun was even more arrogant than before. Ning Mo looked at the fawning faces of the crowd. Before, everyone was from a prestigious family, on equal footing, but now, the apocalypse had arrived, and he had awakened his fire-based abilities. Naturally, his status was different. These people wanted to live, they had to rely on him, otherwise, they would all die. As for these unawakened useless people, he certainly wasn't genuinely protecting them. Ning Mo was always good at playing the game. At this moment, he still maintained his hypocritical facade. "Don't worry, everyone. I distribute the supplies fairly. Don't worry, I protect you all." The crowd's faces lit up. Ning Mo turned to look at Villa number 1. The girl in this villa had really struck gold. She stumbled upon the perfect opportunity. The apocalypse had arrived. He had to get his hands on Villa number 1. At the French windows, Yu Xiaohua, dressed in pajamas, held a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. Porridge was cooking in the kitchen, its aroma filling the air. Through the one-way glass, Yu Xiaohua could clearly see the faces of everyone outside. Every word of their conversation had been transmitted to her through her communication device. She coldly curled her lips, a flash of cold light in her eyes. Just like in her previous life, Ning Mo had awakened a fire-based ability, and Ning Sun had awakened a water-based ability. These two brothers, relying on their early awakening of abilities, were using the pretext of collecting corpses to try and seize control of the villa. Yu Xiaohua turned to look upstairs. On the night of the meteorite impact, Yu Xiaohua had a high fever for several hours before awakening her supernatural ability. Her case was exceptional. Most people need at least several days of fever to awaken their abilities. But Yu Xiaohua recovered completely in just 3 hours. However, Yu Chong had been experiencing recurring fevers for the past few days, sometimes better, sometimes worse. At this crucial moment, Yu Xiaohua didn't want to settle scores with the Ning family. She had to wait until Xiao Chong was safe and sound, and then pull through herself to successfully awaken her ability. This hurdle also depended on Xiao Chong himself. Outside Villa number 1, Ning Mo led everyone forward, expecting a simple door. But after much effort, the door remained unmoved. Everyone was stunned, and the expressions on Ning Mo's face gradually darkened. Ning Xian said impatiently, "Brother, is the owner of Villa number 1 crazy? What kind of broken door is this? It doesn't budge at all, what the hell?" Lu Xiao chimed in, "Yeah, Emor, quickly use your fire-type ability to burn the lock on this door." Everyone looked at Ning Mo with eager expressions, waiting for him to make his move. Ning Imo frowned, and after a long while nodded. Alright, you all step back. The next second, a chilling voice suddenly came from above the door. This voice seemed to come from the depths of a distant and frigid ice field, devoid of any warmth. Yu Xiaohua used a voice changer, so even the Ning family members couldn't recognize her voice. Get out. Every syllable seemed to be wrapped in frost. There was no inflection, no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Everyone present couldn't help but shiver. The voice came from inside the door, yet it seemed to carry a power that pierced the heart. The sound pierced straight into everyone's ears. The whispers that had been filling the room instantly ceased. All eyes turned in unison towards the top of the doorway, surprise evident in their expressions. The owner of Villa Number 1 was still alive. How could this be? It had been almost half a month, and they had run out of supplies. The owner of Villa Number 1 hadn't even shown his face, yet he was still alive, hadn't turned into a zombie. The Ning family's faces instantly turned grim. Ning Mo's eyes hardened. Even if he was alive, Villa Number 1 was only for the Ning family. Inside the villa, Yu Xiaohua observed the changed expressions on everyone's faces, finally fixing his gaze on Ning Imo, naturally not missing the fleeting murderous intent in his eyes. Ning Imo, a complete and utter hypocrite. Ning Imo said, "Hello, I am Ning Imo. With the apocalypse upon us, we survivors should help each other, right? You're just a young girl, it's difficult to find someone to look after you. Why don't you open the door? My brother Ning Sun and I have awakened our special abilities. Everyone in the villa area is now under our protection. The property management said you have a lot of food here." Ning Imo paused deliberately. The other's eyes lit up at the mention of food. The residents of this villa area usually ate the best food, or food air freighted in. Ordinary people like to stock up on things at home. But these wealthy people prioritize freshness, and naturally have little to no stock, let alone any fast food. After the apocalypse, other ordinary families could manage for a while. But these rich and powerful people had long since run out of food. Several had been starving for 2 days. Hearing Ning Imo mention that Villa Number 1 had a large amount of supplies, they became even more frantic. Ningwa coughed, still maintaining his mayoral airs. "Yes, young lady, my son is right. It's already the apocalypse. Look, we're all neighbors. Several people here haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days. If they don't eat soon, even if they don't turn into zombies, they starve to death. Saving a life is a great act of kindness. You won't just stand by and watch them die, will you? Open the door, we can talk this over. Yes, young lady, you can't be so selfish. Just open the door and give us some food. Yes, young Master Ning is a powerful superhuman. If zombies come, you need young Master Ning's protection. Open the door. Open the door now. If you don't open the door, young Master Ning won't be using his fire-based superpowers anymore. Don't blame us for being heartless then. We're all neighbors, we don't want to ruin things. Just open the door." The crowd started arguing back and forth. When persuasion failed, they resorted to threats. Chapter 18. Inside, Yu Xiaohua listened to the moral blackmail being used by the people at the door, her eyes growing colder. "Do you want supplies, or do you want my life? You want to seize my villa? You know the answer in your hearts. Stop with the empty words and moral blackmail. Sorry, my greatest virtue is that I have no manners, no morals. No, and as far as I know, the Ning family has an indoor storage room with plenty of instant food and supplies. What, Ning Imo, didn't you share some with them? They're all dying. I advise you, don't be so selfish." Yu Xiaohua returned the same words verbatim. Hearing this, the people at the door immediately looked at the Ning family. Their eyes were fanatical. However, because Ning Imo and Ning Sun were both superhumans, they didn't dare say anything more. The Ning family's faces were dark with anger. Even Ning Imo could no longer maintain his feigned kindness, and his expression darkened. How could outsiders know that their family had a storage room? Since the apocalypse, they've been surviving on instant food from the storage room. Now, they only have a week left to live before they can't hold on any longer. Who is this girl in there? How does she know so much about this? Lu Xiaolan tugged at Ninggua's sleeve and whispered, "Honey, do you think it's possible that the person living in here is that little bitch Yu Xiaohua? Otherwise, how could she know so much about our family, even about the storage room?" Ninghua glared at Lu Xiaolan and scolded her irritably. "What are you thinking? If Yu Xiaohua were in City C, Emor would have caught her long ago. It can't be her. That little bitch, in the apocalypse, she knows nothing and has no one to rely on. She's probably already a zombie dead somewhere. Stop talking nonsense, you brainless idiot, shut your mouth." Lu Xiaolan, sullen and speechless, dared not speak again. Ning Xian, furious, shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where would we get a storage room? Stop talking nonsense and open the door right now, or we won't let you off. Don't you all agree? She's selfish and wants to kill us." Ning Mo frowned. "Shut up. Stop making such a scene. Are you afraid of attracting zombies?" Hearing that it would attract zombies, the others immediately fell silent. Ning Xian retreated to Lu Xiaolan's side, feeling wronged. Ning Mo was now in charge of the Ning family. Yu Xiaohua watched the doorway. Ning Mo stepped forward, clearly intending to make his move. Yu Xiaohua sneered. Humans didn't know that only by using the crystal cores inside zombies could they upgrade. At this moment, Ning Mo's fire-based ability to open the lock he had specially commissioned was simply a pipe dream. After Ning Mo released his fire-based ability and aimed it at the lock, everyone's faces lit up with joy, filled with anticipation. It was as if they could break down the door any second now. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full minute passed. The lock remained unmoved, its color unchanged despite being heated by the fire. Everyone was stunned by this sight, their expressions a fascinating mix of emotions. The Ning family members nearby wore expressions that were indescribably grim. Ning Mo's fire-based ability could only last about a minute now. His face began to pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Finally, Ning Mo couldn't hold on any longer. He abruptly released his grip, deactivated his ability, and barely managed to stand. "This lock, it's faulty. I can't open it." The facts were undeniable, and Ning Mo couldn't deny them even if he didn't want to. The gazes directed at Ning Mo now held a hint of doubt, a newfound skepticism. They doubted whether his supposed superpower was truly as powerful as it seemed. Sensing the shift in their gazes, Ning Mo's brow furrowed so deeply it could trap a fly. His superpower exhausted, he lacked even the strength to speak. The atmosphere became awkward. The crowd was still unwilling to give up. A man in his 40s cursed and charged forward, kicking the door. Everyone looked over, then froze in place. The man raised his foot sharply, and kicked the door lock with tremendous force. A resounding bang echoed. The instant his foot touched the lock, an unimaginably powerful electric current surged forth. The current seemed to instantly meander from the lock, rapidly climbing upwards along the man's foot. The man felt a sharp, piercing pain in the soles of his feet, as if thousands of needles were simultaneously piercing his skin. Then, an electric current surged through his entire body at incredible speed. His body instantly stiffened, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened like saucers, filled with terror and disbelief. His mouth gaped open, but no sound came out, only gasps and gasps escaped his throat. His hair stood on end, and his clothes rustled from the force of the current. Every inch of his skin felt like it was being burned by fire, yet simultaneously encased in countless blocks of ice. This alternating sensation of fire and ice, this unbearable agony, made the man wish he were dead. His body convulsed uncontrollably, his legs kicking wildly in place. His hands flailed frantically in the air, trying to grasp at anything, but grasping nothing. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar. His body began to spasm uncontrollably, he thrashed and struggled like an electrocuted frog. A few seconds later, the man was electrocuted, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the ground. Everyone was utterly stunned, staring in disbelief at the door. Inside, Yu Xiaohua watched the scene expressionlessly. She had long anticipated that within days of the apocalypse, someone would set their sights on her villa. Therefore, she had installed high-voltage electrical devices outside the doors. Whether zombie or human, anyone who encountered it was destined to die. The next second, Yu Xiaohua's voice rang out again, "I forgot to tell you, this door has a powerful voltage. Whoever touches it dies. So, if you still want to try, go ahead." Ning Mo's gaze was extremely grim. Everyone stepped back, watching someone die from electrocution right before their eyes. The intimidating power of Yu Xiaohua's move deterred anyone from advancing. Instantly, everyone abandoned their desire to force their way in. Ning Mo felt discomfort in his body, and spoke in a low voice. "Alright, since Villa Number 1 still has an owner, and they don't want to share it, let's just leave it at that. It's getting dark soon, and the zombies will be coming out. Let's all go back." Upon hearing this, the others immediately dispersed, leaving only the Ning family behind. Ning Sun was unconvinced. "Brother, let me try. What's with this stinky woman installing high-voltage electricity in her own house? The power system is down now. How long can that high-voltage electricity on her door last? She's just trying to scare us." Ning Xian quickly chimed in. "Second brother is right, eldest brother. Why don't we try again?" Ning Wu angrily said, "Alright, let's go back first. Can't you see your eldest brother is uncomfortable? We discuss Villa number 1 when we get back. I don't believe this woman can hide in there for long. Sooner or later, she have to come out. Chapter 19. Lu Xiaolan stared at the door of Villa number 1, her eyes filled with jealousy. The security guard had clearly said that Villa number 1 contained a lot of supplies. But even though they were already at the door, they couldn't open a single small lock. She was furious. Yes, your dad's right. If that woman has the guts, she should hide forever. I refuse to believe she can be a coward forever. She'd be eaten by zombies sooner or later. Ning Imo, equally thoughtful, looked at the door of Villa number 1. Today, he had displayed his fire-based abilities in front of everyone, yet he couldn't even open this lock. Just now, these people had heard that their family had supplies in the basement. There must be many people who are starving, and have their eyes on their family. No. Thinking this, Ning Imo no longer had the will to stay here. All their efforts had been in vain. The Ning family hadn't expected that all their hard work and efforts would end up with nothing. This also established Yu Xiaohua's authority, ensuring that no one would dare to covet Villa number 1 again in the short term. After all, nobody wants to be electrocuted alive. So many people were electrocuted. The Ning family left, cursing and swearing. Inside the villa, Yu Xiaohua coldly watched the departing figures of the Ning family. If it weren't for Xiao Chang's awakened ability, she would have definitely killed those beasts of the Ning family just now. Yu Xiaohua slowly lowered her head, and a small ball of lightning appeared in her hand. Unlike the lightning awakened by other ability users, her awakened lightning was purple. In her previous life, she had seen powerful lightning-type ability users, and their lightning wasn't purple at all. Although she didn't know why, she believed this must be an opportunity. On the day the meteorite struck, during the first hour of her high fever, she awakened her lightning-based superpower. Then, a slow smile curved Yu Xiaohua's lips, and the lightning in her hand vanished instantly. A small flame ignited in her palm. The flame grew larger, illuminating her stunningly beautiful face with an alluring glow. Indeed, the second hour passed, and she awakened her fire-based superpower. Apocalyptic superpowers include lightning, fire, wind, strength, speed, healing, mental, and spatial abilities. Among the superpowers, lightning and fire are the most destructive. Lightning-based superpower users hold a dominant position in dealing with zombies. She awakened these two most powerful superpowers at once. With a thought, Yu Xiaohua extinguished the flame in her hand. Then, she looked at a vase placed in the distance, her eyes flashing, and extended her right hand. The next second, a jet of water appeared in her right hand, striking the vase like a sharp blade. The water jet pierced straight through the vase, instantly shattering it into pieces. In the third hour of her high fever, Yu Xiaohua awakened her water-based superpower again. Now, of the four main superpowers, only her wind-based superpower remains unawakened. And with her current strength and speed, she is only stronger than newly awakened superpower users. The space she holds in her hand is her greatest trump card. Her space is incomparable to those superpower users, who possess only a few dozen square meters. Yu Xiaohua looked at the shattered vase. Her water-based superpower encompasses everything. It's said to be the least lethal of the four superpowers. However, she believes that any superpower, once reached its peak, is equally powerful. In her previous life's apocalypse, some people possessed at most 2 superpowers. In this life, she has already awakened 3 superpowers, only lacking the wind element. Sooner or later, she will definitely awaken all 3. Everyone says it's impossible. But man proposes, God disposes. She was reborn to defy fate. Yu Xiaohua tidied up the broken vase, and carried the cooked porridge upstairs. She pushed open the door. Yu Chang lay on the bed, his face flushed, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Clearly, not everyone is Yu Xiaohua, who awakened her superpowers in just 3 hours. And awakened 3 superpowers at once. Most people nearly die during awakening to even 1 superpower, and some can only awaken 1 in their entire lives. Yu Chang is in that situation now. He is experiencing the final stage of awakening. If he can survive, he can truly awaken his superpowers. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Life inside Villa number 1 was peaceful and serene. However, outside, chaos reigned. The city was a scene of devastation, mostly overrun by zombies. Ever since the Ning family brought the last remaining residents of the villa complex to cause trouble that day, these people heard that the Ning family had a storage room with food. Finally, some couldn't bear the hunger any longer. Some went to the Ning family to ask for food, but all never returned. 2 days passed, and in the vast villa complex, besides a few members of the Ning family, only 5 or 6 people remained. On the third day, for some reason, the Ning family gave these few people 2 small pieces of bread. They also promised them that in 2 days, they would take them to the military to seek their protection. Yu Xiaohua was unaware of what was happening outside. Yu Chang finally woke up this morning. In the living room, Yu Chang looked at the small flower in his hand, bewildered and lost in confusion. So, he was on the verge of death, almost losing half his life? In the end, he awakened a seemingly mentally challenged little flower. What use is this thing in the apocalypse? Is God playing a joke on him? He was supposed to protect his sister. And he's relying on this thing. Forget it, just destroy it. Too embarrassing. Yu Chang hung his head, looking utterly hopeless. In just half an hour, he had already sighed 180 times. Yu Xiaohua slowly sipped her tea. Her gaze fell on the little flower in Yu Chang's hand, which looked like it was about to wither, and she paused. In the apocalypse, everything is allowed to exist. Yu Chang was dejected. Sister, what exactly did I awaken? What is this thing? Yu Xiaohua was silent for a few seconds, then spoke calmly. If I'm not mistaken, this flower has healing properties. However, you just awakened your ability, and your mental strength isn't strong enough yet. Therefore, it can't exert its effects right now. As your mental strength grows stronger, you'll be able to control this flower. This flower can heal the body. It's not just some useless thing, Xiao Chang. In the apocalypse, healing-type ability users are rare and very important, so you don't need to be so disappointed. Upon hearing that the flower had healing properties, and wasn't just some useless thing, Yu Chang's mood instantly improved. Sister, so you're saying I awakened the healing ability you mentioned? By the way, sister, I was so preoccupied with my melancholy that I didn't ask you yet. Did you also awaken an ability? But sister, you're so amazing. How come I'm on the verge of death awakening an ability, while you only had a high fever for 3 hours, and you awakened one? Yu Xiaohua put down her teacup and nodded. She didn't plan to tell Xiao Chang about awakening 3 abilities yet. After all, the fewer people who knew, the better. Awakening 3 abilities was already extremely special. Until she had absolute strength and confidence, she couldn't reveal this. I awakened my lightning-based superpower. Yu Chang's eyes lit up. He had never seen other superpowered individuals before. Naturally, he was curious about what other superpowers were like. He looked at Yu Xiaohua expectantly. Yu Xiaohua knew what he was thinking and sighed helplessly. Then, she stretched out her hand, and under Yu Chang's curious gaze, a small ball of lightning appeared in her palm, the purple lightning instantly. Yu Chang's eyes lit up. Chapter 20. Yu Chang curiously reached out, wanting to touch the purple lightning. The purple lightning seemed to possess a mind of its own, not harming Yu Chang. Yu Chang was shocked, stammering, Sister, this? Your ability. It recognizes people. This purple lightning really didn't hurt me. That's amazing. Can others do this too? Yu Xiaohua's mind flickered, and the purple lightning in her hand vanished. She shook her head. No, in the early stages of the apocalypse, humans don't yet know how to better control their awakened abilities. It will take at least 2 more months for ability users to figure out how to better control their abilities. Yu Chang was stunned, looking at Yu Xiaohua's indifferent expression as she spoke. Actually, he really wanted to ask how his sister knew the apocalypse was coming. How could his sister know so much? It was as if she had personally experienced it all. But he knew that if his sister wanted to tell him, she would have already done so herself. So he didn't ask. He waited for his sister to speak up and tell him everything about that day. Yu Chang nodded. Sister, I understand. By the way, how's it going outside these past few days since I awakened my abilities? Has anyone come looking for trouble? Yu Xiaohua recounted the events of those days, including the Ning family's attempt to force their way into Villa No. 1 with the survivors. Yu Chang was furious after listening. Those beasts from the Ning family, all they do is this hypocritical thing, trying to seize Villa No. 1. Sister, thank goodness you were prepared. Sister, when are we going to seek revenge on Ninghua and the others? Yu Xiaohua looked outside and shook her head. Chang, do you know what's most important in the apocalypse? Yu Chang thought for a moment. Supplies? Yu Xiaohua said in a deep voice. No matter how many supplies you have, without the strength and ability, you can't protect them. Revenge is important, but right now, the most important thing is to improve your own strength. 3 years after the apocalypse, when human order is rebuilt, only with absolute power will you have absolute say. Revenge against the Ning family isn't everything, Xiao Chang. Don't get bogged down in this low-level hatred. Do you understand what I mean? In her past life, her enemies weren't just the Ning family, there were many more powerful people. The Ning family was just the beginning of her path of revenge. To deal with those enemies, she needed even greater strength. Yu Chang was silent for a moment, then looked up. Sister, I understand what you mean. Revenge isn't everything. We still need to survive in this apocalypse, to live well, to live with dignity. Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. Wait 3 more days. There will be another acid rain. After that, we leave. Yu Chang frowned. Sister, you mean, there's another acid rain? Yu Xiaohua stood up and walked to the French windows. Yes, after this acid rain, the temperature will return to normal, and we should leave. However, after this acid rain, the city became even more devastated, Baron. All the plants withered and died. For Earth, this was another devastating blow. Yu Xiaohua kept counting the days. The resources in her spatial storage were enough for several lifetimes. But she never considered hiding in the villa, and never going out. She wanted to become stronger in this apocalypse. 3 days later, acid rain fell globally. This acid rain lasted for a day and a night, and all the plants died. Many surviving humans also suffered from the corrosive effects of acid rain, further reducing the human population. Meanwhile, the number of zombies gradually increased. Similarly, superhumans began appearing in every corner of the city. Next, humanity entered a period of frantic looting. After the acid rain, the temperature gradually returned to normal, back to pre-apocalyptic levels. However, humanity could never return to the past. On this day, the Ning family, along with a few survivors, left the villa area. The door of Villa Number 1 slowly opened. Yu Xiaohua was dressed in a black leather jacket and pants, wearing Doc Martens and a baseball cap. Yu Chang was also dressed in a black tracksuit. Yu Xiaohua had already activated the remote self-destruct device. If anyone tried to force their way in, besides the high-voltage electrical devices at the entrance, was the entire villa riddled with self-destruct devices? The villa's doors were equipped with iris recognition. No one in the world, except Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang, could open the resealed Villa Number 1. This was Yu Chang's first time venturing out in so long, and the further he went, the more horrified he became. This was no longer the villa district he remembered. Everywhere was ruins. The grass, the flower beds, all were littered with severed limbs, broken legs, and charred corpses, animal carcasses. The air was thick with a foul, nauseating stench. The shock was overwhelming, even though Yu Chang had been mentally prepared. Yu Xiaohua walked ahead expressionlessly, as if she were completely unfazed by the grotesque sights around her, as if everything was perfectly normal. Yu Chang was stunned. Why didn't his sister react at all? His sister used to hate ugly things the most, but now she was so calm even seeing corpses, not even flinching. His sister's aura grew increasingly cold. Throughout the journey, Yu Xiaohua maintained a high level of vigilance. Although the rudimentary zombies hadn't yet developed their own consciousness, they had already learned to ambush. The situation looked calm on the surface, but who knew where a zombie might suddenly leap out and bite? Upon reaching the gate of the villa area, Yu Xiaohua saw a familiar face. It was the security guard at the gate. He was completely dead, his body lying in the guard booth. Yu Xiaohua immediately noticed the burns on the guard's body. Not from a zombie bite. He had been burned and died from the excruciating pain. Because he was afraid of attracting zombies, he dared not scream, hence his grotesque expression. In the entire villa area, besides her, only Ning Mo had awakened fire-based abilities. It was truly a case of discarding a useful tool after it's been used. After betraying her, this security guard was abandoned by the Ning family. He didn't die in the mouths of zombies, but was burned alive by Ning Mo's fire-based abilities. Ning Mo's personality was exactly the same as in his previous life, unchanged. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her gaze. Just then, a jeep was parked not far from the door. She told Yu Chang to wait where he was, walked over, and inspected the jeep. Everything was fine, except it was out of gas. She also stored various kinds of vehicles in her spatial storage, including a specially crafted post-apocalyptic RV, but it wasn't time to use it yet. In the apocalypse, would all these things be unclaimed? She took out some gas from her spatial storage, filled it up, and drove back to the door. Freebies might as well use them. Get in. Yu Chang quickly got into the passenger seat. Sis, this Jeep is professionally modified. Its performance is great. We got a bargain. Yu Xiaohua neatly turned the car around and drove towards the city. She sped along. A driving skill Yu Xiaohua wasn't usually this good. This skill was honed through countless near-death experiences in her past life. Calling her a driving goddess wouldn't be an exaggeration. Not the technical kind, but pure practical skill. Get in. Yu Chang quickly got into the passenger seat. Sis, you're awesome. This car has great performance. Chapter 21. Yu Xiaohua drove for a full 20 minutes with Yu Chang, without seeing a single zombie. Yu Chang had been prepared, but he hadn't seen a single ghost along the way. After Yu Xiaohua explained, he finally understood what was going on. Zombies rarely appeared during the day. Early-stage zombies were somewhat similar to vampires. They were somewhat afraid of sunlight. Until a month later, the zombies began to evolve, and they no longer feared sunlight, able to come out even during the day. Adding to this, based on his experience from his previous life, Yu Xiaohua avoided areas where zombies gathered and hid, taking a detour and driving directly to C University. C University, a century-old institution. Now, it was also a scene of devastation, long since losing its former glory. Bloodstains were everywhere at the gates. It was unimaginable how horrific the events that had occurred here after the apocalypse. A zombie outbreak, especially in a student community, naturally resulted in exceptional carnage. C University was also the university that Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang attended. However, the two had a terrible reputation at C University, known as the good-for-nothing siblings. Yu Chang looked at the fallen C University sign and felt a pang of sadness. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car and returned to C University, those unbearable memories flooding back. She had come today for two reasons. One was Lu Qinshan, the so-called best friend, who had stolen her jade bracelet and humiliated and deceived her in her past life. The other was... Yu Xiaohua's gaze deepened as she thought of that person. Yu Chang stepped forward. "Sister, shall we go in now?" Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, the zombies at C University are hiding in the abandoned classrooms of Building A during the day and won't be coming out for now. Remember not to make any noise. Zombies are very sensitive to sound." Yu Chang quickly said, "Don't worry, sister." Yu Xiaohua led Yu Chang into C University's indoor gymnasium. C University's indoor gymnasium can hold 1,000 people. In their previous life, this gymnasium was the refuge for C University's survivors. Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang walked for more than 10 minutes until they reached the entrance of C University's indoor gymnasium. Sure enough, the doors inside were tightly locked. Listening carefully, they could hear some people inside, whispering voices. With the main door locked, Yu Xiaohua led Yu Chang directly to another small door. There was a security door here, discovered by the military after the survivors were rescued in their previous life. C University, originally only the president knew about it. Unfortunately, in their previous life, the president was bitten to death by zombies, making it a secret. It wasn't until later, when the military took over, that hidden security door was discovered, playing a crucial role in saving many lives. Inside the gymnasium, only a few hundred survivors remained from C University. These university students were top talents, who focused on academics. But now, facing the zombies, most of them were utterly defenseless. In the beginning, these students could at least eat 2 meals a day. But in the last 2 days, supplies have dwindled, and they haven't even had a proper meal, leaving them weak and listless from hunger. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. They huddled together in 2s and 3s, having long since given up all hope. Despair spread through everyone's hearts. Wu Yishan, the president of the C University Student Union. Since the apocalypse, he had been forming cliques, using their numbers to control the distribution of all living resources. These days, he was the one in charge. Looking at the dwindling food supplies, Wu Yishan gritted his teeth and stood up. "We don't have much food left. The military's rescue is a complete joke. If we just sit here and wait to die, when the zombies break in, none of us will survive. Do you all just want to wait to die?" Wu Yishan looked like he was ready to sacrifice himself, but in his heart, he had already made his own plans. Sure enough, hearing him say this, everyone started to murmur amongst themselves, though they dared not make a loud sound. Soon, someone stood up and echoed, "Yes, Chairman is right. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Otherwise, when the food runs out, are we going to starve to death? Yeah, we've been here for so long. This is the apocalypse. If the military really could save us, they would have come long ago. Chairman is right. Waiting around isn't a solution. Even if the zombies don't break in, we won't last much longer. What should we do? But you say it's easy. We all seen zombies escape death with great difficulty. We survivors are just ordinary people. How can we fight those zombies? We simply can't win." "Exactly. Out of all of us, only a dozen or so have awakened superpowers. Relying on those dozen or so to fight thousands of zombies? Isn't that a pipe dream? Besides, if we ordinary people encounter zombies, we won't even have a chance to hide. We'd be bitten to death. It's better to just wait here. Zombies are too terrifying." I'd rather starve to death here than be bitten by them. I'm scared. The group instantly split into two factions. Some thought they should give it a try. They couldn't just sit and wait to die. Many others were also afraid, preferring to starve to death here rather than face the terrifying zombies outside. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Wu Yishan immediately gave Lu Qinshan, who was standing not far away, a look. After the apocalypse, Lu Qinshan couldn't wait to offer herself to Wu Yishan. These days, the two had secretly conceived a child. Ordinary people could only get one loaf of bread, but Lu Qinshan got two. She didn't go hungry at all by selling her body. The next second, Lu Qinshan stood up. I think what Chairman Wu said is true. We can't wait any longer. Chairman Wu must have a better idea. We should trust him. Why don't we all listen to Chairman Wu's thoughts? Lu Qinshan, relying on her voluptuous figure and beautiful face, had always been somewhat famous at Sea University. After the apocalypse, her kind and considerate demeanor, always caring for others, earned her even more fame and goodwill. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, many boys fell silent. Wu Yishan secretly gloated. Then, he sighed deeply, looking hesitant. Lu Qinshan quickly said, Chairman Wu, everyone knows you're doing this for our own good. Just tell us, what's your good idea? At this time, you're our pillar of support. Everyone started offering suggestions, one after another, urging Wu Yishan to share his idea. Wu Yishan looked conflicted and reluctant, paused, and then spoke. I do have an idea, but it might require sacrificing one person to give us all a chance to live. Although it's cruel to the chosen one person's sacrifice could save everyone. I don't know if this idea is right. Can everyone accept it? Upon hearing this, the stadium fell silent for a minute. Everyone's expression changed slightly, as if they had already guessed Wu Yishan's intention and thought. Sacrificing one person to give a group of people a chance to live? Everyone agreed with this idea. But nobody wants to be the one to sacrifice themselves. That's the most ironic part. Chapter 22. Seeing the silence on everyone's faces, Wu Yishan knew that many had already agreed with his idea. Then, he gave Lu Qinshan a wink. The two had actually already discussed it. Lu Qinshan feigned shock. Chairman, what you mean is this? Her apparent shock was merely a ploy to get Wu Yishan to continue. Wu Yishan sighed. I really have no other choice. Otherwise, if this continues, we all die together. The zombies are in classroom A, which happens to be the only route to the school cafeteria. To get food, we have to pass through there. Even during the day, the noise will attract the zombies. If someone is willing to step forward and distract the zombies, then all of us, a dozen or so ability users, can go to the cafeteria together to retrieve supplies. That way, we can hold out for a while longer. Who is willing to volunteer? Everyone will remember your kindness forever. The crowd looked at each other, exchanged glances, and lowered their heads. Clearly, no one was willing to step forward and attract the zombies. An eerie silence fell. Wu Yishan had known all along that no one would volunteer. He and Lu Qinshan had other ulterior motives for orchestrating this. After a long while, no one spoke. Wu Yishan's gaze fell on a corner in the distance. There, a woman wearing glasses. Everyone else was surrounded by groups of friends, but she was alone. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Wu Yishan's eyes. This woman had been ungrateful before. He had pursued her and been rejected. This woman has always been the most aloof person. Besides spending all her time in the medical lab, she never interacts with anyone. Wu Yishan once saw her take off her glasses. Those eyes were so beautiful that he was instantly smitten and began pursuing her. He thought he could easily win her over, but to his surprise, he was rejected. Wu Yishan harbored resentment, and today, he devised this plan to use her as a scapegoat. Everyone seemed to notice that Wu Yishan's gaze was fixed on a certain spot. Following his gaze, they saw a silent girl in the corner, Shin Nanji. A two-time gold medalist in the medical competition, and a well-known figure at Sea University. However, because of her taciturn nature, unwillingness to speak, and reluctance to interact with others, everyone's impression of her was that of a quiet and reserved person. After the apocalypse, she was the only one in the entire stadium without any friends. Alone, she usually stayed in the corner, never speaking to anyone. This person seemed to be the best choice. Everyone accepted this fact in an instant. They were even more relieved that they weren't the ones being pushed forward. Shin Nanji felt the malicious gazes of the crowd, especially those from Wu Yishan and Lu Qinshan. She slowly raised her head. The eyes behind her black-rimmed glasses remained calm and composed even now. Wu Yishan said, Shin Nanji, I wonder if you'd be willing to step forward. Sacrificing yourself could save everyone else's lives, giving them a better chance. You wouldn't be so selfish, would you? If you're willing to step forward, we remember your sacrifice and dedication for the rest of our lives. Lu Qinshan chimed in smugly. Yeah, Shinanji, you're all alone here, you don't have any friends. Even if you don't want to, you know the result of a vote. Why don't you step forward? Everyone will remember your kindness. With Wu Yishan and Lu Qinshan speaking up, even though everyone knew this was bullying, they all started to agree. Yes, I think Chairman Wu is right. I think we should choose Shinanji. She's useless anyway, has no friends, and just sits there like a fool all day. Choosing her is perfect. I also vote for Shinanji. This is a good deed. Why would she be unwilling? Even if she survives, what's the use? Even if she goes out, how long can her skinny body live? She'd be eaten by zombies sooner or later. It's better to do a good deed now, and we can remember her kindness. Sacrificing her saves us all, that's a great act of merit. I think it's settled then. Let's not worry about whether she likes it or not. It's the apocalypse. What's the point of keeping useless people around? Chairman, I agree with you. Yes, I agree too. Let's do it this way. Of course, many people knew this was moral blackmail, and still felt a pang of conscience, choosing silence. A silent murderer is still a murderer. It was just a self-serving embellishment of their so-called kindness. After a long while, Wu Yishan and the others spoke at length, one after another. Shinanji showed no reaction, her face blank, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Wu Yishan finally lost his patience, and was about to speak again. Shinanji shifted her body, looking at the righteously stern crowd. She finally spoke. Even now, she remained completely emotionless. Okay. The entire arena fell silent once more. These people had all prepared to force Shinanji to act as bait. But unexpectedly, she agreed so calmly. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, as if they could already see the hope of survival bought with Shinanji's life beckoning to them. Wu Yishan, seeing his goal achieved, felt smug and was about to speak. The next second, the door to the stadium's locker room slowly opened. Just now, Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang were in the locker room, having heard everything clearly from beginning to end. Yu Xiaohua's face remained expressionless as he approached step by step. Yu Chang followed beside him. He and his sister had truly witnessed a disgusting show. Everyone was stunned to see Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang emerge like this. They were all dumbfounded. When did these two living people hide in the locker room? How could this be? Yu Xiaohua had cut his hair short, looking so handsome. Aside from Lu Qinshan recognizing her immediately, no one else reacted at all. Lu Qinshan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Yu Xiaohua not far away. Has Yu Xiaohua gone mad? How could she be dressed like this? What disappointed Lu Qinshan even more was why Yu Xiaohua hadn't turned into a disgusting zombie. Why wasn't she dead? Why was she still alive? For a moment, Lu Qinshan froze, staring intently at Yu Xiaohua. Everyone knew Yu Chang. But who was the person next to him? That was what most people were thinking. Wu Yishan's face turned ugly. This entire stadium was under his jurisdiction. How could Yu Chang and this person suddenly emerge from the locker room? Looking at the bewildered crowd, Yu Chang clapped his hands as he spoke. You bunch of hypocrites, you all wasted your education. You talk a good game, sacrificing one person to save yourselves, and you call it voluntary, hypocritical, selfish, insidious, and ruthless. But you figured it out? So many of you bullying Shinanji, a girl, have you no shame? Chapter 23. Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang not only knew Shinanji, but they had also grown up together, living in the same village district. Shinanji's father was the daughter of C City's largest real estate developer. However, she was born an illegitimate child. Combined with her quiet and reserved personality, she was always ostracized in her social circle. No one wanted to be close to her. No matter how outstanding she was, she always lacked presence. Shinanji was used to being alone and had a poor relationship with her family. After being admitted to C University, she lived in the dormitory. She was also very frugal, so no one knew her wealthy background. Yu Chang's mocking tone made everyone present change their expressions. Especially Wu Yishan, who had suggested the idea. His expression was the most unpleasant. Wu Yishan was still hesitant because of Yu Chang's status. Even in the apocalypse, seeing Yu Chang suddenly appear, he wondered if Yu Chang had escaped because of his family background. Wu Yishan stepped forward. Yu Chang, what do you mean? We had no choice but to send Shinanji out to attract the zombies. If she hadn't gone, we would all be dead here. How did you and this person even get in? We blocked the main gate tightly. There's no other way in. Yu Chang looked at the righteous Wu Yishan and sneered. Pushing a woman to attract zombies? You, the student council president, are really shameless. TSK, I think even bragging isn't as thick-skinned as yours. I always thought you were an idiot, but now. From the moment Yu Chang appeared, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in Shin Nanji's eyes. It was a sense of relief that Yu Chang was still alive and hadn't turned into a zombie. Yu Chang looked Wu Yishan up and down. You're such a vicious idiot. Tell me, isn't that right, sister? Sister? Yu Chang's sister made the hundreds of people present widen their eyes. They began to whisper amongst themselves. If Yu Chang was C University's notorious playboy, Yu Xiaohua was C University's most famous pretty boy. A typical example of someone with beauty but no brains. Everyone in C University knew her. Looking at the Yu Xiaohua before them, dressed in a black leather jacket, black pants, and marten boots, with her neat, short hair, everyone was utterly astonished. It was like a complete transformation. She's Yu Xiaohua? This is impossible. How could she have changed so much? I can't recognize her at all. I can't believe it. It's Yu Xiaohua. Don't you guys think her whole demeanor is different from before? She's still alive? After the apocalypse, human malice has been amplified to an extreme. Seeing Yu Xiaohua so beautiful and not disheveled at this moment, most people felt a surge of jealousy. Yeah, but she's beautiful no matter what she wears. Look at her, even in the apocalypse, she's still so clean. We haven't showered for a month, we're about to stink. Lu Qinshan stood there, listening to the people around her, her eyes filled with uncontrollable jealousy. She felt incredibly sour. Even if Yu Xiaohua was completely brainless, she would always attract attention. It was the same before, wherever Yu Xiaohua was, no one would notice her existence. A person next to Lu Qinshan tugged at her sleeve. Qinshan, Yu Xiaohua is your best friend, aren't you going to talk to her? Yu Xiaohua hadn't spoken since entering, her gaze fixed on Shin Nanji. Thankfully, Shin Nanji was still alive. Since the apocalypse, all the survivors at C University had listened to Wu Yishan. His word was law. Now, having been publicly humiliated by Yu Chang, she naturally couldn't bear it and glared at him, a flash of murderous intent crossing her eyes. Yu Xiaohua turned her head and glanced indifferently at Wu Yishan, who emanated murderous intent. Her eyes grew even more indifferent. Then, Yu Xiaohua beckoned to Shin Nanji. Shin Nanji, come here. Wu Yishan turned and stared intently at Shin Nanji, like a wolf. The others also changed their expressions again, all having the same thought in their minds. If Shin Nanji leaves, who will attract the zombies? At this point, some people couldn't sit still any longer and stood up. Lu Qinshan looked at the dissatisfied crowd, secretly gloating. That idiot Yu Xiaohua, she thought she'd become smarter just because she changed. Turns out she's still as stupid as ever. Trying to take Shin Nanji away? These people will tear her apart. Next, she just wait and see the show. Wu Yishan glared at Yu Xiaohua and shouted angrily, Yu Xiaohua, what do you mean? You want to take Shin Nanji away? Don't dream. You think even if you get out, you still die outside? Let me tell you, with me here, you won't be able to take Shin Nanji away. The others immediately echoed, that's right, we can't let Shin Nanji leave. She promised us she'd attract the zombies. We absolutely can't let them leave. Who does Yu Xiaohua think she is? Why should she take Shin Nanji away? We don't agree. That's right, we can't let her go. Shin Nanji slowly raised her head the moment Yu Xiaohua gestured for her to come over. Her brows furrowed slightly. She seemed somewhat confused as to why Yu Xiaohua would risk incurring everyone's wrath to take her away. In her memory, although Yu Xiaohua had never bullied her, he had never given her a second glance in that circle. Now, why was he saving her? The crowd chimed in, as if they wanted to devour Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua stood there expressionless, listening to their words. Yu Chang was also somewhat worried. Could he and his sister rescue Shin Nanji today? After all, there were more than a dozen ability users here. Even if his sister's ability was a powerful lightning-based ability, she might not have a real chance against so many people. After a long while, Yu Xiaohua looked up at the crowd before her and said softly, have you said enough? Yu Xiaohua's voice was soft, yet chillingly cold. The voice sounded like it came from a distant, mysterious land, carrying an unassailable majesty. The next second, the entire room fell silent. Then, Yu Xiaohua looked at Wu Yishan in front of her and slowly spoke, you said that today, with you here, I can't take Shin Nanji away, right? Wu Yishan felt his momentum weaken, and immediately tried to regain his composure. That's right, with me here, you can forget about it. A captivating smile slowly appeared on Yu Xiaohua's lips. Oh, that makes things easier. Wu Yishan was stunned when he saw the smile on Yu Xiaohua's lips. How could she smile at this moment? However, soon, Wu Yishan and everyone present understood. Yu Xiaohua's body flashed. Before anyone could react, she was already in front of Wu Yishan. Wu Yishan was shocked and tried to back away. Yu Xiaohua didn't give him a chance to react at all. Her right fist slammed straight towards Wu Yishan's chest. This punch was like Mount Tai. Wu Yishan immediately knelt on the ground. He had never expected Yu Xiaohua's punch to have such power, leaving him in such a sorry state. Chapter 24. However, something even more unexpected happened next. Wu Yishan snarled. "You bitch! How dare you lay a hand on me!" He tried to get up and retaliate, struggling for a few seconds. Yu Xiaohua seized the opportunity and slapped him hard across the face. Instantly, Wu Yishan's face swelled up. Everyone present seemed to have been subjected to a tremendous shock. Yu Xiaohua actually knocked Wu Yishan down and slapped him. Among them, the most shocked was Lu Qinshan, who was completely dumbfounded. When did Yu Xiaohua become so powerful? Could it be that she also awakened a superpower? Why is God so unfair? Wu Yishan was also stunned. Yu Xiaohua, without changing her expression, slapped him again. This time, Wu Yishan couldn't even utter a curse. Yu Xiaohua slowly said, "Since it's a foul mouth, there's no need to keep it any longer." Just as everyone thought this was the end of it, a dagger suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaohua's hand. The next second, the dagger sliced across Wu Yishan's mouth. Blood gushed out, splattering onto Yu Xiaohua's face. That bloodstain made her look like a messenger from hell. A terrifying sight. Wu Yishan went berserk, writhing on the ground in pain, but unable to utter a sound. He looked like a pathetic, defeated dog. His previous swagger had become the biggest joke. Everyone looked at Wu Yishan, then at Yu Xiaohua. Their expressions completely changed. Fear. Shock. Too terrifying. Yu Xiaohua was too terrifying. Yu Chong was also stunned, swallowing hard, his admiration growing even stronger. My sister's too fierce. That one move was so cool. Yu Xiaohua glanced around at the crowd, already knowing who was there. 15 or 16 people had awakened superpowers. Low-level superpowers. She was very familiar with the aura of superpowered individuals, so she could easily identify who among them were superpowered. Yu Xiaohua lowered her eyes, looking at Wu Yishan on the ground. Now Wu Yishan had lost his earlier arrogance and tried to get up. Yu Xiaohua bent down, lifted him up with one hand, grabbed his neck, and raised him high. For Yu Xiaohua now, lifting a grown man was no longer a problem. Wu Yishan's face flushed red, and he kicked desperately, pleading for help from the superpowered individuals in the stadium. Some superpowered individuals were eager to help Wu Yishan. Yu Xiaohua looked at the crowd opposite her, and at the same time, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared in her palm. With the appearance of this lightning, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Look, Yu Xiaohua is a superhuman. She awakened lightning-type superpowers. My god, she's a lightning-type superhuman. Yu Xiaohua is too strong. No wonder Yu Xiaohua is so confident. She's a superhuman now. That's amazing. I really don't know what kind of luck Yu Xiaohua had. How could a good-for-nothing like her awaken lightning-type superpowers? Keep your voice down. Are you out of your mind? Yeah, Yu Xiaohua is so brutal now. Look at Wu Yishan, he's been beaten up like this. I don't want to get beaten up. Among them, 2 lightning-type superhumans exchanged a glance. They were also puzzled. Why did Yu Xiaohua awaken lightning-type superpowers? Yu Xiaohua's lightning was purple, while theirs was black. Stunned, Lu Qinshan stared blankly at the lightning in Yu Xiaohua's hand. At this moment, her jealousy reached its peak. Yu Xiaohua hadn't turned into a disgusting zombie, and she wasn't dead, but how had she awakened such a powerful lightning ability? Shinanji was the calmest. She looked at the purple lightning in Yu Xiaohua's hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Look, what is Yu Xiaohua trying to do? What happened next shocked everyone even more. Yu Xiaohua expressionlessly channeled the lightning in her hand. The purple lightning roared and shot into Wu Yishan's body. In an instant, Wu Yishan's body trembled violently, as if it had been set on fire. His skin began to glow with an eerie purple light, being corroded by the power of the lightning. Everyone watched this scene in astonishment. They couldn't imagine that Yu Xiaohua's lightning was so powerful. In just a few seconds, Wu Yishan had been gradually destroyed by the power of the lightning. Wu Yishan's body began to contort uncontrollably. His muscles stiffened from excessive contraction. His spine gradually bent at an unsettling angle, his eyes seeming to bulge out of their sockets. He stared intently at Yu Xiaohua. His bloodshot eyes revealed endless fear and despair. As the power of lightning continued to erode him, Wu Yishan's body finally gave way. A crisp crack rang out. His bones broke, and his body collapsed to the ground. Wu Yishan was dead. Yu Xiaohua glanced at the dead Wu Yishan and spoke calmly, So, can I take Shinanji away now? Yu-chan crossed his arms. TSK, look at her sister's manners. Such a polite and good girl, even knowing to ask for their opinions. Where can you find such an understanding angel? Originally, several ability users wanted to intervene. But seeing Wuishan's tragic death at Yu Xiaohua's hands, their desire to intervene vanished completely. Who would want to provoke a lightning-type ability user? Yu Xiaohua is so ruthless. Who would dare to stop her, only to suffer the same fate as Wuishan? No one expected Wuishan to die so quickly. The crowd remained silent, tacitly agreeing to let Yu Xiaohua take Shinanji away. Mainly, Yu Xiaohua's actions were too intimidating. Having been reborn in the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua understood one principle very well. In the apocalypse, without demonstrating one's strength, one would be as insignificant as an ant, only able to be humiliated and trampled upon by others. However, before one's own strength reaches absolute power, she wouldn't easily reveal her true strength. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble and danger prematurely, her act of killing Wuishan today was to intimidate the other ability users present and reduce unnecessary problems. Yu Xiaohua casually tossed Wuishan's body aside and looked at Shinanji. Shinanji paused, said nothing, then walked to Yu Xiaohua's side. Yu-chan grinned. Shinanji, isn't my sister amazing? A barely perceptible blush appeared behind Shinanji's ears. She lowered her head, her voice very soft. Very amazing. Lu Qinshan looked at the dead Wuishan. She had no feelings for Wuishan. She had only compromised for resources. Now, seeing how powerful Yu Xiaohua was, and seeing Shinanji standing beside Yu Xiaohua and Yu Cheng, Lu Qinshan was consumed by jealousy. She didn't want to stay here. She wanted to go with Yu Xiaohua and the others. Yu Xiaohua would definitely protect her. Thinking of this, Lu Qinshan suddenly stood up, her face filled with surprise and tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Yu Xiaohua. She shouted, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, it's me, Qinshan. With that, Lu Qinshan ran through the crowd towards Yu Xiaohua. Upon reaching her, she stretched out her arms, wanting to embrace Yu Xiaohua. Chapter 25. However, before her hand could even touch Yu Xiaohua's body, Yu Xiaohua kicked her in the stomach, sending Lu Qinshan flying. After being kicked, she looked up at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief. She stammered, Xiaohua, what are you doing? Are you crazy? It's me, Qinshan. Look carefully. Why did you kick me? After the apocalypse, I'd been so worried about you. I thought something had happened to you. Do you know how heartbroken I was? How could you kick me? Lu Qinshan looked utterly aggrieved. In front of everyone, she wore an expression of extreme sadness and disbelief. She waited for Yu Xiaohua to apologize to her in front of everyone. Otherwise, she would never forgive Yu Xiaohua. Before, she only needed to be a little coquettish, and that fool Yu Xiaohua would give her anything good. As long as she asked, Yu Xiaohua would give her anything. After Lu Qinshan finished speaking, she confidently waited for Yu Xiaohua to reply, but there was no response for a long time. She looked up and found Yu Xiaohua looking at her with a half-smile. It was an expression she had never seen before. Everyone else also looked puzzled. Yu Xiaohua and Lu Qinshan were best friends. Everyone at C University knew how close they were. How could this be? In the apocalypse, shouldn't they be excited to see each other again? Yu Xiaohua watched Lu Qinshan's act. In her past life, she had been so stupid not to see through it at all. Lu Qinshan had always been jealous of her, wanted her dead, and had tried to harm her time and again. Looking at Yu Xiaohua's expression, Lu Qinshan felt a sudden panic. She gritted her teeth and pretended to be angry. Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Did you awaken your superpower and now look down on me, your best friend? Because Yu Xiaohua had just demonstrated her skill, no one present dared to utter a word. This is reality. If you are powerful enough, you can silence all external voices. Lu Qinshan had thought someone would speak up for her. But she forgot one thing. In the apocalypse, survival is difficult enough. Who would willingly stand up for someone else for no reason? Lu Qinshan's expression grew increasingly aggrieved. She looked at Yu Xiaohua with tears in her eyes, her teeth clenched so tightly. Xiaohua, I sprained my ankle. You didn't do it on purpose, right? Please help me up, okay? Lu Qinshan thought that since she had given Yu Xiaohua such a way out, she couldn't possibly remain unmoved. A hint of expectation flickered in her eyes. Finally, Yu Xiaohua moved. She walked step by step to Lu Qinshan's side. Lu Qinshan's face lit up with joy, and she reached out her hand. Yu Xiaohua stared at Lu Qinshan's face, really wanting to ask, why did you treat her like that in your past life? At this moment, the things Yu Xiaohua couldn't understand in her past life suddenly became clear. Yes, What reason does someone need to hate you and harm you? Lu Qinshan stared at Yu Xiaohua's relieved smile, stunned. Xiaohua, you. Yu Xiaohua ignored her. Lu Qinshan's outstretched hand slowly bent down. Lu Qinshan unconsciously shrank her neck. Yu Xiaohua leaned close to her ear, her voice cold. Lu Qinshan, after pretending for so long, what's the point? Lu Qinshan's eyes widened suddenly. Yu Xiaohua, what are you saying? I don't understand what you mean. Yu Xiaohua sneered. Is Zhu Yanshan's bed easy to climb into? My best friend? Just those few words caused Lu Qinshan's face to crack. She could no longer maintain her previous pitiful expression. At this moment, she was truly panicked. Impossible. Her affair with Zhu Yanshan had always been a secret. How could that idiot Yu Xiaohua know? She hadn't been able to contact Zhu Yanshan for 10 months. Could Yu Xiaohua have already found out? Now that Yu Xiaohua had awakened such a powerful lightning ability, killing Wu Yishan so easily. Would she kill her too? Thinking this, Lu Qinshan's fear reached its peak. She absolutely couldn't admit it. Anyway, Zhu Yanshan wasn't here, there was no evidence, she was innocent. Lu Qinshan gritted her teeth, quickly prostrated herself at Yu Xiaohua's feet, tears streaming down her face. Xiaohua, listen to me, it's not like that. Who's spreading rumors? Zhu Yanshan is your boyfriend, how could I have anything to do with him? Someone must be trying to sow discord between us to slander me like this. We've been best friends for 3 years in college. How can you doubt me? I'm truly innocent. Yu Xiaohua looked at Lu Qinshan, who was still trying to justify herself. If she hadn't been reborn, she would have been fooled by Lu Qinshan's pitiful act. It would be a waste if she didn't win a Hollywood Best Actress award. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua was unmoved, Lu Qinshan placed her last hope on Yu Chang. No one knew that she had once tried to seduce Yu Chang, but Yu Chang had vehemently refused. He insisted that a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass near its burrow. He would never touch his sister's best friend. She tried to seduce Yu Chang several times but failed, eventually giving up out of desperation. Lu Qinshan quickly looked at Yu Chang, who was standing there, and reverted to her pitiful demeanor. Chang, Xiaohua isn't telling the truth. I didn't do it. I'm truly innocent. Please plead for me, okay? Your sister, she really misunderstood me. Now everyone understood what had happened. It turned out that Lu Qinshan had stolen Yu Xiaohua's boyfriend. That's why Yu Xiaohua treated her this way. Everyone looked at her with disdain. The whispers reached Lu Qinshan's ears, and her face grew even paler. That bitch Yu Xiaohua was going to completely ruin her. Yu Chang stepped forward, looking at the expectant Lu Qinshan, a cold glint in his eyes. His sister had always been incredibly kind to Lu Qinshan, giving her everything she had. Lu Qinshan ate his sister's food, used his sister's things, and in the end, even slept with Zhu Yanshan. What an ingrate! She deserves to die, Yu Chang said coldly. Lu Qinshan, do you think you have the right to say a word to me without my sister? Look at yourself before, what did you have? My sister treated you wholeheartedly, and you betrayed her, sleeping with that scumbag Zhu Yanshan. You two are a perfect match, a pair of bitches and dogs. Yu Chang's words shattered Lu Qinshan's last glimmer of hope. She had thought Yu Chang had been interested in her before, but only rejected her because of Yu Xiaohua. It turned out that Yu Chang truly had never been interested in her from the beginning. Lu Qinshan's eyes were bloodshot as she pointed at Yu Chang. At this point, Lu Qinshan knew there was no point in continuing the charade. Why do you look down on me? Yu Chang, what's wrong with me? It's just that I don't have a good family background, right? Look at me, aren't my looks and figure good? It's only because of Yu Xiaohua, because I'm your sister's best friend, that you didn't agree to be with me, right? You like me too, you must like me. All those girlfriends you dated, I'm so much better than them, why can't you admit it? Chapter 26. Lu Qinshan looked at Yu Xiaohua again, her eyes filled with undisguised hatred. And you? It's because of you that Yu Chang rejected me. You must have said too many bad things about me to him, Yu Xiaohua. You just can't stand to see me doing well, can you? Isn't that right? Yu Chang looked speechless. He had had many girlfriends, but heaven knows, he had never liked Lu Qinshan at all. Flirting with you, Lu Qinshan? Where do you get your confidence? I've seen all kinds of women since I was a child. How could I not see your ambition? Only my sister was foolish enough to treat you like a best friend. I didn't expose what kind of person you were because I was afraid of hurting her. Listen carefully, I have never liked you. You have never existed in my eyes. Yu Chang's words were the last straw for Lu Qinshan. She had always thought that Yu Chang liked her, but it was all because of Yu Xiaohua. Even though Yu Chang had made his point so clear, Lu Qinshan's hatred for Yu Xiaohua only intensified. She acted like a madwoman, shouting and yelling, Yu Xiaohua, wherever you are, No one can ever see me. What do you have besides your beauty? Why is God so unfair? It's already the apocalypse. Why can you awaken lightning-type abilities? God is biased, giving you everything. Yu Chang was about to speak when Shinanji, who had been beside him, suddenly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Sister Zhaohua, she probably wants to end things with Lu Qinshan herself. Yu Chang looked at Shinanji with some surprise. Shinanji, this is the longest sentence I ever heard you say in my life. Shinanji tends to fidget when nervous, and Yu Chang, seeing her about to do so again, knew she was easily frightened. Yu Chang quickly said, Okay, stop fidgeting, I won't say anything more. Shinanji paused, then slowly lowered her head. Yu Zhaohua looked at the crazed Lu Qinshan and took a step forward. Despite Lu Qinshan's earlier seemingly reckless demeanor, at this moment, Lu Qinshan began to cower in fear, muttering incoherently. Don't come any closer. Yu Zhaohua, so many people are watching. Don't think that just because we're in the apocalypse, you can act like a tyrant. You're just going to watch Yu Zhaohua kill people? Everyone turned their heads away, many of the girls present looking at Lu Qinshan. Their eyes were filled with disdain. What's so pitiful about a woman who stole her best friend's boyfriend? However, some of the boys present still felt a pang of pity. But remembering Yu Zhaohua's ruthless methods just now, even if she wanted to stand up for Lu Qinshan, she had to consider her own limitations. Clearly, no one wanted to get involved in this trouble. With each step Yu Zhaohua took forward, Lu Qinshan's despair deepened. Finally, when Lu Qinshan had nowhere left to retreat, Yu Zhaohua stopped. Lu Qinshan, you hate me, so you betrayed me. But what do you hate me for? Do you hate my background, hate my heartfelt kindness towards you, or hate me for giving you a privileged life and going to great lengths to protect your pitiful self-esteem? Lu Qinshan, ask yourself honestly, in the end, it's all because of your inner jealousy and inferiority complex. I have never looked down on you. Lu Qinshan didn't want to admit the truth Yu Zhaohua was telling. She had always been making excuses for her selfishness and cruelty. Now, it had been so blatantly exposed. She was furious and ashamed, yet showed no remorse whatsoever. The next second, Yu Zhaohua's dagger slashed across Lu Qinshan's neck. Lu Qinshan's eyes widened, she looked down at her slashed neck, and tried to stop the gushing blood with her hand. Murder! Murder again! Yu Zhaohua is gone mad. A chorus of voices echoed through the gymnasium. Lu Qinshan collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around her. Yu Zhaohua looked at Lu Qinshan's body, took out a handkerchief from her pocket. She carefully wiped the blood-stained dagger clean, then put it away again. Yu Zhaohua turned around. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on her slender back. Time seemed to freeze. Sunlight shone on her, but no one felt any warmth. Everyone seemed still finding it hard to believe what had just happened. Yu Zhaohua walked to Shinanji's side. Let's go! Shinanji said nothing, obediently nodded, and followed Yu Zhaohua and Yu Chang. The crowd watched the three leave, and someone couldn't help but speak up. Yu Zhaohua, Yu Chang, where are you going? Can you take us with you? If we stay any longer, even if the zombies don't come, we starve to death. You must have a safe place to stay if you come in. Please, we're all innocent people, we're all classmates. Everyone quickly held their breath. Yes, take us with you. We're all alumni. Yu Zhaohua, if you have any conscience, you can't just stand by and watch us die. Not only ordinary people, but even those with supernatural abilities, who had just witnessed Yu Zhaohua's methods were tempted. I'm a superhuman, Yu Zhaohua. If you're willing to save me, I can call you my boss. Yes, superhumans are rare. I'm willing to. I have water-based abilities, with me, you won't lack water. I have wind-based abilities, I can kill zombies too. Yu Zhaohua, think it over carefully. Taking us with you will be beneficial. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yu Zhaohua's lips. In this apocalypse, how many innocent people? They don't care about survival, they only think about sitting and waiting to die, lacking any fighting spirit, only hoping to rely on others for help. In the early stages of the apocalypse, although superhumans awakened their abilities, most didn't know how to use them to kill zombies. These superhumans' so-called benefits. Sorry, she didn't need them. She was certain that her future companions, weathering the storms together, would definitely not be these people. Yu Zhaohua stopped in her tracks. The others, thinking there was hope, showed joy on their faces. Yu Chang asked, Sister, you don't really want to save them? Yu Zhaohua turned around, looking at the crowd behind her, her gaze falling on the person who had spoken. Her voice was soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Say it again, the man quickly said. Can you save them? The next second, Yu Zhaohua spoke up. No. A clean, decisive refusal. Then, the three of them left, leaving behind a group of people looking at each other, their expressions unreadable. Meanwhile, after the apocalypse, it was already 3 p.m. when the three of them left the stadium. After the apocalypse, darkness fell quickly. By 4 p.m., the entire city was already shrouded in darkness. After dark, hordes of zombies would roam the city, biting anyone they saw. Shinonji glanced at her watch and whispered, "It'd be dark in an hour." "Where are we going?" Chapter 27. Yu Xiaohua looked at the obedient Shinonji and gently patted her shoulder. "Our jeep is parked in a secluded alley outside. You and Xuqiang go first. I have some errands to run, and I meet up with you when I'm done." Yu Chang was anxious. "No, sister, how can you go alone? I'm worried. I want to stay with you." Yu Xiaohua shook her head. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yu Chang gritted her teeth. "Sister, are you really okay with me and Shinonji in the car? My useless little flower?" Ultimately, Yu Chang wanted to stay with Yu Xiaohua, worried that something might happen to her if she acted alone. Yu Xiaohua didn't speak, but looked at Shinonji beside her. "Nanji, you have a way to prevent the zombies from finding you and Xiaoqiang, right? Just hold out for 2 hours, that'd be enough." Yu Chang looked at Shinonji in shock, sized her up, and scratched his head. "You sister. Could it be that Shinonji has also awakened a special ability? She really doesn't seem like it. The gentle, quiet Shinonji certainly doesn't seem like it." However, Yu Xiaohua knew that it was all just an illusion. 5 years after the apocalypse, Shinonji had reached a height that was unattainable for most. Yu Xiaohua smiled. In her previous life, Shinonji awakened the ability to manipulate space after the apocalypse. Her ability was very unique. She could not only store supplies, but also use spatial power to create an independent space. In her previous life, no one knew Shinonji's trump card except her. 3 years after the apocalypse, Shinonji's spatial power was already able to control an independent space for more than 10 hours. So now, if she wasn't mistaken, Shinonji has awakened her spatial abilities and can control them. 2 hours should be no problem. In her past life, Shinonji used her spatial powers to save her time and time again. Without Shinonji's special spatial abilities, she would have died countless times already. Shinonji saved her life. Everything was indeed as Yu Xiaohua had predicted. At this crucial moment, Shinonji awakened her spatial powers. Just now, Shinonji knew about Wuishan and Lu Qinchen's scheme, yet she still agreed to go out and attract the zombies. Because she was confident she could protect herself and leave C University safely. As for those who wanted to push her into the fire, Shinonji had no intention of attracting the zombies, so naturally, these people wouldn't be able to obtain the supplies unscathed. Others might not understand Shinonji, but Yu Xiaohua understood her best. The seemingly harmless Shinonji was never a pushover. Her sharp edge was hidden deep within. Shinonji and Yu Xiaohua exchanged a glance. Silence spoke volumes. At that moment, Shinonji's heart trembled slightly, then returned to calm. She nodded. 2 hours at most. Yu Chang turned to look at Shinonji, shocked. "You agreed?" Shinonji adjusted her glasses. "I awakened spatial power. Within 2 hours, I can bring you into my spatial domain. The zombies won't be able to find us. I will protect you." Shinonji's eyes were serious. Yu Chang exclaimed, "Spatial power? Wow, Shinonji, I didn't expect you to awaken such an awesome ability. From now on, it seems I have to rely on you. Boss Shin, do you need any underlings?" Yu Chang's personality had always been like this. Shinonji knew it. She shook her head, whispering, "I don't lack anything." But deep down, she had another unspoken thought. "I lack nothing except you." Shinonji lacked nothing in her life, except Yu Chang. Yu Xiaohua watched the two of them, a smile playing on her lips. Life's connections are sometimes so wondrous. Like Shinonji and Xiao Chang, two seemingly unconnected people. But fate had already tied an invisible thread between them. As for what the future held for them? Could the regrets of their past lives be made up for? Who knows in this life? Yu Xiaohua escorted Yu Chang and Shinonji back to the car. Only 10 minutes remained until dark. Yu Xiaohua watched as Shinonji activated her spatial powers. The next second, the two instantly disappeared from the car. When Yu Chang opened his eyes again, he was already in her space with Shinonji. Yu Xiaohua locked the car and took out a baseball cap, gloves, and a mask from her space. After putting on the mask, she resolutely turned and walked back towards the university. At exactly 4 o'clock, the sky suddenly turned black. Darkness, as black as ink, swiftly engulfed the entire city, catching everyone off guard. Night seemed to descend in an instant, without any transition. Like a ferocious beast suddenly opening its blood-red maw, it tightly enveloped the city. Zombies also swarmed out at this moment, roaming every corner of the city. A waning moon hung in the sky. Yu Xiaohua, alone, arrived at Building A. All the zombies from C University were now gathered in this building. She stood there quietly, her gaze fixed on Building A before her. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Her face was expressionless, like a statue, cold and indifferent. The building stood out starkly in the moonlight. Yu Xiaohua, however, was like a bottomless lake, so calm that no one could fathom her true thoughts. Based on her experience from her previous life, Yu Xiaohua knew there were at most 500 or 600 zombies inside. For others, these zombies were to be avoided at all costs. But for her, they were good stuff. Currently, humans hadn't discovered that the crystal cores in the hearts of zombies could upgrade their abilities. This would be discovered within half a month at most. Therefore, she needed to use this time to collect more zombie crystal cores to upgrade her abilities. She had awakened 3 types of abilities, requiring a large number of crystals for upgrades. Tonight was destined to be a thoroughly enjoyable massacre. Yu Xiaohua concealed her aura and, like a ghost, silently infiltrated Building A. Less than 3 minutes later, she encountered a lone zombie on the stairs. It was a male zombie. This zombie moved abnormally slowly, as if each step required the full force of its body. Its face should have had 2 eyes, but now only one remained. The other eye socket was empty, a chilling sight. In her past life, she had seen zombies of all kinds. Early-stage zombies weren't really that disgusting to her. Yu Xiaohua used her spatial ability to instantly appear behind the zombie. By the time the zombie noticed, it was too late. Yu Xiaohua's dagger was already plunged into the male zombie's chest. With a gentle twist of the dagger, the male zombie was completely dead. Yu Xiaohua's dagger was specially made for the apocalypse, making it easy to deal with low-level zombies. After sheathing the dagger, Yu Xiaohua reached out and directly into the male zombie's chest. Upon touching the intact crystal core in the chest, she pulled hard, and the crystal core came out. Yu Xiaohua quickly stored the crystal core in her spatial storage and continued forward. Chapter 28. Yu Xiaohua looked at the crystal-clear core in her hand. It was white, indicating that this zombie was of the lowest level. The higher the level of the zombie, the darker the color of its core. In the early days of the apocalypse, most zombie cores were white. Only a few were dark-colored, naturally rare and highly sought after. As human abilities continuously upgraded, the zombie levels also continuously upgraded, and the color of their cores became increasingly darker. Similarly, the zombies became increasingly powerful and difficult to deal with. With a thought, Yu Xiaohua stored the core in her spatial storage. Her time was extremely limited. She only had 2 hours. This meant that every minute and second was extremely precious and could not be wasted. Yu Xiaohua's eyes darkened. Then, a thrilling and unique one-sided massacre began. Yu Xiaohua's figure moved through space with astonishing speed, like a ghost. Her movements were as swift as lightning, making her difficult for the zombies to catch. She skillfully utilized the properties of space, instantly appearing in unexpected locations to deliver a fatal blow to the zombies. Yu Xiaohua's attacks were swift and precise, giving the zombies no chance to breathe. One zombie after another had their chest cores ripped out by Yu Xiaohua. In less than 2 hours, Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage had accumulated over 400 crystal cores. While most of them were low-grade white crystal cores, only about 10 were of a slightly richer color, considered higher quality cores. After 2 hours, Yu Xiaohua had reaped a substantial harvest. Now she was simply waiting to return and use these crystal cores to upgrade the 3 of them's abilities. Wielding a sharp blade, Yu Xiaohua's movements grew increasingly practiced as she slayed zombies. It was as if she had rediscovered the feeling of her past life. In her previous life, she had no superpowers. Facing those ferocious zombies, every kill was a life-or-death struggle. She had to exert all her strength to survive the zombie onslaught. Each time was a brush with death. Each dodge was a walk on the edge of life and death. However, it was precisely this experience that honed her combat skills and gave her an intimate understanding of zombie behavior. Now, although she possessed superpowers, that feeling of struggling on the brink of life and death remained deeply etched in her memory. Tonight, her zombie slaying was a reflection on and transcendence of her past. And now, wielding fire, lightning, and water elemental powers. Combined with her experience from her past life, Yu Xiaohua's zombie slaying was clean and swift. Before the zombies could even react, their cores had already been ripped out. Finally, Yu Xiaohua dealt with several hundred zombies in just 2 hours. The zombies at C University were completely cleared out by Yu Xiaohua overnight. Only 15 minutes remained. There were exactly 556 zombies in Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage. The zombie corpses piled up all over Building A. Yu Xiaohua turned and left Building A. At the entrance of C University, she took one last look at the C University sign. In a maximum of 2 days, the military would arrive at C University for rescue. The country hadn't given up on the rescue at first, but as time went on, the country became powerless and had no choice but to abandon it. Yu Xiaohua returned to the car, waiting for Shenanji and Yu Chang to emerge from their spatial dimension. 3 minutes later, a slight movement came from the back seat, and Yu Chang and Shenanji emerged from the dimension. Yu Chang, seeing Yu Xiaohua unharmed in the driver's seat, finally felt relieved. "Sister, you're back. Let me tell you, it was truly amazing." Nanji's dimension had so many things, all her collected supplies. "Nanji, she's really incredible." Yu Xiaohua glanced at Yu Chang, a smile playing on her lips. "Nanji?" In less than 2 hours, Xiao Chang's address had changed. Yu Chang, oblivious to the oddity, nodded. "Yes, sister, I never expected Nanji, such a young girl, to be so capable, storing so many supplies in her own dimension. Amazing." Just then, in the back seat, Shenanji looked up, exchanging a glance with Yu Xiaohua. Shenanji's lips curled slightly. Yu Xiaohua smiled, looked away, and then started the car. A big bad wolf, and a little white rabbit, but who exactly is the big bad wolf, and who is the innocent little white rabbit? After driving for a few minutes, Yu Xiaohua encountered 2 or 3 wandering zombies. Yu Xiaohua stopped the car, glanced at the surrounding buildings, all flat ground, not enough to hide any other zombies. Perfect, she planned to use these 2 or 3 zombies as practice for Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang couldn't live under her protection forever. He needed to grow up and stand on his own. Yu Xiaohua said calmly, "Xiao Chang, get out of the car." Yu Chang froze. "Sister, I get out?" "Zombies, I." Ultimately, Yu Chang had never truly faced zombies before. Fear was a normal human emotion. Shenanji looked at Yu Chang, then glanced at the zombies not far away. She knew what Sister Xiaohua meant. Sister Xiaohua was right. No matter who you are, in the apocalypse, you have to face zombies. You can't be afraid. You can't be cowardly. You can't run away. Yu Xiaohua looked at Yu Chang, who was clearly terrified, her expression stern. "Chang, you must face the zombies alone. This isn't a choice, it's a decision. Look at the zombies, face them directly, only then can you truly overcome your fear, only then will you have a future. This is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and those 3 zombies are just the lowest level. You trained for 10 months. With your current abilities, as long as you're not afraid, you can defeat them. In the early battles between humans and zombies, fear often took precedence. Faced with these walking corpses, people's hearts were filled with endless fear and unease. Although zombies might not be powerful in terms of strength and speed, human fear caused them to lose their courage and fighting spirit when facing them. Many people clearly possessed the ability to defeat zombies, but chose to escape or retreat because of their inner fear. They dared not confront the zombies head-on, often terrified even before they got close. This fear clouded their judgment and reason, rendering them unable to unleash their true strength. Ultimately, these individuals were often powerless against the zombies' attacks. They could only watch helplessly, as they were bitten to death. Their deaths were not due to the zombies' strength, but rather because their inner fear had overcome their courage and will to survive. Many humans have succumbed to their own fear. Like Yu Chang now. After hearing this, Yu Chang remained silent for a few seconds, then reached out and opened the car door. The sound of the door opening immediately attracted the 2 or 3 zombies in the distance. They were already approaching the car. Yu Chang said to Yu Xiaohua in the driver's seat, "Sister, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Yu Xiaohua took out a black dagger from her spatial storage. Her own was silver, the one she made for Yu Chang was black. She tossed the dagger to Yu Chang. "Remember, the zombie's weak point is its chest. Once hit, the zombie will be helpless. Go." Hearing about the zombie's weakness, Yu Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately gained confidence. He weighed the dagger in his hand, then closed the car door. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was almost upon him. Chapter 29. Remembering his earlier words, Yu Chang didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned around. His sister had said the zombie's weak point was its chest, so he would find a way to get close to the zombie's chest, ideally hitting it with a single blow. Yu Chang held his dagger, his eyes blazing, locked onto the zombie not far ahead. It was his first time fighting a zombie, and his breathing became somewhat rapid, but he showed no sign of backing down. He took a deep breath and then charged forward. His 10 months of grueling training hadn't been in vain. As the distance closed, the zombie's hideous and terrifying face became increasingly clear to Yu Chang. Its skin was a grayish white, covered with gruesome wounds and rotting flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. However, Yu Chang was not intimidated by this horrific sight. He gripped his dagger tightly, his arm muscles tense, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie. Inside the car, Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji watched as Yu Chang rushed forward. Shen Nanji's eyes narrowed, a hint of worry flashing in them. Yu Xiaohua saw her worried expression through the rearview mirror and asked, "Are you worried about Xiao Chang?" Shen Nanji paused. "Yes, very worried." Shen Nanji openly admitted her concern for Yu Chang to Yu Xiaohua, without any concealment. It was tantamount to admitting the affection and admiration she had harbored for over a decade. She, Shen Nanji, liked Yu Chang. It had started when she was 6 years old. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint smile. "Yes, it's his good fortune that you like him." Shen Nanji blushed slightly upon hearing this, looking at Yu Xiaohua. The Yu Xiaohua of the past wasn't like this. Why would she say that? Yu Xiaohua seemed to sense Shen Nanji's doubts. Then, she pressed the window button, and the window slowly rolled down, letting in a blast of cold air. Yu Xiaohua pulled a cigarette from her pocket, expertly holding it between her fingers. She picked up a lighter with her other hand. With a click, the flame instantly ignited, and she held the cigarette but close to the flame. The aroma of tobacco filled the car. The smoke swirled around her like a veil, as if shrouding her in mystery. The smoke gradually rose, blurring her face, making it difficult to discern her expression. "Nanji, you believe it's all a dream where, after the apocalypse, everyone deceives me, uses me, tramples on me, and in the end, I'm betrayed by my closest loved ones and die a violent death." Shen Nanji was stunned. After a long while, she nodded, her voice cold. "Who can know? Life is perhaps just a dream." Yu Xiaohua stubbed out her cigarette. "I know Xiqiang's personality best. Before he falls in love with you, don't let him find out you liked him for so many years. Men don't cherish what they get too easily, and Xiqiang is no exception." Shen Nanji hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to say even this to her, and a surge of emotion welled up inside her. "I understand, Sister Xiaohua, don't worry." Shen Nanji thought for a moment. "Sister Xiaohua, so you came to see university just to save me?" Yu Xiaohua nodded, looking into Shen Nanji's eyes. "Yes, I came for you. Don't doubt it, because you deserve it." Shen Nanji was stunned. In all her life, no one had ever told her that they came for her sake, nor had anyone ever told her that she deserved it. Was she really worth it? Was she worth Sister Xiaohua risking her life to save her at C University? Clearly, in Yu Xiaohua's eyes, Shen Nanji knew the answer. She smiled, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. "I was born carrying the stigma of being an illegitimate child. No one would come for me. Sister Xiaohua, you're the first. So one day, will you abandon me too?" Someone had told Shen Nanji that someone as eccentric as her was born to be abandoned. Therefore, Shen Nanji had never held on to hope. But today, she was willing to believe Yu Xiaohua this once. Yu Xiaohua turned, reached out, and pinched Shen Nanji's cheek. It felt so good. Shen Nanji looked like the kind of soft, sweet little girl. Yu Xiaohua gave her promise. A promise for a lifetime. "No, Yu Xiaohua will never abandon you, Shen Nanji." Shen Nanji's face instantly flushed red after being touched. She looked at Yu Xiaohua, with his short hair and Manuel-like good looks, a nonchalant smile playing on her lips. "Sister Xiaohua. She's so handsome." However, after Yu Chang finally managed to kill the 3 zombies with his dagger, he opened the car door, and was met with a scene that left him dumbfounded. His sister was pinching Shen Nanji's cheek. Shen Nanji, her face flushed, looked at his sister with a tender and affectionate expression. "So what's going on here? Could it be la 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 la? No wonder his sister cut her hair short." Oh no, has his sister's sexual orientation changed?" Yu Chang was internally screaming. In just a few seconds, a whole drama had already sprung up in his mind. No wonder his sister was willing to risk being discovered by zombies, to come to C University specifically to save Shen Nanji. This was all to save his beloved. Good heavens. What kind of mess is this? This fairy tale love, if it happened to any other girl. But, this is his dearest sister. The next second, Yu Xiaohua withdrew his hand, and Shen Nanji's expression returned to normal. Both of them looked at Yu Chang, seeing that he was unharmed. However, his face held a look of utter despair, and his gaze towards them was even more strange. "I knew he was probably thinking some nonsense," Yu Xiaohua said coldly, get in the car. After Yu Chang got in, he sighed and complained, "Sis, I'm out killing zombies, and you're in there." "Sigh, whatever, it's the apocalypse anyway, just do what makes you happy." "I wish you happiness." "Shinanji, you mustn't let my sister down." Upon hearing this, Shinanji froze. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaohua and I were just chatting, nothing at all." Yu Xiaohua. Her brother's thought process had always been so peculiar. What was Yu Chang most afraid of? He was most afraid of girls' tears. Shinanji looked like she was about to cry, and Yu Chang was immediately at a loss, saying he had misunderstood and apologizing profusely. Shinanji looked at Yu Xiaohua in front, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car, and Yu Chang and Shinanji followed. In the distance lay the corpse of a zombie. The three approached. Yu Xiaohua bent down. "Dagger." Yu Chang handed her the dagger. Yu Xiaohua, without changing expression, reached out and plunged it into the zombie's chest. The shock of the scene was immense. Yu Chang suppressed his nausea. Shinanji, seeing Yu Xiaohua's actions, brightened, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Sister Xiaohua, could it be that the zombie had a crystal core in its chest?" Yu Chang exclaimed. "Holy crap, is what they write in novels true? Zombies all have crystal cores?" Yu Xiaohua's hand groped deep inside the zombie's chest for a few seconds before finding the crystal core. After pulling it out, the white crystal core shimmered in the night. Who would have thought that such a disgusting zombie would have such a beautiful crystal core in its chest? Chapter 30. Yu Xiaohua stood up and placed the zombie's crystal core in Shinanji's hand. Shinanji quickly said, "No, I can't take it." Yu Chang waved his hand. "What's wrong with it? My sister gave it to you. Just take it. Don't you have a spatial ability? Put it in your space. We go back and figure out how to use this crystal core." Yu Chang had subconsciously considered Shinanji one of his own. Perhaps, even he himself hadn't realized this. Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Take it. There are 2 zombies left. One for each of you. The crystal cores on the zombies' chests can upgrade our abilities. However, removing the crystal core intact from the zombie's chest is not easy. You need to learn how to extract the complete crystal core." Since they had decided to walk hand in hand in this apocalypse, she couldn't just focus on becoming stronger herself. Chang and Nanji needed to grow together and become stronger together. In the future, they would both need to stand on their own. They knew that there were crystal cores on the zombies' chests that could upgrade their abilities. Yu Chang and Shinanji exchanged a glance. Without saying a word, they stepped forward in unison, bent down, and simultaneously reached into the zombie's chest. Shinanji quickly found the intact crystal core and took it out first. Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Nanji is great." Shinanji whispered, "Thank you, Sister Xiaohua." Shinanji obediently took the crystal core and walked to Yu Xiaohua's side, waiting for Yu Chang. Although it was her first time doing something like this, it wasn't difficult for Shinanji, who was a medical genius. Yu Chang, on the other hand, struggled for a full 3 minutes before he managed to extract a single crystal core. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, Yu Chang sighed deeply. "Sister, I dug one up too." All 3 crystal cores were placed in Shinanji's spatial storage. The 3 got into the car and continued their journey, encountering many zombies along the way. Yu Xiaohua, with her superb driving skills, shook off many of them. When they encountered a few zombies, Yu Xiaohua would stop, leading Yu Chang and Shinanji to deal with them, then digging out the crystal cores. That night, under Yu Xiaohua's leadership, Yu Chang and Shinanji seemed tireless. Shinanji, utilizing her spatial storage, cooperated with Yu Chang, killing one zombie after another. Shinanji was brave and decisive. Yu Chang, from the very beginning, gradually found a way to deal with the zombies, becoming increasingly courageous with each kill. The 3 worked together more and more skillfully. That night, the streets of City C were littered with many zombie corpses. Until dawn, Yu Xiaohua parked the car in front of a large shopping mall. After a night of hard work, Shinanji now had over 100 zombie crystal cores in her spatial storage. At dawn, the zombies on the streets vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed, leaving only ruins. Countless drops of blood and corpses littered the streets, testifying to the cruelty and savagery of the night. After parking the car, the 3 could finally rest. Yu Xiaohua took out some spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and poured it into a mineral water bottle. After a night of battling zombies, Yu Chang and Shinanji's fatigue gradually disappeared after drinking the spiritual spring water. Shinanji realized the water's miraculous properties, but didn't ask any questions, feeling a warmth in her heart. Sister Xiaohua truly cared for her. She would never let Sister Xiaohua down in this lifetime, and would always remember yesterday. Yu Chong turned to look at Shinanji. He patted her shoulder. He had thought Shinanji was a delicate and fragile girl who might need his protection. But he hadn't expected Shinanji to be so calm and decisive. He had forgotten that Shinanji was a genius medical student. Medical students are very capable. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car. This was the largest shopping mall in City C. Supplies, of course, could never be too many. Yu Xiaohua leaned quietly against the car, as if the whole world was irrelevant to her. She tilted her head slightly, and the sunlight fell on her like a golden veil. It gave her fair skin a faint golden glow. At this moment, she even looked a bit more divine. Yu Chong and Shinanji rested for a while, before getting out of the car as well. The two of them saw the scene as soon as they got out of the car, and immediately held their breath. Shinanji murmured, "Sometimes, beauty isn't just about appearance." Yu Chong nodded, quite proudly. "That's for sure. My sister has been a beauty since she was little. But before, while she was beautiful, she always seemed to lack a certain soul. But now..." He paused for a few seconds, Yu Chong's expression unusually grave. "But now, I feel like my sister carries many secrets. She's different from before. It seems like nothing can stir her emotions, and there's no one she cares about. Actually, I'm very afraid. I'm very afraid that one day my sister will suddenly disappear." The vulnerability in Yu Chong's eyes was heartbreaking. Shinanji looked at Yu Chong like this, her heart trembling. She wanted to reach out and comfort Yu Chong, but then lowered her hand in midair. "Yu Chong, I think Xiao Hua is wonderful like this. Everyone has secrets. No matter what Xiao Hua carries, she never abandoned you, her younger brother. She risked her life to save me. To me, Xiao Hua is my salvation, the light that illuminates my life. So no matter what Xiao Hua is like, I, Shinanji, will always be there for her." Yu Chong turned to look at Shinanji. His heart stirred slightly. He subconsciously reached out and ruffled her hair. Unexpectedly soft, this intimate gesture stunned them both. Shinanji stared blankly at Yu Chong. Yu Chong awkwardly turned his head away. "You're not that old, but you're quite good at comforting people. Shinanji, you're so young, why are you so mature?" Shinanji lowered her eyes, ignoring Yu Chong. She walked to Yu Xiaohua's side, and obediently called out, "Sister Xiaohua." Yu Chong quickly went up, and stood next to Shinanji. "Sister, shall we go into this supermarket and collect supplies? Nanji's space is so big, it can hold a lot of things, we can't waste it." A night had passed, and Yu Chong called her Nanji, so affectionately and naturally. Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Let's go." The three of them slowly walked into the mall, a putrid smell hitting them. Everything was in disarray. The ground was covered with winding trails of blood, the remnants of a fierce battle. The blood had dried, turning a dark red, a stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Scattered limbs lay in front of the shops, carelessly discarded. Some items still had pieces of clothing attached, suggesting the horrific things that had happened here. The wall decorations were also damaged, with some areas even exposing the internal wiring and pipes, making the place look extremely dilapidated. A faint stench of decay permeated the air, causing nausea and discomfort. The first 3 floors of the mall were filled with various luxury brands. Yu Xiaohua and his companions went from shop to shop, storing clothes, shoes, and some daily necessities into Shinanji's spatial storage. As for jewelry, after the apocalypse, it was practically worthless, so there was no need to keep it. The 4th floor was a large supermarket, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the three heard the voices of men and women in the distance. Clearly, there were more than just 1 or 2 people, at least 7 or 8. They were arguing. Chapter 31. In a corner of the supermarket, there were 5 men and 2 women. One of the women was holding a newborn baby, only a few months old, who was still crying and needing to be nursed. The baby was sleeping peacefully in the woman's arms, making no sound. The 5 men surrounded the woman holding the child, their eyes filled with lustful desire. The woman's face was pale, but her beauty was still evident, though she was barely clothed. There were clearly clothes for the woman nearby, but hers were torn and tattered. Clearly, these men had deliberately prevented her from wearing them. A common scene in the post-apocalyptic world. Another alluring woman leaned against one of the burly men. She looked at the woman holding the child with disgust. "Brother Chong, look at Xiao Ming. What does she mean? Serving Brother Chong is our blessing, yet she's unwilling. I think Xiao Ming just doesn't like you, Brother Chong, that's why she's so reluctant." The alluring woman then looked at the woman holding the child and calling her Xiao Ming, feigning concern. Xiao Ming, not to be rude, but Brother Chong liking you is your blessing. It's the apocalypse now. Without Brother Chong, what right do you have to raise this child? If you ask me, as a sister, I'm kindly advising you. This doesn't even know who the father of this child is. He slept with you before the apocalypse, and then abandoned you. Why are you still keeping your chastity for such a man? Why don't you just follow Brother Chong like me? In the apocalypse, we women need to find a strong man to rely on, otherwise, you and your in your arms will only face certain death when you encounter zombies. The man called Brother Chong was extremely ugly, and he leered at Xiao Ming. Look how sensible Xian is. Let me tell you, if you're willing to follow me, I can give you and your a meal. If you don't behave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let me tell you, my patience has its limits. I'm an ability user. In the future, plenty of women will be eager to follow me. What are you pretending to be, this virtuous woman? I give you a few more minutes to consider. If you still don't agree, I send you and this to feed the zombies. Xiao Ming tightly hugged the baby in her arms, and slowly raised her head. She looked at the men glaring at her, and finally at Chen Xian, who was gloating. Her eyes were full of defiance. He didn't abandon me and the child. I won't sell my body to live. Even if I die, I won't be like you. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, she looked down at the baby in her arms. The apocalypse suddenly descended, and she and her child hid here. Unexpectedly, she encountered this Brother Chong and her former work friend here. But after the apocalypse, people's hearts changed completely. This Brother Chong had his eye on her, wanting her to sell herself and follow him. But she refused. She had only ever loved one man in her life, and she would never betray him. At first, Brother Chong pretended to be a good person. Finally, after a few days, his ambition was revealed, and he tried to force himself on her. She threatened suicide, but today, she couldn't escape it. Perhaps, this was her and her child's fate. It was just a pity for her baby, only a few months old. Xiao Ming gently kissed the baby's forehead. As if by a mother's instinct, the baby in her arms slowly opened its eyes. Xiao Ming's tears, drop by drop, fell onto the baby's face. Xiao Ming seemed to have made up her mind. The next second, she raised her head again, her eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Even in her tattered clothes, her radiance and elegance shone through. She said, I don't agree. Chen Xian's face lit up with joy at Xiao Ming's refusal. If Xiao Ming really agreed, why would Brother Chong still be interested in her? This stupid woman would rather die than submit to Brother Chong. Brother Chong's eyes instantly turned vicious. Fine, you rather die than be with me? You just wait. You too, when it gets dark, throw this slut and her into the street. You can wait to be bitten to death by zombies with this bastard. Xiao Ming looked at the disgusting man and woman before her and sneered. Chen Xian, beauty can never last. Chen Xian knew Xiao Ming was telling the truth. Enraged, Chen Xian stepped forward and raised her hand to slap Xiao Ming's face. The next second, Chen Xian's hand felt like it had been electrocuted, and she winced in pain. It hurt so much, my hand. In the distance, Yu Xiaohua, Yu Chong, and Shen Nanji emerged. The men, led by Chong Gu, immediately became alert upon seeing the three, their expressions unfriendly. Who are you? Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, his gaze falling on the woman named Xiao Ming and the baby in her arms. After the apocalypse, too many people sold themselves to survive. Especially countless women who, to live, had no choice but to depend on men. Selling one's body was commonplace in the apocalypse, even in previous lives. But this Xiao Ming was an exception, a woman with backbone. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her gaze. Yu Chong stepped forward, looking at Chong Ji's gloomy expression. You're a grown man and you look like this? Don't you feel you already let your parents and society down? What, was Niwa dozing off when she sculpted you? So young, and already bald. If I were you, I'd just wait to be bitten to death by zombies. But no, zombies probably wouldn't be able to bring themselves to eat you. After all, something this disgusting, even zombies would find repulsive. Who has the most venomous tongue? Yu Chong dares to say he's second. No one dares to say they're first. A hint of a smile flashed in Shen Nanji's eyes. When they were little, Yu Chong could make other kids cry with just a few words. And now, he's still the same, hasn't changed at all. Really, so cute. The woman named Chen Xian and the men beside Chonggu also had very interesting expressions. After Yu Chong's outburst, Chonggu was so angry, he was practically fuming, his face changing drastically. He snarled, "What did you say?" Yu Chong gave him a serious once-over. Oh, so you're hard of hearing? Really, getting old and hard of hearing is no good, sis. What do you say? Yu Xiaohua then looked at Changgu. The others heard Yu Chang call Yu Xiaohua sis, and they were really impressed by Yu Xiaohua's cool demeanor. Without her speaking, it was impossible to tell if she was male or female, especially Changgu. His eyes immediately lit up. This short-haired girl is actually a woman? Even prettier than Xiaoming. Changgu immediately had other ideas. You're a woman? Great. Why don't you come with me? I'm an Esper. If you come with me, you never have to worry about food or clothing. I can pretend your brother's words didn't happen. How about it? Think it over carefully. I never force women. Changgu spoke with confidence. He didn't believe any woman wouldn't be tempted by revealing his Esper identity. Only a fool like Xiaoming would rather die than be with him. Chen Xian gritted her teeth. After getting rid of Xiaoming, an even prettier woman came to compete for her favor. Damn it! Yu Chang's eyes turned cold. Dare to make a move on his sister? She's asking for death. Thinking of what happened at the gymnasium yesterday, Yu Chang crossed his arms and stood there, watching the show. What methods did his sister have? Heh. Chapter 32. When Chang saw Yu Chang remain silent, he assumed Yu Chang was afraid after learning of his superpowered identity. Chang's smugness grew, thinking he was about to sleep with another beautiful woman. Chang's heart burned with desire. His gaze towards Yu Xiaohua became increasingly blatant and disgusting. Xiaoming, holding her child, witnessed this scene and felt a pang of sorrow. Another woman was about to be defiled by this Chang, and she felt a pang of pity. But she couldn't even protect herself. Just as Chang confidently awaited Yu Xiaohua's agreement, the next second, something unexpected happened. Yu Xiaohua remained expressionless, her eyes cold. She casually waved her right hand, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. With a flick of her wrist, a dazzling purple lightning bolt, as if summoned, shot forth from Yu Xiaohua's hand. This purple lightning, carrying boundless power and energy, struck directly at Changgu. The instant the purple lightning appeared, the temperature in the entire supermarket seemed to drop several degrees. Changgu and his companions opposite him were utterly shocked. How could they have expected that Yu Xiaohua was a lightning-type ability user? Unfortunately, men never know the consequences of underestimating women. By the time they realized what was happening, there was no escape. The man called Changgu tried to dodge, but his awakened strength-based ability was utterly powerless against the force of this purple lightning. In the end, Changgu watched helplessly as the purple lightning pierced through his body. His death was gruesome. Chen Xian cried out in horror. Changgu, he's dead. Xiaoming, holding her child, was utterly shocked by what she saw. She never expected that this suddenly appearing girl would kill that scoundrel, Brother Chang, with a single move. Good riddance. The other 4 men were merely dependent on Brother Chang. With Brother Chang dead, the remaining 4 men instantly lost their leader. They immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Chen Xian also knelt down in fear. Her backer was gone, and she dared not be as arrogant as before. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her hand, and the lightning vanished. Looking at the begging men, Yu Xiaohua remained expressionless and struck again. Dead? She preferred to eliminate the threat altogether rather than leave any future trouble. In the end, only Chen Xian remained. She was terrified and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. Beautiful lady, this has nothing to do with me. I only live with this Brother Chang to survive. I feel disgusted too, but what can a weak woman like me do? We're both girls, you should understand my predicament. You won't make things difficult for me, will you? Chen Xian still hoped to play the victim, and cling to Yu Xiaohua's coattails. She was reluctant to leave this supermarket. Yu Xiaohua looked at the weeping Chen Xian, her expression unmoved. She had seen plenty of people like Chen Xian in her past life. She spoke, her voice as cold as ice. Are you going to walk out yourself, or should I break your legs and throw you out? Chen Xian felt a chill run down her spine at Yu Xiaohua's indifferent gaze. Thinking of how Brother Chang had just died, she certainly believed Yu Xiaohua was telling the truth and wanted to continue playing the victim. Yu Xiaohua said, I advise you to shut up. My sister has a temper. Choose quickly. Chen Xian gritted her teeth, scrambling to her feet and running away. Yu Xiaohua walked over to Xiaoming, who was holding her child. Seeing her terribly pale and excessively haggard, clearly not just from hunger, but also from illness, Shen Nanji stepped forward and carefully examined Xiaoming's face. You have cancer? Xiaoming gave a bitter smile, her face full of bitterness, and stood up, holding her child, nodding. It was clear she must have been a gentle and refined woman in the past. Yes, 3 days before the apocalypse, I was diagnosed with stomach cancer. It's already in its late stages, and I don't have much time left. My only worry is my child. He's only 6 months old, he's so small." As Xiaoming spoke, tears streamed down her face. Realizing she had lost her composure, she wiped away her tears. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Yu Shua's gaze fell on the infant in Xiaoming's arms, blinking, completely unaware of the apocalypse. A few years after the apocalypse, it was almost impossible for humans to give birth to a healthy child. Other methods were necessary. Children were the most frequent victims of the apocalypse. These children had no chance to fight back against zombies. By the later stages of the apocalypse, children were practically non-existent. Yu Chan stepped forward. "Sister, this baby is so cute. Wasn't I cuter than him when I was little?" Yu Chang felt good about himself. In reality, as a child, Yu Chang was wrinkled and not handsome at all. He only started to develop his good looks after the age of 3. The baby in Xiaoming's arms, however, had big eyes and a high nose. He was clearly destined to be a handsome young man. Shen Nanji looked at the child and felt a pang of pity. This Xiaoming had cancer and only had a few days left to live. The fate of this baby was predictable. Xiaoming suddenly knelt on the ground. Yu Xiaohua looked at Xiaoming kneeling on the ground. Xiaoming said, "Miss, I know you must have come for the supermarket supplies. I have only one request. Could you please not take all the supplies? Could you leave some for me and my child? It's not much, just a little bit. My child and I have no way to survive. My only wish is that my child can have enough to eat in our final days. That's my greatest wish. I don't want my child to go hungry on the road to the underworld. I'd do anything, please." Mississippi Yu Chang and Shen Nanji exchanged a glance. A hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. They had thought that Xiaoming was kneeling to beg them to take in her child. But they hadn't expected that she only wanted them to leave a little something, enough for her and her child to survive for a while. At this moment, it would be a lie to say they weren't moved. To still be so compassionate at this point was truly admirable. Yu Xiaohua looked at Xiaoming and said calmly, "Get up." Xiaoming thought Yu Xiaohua had rejected her, and she stood up in despair. Yu Xiaohua turned her head. "Nanji, go collect supplies." Shen Nanji and Yu Chang entered the supermarket and began sweeping through the shelves, section by section. As expected of Sea City's largest supply center, it had everything imaginable. Shen Nanji's storage space was quickly filled. Shen Nanji's storage space was different from Yu Chang's. Hers was still limited. Therefore, before upgrading her abilities, she could only store these things for now. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua looked at Xiaoming, who was holding her child with eyes full of despair, and said, "I can take your child and do my best to raise him." In her past life, Yu Xiaohua had seen through the disgusting nature of humanity and the filth of the apocalypse. But now, she finally felt a touch of compassion. Many connections in life are inexplicable. This time, she believed in her connection with this child. In the apocalypse, raising a child might not be so bad. Chapter 33. Yuming froze, staring in disbelief at Yu Xiaohua. She seemed completely stunned. Someone was willing to raise a child with no family or relatives in the apocalypse. A full few seconds later, Yuming recovered, her expression filled with barely concealed excitement. "You, miss, you really want to adopt Domyu?" Aye. Yu Xiaohua spoke softly. Domyu, a very beautiful name. Yuming hadn't expected that, on the verge of death, she would encounter such a kind person as Yu Xiaohua, willing to protect her child's life. How could she ever repay such a great kindness? Yuming took one last look at the child in her arms, her face streaked with tears. Then, she carefully handed the child to Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua took the child. It was so light, so small and soft. A very fragile life. The next second, the baby in her arms suddenly opened its eyes, its large, grape-like eyes blinking rapidly. Suddenly, Domyu stretched out her little hand. Yu Xiaohua paused, then reached out her hand. The touch. This was a feeling Yu Xiaohua had never experienced before. It was a newfound hope. Yuming watched the scene with deep emotion. She could finally rest easy. Her child had found a good support. Even if she had to die now, she would do so willingly. Yuming, with tears in her eyes. "Miss, my body can only hold on for a few more days. I entrust Domyu to you. I'm at ease. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Take all these supplies and leave quickly." As if by a mother-child connection, Domyu in Yu Xiaohua's arms suddenly cried out. Yuming couldn't bear it, and turned her head away. Her body couldn't burden her child any longer, nor could she bear to burden these three kind people. At this moment, Yu Chang and Shen Nanji returned, having finished collecting their supplies. Seeing the baby in Yu Xiaohua's arms, the two immediately understood what was happening. Faced with such an infant, remaining indifferent was truly difficult. They didn't intend to be saints, but watching such a tiny baby die like this was unbearable. Even in the apocalypse, humanity shouldn't be completely extinguished. Shinanji stepped forward and naturally took the baby from Yu Xiaohua's hands. Sister Xiaohua, you can put the baby in my space first. Except for feeding time, the baby will be in my space, and I can check on his condition anytime. Yu Chang stroked his chin. Not bad, with this little guy, I directly become a stay-at-home dad. Yu Xiaohua nodded. The next second, the baby appeared in Shinanji's space. Yu Xiaohua nodded, looking at Yu Ming. Domiao, has he been named yet? Yu Ming shook her head. Not yet. If Miss Yu is willing, please name Domiu. You gave him a second life. The three of you are Domiu's reborn parents. Please leave the name to Miss Yu. I beg you, when Domiu grows up, don't tell him of my existence. I, his mother, gave birth to him, but couldn't raise him. I'm the one who has wronged little Domiu. Yu Ming's self-reproach was palpable. Yu Xiaohua looked at her, her voice calm. You haven't wronged anyone. You are first and foremost yourself, then Domiu's mother. When the apocalypse came, you protected him to this day within your power. He should know of your existence. Know that he has a very selfless and strong mother. Upon hearing this, Yu Ming burst into tears, covering her face and sobbing. You're right, Miss Yu. Please tell Domiu, I love him very much, Mom loves him very much. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Okay. Under Yu Ming's reluctant gaze, Yu Xiaohua and the other two left with Domiu. Back in the car, Yu Chang sighed, thinking of Yu Ming still left on the 5th floor supermarket. Sister, this Yu Ming is really pitiful. A few seconds later, Yu Xiaohua's deep voice slowly rang out. In the apocalypse, there's no shortage of pitiful people. Call her cold-blooded, call her heartless. In her past life, her heart had long been numb. Because, wasn't she once that pitiful person waiting for someone to save her? However, later, repeated betrayals and humiliations made her understand. In this world, no one can save you, only you can save yourself. Yu Xiaohua restarted the car. In 2 more hours, it would be dark again, and it would become a zombie world once more. Shinanji took the bean sprouts out of her spatial storage and fed them formula. Yu Xiaohua told Yu Chang and Shinanji about her decision to go to City B. Both agreed. No matter what the future held, they decided to go together, through thick and thin. As for why Yu Xiaohua wanted to go to City B first, that's because, after the apocalypse, City B was the first special zone established in Yin Country, the first special zone. It was the top of the 10 special zones. Later, over the next few years, 4 major bases were gradually established. At University C, the military rescue team arrived. After rescuing the surviving students, they went to Building A, the zombie gathering place. The military originally intended to kill the zombies, but unexpectedly, when the military personnel arrived, they found the entire building filled with zombie corpses. Not a single living zombie remained, and every single one of the zombies had a section of their chest gouged out. Section A. The man was about 50 years old, the years leaving faint traces on his face, but this did not diminish his dignified and solemn aura. His military uniform was impeccably pressed, the medals and epaulets gleaming in the sunlight, as if telling the story of his glorious past. In the aftermath of a turbulent and chaotic apocalypse, Pei Jun, the former commander-in-chief of the Southwest region, awakened a powerful lightning-based ability. At that time, the world was in chaos, people were filled with fear, and social order had vanished. Pei Jun stabilized morale and quickly took action, reorganizing a powerful army. Using his lightning-based ability as the core, he trained his soldiers to master various combat skills, improving their combat prowess. The soldiers had complete trust and respect for him, and were willing to obey his commands. Then, Pei Jun led this revitalized army on a difficult rescue operation. His army quickly became a beacon of hope in this chaotic land. Zhang San bowed respectfully. General, all the zombies in the building have been wiped out. Without exception, their chests were gouged out by hand, there was nothing there. The person who did it was ruthless, striking cleanly and decisively. And it wasn't done with superpowers, they were all killed in close combat. To wipe out these zombies so cleanly, this person is definitely a genius. Not using any superpowers is truly astonishing. General, we must find such a talent. In this post-apocalyptic world, what we lack most are such capable individuals. Pei Jun looked at the zombie corpses scattered on the ground. Even someone who had seen countless storms couldn't help but be somewhat shocked. It's been a month since the apocalypse. Even a powerful superhuman couldn't possibly kill so many zombies in one go. Moreover, judging from the method, these zombies all died at the hands of one person. Just how terrifying must this mysterious man's strength be? Chapter 34. Pei Jun's gaze fell on the zombie's empty chest, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. He ordered Zhang San to have the zombie sealed and transported back to the laboratory. Why would this powerful superhuman rip open the chests of all the zombies? Could it really be? Pei Jun's face lit up with joy. This powerful man must still be in City C. You're right. Such talent, if we could use him, would be a great asset. Pass down the order. During the rescue, keep a close eye on men like him. Zhang San nodded. I pass the order right away. General, there's still no news of the young master. Should we send more people to search? Pei Jun shook his head. No need. I trust that boy's abilities. The people around him are absolutely loyal. Even without awakened superpowers, he wouldn't die easily. He has his own path to walk. Now, we need to focus our time on rescuing ordinary people. The base's construction can't be delayed for a moment. Zhang San saw that Pei Jun, despite being worried about the young master, was still prioritizing saving ordinary people. This is a soldier's responsibility. Zhang San sighed, silently praying that the young master would be alright. Pei Jun never imagined that the powerful figure he so desperately sought had already embarked on his journey to City B. Yu Xiaohua deliberately swapped the jeep for a small RV from her spatial storage halfway through the journey. Although not as large as the post-apocalyptic RV, it used the exact same materials, only one was a scaled-down version. The RV was fully equipped. Originally, Yu Xiaohua hadn't planned to bring it out now. One jeep would have been enough for the three of them. But with Little Bean Sprout still around, he was too young to be kept in the space all the time. So, she brought out a smaller RV beforehand. When Yu Xiaohua conjured an RV in the open space, Yu Chong was stunned. Shen Nanji paused for 2 seconds. Yu Chong was speechless, squatting on the ground, almost pulling the grass bare. Why is there such a big difference between siblings? His sister not only awakened lightning-type abilities, but also has such a large space. And look at his awakened one, a flamboyant, beautiful, but useless flower. Is it because he's flashy? Or because he's excessively handsome? So, is God playing a trick on him? Shen Nanji sat down next to Yu Chong, thought for a moment, and began to comfort him. You're also very good. Your awakened flower is very... He paused. Yu Chong looked at Shen Nanji expectantly, wanting to hear praise from her. Shen Nanji looked into his eyes, very seriously. Your flowers are beautiful, elegant, and lovely. Yu Chong cried. Who would praise someone like that? Was she praising him or insulting him? Beside him, Yu Xiaohua slowly smiled, the Little Bean Sprout in his arms giggling. Yu Chong stood up, hands on his hips. Well, even you, Little Bean Sprout, dare to laugh at me? There's no justice. The scene was warm and cozy. In the following days, the three of them drove during the day and killed zombies at night. Yu Xiaohua also taught the two how to refine crystal cores to improve their abilities. Shen Nanji was a natural talent, so she mastered it in just 2 days. Yu Chong was a little slower, but after 5 or 6 days, he also learned how to upgrade his abilities. On this day, Yu Xiaohua took out all the hundreds of crystal cores from her spatial storage. The floor was covered in crystal cores, a sight that nearly blinded anyone. Yu Chong had been numb with shock these past few days. He swallowed hard. He didn't know what to say. Just how many treasures did his sister have? How many zombies would these crystal cores take to kill? Shen Nanji, seeing these crystal cores, instantly guessed how they came to be. These past few days, Xiaohua had been with them. Only that one day, at C University, she went out alone for 2 hours. 2 hours. Hundreds of zombie crystal cores? Terrifying power. Yu Xiaohua sorted the crystal cores. Based on Shen Nanji's spatial ability, and Yu Chong's healing ability, she left 200 for each of them. Ordinary crystal cores weren't very useful in the later stages of the apocalypse, serving only as basic currency. But these crystal cores could still be used to their fullest potential, enhancing their abilities. The three drove the RV to an open space and locked the doors. The RV's doors were made of the finest materials available on the market. Even if zombies came, they wouldn't be able to open the locks. The three exchanged glances, sat down, and began cultivating with the crystal cores to enhance their abilities. Yu Xiaohua watched as the other two closed their eyes and began absorbing the crystal cores. She slowly closed her eyes as well. With experience from her previous life, Yu Xiaohua was adept at absorbing and refining crystal cores. Her movements were swift and skillful as she placed each crystal core into her mouth, then closed her eyes tightly. She focused intently on circulating her internal abilities, absorbing the energy from the crystal cores continuously into her body. As time passed, Yu Xiaohua's speed increased rapidly, devouring crystal cores one after another. Her body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, easily absorbing and refining any number of crystal cores. In contrast, the other two absorbing crystal cores alongside her were much slower. Shen Nanji and Yu Chang were also trying their best to absorb, but they were still far behind Yu Xiaohua. However, despite Yu Xiaohua's incredibly efficient absorption of a large number of crystal cores, her body was like a vast ocean that could never be filled. The energy requirements of her three elemental abilities were simply too great. Currently, she said that the number of crystal cores she had absorbed was far from enough. The crystal cores in front of Yu Xiaohua visibly disappeared, more than 200 crystal cores, until the last crystal core was completely absorbed. Yu Xiaohua opened her eyes. Shen Nanji and Yu Chang hadn't finished absorbing. There were still many crystal cores in front of them. It would probably take some more time. Yu Xiaohua stood up and went outside. The sun was blazing overhead. Yu Xiaohua's eyes sharpened. With a casual wave of her hand, purple lightning shot straight towards the large tree. The thick, withered, century-old tree split in two, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. After absorbing these hundreds of crystal cores, Yu Xiaohua's lightning-based ability was noticeably more powerful. Yu Xiaohua was silent for 2 seconds. With a thought, a ball of flame slowly rose from her palm. This flame burned fiercely, radiating scorching heat. It seemed to ignite the surrounding air. Yu Xiaohua's right hand underwent another change. From her right palm, a clear spring gushed forth, like a silver dragon, forming a column of water. This column of water contrasted sharply with the flame, one cold, one hot, complementing each other. Water and fire are incompatible, but for Yu Xiaohua, water and fire elements could work together harmoniously. Yu Xiaohua returned to the RV and saw that the two hadn't finished absorbing the crystal cores. After feeding Domiu formula and changing her diaper, Domiu lay down on the RV's large bed and fell asleep. A 6-month-old baby mostly drinks milk and sleeps, with diapers changed regularly every day. Some babies are naturally quiet, like Domiu. This child eats and sleeps and eats, plays all day, but never cries or fusses. She's very well behaved. Chapter 35. Yu Xiaohua took out beef, vegetables, and some meatballs, tripe, and pork intestines from the RV's refrigerator. A very complete meal. In the apocalypse, since they had this much to offer, they naturally couldn't neglect their stomachs. These days, the three of them ate a variety of dishes every day. Killing zombies was exhausting, so naturally, they ate a lot. In the apocalypse, who would be a fool to diet? Today, Yu Xiaohua planned to make hot pot, the simplest option. Once Yu Xiaohua set out the hot pot, the spicy aroma filled the RV. Outside, it was already dark. The RV's interior was brightly lit, warm and cozy. Yu Chang woke up to the smell of the hot pot. Shen Nanji also finished absorbing the last crystal core and opened her eyes. Seeing the hot pot and abundant meat and vegetables before them, both of them were hungry after a long day. Yu Chang swallowed hard. Sister, you really understand your brother's heart. I love hot pot the most. I haven't had it in so long, I'm really craving it. I want to make the dipping sauce. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Sit down, eat. She handed Yu Chang and Shen Nanji each a cup of spiritual spring water. The two drank it down without hesitation. The spiritual spring water felt like a clear spring flowing through their bodies, bringing a refreshing coolness that instantly invigorated them. Their previously tired bodies gradually regained their vitality. The three sat around the table, eating the steaming hot pot. Outside the RV, suddenly, a strange sound came. The three looked up and peered out the window, only to see several hideous zombies slowly approaching the RV. Their empty eyes stared intently into the vehicle, and they occasionally let out low growls. Uninvited guests. Yu Chang chewed on some dried vegetables, while watching the ugly zombies prying at the RV window. He was immune now. At first, looking at these zombies made everything he ate nauseous. Until he saw his sister calmly finish a piece of bread after digging out a zombie's crystal core. Suddenly, he stopped feeling nauseous. He'd gotten used to it over the years. Indeed, habit is terrifying. As for Shen Nanji, she got used to it even faster. Yu Xiaohua calmly picked up a beef roll, completely unaffected by the zombies outside. Do Miao, who should have been asleep, was awake. He stared wide-eyed at the chaotic zombie horde outside the window. Not only was he not afraid, but he also looked very curious. In the apocalypse, children who want to grow up must get used to zombies from a young age. Outside the RV, The zombies became even more frenzied, but no matter how much they pried at them, it was all in vain. Yu Xiaohua put down her chopsticks, picked up a wet wipe, and wiped her hands. Shenanji also put down her chopsticks. Finally, it was Yu Chang's turn. Yu Chang said helplessly, "All right, the old rules, rock paper scissors, whoever loses goes." This was how they'd been doing it for the past few days. Of course, this game wasn't very meaningful, because Yu Chang always lost. But he refused to accept his fate. How could he, the dignified casino king, lose so badly at rock paper scissors? A minute later, Yu Chang resignedly got up. Yu Xiaohua and Shenanji picked up their chopsticks again and continued eating their hot pot. As soon as Yu Chang opened the door, a hideous, foul-smelling zombie pounced on him. Yu Chang grabbed a large axe and charged at it, hacking away. Completely haphazard, recklessly charging, incredibly fierce. While hacking, Yu Chang shouted, "You're making me eat hot pot." The resentment emanating from him was even stronger than that from the zombies. Inside the RV, Shenanji kept watching Yu Chang outside the window as he fought his way through the zombies. She only relaxed after he finished off the last one. Yu Xiaohua glanced at her. "Worried about Xiao Chang?" Shenanji blushed. "Yes." Yu Xiaohua smiled. These days, Xiao Chang has grown up very quickly. Shenanji knew Yu Xiaohua's intention. She hoped Yu Chang could quickly become independent. Yu Xiaohua put down her chopsticks again. "Nanji, have you thought about what you want to do in the future?" A hint of confusion flashed in Shenanji's eyes. She shook her head. "Sister Xiaohua, I don't know. What can I do?" Yu Xiaohua said slowly and deliberately, "Nanji, the apocalypse arrived suddenly, catching humanity off guard. But one day, humanity will find a way to coexist with zombies. Civilization is destroyed, and order and rules are broken, but new order and rules will be re-established. And you, a genius medical student, even in the apocalypse, shouldn't waste your talent and abilities. I believe that one day, you will use your medical skills to benefit humanity." In her previous life, it was Nanji who developed a drug to inhibit the zombie virus. Although it couldn't prevent humans from turning into zombies after being bitten, it could delay the process. Unfortunately, after Nanji died, no one had the ability to continue researching the drug. But in this life, Nanji will definitely succeed in developing the drug. After hearing this, Shenanji suddenly understood. In that instant, she seemed to have found her purpose for the future. She loved medicine, and she hoped to continue pursuing a career in it. Shenanji solidified her goal. "Sister Xiaohua, thank you. I think I know what to do." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Yu Xiaohua knew she had made up her mind. Nanji was a smart and clear-headed person. Now that she had set her mind on her goal, no matter how difficult it was, she would continue. Yu Chang, carrying the large axe and the extracted crystal core, returned to the RV. It didn't affect his appetite at all. The three continued eating hot pot, and after they were all full, Yu Chang began absorbing the crystal core again. Shenanji played with Domyu. Yu Xiaohua took out a map and studied it carefully. They were currently on the national highway between City C and City B. At their current pace, it would take them another half-month to reach City B. Next, they would pass through a place called Jiangzhen. This town was originally a tourist area. Years ago, a natural hot spring was discovered in the mountains. With the hot spring water, the entire town was developed into a hot spring town, making a fortune. Yu Xiaohua circled Jiangzhen in red. His gaze deepened slightly. Jiang Town was quite famous in her past life. Because a level 3 zombie lurked in that town, the first level 3 zombie to appear in the apocalypse. The crystal core of a level 3 zombie was far superior to ordinary crystal cores. Her target was this level 3 zombie. The next day, at dawn, Yu Chang drove the three of them to Jiang Town, taking the national highway. On the road, there were only some wandering zombies. This time, it was Shenanji's turn to deal with these zombies. Shenanji's spatial ability could conceal her aura. Her actions were clean and efficient. Killing the zombies and taking the crystal cores was done in one smooth motion. Domyu was playing happily in the RV. Shenanji had collected quite a few children's toys at the supermarket, which came in handy now. At noon, Domiao, who had been sleeping quietly, suddenly started crying incessantly. Her face turned completely red from crying. Shenanji spent half an hour coaxing her until she finally stopped crying, but she looked utterly dejected and pitiful. This was the first time Domyu had ever cried like this. Yu Chang looked at Domyu and sighed. "Sister, do you think a mother's heart is connected to her child's? Could it be Domyu's mother?" Yu Xiaohua didn't speak. On the other side, Yu Meng died. She wasn't killed by the zombies, she chose suicide. At the moment of her death, Yu Ming was still clutching a small piece of clothing that Domyu had worn. It was her only remaining thought before she died. A mother's hope before death. Chapter 36. At the same time, an astonishing piece of news spread like wildfire. The crystal cores in the chests of zombies could upgrade superpowers. This news, like a lightning bolt piercing the night sky, instantly caused a huge uproar. Humanity gradually began to know about this. The news spread to every corner, from the streets and alleys of cities to remote villages. The surviving humans were all talking about crystal cores and superpower upgrades. In an instant, various speculations and rumors about crystal cores arose. Many superpowered individuals began to risk their lives to find zombies, hoping to obtain crystal cores and enhance their superpowers. Some organizations and teams also began to emerge, specializing in the collection and research of crystal cores. This brought a glimmer of new hope to the despairing apocalypse. 3 days later, Yu Xiaohua and his 2 companions had driven to the edge of Jiang Town. Right at the highway toll booth, suddenly, a zombie darted out. Yu Xiaohua swiftly struck, killing the zombie and extracting the crystal core. Yu Xiaohua planned to rest for the night at the highway exit before continuing his journey. What would normally take 5 or 6 days to reach Zhenjiang had been halved. They needed rest and sufficient energy to face the level 3 zombie lurking in Zhenjiang. Level 3 zombies were not only powerful, but had also begun to develop their own consciousness, making them very difficult to deal with. At the same time, Yu Xiaohua told Shen Nanji and Yu Chang about the level 3 zombie in Zhenjiang. The two were shocked. They had only been killing level 1 zombies, low-level ones. Zombies were actually ranked, with the highest being level 10. Yu Xiaohua's words seemed to open a new door for the two of them. The 3 were talking in the RV. Just then, Yu Xiaohua's eyes suddenly sharpened. Immediately afterwards, a rapid knocking sounded, the sound particularly abrupt and jarring in the quiet night. Upon hearing the knocking, Yu Chang immediately stood up, looking warily at the RV door. Meanwhile, Shen Nanji quickly put the bean sprouts in her hand into her spatial storage. In the middle of the night, it couldn't possibly be a zombie knocking. It could only be a human. Yu Chang thought to himself, slowly walking to the door without immediately opening it. With a wary expression, he asked in a low voice, "Who? Who's outside?" Soon, a young man's voice came from outside the door. "Hello, brother, I'm human, don't be nervous. My sister and I are on our way to Nanshire to stay with relatives. We're passing through here and plan to rest for the night. We just saw your RV. In this apocalypse, everyone's having a hard time. If you don't mind, how about we travel together? My sister and I are superhumans, so if we travel together, we can look out for each other and help each other. What do you say, brother?" Yu Chang didn't agree immediately. He turned to Yu Xiaohua. "Sister, what should we do?" Shen Nanji frowned. "They have 2 superhumans. Before knowing our strength, would they really be so kind? Helping each other? I'm afraid there might be something fishy going on. It's better to be careful." Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Open the door." Yu Chang immediately opened the door. At the doorway stood a handsome young man, about 25 or 26 years old. He was dressed in college student attire. Not far away, a girl walked over. The girl, dressed in a non-mainstream style, with a nose piercing and a crop top, looked incredibly rebellious. Seeing the door open, the brother and sister's eyes lit up. Their gazes were burning. Just now, they had spotted the RV parked there at a glance. This RV looked like a luxury item. If only they, the brother and sister, could have an RV like that, they wouldn't have to deal with zombies every day, so disheveled, poorly fed, and poorly slept. When they saw Yu Xiaohua and the other 2 dressed in clean clothes, clearly not having suffered much since the apocalypse, the man and woman exchanged a glance, their hearts even more moved. Yu Chang said coldly, "You two, is there something you need?" The handsome boy introduced himself. His name was Lu Feng, and his sister's name was Lu Rong. Were they escaped from City C? After explaining their situation, Yu Chang directly refused. "Sorry, we don't plan to travel with anyone else, it's inconvenient." Yu Chang's direct refusal made Lu Feng and Lu Rong's faces instantly turn ugly. Lu Feng suppressed his displeasure and turned his gaze to Yu Xiaohua, who was sitting there. Upon seeing her face clearly, a deep sense of amazement flashed in his eyes. "Brother, in this apocalypse, everyone's having a tough time. Besides, there are 3 of you, including 2 girls. I think you should ask their opinions. After all, my sister and I are both superhumans, we can protect you. Especially these 2 beautiful ladies, I think they might be willing to let us stay." Lu Feng was quite confident. After all, as a handsome guy, he was not only good-looking but also a superhuman. With those two qualities alone, how could any woman refuse his advances? These two women must be clinging to the man who opened the door. If they had a better option, they would know how to choose. Then, with such a nice RV, all the women would be his. Thinking this, Lu Feng's smile widened. Yu Chang, seeing his lewd grin, wanted nothing more than to slap him. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Xiaohua's indifferent voice came from behind her. Are you an ability user? Lu Feng nodded confidently. Of course, miss, I wouldn't lie to you. I'm a fire-type ability user, and my sister is a water-type ability user. My sister and I have killed countless zombies along the way to get here. If you like to travel with us, my sister and I are willing to protect you. Yu Chang almost laughed. This Lu Feng was bragging to his sister about how many zombies he had killed. Lu Rong looked at Yu Chang with affection. Clearly, she was very interested in him. Sir, I'm Lu Rong. Why don't we travel together? We're all girls, it'd be good for us. Yu Chang knew Lu Rong's intentions just by looking at her eyes. Bad luck. Yu Xiaohua glanced indifferently at the siblings at the door. Okay. Yu Chang turned around in surprise. Shen Nanji gave him a reassuring look. She believed that Xiaohua had her reasons for agreeing to this pair of ill-intentioned siblings. Yu Chang fell silent. Lu Feng, seeing Yu Xiaohua agree, immediately became smug. He knew it. No woman could escape his charm. Before the apocalypse, Lu Feng was just an ordinary college student. After the apocalypse, after awakening his superpowers, he felt superior, and was now incredibly arrogant. Lu Rong also assumed Yu Chang had feelings for her. Just as Lu Feng was about to step into the RV, Yu Xiaohua spoke up. You don't have a vehicle? Lu Feng's face turned somewhat awkward, and he spoke loudly. Of course we do. We thought we'd all be together, right? I think your RV is quite nice. Why don't my brother and I squeeze in with you? Chapter 37. Yu Chang was genuinely amused by Lu Feng's words. Such a shameless man was truly rare. Squeeze? Squeeze my ass. Lu Feng had the nerve to say that. He didn't even want to hear it. Lu Rong pouted. We're in the same car. Do you think my brother and I can protect you? Don't think we want to get in your car. We're just trying to be helpful. The next second, Yu Xiaohua looked at them expressionlessly, his lips slightly parted, and slowly uttered a few words. His voice was like the icy wind of winter, cold and ruthless, sending a chill down one's spine. No need. Yu Xiaohua's decisive refusal made Lu Feng and Lu Rong's faces darken again. Lu Rong, her face sullen, was about to say something when Lu Feng grabbed her. All right, we all need to look out for each other. My brother and I will follow you in our car. We head to Jiang Town together tomorrow morning. Lu Feng wanted to say something more, but Yu Chang slammed the door shut, blocking their view. Outside the RV, Lu Feng stood there, his expression shifting repeatedly. He gritted his teeth and turned back to his car. Lu Rong gritted her teeth. Brother, we're both superhumans. Why should we have to listen to that man and those two women? Brother, what are you thinking? Lu Feng's eyes darkened. After the apocalypse, do you think that if the man in that car wasn't capable, having two women with him, one of whom was so beautiful, meant he was definitely a superhuman? We get to Jiang Town, find an opportunity to test his abilities, and then we seize their RV. That way, we be foolproof. Don't be so stubborn. We talk about it once we're in Jiang Town. Don't worry. Brother, I can tell. Are you interested in that guy? I help you get him. Lu Rong's heart burned with desire, as she thought of Yu Chang's appearance. Brother, didn't you also have your eye on that short-haired girl? Don't worry, she'd definitely fall into your hands. If she weren't interested in you, why would she ask us to travel together? She's probably just pretending, waiting for you to make the first move. Let me tell you, brother, I'm only interested in pretty women. I didn't like her the moment I saw her. I don't want her to be my sister-in-law. Lu Feng smiled slyly. Don't worry, it's the apocalypse. I'm just playing around with these women. Sister-in-law or not, once I'm done, I just throw her to the zombies. Are you satisfied now? Inside the RV, Yu Chang still didn't understand. Why did his sister go to Jiang Town with two people with ulterior motives? Sister? Yu Xiaohua knew what he wanted to say. They're useful to me. She had her own plans. The level 3 zombies in Jiang Town won't easily show themselves. She needs bait. Are Lu Feng and Lu Rong planning to scheme against them? Naturally, she made good use of the bait offered to her. Shen Nanji asked, Sister Xiaohua, are you planning to use them? Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes. Yu Chang stood to the side, looking at Yu Xiaohua, then at Shen Nanji. How to put it? He felt out of place in this world of intelligent people. Could it be because he's too smart? Hee. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Feng and Lu Rong were waiting outside, having brought out their milk and bread, intending to show off their supplies. But when they saw Yu Xiaohua and the other two eating steak, the two looked at their own bread and milk and felt a pang of shame. In the post-apocalyptic world, who was so extravagant as to eat steak for breakfast, Yu Xiaohua didn't pursue a slender figure. She needed muscle. She needed strength. Since her rebirth, she ate a sufficient amount of various meats every day to maintain her body's energy. Therefore, Yu Xiaohua wasn't thin. She was the typical type, who was muscular when undressed but looked slim when clothed. Now, at Yu Xiaohua's insistence, Yu Chang and Shen Nanji also had to eat meat every day. So what Lu Feng and Lu Rong considered outrageous and extravagant was simply the daily diet of Yu Xiaohua and the other two these days. Yu Xiaohua slowly finished her steak, looked up at Lu Feng and Lu Rong standing there, and didn't speak. Yu Chang and Shen Nanji also showed no intention of speaking. Absolute indifference. Then, she closed the RV door. Lu Feng and Lu Rong, suppressing their dissatisfaction, got into their own car. A motorhome followed by a jeep. They entered Jiang Town, one after the other. The brother and sister argued the entire way. Jiang Town wasn't large. The entire town was a hot spring development zone. Yu Xiaohua drove into Jiang Town, and in one morning, she drove almost the entire town. The whole town was very quiet, desolate everywhere, a far cry from its former bustling scene. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Xiaohua parked the car at the town's visitor center. After parking, the three of them got out of the car. Lu Feng and Lu Rong also got out. Lu Feng stepped forward, wanting to get closer to Yu Xiaohua. Miss, I still don't know your name. We're all companions now, look. Yu Xiaohua. Yu Chang stepped forward, standing beside Yu Xiaohua, blocking Lu Feng's view. What kind of toad dares to covet his sister? Yu Chang. Shen Nanji. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. So these two aren't a couple? Xiaohua, that's a really nice name. You both have the surname Yu? Then you're not a couple, you're siblings? Yu Chang rolled his eyes. Sycophant. Lu Feng's face flushed, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Then, he pretended to be very magnanimous, feigning nonchalance. Yu Xiaohua looked towards the visitor center in front of her. She had already searched the entire town. There couldn't possibly be no survivors. The only place in the entire town where someone could hide was this visitor center. These past few days, Yu Xiaohua had vaguely felt her spiritual perception growing stronger. Yu Xiaohua lifted her foot and walked towards the visitor center. Lu Feng wanted to follow her, but Yu Chang took his place. He gritted his teeth. That Yu Chang was such a nuisance, he deserved to die. Behind him, Lu Rong flashed a friendly smile. Sister Nanji, the moment I saw you, I felt an instant connection with you. I always wanted an older sister, someone to confide in. If you're willing, you can treat me like a younger sister. If we encounter zombies, I definitely protect you first. As she spoke, Lu Rong reached out to take Shen Nanji's arm. Shen Nanji subtly moved aside. Lu Rong's face turned pale, looking utterly aggrieved. Sister Nanji, I just wanted to get closer to you. Shen Nanji adjusted her glasses, glancing at Lu Rong indifferently. Her eyes were devoid of emotion. She uttered 5 words directly. Unwilling. Don't want to. Lu Rong froze, her feigned intimacy completely crumbling. From childhood, Shen Nanji knew best whether someone's feelings for her were genuine or malicious. This Lu Rong's eyes were filled with contempt, disdain, and scheming. But she still had to pretend to be understanding and naive. Her acting was terrible. And she didn't even realize it. Shen Nanji withdrew her gaze. Fool. Chapter 38. Shen Nanji dislikes fools. There's only one exception in this world, Yu Chang. In Shen Nanji's heart, Yu Chang is also the only lovable fool in the world. Yu Xiaohua stepped into the visitor center, her gaze quickly sweeping around. Food bags scattered on the floor. Traces of daily life. Broken cups, disheveled clothes, overturned chairs, and scattered cigarette butts. These details all confirmed her suspicions. There were survivors hidden here, people who hadn't turned into zombies. Finally, Yu Xiaohua's gaze slowly settled on the innermost door. Only the right-hand door in the entire visitor center was tightly closed. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward. When Lu Feng and the others couldn't see her, she waved her hands. The tightly closed door seemed to be violently pushed open by a powerful force, making a loud creak. With a loud crash, the scene inside the door came into view. A group of people stood there, gripping various weapons. There were axes, sickles, and clubs. However, these people didn't look as fierce and brutal as people had imagined. On the contrary, they all looked exhausted, as if they had just survived a long and arduous battle. Their clothes were tattered, covered in dust and blood. Their faces were etched with fatigue and fear. Even so, when they saw Yu Xiaohua and his group outside the door, their expressions immediately became wary, and they gripped their weapons tightly. It was clear how much fear these people had endured these past few days. Behind them, Lu Feng's eyes instantly changed when he saw so many people still alive. So, all the survivors of this town were hiding here. Lu Feng looked puzzled. Was this Yu Xiaohua just a coincidence, or did she know something? Otherwise, why would she park the car here? There are so many places in this town. Why did she have to stop here? Impossible. It must be Yu Chang's idea. He's overthinking it. The men, women, and children inside the gate, seeing that Yu Xiaohua and her group weren't zombies, but humans, finally showed some improvement. Who are you? How did you get in? How did you know there were people here? Among them, the elderly man who appeared to be around 70 years old, leaned on a cane. The old man was clearly a respected figure. Presumably, he held a very important position in this town. As soon as he spoke, the others immediately fell silent. Lu Feng stepped forward and spoke, "Old lady, we're just passing through. It's the apocalypse, and everyone's having a hard time traveling. My sister, these people, and I met on the road and traveled together. My sister and I are both superhumans." The moment Lu Feng revealed his superhuman abilities, the way the people opposite him looked at him immediately changed. "You're a superhuman? My God, we actually have a superhuman here. Are we saved?" In that instant, everyone saw Lu Feng as their savior. Their gazes were fervent, one particular look being especially noticeable. Yu Xiaohua looked at one person in the crowd. The old woman was about 50 years old, with bright eyes and dressed smartly. Compared to the disheveled people around her, she was clearly in much better shape. Especially the way she looked at Lu Feng and Lu Rong, it was very different. Among them, only the 70-year-old man, who had spoken earlier, remained relatively calm. Instead, he looked at Yu Xiaohua standing behind Lu Feng. He frowned deeply, then looked away. He felt that the truly extraordinary one wasn't the boastful young man, but the girl who hadn't spoken a word. The old man, leaning on his cane, stepped forward. "I am Zhang Deshan, the mayor of Jiang Town." "Hello." Then, everyone introduced themselves. Because they had revealed their identities as superhumans, Lu Feng and Lu Rong received a warm welcome. The crowd showered them with praise, showering them with compliments. Throughout the entire process, Yu Xiaohua remained silent, simply listening. She thought, Jiang Town is only so big, even during the day, if the zombies hide in the shadows, it's impossible for them to be completely silent. There are no zombies in Jiang Town. There's only one possibility. That level 3 zombie must still be hiding in Jiang Town. Because of the presence of a level 3 zombie, other lower level zombies dared not roam the vicinity. But level 3 zombies are actually not very afraid of sunlight anymore. Why are there still people alive in Jiang Town? Hiding safely in the visitor center? This is too strange. If a level 3 zombie were to attack, these people would have no chance of survival. Where exactly is the problem? Yu Xiaohua's expression turned cold. Once a level 3 zombie advances to level 4, it becomes incredibly difficult to deal with. We must kill this zombie while it's still at level 3. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Yu Chang whispered, "Sister, look at these townspeople, they're so pragmatic. Now that they know Lu Feng and Lu Rong are superhumans, they're practically praising them like sunflowers. TSK. Yu Xiaohua was lost in thought and didn't speak. Yu Chang turned to look at Shen Nanji beside him. "Nanji, my sister isn't talking to you. Why aren't you saying anything?" Shen Nanji paused. "I don't like to talk." Yu Chang choked. He was such a pitiful little thing. Nobody loved him. A little while later, the townspeople brought out some food. However, these people were quite pragmatic. They didn't share the food with Yu Xiaohua. Yu Chang and Shen Nanji gave it all to Lu Feng and his sister like it was a treasure. Lu Feng ate his food, glancing at Yu Xiaohua with a smug look. Only Zhang Deshan gave Yu Xiaohua, Yu Chang, and Shen Nanji 3 bags of instant noodles. Although it couldn't compare to what he gave Lu Feng and Lu Rong. But Zhang Deshan didn't know that these 3 unassuming bags of instant noodles would save his only grandson's life 2 days later. Sometimes, kindness in people's hearts is just a matter of a single thought. Sowing good seeds will ultimately yield good fruit. In 1 hour, it will be dark. People's expressions immediately tensed up again. Everyone knew what the arrival of night meant. Everyone placed their hopes on Lu Feng and Lu Rong, the brother and sister. It could be said that they were trying their best to please them. The word humanity was on full display. Yu Xiaohua looked at the town mayor, Zhang Deshan, sitting there, and walked over. Everyone immediately looked at her, wondering what she wanted to do. They all showed puzzled expressions. Mayor, Zhang Deshan looked up, and saw it was Yu Xiaohua, without any airs. "Hello, Miss Yu," Yu Xiaohua said in a deep voice. "Mayor, after the apocalypse, have zombies appeared in this town every night? How many people have been bitten?" Zhang Deshan sighed, and shook his head. "No." Chapter 39. Lu Feng and Lu Rong were utterly shocked. They exclaimed in unison, "How is that possible?" Zhang Deshan sighed deeply, his face grave. When the apocalypse struck, at first, there were zombies biting people in the town, but somehow, in just a few days, all the zombies in the town seemed to have vanished overnight. Not a single one remained. This is very strange. However, not a single person in our town has awakened any superpowers. Everyone is hiding in the visitor center, thinking they can live one day at a time, so they don't think about it anymore. After hearing Zhang Dishan's words, Yu Xiaohua was even more certain that the level 3 zombie in Jiang Town was still there. Otherwise, there would definitely be a zombie in this town. Seeing Zhang Dishan's polite attitude towards Yu Xiaohua, Lu Rong felt a growing resentment. Clearly, she was the one with superpowers, so why was she treated so politely by this elderly town mayor, while her attitude towards her was lukewarm? Lu Rong stood up, and suddenly, she began to speak sarcastically. "I say, Miss Yu, stop asking so many questions. What zombies? Maybe all the townspeople are hiding here. The zombies couldn't find anyone, so they left. What's so strange about that?" Yu Xiaohua looked at Lu Rong expressionlessly. Her eyes were like a deep pool, calm and cold. Lu Rong felt a strange tension rise in her heart under the gaze. Yu Xiaohua's gaze seemed to pierce through Lu Rong's soul, leaving her nowhere to hide. She didn't know why Yu Xiaohua was looking at her like that. What was this bitch thinking? Lu Rong cursed inwardly. Yu Chang sneered and stepped forward. "I say, Lu Rong, Sister Lu, have you lost your mind? Zombies have the most sensitive sense of smell and hearing. How could they not find anyone? Listen to what you're saying. Do you even have a brain?" Lu Rong's face flushed red. Yu Chang had humiliated her in front of so many people. Lu Rong was furious and poised to attack. The people in Jiang Town, seeing this, were startled and quickly took a step back, afraid of being implicated. As for Lu Feng, he already harbored resentment towards Yu Chang. Now, he wanted to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. He feigned indifference, but secretly plotted. He planned to step in at the opportune moment after Lu Rong actually attacked, pretending to be a good Samaritan and smoothing things over. This way, he could both make Yu Chang suffer and establish a good image for himself in front of everyone. However, just as Lu Rong was about to strike, no one noticed Shen Nanji, who had been silently standing to the side. She swiftly rushed in front of Yu Chang, blocking the water jet Lu Rong unleashed. Yu Xiaohua didn't move. She knew Shen Nanji would definitely protect Yu Chang, who says only heroes can save beauties? Beauties can certainly save heroes too. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. It turned out the person with superpowers wasn't this man named Yu Chang, nor this woman named Yu Xiaohua. But rather, it was Shen Nanji, the bespectacled woman who had remained silent and quiet. Appearances can be deceiving. Lu Feng's expression shifted repeatedly. No matter how beautiful a woman is, without superpowers, she's just a beautiful useless person. While Shen Nanji may not be particularly beautiful, she is indeed a superpowered individual. It seems his target needs to change. This Shen Nanji is more helpful to him. Zhang Dishan's lips twitched as he glanced at Yu Xiaohua, who stood there motionless. His brows furrowed. Could it be that he had really misjudged her? The truly capable person isn't this little girl, but he always felt that the one hiding the deepest secrets and possessing the strongest power was this young girl surnamed Yu in front of him. Shen Nanji stood in front of Yu Chang, raising her eyes to look at Lu Rong, who was furious and filled with disbelief. Her expression remained unchanged. The next second, Yu Chang popped his head out from behind her, saying in a cheeky tone, "My dear Nanji, you're the best. From now on, your brother will rely on you for protection. I'm very weak." Upon hearing this, everyone silently turned their eyes away. How could a grown man be so shameless, acting like a spoiled child and asking a frail girl for protection? Where is the justice? Lu Rong snorted coldly. Fine, I really misjudged you. I thought you were some powerful figure, but you're just a pretty boy relying on a woman for protection. Disgusting. Shen Nanji's brows furrowed. Her right hand trembled slightly, as if suppressing some intense emotion. Her calm gaze turned cold and sharp, revealing an undisguised killing intent. Shinanji's eyes revealed a disregard for life, a ruthless determination towards her enemies. Throughout the entire scene, only Yu Xiaohua noticed the murderous intent Shinanji had shown towards Lu Rong just moments before. No one knew that Shinanji had always been a madwoman, and her weakness was Yu Chang. Yu Chang stepped forward, standing beside Shinanji, and put his arm around her shoulder. The murderous intent that had surged within Shinanji gradually dissipated. She turned her head, looking at Yu Chang's hand on her shoulder, her expression inscrutable. Yu Chang spoke with a grin, his words infuriating Lu Rong once again. Oh, so envious and jealous. I have someone protecting me. My Nanji is willing to protect me. What does it have to do with you? A handsome, charming, and cute pretty boy like me, you ugly woman, you never find a pretty boy as excellent as me in this lifetime. You can only be jealous. Lu Rong was so angry she wanted to fight again. At this moment, Lu Feng stood up, feigning concern. All right, Ronger, brother, you was just joking with you. It's fate that we met. Why are you fighting? However, this time, Lu Feng's gaze wasn't fixed on Yu Xiaohua. It was on Shinanji, standing with Yu Chang, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. The townspeople of Jiang Town also chimed in to smooth things over. Shinanji looked at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua nodded, and only then did she withdraw her murderous intent. Yu Chang also fell silent. Lu Feng assumed Shinanji was giving him face, and his smugness grew even stronger. This Shinanji looked like someone easy to pursue. Zhang Deshan, seeing that things had calmed down, gave Lu Feng a deep look. This boy gave him the impression that he was completely unreliable. Could it be that we really have to entrust the safety of the entire town to him? Yu Xiaohua looked at the silent Zhang Deshan, and continued to ask. No zombies, and nothing strange has happened either? The townspeople of Jiang Town seemed to be thinking about something. Their expressions varied, and their faces became strange. They looked at each other, as if they had something difficult to say. Lu Feng didn't want his limelight to be stolen like this. Mayor, please tell us. My brother and I, and Miss Shen, are willing to protect you, but if you hide anything from us, we're afraid we can't protect the people of this town anymore. A blatant threat. The people of Jiang Town were terrified upon hearing this. Mayor, please tell them. Yes, don't hide it anymore. If Mr. Lu doesn't want to protect us anymore, how will we leave here? What will we do? Mayor, please tell us quickly. This can't be hidden. Chapter 40. Zhang Deshan didn't intend to hide this matter. After all, if this could be revealed, and these people could uncover the truth, it would be a good thing for them. After a long pause, Zhang Deshan spoke in a deep voice. After the apocalypse, we survivors all hid here, barely surviving on our own supplies. But a week ago, people started disappearing inexplicably. For the first 3 days, it was one person a day, but in the last 3 or 4 days, 2 people have been disappearing every day. We're all from the same town, we all know each other, so if someone's missing, we notice. There are already over a dozen people who have vanished without a trace. But if it was the zombies, how could we have survived until now? This is too strange, it's incomprehensible. Yu Xiaohua was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. According to you, Mayor, a week ago, the survivors here started disappearing inexplicably, one after another? Was it zombies? Lu Feng scoffed. Miss Yu, please don't talk nonsense. The mayor said they're disappearing. So what does that have to do with zombies? If it were zombies, who could survive here? It makes no sense. Yu Xiaohua seemed not to hear Lu Feng's words. Some people are a waste of time to deal with. She turned away expressionlessly, as if Lu Feng didn't exist at all. She walked to the side and sat down. The townspeople of Jiang Town, who had suddenly disappeared, their disappearance must be related to the zombies. Yu Chang stared at Lu Feng, about to retort sharply. However, just as he was about to speak, a soft hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Yu Chang looked down and saw Shinanji looking at him. She shook her head slightly, signaling him not to act impulsively. Shinanji knew that since Sister Xiaohua wanted to keep Lu Feng and Lu Rong alive, she must have her reasons. There was no need to disrupt Sister Xiaohua's plans for a moment's satisfaction. Yu Chang and Shinanji sat down next to Yu Xiaohua. Sister, when did you become so good-tempered? I said, we should give those 2 idiots a good beating. In the distance, Lu Feng and Lu Rong were being fawned over by everyone. Shinanji said softly, Sister Xiaohua, what do you think of this? A week of continuous disappearances clearly indicates a serious problem, but if it's really related to zombies, it doesn't make sense. Yu Xiaohua already had a rough idea in mind. She turned her head. Nanji, what do you think? Shin Nanji thought for a moment. Sister Xiaohua, I think this is definitely related to zombies. These missing people wouldn't willingly hand themselves over to zombies unless... Yu Xiaohua slowly curved her lips into a smile, looking at the survivors in Jiang Town across the way, her eyes filled with a meaningful look. Unless, among these people, someone deliberately handed those people over to the zombies. Yu Chang was shocked. Holy crap! Shin Nanji calmly nodded. Sister Xiaohua, I think the same as you. I remember you once said that where there are level 3 zombies, low-level zombies dare not roam nearby. The situation in Jiang Town fits perfectly. The missing people were lured and handed over to level 3 zombies. It seems exaggerated, but it's not impossible. Among these survivors in Jiang Town, perhaps someone is helping this level 3 zombie. Yu Xiaohua smiled. That's right. And there's only one explanation. Why would any survivor be willing to help this level 3 zombie? Shin Nanji's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exchanged a glance with Yu Xiaohua. Smart people understand everything without saying a word. Only Yu Chang remained confused, listening to their conversation. Alas, in a group of 3, there's bound to be a fool. Night fell quickly. The visitor center doors were locked, seemingly cutting off all danger. That night, because Lu Feng and Lu Rong were there, the people of Jiang Town seemed to have confidence. No one else would go missing that night. In the still of the night, the whole world was immersed in tranquility. At this peaceful moment, a faint sound suddenly came from the next room. And at the instant the sound rang out, on the bed, Yu Xiaohua's eyes slowly opened, perfectly clear. Yu Xiaohua turned her head, and saw that Shin Nanji had also opened her eyes. Shin Nanji whispered, Sister Xiaohua, there's movement. Yu Xiaohua nodded, glancing at Yu Chang, who was sleeping soundly. Nanji, you stay here, I go check. A hint of worry flashed in Shin Nanji's eyes. Okay, Sister Xiaohua, be careful. Yu Xiaohua nodded, then stood up neatly, opened the door, and left the room. Yu Xiaohua concealed herself in the darkness. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Lu Feng and Lu Rong, brother and sister, seemingly going to meet someone. They were talking there. Then, a woman's voice came from the darkness. Mr. Lu, Ms. Lu, I have no choice. My son is in my basement, but the mayor said that for everyone's safety, he absolutely cannot go out. But I really can't just watch my son stay in the basement like this. What if he's already dead? Then, there won't even be anyone to collect his body. Poor me, he's my only son. In the darkness, Lu Feng and Lu Rong exchanged a glance, clearly neither intending to help the old woman. Then, the woman spoke again, Mr. Lu, Actually, I have a lot of supplies in my basement, and guns too. My husband used to be a smuggler, and he's kept a few of these good stuff at home. If you're willing to come with me to rescue my son, I'm willing to give you all these good things, and a lot of food too. You definitely need them. Please, please come with me. Then came the sound of the woman repeatedly kowtowing, sounding truly pitiful. The woman's offer had already moved Lu Feng and Lu Rong. Guns were rare indeed. Lu Rong said, Brother, we're superhumans. What are we afraid of? Nothing will happen. Lu Feng thought for a moment. The missing were all ordinary people. What could this old woman possibly do to scheme against them? In the end, the two of them feigned agreement. The brother and sister had no intention of helping. All they wanted were the guns and supplies the woman had mentioned. Lu Feng and Lu Rong followed the woman and left the visitor center. No sooner had they left than Yu Xiaohua slowly emerged from the darkness. She watched the 3 figures disappear, her eyes utterly black. With such strict gun control in Yin country, how could anyone in Jiang Town dare to hide a gun? The woman's words were completely unbelievable. These 2 siblings actually believed this nonsense. This woman was trying to lure Lu Feng and Lu Rong to her basement. It seemed the truth about the disappearances of the people in Jiang Town was about to surface. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Lu Rong followed the woman all the way to her house without encountering a single zombie. The 2 had initially been wary, but so far, there had been no danger. They gradually relaxed their guard. They didn't notice that the old woman leading the way had lost her previous humble demeanor. Her eyes had turned fierce. Even her face had changed. The old woman pushed open the door and led Lu Feng and Lu Rong inside. Chapter 41. Lu Feng and Lu Rong followed the old woman into the house. A chilling aura rushed towards them. Goosebumps instantly rose on their skin. At this moment, Lu Feng had a vague sense of unease. He stopped, frowning. Xiao Rong, I feel something strange about this house. Perhaps. Hearing this, The old woman immediately turned around, rubbing her hands pitifully. Mr. Liu, Miss Liu, please I really have no other choice. My husband died long ago, and I only have this one son. I can't let him die without a proper body. Look, we're already inside, the basement is just ahead. Please have mercy and come in with me to collect my son's body. I promise that after collecting the body, I immediately take all the guns that his father had hidden away. I give you everything, please, have pity on me. Lu Rong didn't take it seriously. Brother, we're superhumans. What are we afraid of? Didn't the mayor say there aren't any zombies in this town? I think those missing people just ran away on their own. We walked all this way at night. Where were the zombies? Don't overthink it. Think about it. We're already here. Hurry up and get to the basement. Getting those guns is the most important thing. Lu Feng had some doubts, but after thinking about it carefully, there really hadn't been any danger along the way, so he relaxed. He continued to follow the old woman to the basement, and when they reached the basement door, the old woman's heart raced, and her breathing became rapid. Finally, she took a deep breath and pushed open the basement door. The door slowly opened, and a musty smell rushed out, accompanied by a slight chill. The basement was pitch black, like a ferocious beast, bearing its fangs and claws, waiting to devour them. The woman couldn't help but shiver, calling out cautiously, "Xiao Jun!" Lu Feng and Lu Rong impatiently followed the old woman into the basement. A damp, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. As the basement door slowly closed, the heavy door creaked shut. It seemed to proclaim to them the seclusion and isolation of this place. Inside the basement, the old woman suddenly stopped, looking at Lu Feng and Lu Rong. The old woman had completely lost her previous obsequious demeanor. A triumphant glint flashed in her eyes, and her voice was chillingly menacing. You too, tonight you become Xiao Jun's dinner. If Lu Feng and Lu Rong still didn't realize something was wrong at this point, they would be truly foolish. Lu Feng's expression changed, and he roared angrily. What are you saying? What dinner? What are you up to? Lu Rong said. Old woman, stop trying to scare us. Where's the gun? Hand it over. Lu Rong tried to grab the woman's hand. The woman gave a sinister smile, stepped back, and shouted, Xiao Jun, come out. The basement was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, except for a faint sliver of moonlight. It shone through the ventilation duct, casting dappled light and shadow on the floor. Suddenly, in this quiet darkness, heavy footsteps echoed. It was as if some enormous creature was slowly approaching. Lu Feng and Lu Rong were startled by the sudden sound. Their bodies tensed instantly, their eyes wide, staring intently in the direction the sound came from. By the faint moonlight, they vaguely saw a tall figure slowly emerge from the corner. As the figure became clearer, Lu Feng and Lu Rong's terror deepened. A zombie. It was unusually tall, over 1.9 meters, its muscles bulging, exuding power. Its face was ferocious and terrifying, its skin a grayish white. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, radiating a chilling aura of death. Although Lu Feng and Lu Rong had fought zombies before and had experience, those were only low-level zombies. But this zombie, just by standing there, brought immense pressure, completely different from the low-level zombies they had encountered. Lu Feng and Lu Rong never imagined that someone would raise zombies in a basement. They had been deceived by an old woman? Deceived so badly. The woman skillfully retreated to the side, standing in a corner, watching this scene, seemingly already used to it. The male zombie's eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, were fixed on Lu Feng and Lu Rong. At that moment, they were the most delicious food in the world. His eyes were filled with an extreme craving for food. This craving made his eyeballs bulge, making him look even more terrifying. The next second, the male zombie pounced on Lu Feng and Lu Rong, his movements swift and ferocious. Like a ravenous beast, he opened his blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, ready to tear them to shreds. Lu Feng and Lu Rong immediately dodged, each using their special abilities. But their abilities were completely ineffective against this level 3 zombie. Back and forth they exchanged blows, and the brother and sister were quickly overwhelmed. The male zombie launched another fierce attack. Just as Lu Feng was about to be bitten, his expression changed drastically as he looked at Lu Rong beside him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, then he grabbed Lu Rong. Brother, you. Lu Feng slammed Lu Rong down in front of the zombie. Lu Rong was horrified. She never expected that at this critical moment, her brother would throw her away. Lu Rong screamed frantically. Brother, you're so cruel. Then, the zombie bit down on Lu Rong's shoulder. Lu Feng watched helplessly as Lu Rong was bitten to death right before his eyes. He quickly retreated, trying to leave. The old woman spoke in a sinister voice. Stop daydreaming. The basement door is locked. Only those outside can open it. No one can come to save you. Lu Feng's face changed drastically. He had even pushed his own sister out to save his own life? And he still couldn't get out? The male zombie devoured Lu Rong's body, the stench of blood filling the basement, growing stronger with each bite. The chewing sounds were especially clear in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Feng's mind had completely collapsed. His superpowers were almost depleted. Now he was like a lamb to the slaughter, utterly powerless. The next second, the zombie tossed Lu Rong's corpse aside and charged at Lu Feng. Only one thought crossed Lu Feng's mind. It's over, completely over. In a flash, behind him, the basement door suddenly opened. The old woman in the corner saw the suddenly opened door. She was stunned. The zombie also suddenly stopped attacking, and he seemed to consciously look towards the basement doorway. Lu Feng was caught off guard when the door opened. Who came to rescue him? Someone had come to save him. At the doorway, Yu Xiaohua stood there, dressed entirely in black, her attire still familiar. Her face was icy cold. Her eyes were devoid of warmth, the stray hairs obscuring them, but unable to conceal the murderous aura emanating from her. Her gaze fell upon the male zombie. He was the legendary level 3 zombie of Jiang Town from his past life. So, he hadn't shown himself, he'd been hiding in this basement all along, and this old woman was responsible for luring ability users to this basement to feed this level 3 zombie. Chapter 42. When Lu Feng saw that it was Yu Xiaohua, his initial hope vanished instantly. His first words were accusations. You come to your death? Where's Shenanji? Why isn't she here? Where's Shenanji? Lu Feng's composure had completely collapsed. Yu Xiaohua ignored him, lifted her foot, and stepped into the basement. The level 3 zombie had regained consciousness. It sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Yu Xiaohua, its eyes stiffly moving. Staring at her, for a moment, it actually didn't attack. The old woman was also stunned. She hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to just walk in like that. Her expression was calm, without the slightest fear. She strolled around as if she were in her own home. Has this Yu Xiaohua gone mad? Soon. The woman realized something was wrong. Why was Xiao Jun standing there motionless? Lu Feng turned his head, looking at the zombie standing there motionless, and he was completely dumbfounded. Only Yu Xiaohua knew why the zombie had stopped moving. A level 3 zombie could already sense the presence of a human. Her ability level could deceive others, but not this level 3 zombie. A level 3 zombie with consciousness naturally wouldn't act rashly. The old woman stepped forward, questioning you. How did you get in? How could you? Yu Xiaohua raised her eyes, her gaze icy cold. Helping zombies harm humans, all to provide a constant supply of food for your own son, you certainly schemed. Lu Feng also stood up, incredulous. How do you know this male zombie is her son? How did Yu Xiaohua know? The old woman's expression changed. She gritted her teeth, looking at the male zombie beside her with eyes full of affection. Then, the old woman looked at Yu Xiaohua with hostility. She seemed to have gone completely mad. What did I do wrong? Blame this damned apocalypse. My son is an honest man, but overnight, he turned into a zombie. My son is different from those low-level zombies. He's really smart. Even as a zombie, he can understand what I'm saying. He'd be alright, he just needs time. You people are fortunate to become my son's food. My son will definitely become a normal human again. Even Lu Feng, a shameless man, was stunned by these absurd words. Yu Xiaohua knew very well that the woman had gone mad because of her son, who had turned into a zombie. She didn't care about the lives of others. She was selfish and only wanted her son. Yu Xiaohua sneered, her voice icy. So high and mighty. Those you harmed were your neighbors of decades, utterly innocent, deceived by you, bitten to death by your son, and lost their lives. In your words, they deserve to die. Ha! What a ridiculous joke. Fool, is that still your son standing beside you? He's just a high-level zombie, retaining a sliver of consciousness. You know perfectly well he's a zombie, beyond saving, yet you stand here, deceiving yourself, spouting such shameless words. Your son is beyond saving. He's a zombie. Yu Xiaohua's words ripped away the last veil of pretense in the woman's heart. As long as no one exposed her, she could continue to deceive herself, believing her son could recover. In truth, she knew everything, but was merely finding excuses to avoid it. Provoked, the woman began to scream. No, you're talking nonsense. What do you know? Even though my son turned into a zombie, he didn't bite me. He loves me, his mother, the most. Stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to stall for time? Once you're in this basement, You're not escaping. Xiao Jun, bite them to death. Suddenly, a low, hoarse roar came from the male zombie's mouth. Then, it opened its hideous, terrifying maw. Revealing its sharp fangs, it pounced straight at Yu Xiaohua and Lu Feng. Lu Feng turned deathly pale with fright. Right. Yu Xiaohua was still in front of him. However, at this critical moment, the male zombie made an unexpected move. It abandoned Yu Xiaohua, who was closer, and charged straight at Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror, and he immediately turned his attention to Yu Xiaohua. Clearly, he intended to repeat his old trick, using Yu Xiaohua as a scapegoat. He thought he had reached out unnoticed. In reality, Yu Xiaohua had already guessed his intentions. Lu Feng's every move was within her expectations. In an instant, Yu Xiaohua flashed behind Lu Feng. Lu Feng was startled and tried to dodge, but the zombie's gaping maw was aimed at his face, and a strong stench assaulted his nostrils. Lu Feng was horrified, his eyes wide with horror. Yu Xiaohua, you actually? Lu Feng felt that of the three, only Shenanji possessed supernatural abilities. He thought Yu Xiaohua was just a pretty face, like Yu Cheng, relying on Shenanji. But he never expected that Yu Xiaohua was also a superhuman. He was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Yu Xiaohua moved like lightning, instantly leaping into the air. Her movements were swift and powerful, and her kick from behind was like a thunderbolt, slamming hard into Lu Feng. The kick was incredibly powerful. Lu Feng couldn't defend himself at all, his body flying through the air like a kite with a broken string. He arced through the air, then hurtled straight towards the grotesque zombie. Yu Xiaohua's kick was incredibly fast. Lu Feng had absolutely no time to react. This time, he could only watch helplessly as he was kicked into the zombie. Just now, Lu Rong had been pushed right in front of the zombie in the same way. With a dull thud, Lu Feng crashed heavily into the male zombie. His body collided with the zombie, producing a chilling sound. Yu Xiaohua landed steadily on the ground. Coldly watching the scene unfold, the male zombie bit Lu Feng's neck. To Lu Feng's horror, his body slowly slumped to the ground. Yu Xiaohua looked at the dead Lu Feng, her gaze devoid of any warmth. Then, she looked at the male zombie and stretched out her hands. A swift and decisive battle. Purple lightning gathered in her palm. The appearance of the purple lightning caused the basement temperature to drop several degrees. The male zombie, seeing the purple lightning, stopped attacking. The old woman in the corner wore a shocked expression. This Yu Xiaohua, she's actually a lightning type ability user? No. No, her son is very powerful. Nothing will happen, nothing will happen, the woman kept reassuring herself. Dealing with the first level 3 zombie in the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua naturally had to be cautious. In this battle, she wanted to seize the initiative. Fighting a level 3 zombie was also the best opportunity for her to improve her strength. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiaohua, like a bolt of lightning, rushed towards the male zombie with astonishing speed. Her figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, and in the blink of an eye, she was already close to the level 3 male zombie. Chapter 43. The male zombie seemed to sense Yu Xiaohua's aggressive approach. It reacted immediately, its body twisting violently, opening its gaping maw. Showing its ferocious fangs, it met Yu Xiaohua's attack. Yu Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on the male zombie. At the same time, her hands rapidly gathered powerful lightning. Her palms once again gathered dazzling lightning. Crackling and popping, it seemed the entire space was enveloped by this powerful energy. Just as the male zombie lunged at Yu Xiaohua, she didn't hesitate. She unleashed the gathered lightning, slamming it fiercely into the male zombie. In the basement, a blinding bolt of lightning ripped through the darkness, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The male zombie's body was struck by this powerful lightning. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a dazzling purple light. His skin began to tremble violently, his muscles tensed, tightly bound by a force of lightning. Pain, contortion, grotesque. A heart-wrenching roar erupted. As the lightning continued to erode the male zombie's body, smoke began to rise, emitting a burnt smell. His hair stood on end, and his tattered clothes were instantly torn to shreds, scattering everywhere. Yu Xiaohua landed cleanly and decisively. Looking at the struggling zombie in the distance, there was no sign of relaxation in her eyes. She knew very well that her current lightning power was insufficient to kill this level 3 zombie in one strike. The woman watched this scene, her eyes bloodshot. Son! Xiao Jun! The woman never expected that Yu Xiaohua was not only a lightning type ability user, but also so powerful. She felt fear. Panic. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the old woman in the corner. While the male zombie was controlled by her lightning power, She flashed and appeared in front of the woman. The woman was startled and tried to dodge. Yu Xiaohua grabbed her collar. The old woman screamed. You, what are you going to do? Yu Xiaohua looked coldly at the old woman, her eyes filled with icy coldness. She spoke expressionlessly. Didn't you say your son wasn't a zombie and wouldn't hurt you? Fine, then I hand you over to him now. People don't know pain until they're bitten. The male zombie had already gone berserk. Upon hearing this, the woman panicked even more, her face changing drastically. You can't. We're all human. How can you be so cruel? You vicious woman, do you want to see us, mother and son, kill each other? Yu Xiaohua was completely unaffected by the woman's words. Your mother and son killing each other? What does that have to do with me? The woman's eyes widened like copper bells, her eyeballs seemingly about to pop out. However, Yu Xiaohua didn't give her any chance to speak again. Yu Xiaohua stared at the male zombie before her, watching as he was about to break free of the lightning binding him. Without hesitation, she grabbed the woman and lifted her up. Then, like throwing away trash, she kicked the old woman violently towards the male zombie. The male zombie, already in a frenzy, had completely lost his mind. Its face was filled with a thirst for blood and human flesh, and it kept emitting chilling roars. The next second, the old woman was torn in two alive by the male zombie. Finally, the old woman died at the hands of her own son. In the entire basement, only Yu Xiaohua and the male zombie remained. The real battle had just begun. Yu Xiaohua no longer concealed her strength, watching the male zombie charging towards her. She slowly stretched out her hands, as if unveiling a mysterious veil. Suddenly, a blazing flame rose from her palms. As if under a spell, this flame was incredibly hot, radiating a suffocating heat. It threatened to devour everything around it. The flame danced in her palms, releasing powerful energy. It engulfed the entire basement. It burned with an unstoppable force. The previously frigid basement was now illuminated by this flame. Darkness was dispelled, cold was dispelled. The flame's light was like a dazzling ray of sunlight, piercing through the darkness of the basement, burning every corner. The flame reflected Yu Xiaohua's exquisitely beautiful face. A ball of raging fire erupted from her hand, roaring like a fire dragon as it hurtled towards the zombie. The fireball whistled sharply as it flew, proclaiming its arrival to the zombie. The instant the fireball made contact with the zombie, sparks flew everywhere. Instantly, the fireball engulfed the zombie in a sea of flames. The flames, as if alive, tightly coiled around the zombie's body, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was consumed by the raging fire. Its clothes and fur were instantly ablaze. The fire grew increasingly fierce. The zombie roared in fury, its cries echoing throughout the basement. Across from her, Yu Xiaohua watched the zombie engulfed in flames, its body slowly consumed by the fire, until finally, only ashes remained. Everything returned to silence. It was as if nothing had happened. The next second, a red crystal core appeared on the ground. The crystal core of a level 3 zombie was no longer white, it was red. The crystal core shimmered with a captivating light. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, picked up the crystal core, and put it back into her spatial storage. Then, with a thought, Yu Xiaohua vanished from the spot. She entered her spatial storage, changed into clean sportswear, drank some spiritual spring water, and after regaining her strength, she left the basement. Dawn was breaking. No one knew what had happened in this basement that night. Yu Xiaohua returned to the visitor center and, taking advantage of the absence of attention, went back to her room. As soon as she entered, she saw Shen Nanji tugging at Yu Chang's sleeve, trying to stop him. Seeing Yu Xiaohua enter, Yu Chang almost cried. Sister, you're finally back. I was so worried. Why did you go out so quietly last night? Nanji said you went out with Lu Feng and his sister. What happened? Sister, what happened last night? The moment Shen Nanji saw Yu Xiaohua, the unease in her heart finally dissipated. She hadn't slept all night, worrying about Yu Xiaohua. Sister Xiaohua, are you alright? Yu Xiaohua saw the worry in their eyes, and felt a warmth in her heart. I'm fine. Yu Xiaohua briefly recounted what had happened last night. Yu Chang was shocked after hearing it. For her son, who had turned into a zombie, she had actually lured living people to the basement. Utterly heartless. Shen Nanji said, Sister Xiaohua, haven't you slept all night? Being a level 3 zombie must have taken a lot of effort. Get some sleep. Yes, sister, you should rest. Nanji, and I will guard the door. You get a good night's sleep. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Okay. She then looked at Nanji. You too. Chapter 44. A warm feeling washed over Shen Nanji, and she obediently agreed. Only then did Yu Chang notice that Shen Nanji's complexion was also somewhat pale. He pulled Shen Nanji's hand to the bedside. Yes, you sleep too. I watch over you. Shen Nanji's face flushed slightly. She didn't say anything and got into bed. Yu Chang casually covered her with the blanket, as if he had done it countless times before, very naturally, and even patted the blanket, like treating a child. Yu Xiaohua watched this scene, a smile playing on her lips. Little Chang hadn't realized that he was becoming increasingly concerned about Nanji. Shen Nanji was teaching little Chang about love. Yu Chang turned his head, and saw Yu Xiaohua standing there. Sister, what's wrong? Go to bed and sleep. Yu Xiaohua then got into her own bed, and slowly closed her eyes. She didn't sleep. Her mind was replaying the details of today's battle with the level 3 zombie. On the path to becoming stronger, she couldn't stop for a moment. Yu Xiaohua hadn't slept all night. After resting for a while, she heard a lot of arguing outside, along with screams and cries. Clearly, something bad had happened outside again. She opened her eyes instantly. She got up quickly and neatly, put on her coat, and pushed open the door. She saw the people of Jiang Town gathered together in the hall. Zhang Dishan's face was full of anxiety and unease. Yu Chang and Shen Nanji stood together. Yu Xiaohua seemed to possess an innate magic. The moment she appeared, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to her. Yu Chang whispered, Sister, you're awake? This morning, the town mayor's grandson, Xiao Hu, disappeared somewhere. Everyone says the child vanished into thin air. This place isn't big, how come there are so many strange things? Shen Nanji said, This matter is indeed very strange. Last night, Sister Xiaohua, since you already eliminated that level 3 zombie, then Xiaohu's disappearance definitely has nothing to do with that level 3 zombie. Could it be that something else terrifying is hidden in Jiang Town? Yu Xiaohua looked at Zhang Deshan, who was sitting there, tears streaming down his face, even his hand holding his cane trembling. Besides the level 3 male zombie in the basement last night, there couldn't be any other high-level zombies hiding deep within Jiang Town. She was quite certain of this. Unless... Yu Xiaohua's gaze deepened, then she lifted her foot and walked to Zhang Deshan. Zhang Deshan was currently in a state of collapse, but he was barely holding on. Miss Yu, where are Lu Feng and his sister who were traveling with you? Yu Xiaohua recounted the events of the previous night. However, she omitted the fact that she had single-handedly eliminated a level 3 zombie, only mentioning that it was a low-level one. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. They were all from the same town. They never expected Wang Hoha to commit such a heinous act. She was even raising Xiao Jun, who had already turned into a zombie, in her basement. She was simply insane. The crowd launched into a tirade of insults, condemning Wang Hoha's actions as utterly inhuman. Yu Xiaohua ignored him and continued, Mayor, when did Huzi disappear? Zhang Deshan sighed, his eyes red. This morning, while I was distributing food to the villagers, Huzi grabbed a piece of bread and went to the side. I was busy, and didn't pay attention to him. Huzi has always been very well behaved and honest, he never runs away. I thought he would come back to me after breakfast. I never imagined that this child would disappear in just over 10 minutes. Everyone says they haven't noticed him. Miss Yu, this is my only grandson. What will I do if something happens to Xia Huzi? I'd be so sorry to my son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Deshan suddenly knelt on the ground. He could tell that Yu Xiaohua was capable. Although she spoke of last night's event so casually, he knew it must have been extremely dangerous. The arrogant Lu Feng and his sister were dead, yet this Miss Yu had escaped unscathed, without even a scratch. Clearly, she was merely being humble and modest. In this world, truly capable people don't boast. Everyone else stared at the kneeling Zhang Deshan, stunned. Mayor, what are you doing? Mayor, you're so old, how can you kneel before such a junior? Mayor, please get up, you can't kneel. Yes, Mayor, please talk this out. Yu Xiaohua slightly turned her body, avoiding Zhang Dishan's kneeling, and looked at him. Zhang Deshan waved his hand, and the surrounding people fell silent. Zhang Deshan, his face streaked with tears, his voice choked with sobs, said, Miss Yu, I, Zhang Deshan, have never begged anyone in my life, but today, I beg you, you must find a way to help me find Huzi. Even if all you find is his body, that would be alright. Yu Chang and Shen Nanji exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. These past 2 days, Mayor Zhang Deshan had indeed been the only one to show them kindness. In this apocalyptic world, when food was so precious, Zhang Deshan was even willing to share with them. This kindness was truly invaluable. Yu Xiaohua looked at Zhang Deshan, his face filled with unbearable grief. She slowly lowered her eyes, remained silent for a moment, and then bent down to help Zhang Deshan up. I can promise you, I do my best to help you find Tiger's whereabouts. Zhang Deshan was deeply grateful. Miss you, thank you so much. The other townspeople looked puzzled. They didn't understand why the mayor was asking Yu Xiaohua instead of the capable Shenanji. Only Zhang Deshan had a feeling that to find Tiger, he could only rely on Yu Xiaohua. It was an intuition deep in his heart, something he couldn't explain. Yu Xiaohua led Yu Chang and Shenanji out of the visitor center. Yu Chang said, Sister, do you already have some ideas? How could Tiger suddenly disappear? If not a zombie, what else could it be? Yu Xiaohua put on her baseball cap and said meaningfully, after the apocalypse, it's not just zombies that have mutated. If they were lucky, they might still be able to save Tiger in time. If they weren't lucky, they would only be able to collect Tiger's corpse. Yu Xiaohua drove slowly through the town, carrying Yu Chang and Shenanji. The scenery outside the car window rushed past. Yu Chang sat in the passenger seat. Shenanji sat quietly in the back seat, occasionally glancing out the window. The car was silent. After circling the town, the car finally stopped at the park entrance. Yu Xiaohua turned off the engine and sat in the driver's seat, seemingly deep in thought. Throughout the journey, Yu Xiaohua had been subtly releasing her spiritual energy, like an invisible net. She could sense all the fluctuations around her. And in this park, Yu Xiaohua detected an unusual fluctuation. It was a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation, somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. And the aura of a living person. Very faint, but she was certain the person was still alive. Chapter 45. The three got out of the car. Yu Chang looked towards the park entrance with a puzzled expression. Sister, do you really think Xiaohu is in this park? But the visitor center is quite a distance from here, one in the south and one in the north. How could a little kid like him have run all the way here? And there aren't any zombies in this town. Who would have brought him here? Shenanji stepped forward, her face grave. Sister Xiaohua, are you sure this is the place? Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly, indicating certainty, and explained, there's a faint scent of living people in here. We can't waste any more time. Once we go in, we absolutely must be on high alert. We can't afford to relax for even a moment. Yu Chang and Shenanji exchanged a glance. Then, Yu Xiaohua strode towards the park, and Yu Chang and Shenanji followed. Upon entering the park, the scene before them was shocking. Ruins and broken walls were everywhere. The once joyful playground equipment was now mostly broken and mangled, as if it had survived a brutal battle. Bloodstains were scattered across the ground, starkly visible in the post-apocalyptic sunlight. They all told the terrifying stories that had unfolded here. Yu Xiaohua released her spiritual power, heading directly towards the source of any signs of life. Yu Chang and Shenanji followed her, walking for 10 minutes until they reached a botanical garden. Yu Xiaohua stopped, looking at the botanical garden, her gaze sharpening. The faint trace of life was inside. It's here, let's go! Shenanji and Yu Chang quickly stepped forward. Upon entering the botanical garden, their eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. A colossal, towering tree stood in the center, its trunk so thick it was astonishing. Even more shocking was the sight of little Tiger hanging suspended in the middle of this tree. Thick branches, like the tentacles of a demon, tightly coiled around little Tiger's body, as if to devour him. Little Tiger's face was an eerie red, a stark contrast to his pale lips. His eyes were tightly closed, lifeless, seemingly unconscious. Looking around, all around were towering trees, far exceeding the height of a human. A nauseating, putrid stench filled the air. This stench spread rapidly like a plague, suffocating everyone. These trees looked incredibly ancient. Their bark was rough and cracked, as if they had endured countless years of hardship. Each tree seemed to possess a life of its own. Their branches swayed gently in the breeze, rustling like the low murmur of a demon. Yu Chang exclaimed, Sister, look, little Tiger. Yu Xiaohua looked at the towering tree before her, her face darkening. She had already suspected that Jiang Town harbored more than just one level 3 zombie. There were also plants mutated by the post-apocalyptic radiation, like this ancient tree before her. The blood on the tree was already black, indicating that after the apocalypse, this ancient tree had mutated and fed on human blood. Many people had died at its hands. The ancient tree, sucking human blood, was now much more difficult to deal with. This was why Yu Xiaohua had agreed to Zhang Dishan's request to rescue little Tiger. Actually, it wasn't entirely because of the favor of those 3 loaves of bread. Of course, that was part of it, but the more important reason was for Yu Chang. Yu Chang's superpower is healing, a very rare and powerful ability. However, To further enhance Yu Chang's healing ability, zombie cores alone weren't enough. Only the cores of mutated plants would be of greater help in improving Yu Chang's ability. Suddenly, the towering ancient tree seemed to be touched by a mysterious force, trembling violently. This tremor was like an earthquake, shaking the entire earth. All the trees in the botanical garden seemed to be responding to the call of this towering ancient tree. Their branches rustled. Yu Xiaohua knew this towering ancient tree was about to attack them, the outsiders. This towering ancient tree has mutated, it has gained consciousness. It dragged Xia Huzi here, and is slowly draining his blood. This ancient tree feeds on human blood. Be careful, you two, step back. Yu Chang possessed healing abilities, and Shen Nanji possessed spatial abilities. What they lacked was practical experience. Knowing their own limitations, even though Yu Chang was worried, he knew he couldn't cause trouble at this moment. Nanji, activate your spatial power. Shen Nanji nodded. Sister Jiaohua, I understand. Shen Nanji immediately activated her spatial power, isolating the aura released by the ancient tree. Yu Xiaohua's body was bound by an invisible force. This was the towering ancient tree's ability. It wanted to bind Yu Xiaohua's body. Yu Xiaohua seemed truly frozen, unable to move. Her gaze was intense. She looked at the towering ancient tree opposite her, which had once reached into the clouds. The ancient tree veiled the sky. However, it was now shrouded in a thick black blood. The black blood seemed to gush from hell, exuding a nauseating stench. Yu Xiaohua's gaze was fixed on the black blood, her eyes growing increasingly fierce. The next second, the ancient tree suddenly seemed to come alive. Its thick branches, like giant whips, lashed out with a sharp whistling sound, aimed fiercely at Yu Xiaohua's face. Yu Xiaohua closed her eyes slightly. Then, a powerful force erupted from within her. Instantly, the shackles that had bound her were easily torn apart like paper. Yu Xiaohua's figure flashed, swiftly dodging the ancient tree's fierce attack like a ghost. Then, she gracefully flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. However, this was only the beginning. The instant Yu Xiaohua landed, all the ancient trees in the botanical garden seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, rising from the ground. Like a pack of ferocious beasts, they lunged at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Chang and Shen Nanji, witnessing this from within the spatial realm, narrowed their eyes in alarm, filled with worry, yet knowing they must remain silent and disturb Yu Xiaohua's concentration. Yu Xiaohua's hands seemed to be wrapped in lightning, flashing with dazzling light. Her palms trembled slightly, gathering immense energy. Suddenly, she swung her hands forward, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning, like a ferocious beast, roaring as it pounced upon the attacking trees. This lightning strike, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, instantly struck the trees. A deafening crash followed, and the trees shook violently as if struck by a heavy hammer. A deep crack immediately appeared in the trunk. Wood chips were flying everywhere, and the entire tree was about to be torn apart. Chapter 46. In an instant, the ground began to shake violently again, as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Accompanying this tremor, even more blood seeped from the base of the ancient tree. The blood gushed forth like a fountain, a horrifying sight. The ancient tree seemed truly enraged. It displayed unprecedented fury, like a provoked beast. The little tiger, which had been hanging in the sky, was violently flung away by this powerful force. At this critical moment, Shen Nanji swiftly activated her spatial power. With a wave of her hands, a mysterious spatial rift suddenly appeared, catching the tiger falling from midair. Yu Chang, seeing this, immediately rushed forward and caught the tiger. He carefully examined the tiger's body, checking for injuries. After a while, Yu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He's alright, he's still breathing. However, the situation outside was becoming increasingly critical. The ancient tree's attacks did not cease. It seemed utterly enraged, preparing to launch an even fiercer attack on Yu Xiaohua. At this critical moment, Yu Xiaohua moved with lightning speed, directly meeting the ancient tree's fierce attack head-on, with astonishing speed. Her movements were as swift as the wind, almost impossible to catch. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiaohua was standing before the ancient tree. Yu Xiaohua's eyes sharpened. Without hesitation, she unleashed her powerful lightning force once more. With a wave of her hands, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, like a roaring dragon. Carrying boundless power, it charged straight towards the center of the ancient tree. The lightning was exceptionally powerful. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, crackling and popping. The dazzling light was too blinding to look directly at. The entire world was illuminated by this bolt of lightning. A minute passed. Time seemed to freeze. The entire botanical garden was shrouded in deathly silence. The once lush and towering ancient trees were now slowly losing their vitality. Their roots gradually dried up, as if drained of life force, and the flowing black blood, as if by magic, suddenly stopped flowing, silently congealing on the ground. Yu Xiaohua's supernatural power was also mostly exhausted. She stood silently in place, her figure particularly conspicuous in the stillness. Her gaze fell on the withering roots of the ancient trees. She was still not strong enough. However, if others knew what Yu Xiaohua was thinking at this moment, they would probably be furious. After all, this ancient tree was no ordinary being. Most superhumans would likely have perished facing it. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared at the tree's base. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the crystal core. The mutated plant-type crystal core was green. The higher the level, the more intense the green. Now, the crystal core in Yu Xiaohua's hand had a fairly intense color, clearly indicating a high level. Shinanji also withdrew her spatial power, and Yu Chang quickly stepped forward. "Sister, you're so strong. Just now, sister, you really felt like a goddess descending. So cool." Yu Xiaohua held up the crystal core in her hand. "Here you go, take it. A mutated plant-type crystal core, perfect for your little red." "Yes," Yu Chang named the little flower he awakened Little Red. Yu Chang froze, taking the crystal core, looking almost moved to tears. "Sister, you did this for me? Just now, it was so dangerous. What would I do if you got hurt?" "I wouldn't want to live either, I'd go with you." Shinanji smiled. Indeed, Yu Chang was the most adorable fool in the world. Yu Xiaohua paused. "First of all, your sister, I'm not that easily hurt. Secondly, I don't want to die, and I don't want you to die with me. Thirdly, this is too much of a show." Yu Chang chuckled. "Sister, I was aiming for the entertainment industry back then. Give me some face, okay?" Yu Xiaohua was silent for a second. Recalling the past, she fell silent. When he was 18, a talent scout took a liking to Yu Chang, offering excellent conditions to train him as a singing and dancing idol. However, Yu Chang almost drove the dance teacher crazy in just 3 days. In the end, the dance teacher changed careers. The talent scout, having finally found Yu Chang, decided that since he wasn't good at dancing, he could try acting, so he sent him to an acting training class. However, the acting teacher also changed careers. He only left with the comment, "A rotten piece of wood cannot be carved." In the end, the agent had no choice but to give up. Yu Chang had almost stepped into the entertainment industry, but he pulled his foot back. The three of them returned to the visitor center with Xiao Huzi. Zhang Deshan saw Xiao Huzi return, tears streaming down his face, and thanked him profusely again. Yu Xiaohua had achieved his purpose in coming to Jiang Town, and even gained an unexpected bonus, a crystal core of a level 4 mutated plant. This trip was truly fruitful. Yu Xiaohua and the other two bid farewell to Zhang Deshan, got back into their RV, and left Jiang Town. They had done what they could. As for the future of the people of Jiang Town? After the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua had never considered interfering in the fate of others. Yu Chang drove. Inside the RV, Shinanji took Xiaodumio out and let him play on the bed. Xiaodumio played until he was tired, then drank some milk and quickly fell asleep. After leaving Jiang Town, Yu Xiaohua's next destination was Fuyu City. She still had to see someone. In her previous life, he was famous in the apocalypse. On the other side, the Ning family pushed the last person they had brought out of the villa into a horde of zombies. The Ning family got into their car and drove off, their faces beaming with the smug satisfaction of surviving a close call. The Ning family seemed to be kindly taking the survivors out of the villa area. They claimed to be seeking protection from the military, but in reality, they had their own scheme. Ning Mo with these people would abandon them whenever danger arose, pushing them into the zombies, while the Ning family escaped. This had happened repeatedly, until just now, when the last person became the Ning family's scapegoat. In the car, Ning Xian said, "Brother, look at these idiots. They really thought we could escape with them. How naive. They're just scapegoats. You're so clever, brother. If it weren't for these fools, we would have been in real danger." Ning Sun scoffed, "They deserve it. Why would we take these burdens with us?" "Brother, your move was brilliant, ha ha." Ning Guo also looked on with admiration. "You too should learn from your brother. It saved me a lot of trouble." Lu Xiaolan leaned against Ning Guo. After the apocalypse, Ning Guo no longer held grudges about the past, and his attitude towards Lu Xiaolan improved considerably. For Ning Mo's sake, the Ning family seemed to have returned to their harmonious and loving state. Ning Mo driving said, "Alright, it's not a good thing that these people didn't die for us." Chapter 47. Ning Xian didn't seem to care. Brother, we can just find some more ordinary people. You and Xiao Sun are so capable, are you worried about not having anyone to follow us? Brother, don't worry, where are we going next? Lu Xiaolan also complained. These past few days, I haven't been eating or sleeping well. When will this end? This damn apocalypse. Ning Mo frowned. We're going to Qing City. They already started building an apocalypse base there. We must get there first. Before the base is fully built, Xiao Sun and I must seize the opportunity. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua and her two companions, along with Dongmu, were heading to Fuyu City. The journey would take about 10 days. This time, Yu Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to go to Fuyu City. She planned to have Yu Chang and Shen Nanji quickly improve their combat experience against zombies along the way. Therefore, she didn't avoid areas with many zombies. Over the next 3 days, Yu Chang absorbed the crystal core of the mutated ancient tree in Jiang Town. Although it was difficult, he successfully absorbed it. His healing abilities were also gradually improving. Shen Nanji didn't waste a moment either, frantically absorbing the zombie crystal cores every day, and her spatial power was becoming increasingly stronger. Yu Xiaohua took out the level 3 zombie crystal core from her spatial storage. Today, she planned to begin absorbing this level 3 zombie crystal core. Completely absorbing a level 3 zombie crystal core wasn't a simple matter. As she placed the crystal core in her mouth, preparing to absorb its energy, a powerful force instantly erupted within her body. This force, like a raging torrent, surged through her meridians. A sharp pain. Her mind felt as if it had been struck hard by a sledgehammer. It was as if she had been struck by a tremendous force, her mind instantly going blank. At the same time, her body felt as if it were being pierced by countless fine needles simultaneously, the pain unbearable. This pain wasn't confined to any one area, it permeated her entire body. Every cell, every nerve, was enduring the terrifying energy impact. The level 3 zombie's crystal core was impacting her body. A battle of wits ensued. If she couldn't withstand the pain, the absorption would fail, potentially resulting in serious injury. Yu Xiaohua gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a sound, until her lips bled. Her gaze was resolute, showing no sign of retreat or fear. Outside the RV, Yu Chang and Shen Nanji stood guard outside. Yu Chang's hands were clenched tightly, his face grave, his eyes filled with worry. Nanji whispered, a level 3 zombie crystal core. To fully absorb it will be incredibly difficult. Yu Chang looked up, his eyes already red, he wished he could bear the pain himself. Nanji, am I useless? I can't do anything, I can only watch my sister endure this pain to become stronger. If I were stronger, I could protect her, and she wouldn't have to risk her life like this. Shen Nanji looked into Yu Chang's eyes, and shook her head. No. Sister Jiahua isn't a clinging vine that relies on others. Even if you're her own brother, she won't rely on you. She only wants to rely on herself. Sister Jiahua, the hardships she's experiencing now are like the darkness before dawn. Although they seem long and painful, they are all indispensable trials on the road to success. Every setback, every drop of sweat, will one day transform into the light of glory. Yu Chang, cowardice is a sign of weakness. You are Yu Xiaohua's brother, you cannot be cowardly. More importantly, you must trust her. Yu Chang was stunned. He hadn't expected Shen Nanji to say such a thing, and for a moment, he fell silent. Shen Nanji didn't disturb him, silently sitting beside him. She knew one thing very well. Sister Jiahua had her own plans for the future. She definitely didn't want to be an ordinary, unremarkable person. To succeed, one must endure pain, no one succeeds easily. Yu Chang always blamed himself for not having the strength to protect Sister Jiahua. But once a person falls into such a vicious cycle, they will constantly doubt themselves, wasting pointless emotions and time on such things. That's so foolish. After a long while, Yu Chang raised his head, his eyes firm, all the doubt and self-doubt from before gone. Nanji, you're right. I can't keep blaming myself like this. I need to use this time to speed up my ability upgrades. I can't become a burden to my sister. Shen Nanji smiled. 4 hours passed. The RV door reopened. Yu Xiaohua had changed into clean clothes. Her short, neat hair shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Yu Chang and Shen Nanji watched Yu Xiaohua emerge. A strange feeling welled up in both of them. They scrutinized her, trying to find out what had changed about her. However, they couldn't quite put their finger on what had changed. It was just an indescribable feeling. The current Yu Xiaohua was like a low-key, restrained sword, concealing its sharpness. He exuded a calm, reserved, and unfathomable aura. Yu Xiaohua frowned slightly, looking at the two stunned people. What? Is something wrong with me? Yu Chang stepped forward and hugged Yu Xiaohua tightly, choking back tears. Sister, you work so hard. Yu Xiaohua paused, then reached out and patted his shoulder. Alright, you're a grown man, why are you still crying? Yu Chang sniffed. Sister, no, I'm not crying. I'm a man, how could I cry? Sister, are you hungry? I make you some noodles. Yu Chang learned to cook after the apocalypse. This young master, who had never touched a pot of water before, now had quite good culinary skills. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Go ahead. Yu Chang happily got into the RV. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at Shen Nanji. She knew that Nanji must have said something just now, otherwise Xiao Chang wouldn't have understood so quickly. Shen Nanji stepped forward, standing beside Yu Xiaohua, looking at Yu Chang's retreating figure inside, and spoke. Actually, I envy you too. I really envy the bond between you siblings. From childhood to adulthood, Shen Nanji had never experienced family affection. Her father disliked her, her mother only used her as a tool in the competition for favor, no one loved her, supported her, or unconditionally believed in her. There was no one behind her. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Shen Nanji, from now on, you have me, you have Xiao Cheng, you have us behind you. Shen Nanji was stunned, murmuring softly. You all are behind me? Shen Nanji suddenly felt like crying. She tried her best to control her tears, but they still welled up in her eyes. Yu Xiaohua said nothing, but reached out and put her arm around Shen Nanji's shoulder. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. Through thick and thin, we walked together, never abandoning each other. This was a promise. Yu Chang finished making the noodles and addressed the two people outside the car. Sister, Nanji, noodles are ready. Let me tell you, my cooking skills have definitely improved. Just eat, don't make a sound. Yu Xiaohua took Shen Nanji's hand. Come on, let's eat noodles. Shen Nanji lowered her head and smiled, seemingly having let go of something. From this moment on, Shen Nanji had her own family. She finally had someone to hold onto in this world. Chapter 48. That night, Yu Chang and Shen Nanji dealt with some more troublesome zombies. Their teamwork was becoming increasingly seamless. Sometimes, a single glance was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. Yu Xiaohua mostly remained neutral. She would point out their weaknesses after each battle with the zombies. Their combat abilities improved rapidly in just a few days. They fought their way through zombies, collecting supplies at each location. More than 500 kilometers from Fuyu City, in Yang City, Yu Xiaohua's car had just entered Yang City when they encountered a group of fierce-looking men, each wielding large knives and various other weapons. Behind them was a group of seemingly defenseless ordinary people. What happened? One of the menacing-looking men kicked an old man to the ground. The old man couldn't get up, his head bleeding profusely. He knelt and begged for mercy before the men let him go. No one dared to approach, they cowered, clearly terrified, many with injuries on their faces. Yu Xiaohua slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road. She stared at the scene before her, all too familiar. She had witnessed this scene far too many times in her past life. After the apocalypse, the world was unrecognizable. Not only were terrifying zombies rampaging, but some people were also cruelly harming others. In this world without rules or laws, the ugliness of humanity was amplified infinitely, far exceeding people's imagination. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the group of men approaching in the distance. They looked fierce, gripping large knives tightly. Yu Chang sat in the passenger seat, his brow furrowed, his face contorted with anger. Sister, it's already the apocalypse. These superhumans aren't killing zombies, instead, they're bullying ordinary people. What kind of skill is that? Shen Nanji shook her head. After the apocalypse, what's more treacherous than zombies is the human heart. Yu Chang fell silent, thinking of the Ning family. They were blood relatives, yet they all wanted to kill him and his sister. Yu Chang said, Sister, now that we encountered this, should we intervene? It looks like they're trying to rob us. Yu Xiaohua looked at the approaching men, her smile not reaching her eyes, and spoke softly. Intervene? Of course we should. These people probably have a lot of supplies. Since they're practically handing them over, what do you think we should do? Who are the robbers? Or the victims? Instead of going through all the trouble of finding supplies, why not just let them come to us? This is her decision. Yu Chang's eyes lit up. Sister, that makes sense. Robbing these people is much easier than us going through all the trouble finding supplies. These are all huge fat sheep. Shen Nanji said, Sister Xiaohua, they're here. Yu Xiaohua turned around and looked at Yu Chang. It's time for you to show off your acting skills. Yu Chang immediately changed his expression. His acting skills were on cue. He opened the door and immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Brothers, please spare my life." Outside the car, Yu Chang's actions truly stunned the group of burly men. In all their robberies these past few days, they never encountered someone who surrendered so readily. They hadn't even said anything yet, and this guy was already surrendering and begging for mercy. The burly man leading the group, standing at 1.9 meters tall, was as imposing as a bear. "What's your name? Do you have any superpowers? What are you doing in Yang City? Hand over the supplies in your car right now. And who's driving? Tell her to get out." Yu Chang secretly pinched his thigh. "Oh, big brother, this is my family, my sister, my younger sister, the three of us. After the apocalypse, this is the only car we have left. We came to Yang City to seek refuge with our uncle. We've been starving on the way here, practically eating tree bark. Look at me, with my small frame, I don't look like I had a full meal at all." Then, Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji got out of the car. The group of burly men's eyes lit up with excitement when they saw Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji's faces, their eyes filled with undisguised lust. Yu Chang watched the men's changed expressions. If it weren't for his sister putting on an act, he would have gouged out these bastards' eyes by now. The burly man's eyes immediately fell on Yu Xiaohua. If this woman were sent to the boss's bed, he'd definitely reward him. Such a beautiful woman is a rare sight in this apocalypse. "Is this your sister? Your sister is pretty good looking, and your sister is alright too. If you two are willing to follow our boss, you can join us. Our boss is a fire-type ability user, and he controls the entire Yang City. With him, you never have to worry about food or drink. What do you say?" Yu Chang rubbed his hands together, deliberately feigning fear and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and glanced at Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji. He seemed to have made up his mind. In fact, the meaning clearly expressed in Yu Chang's eyes was, "Sister, look at my acting." Back then, not entering the entertainment industry was a loss for the industry. Shen Nanji silently turned her head away, seemingly heartbroken, but actually helpless. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, instantly revealing a pained expression. "You really don't want me anymore? Xiao Chang, you don't want your sister anymore? Acting skills? Who isn't naturally adept at it?" Yu Xiaohua glanced at Shen Nanji behind her. Yu Chang was stunned. Was the Lin Daiyu before him still his incredibly strong sister? Shen Nanji sighed silently. These days, killing zombies is already exhausting enough, and now she has to rely on acting skills? She stepped forward, looking at Yu Chang, her eyes moist. "Brother, don't you want me anymore either?" Yu Chang looked into Shen Nanji's misty eyes. His heart suddenly trembled, and a strange feeling inexplicably welled up within him. The burly leader grew impatient. All right, your brother already said he'd give you two to us. We have food and drink, and as long as you serve our boss well, he won't mistreat you." His men behind him jeered loudly, emitting obscene laughter. "Little girls, following our boss is your good fortune." "That's right, so many people are waiting to get cleaned up and climb into our boss's bed. Hurry up and come with us, don't dawdle." The burly man said, "You're not bad, kid, you have a good eye. What's your name?" "Yu Chang." "Yu Xiaohua." Shen Nanji, the burly leader, narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked at Shen Nanji. "Why is your surname Shen, not Yu? Aren't you siblings? Are you lying to me?" Yu Xiaohua remained calm. "No, we're half-siblings." Yu Chang silently gave a thumbs up, looking at his sister. Her lying skills. Truly impressive. The burly man's doubts vanished. "I see." Yu Chang said, "Brother, it's been a long and difficult time for my sister and younger sister. They had a tough life since they were little. You have to be good to them, they're both very fragile." The burly man laughed heartily. "Don't worry, this is my brother's territory now. Follow my brother, and you live a life of luxury. Alright, you achieved success and brought prosperity to your entire family. You should be secretly happy." Chapter 49. Yu Chang chuckled, then deliberately rubbed his hands together in a lewd manner. His acting highlight of his life. "Big brother, let's hurry up and see the boss now. I can't wait." The burly man, seeing Yu Chang's pathetic behavior, clearly didn't take him seriously anymore. He waved his hand. "Let's go, take all these people back to headquarters." And so, the burly man led Yu Xiaohua and the other two into a luxury car. The ordinary people were put into a bus. The bus drove for half an hour, then stopped in front of a building, over 20 stories high. Judging from its exterior, one could tell how prosperous this building must have been before the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car and looked at the building. There were already guards standing at the entrance. It seemed these people were already a small-scale organization. Seeing Yu Xiaohua's silence and staring at the building, the burly man assumed she was inexperienced and shocked, and his face lit up with arrogance. See? This is our boss's territory. You and your sister should serve him well, and he won't treat you badly. Our boss is a handsome and imposing figure, you're lucky. But let me tell you, our boss has plenty of women. And don't cause trouble, or we throw you out to feed the zombies. Yu Xiaohua glanced at the burly man indifferently, his eyes showing no emotion. This guy made it to management, clearly, not through brains. After entering the building, some men were armed with sharp weapons. They were menacing and fierce, and the ordinary people who had been brought along were taken to the basement. Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji were sent to the 13th floor. The environment on the 13th floor was much better. The two were separated and sent to two adjacent rooms. Inside the room, Yu Xiaohua looked at the clothes that had just been delivered. They were uniforms. Just by looking at these uniforms, she could tell what kind of person this burly man's boss was. According to the burly man, the girls they had kidnapped had all been placed on the 13th floor. This floor was his so-called boss's harem. Yes, these men, relying on their superpowers and power, had abused quite a few women in less than 2 months. She didn't want to meddle, but these kinds of people, in the apocalypse, using their awakened superpowers to abuse women. Damn it. Yu Xiaohua stood quietly by the window, her gaze fixed on the street below. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, the former prosperity has vanished, leaving only desolation and ruin. Empty streets and scattered debris. Shop signs hang askew, windows are broken. Just now, the burly man inadvertently revealed that all the supplies, food, provisions, and other necessities, are on the top floor, and only their boss has the key. That evening, the burly man knocked on the door. Seeing Yu Xiaohua hadn't changed out of her uniform, her face darkened. What do you mean? Why haven't you changed your clothes? Yu Xiaohua, hands in her pockets, expressionless. I'm not wearing them. The burly man hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so adamant. Enraged, he raised his hand to slap her. Yu Xiaohua remained unfazed, looking up. Are you sure you want to hit me? If my face is injured, you have a hard time explaining yourself. Since this burly man wanted to hand her over to their boss, he would definitely have told him immediately upon his return. If she were injured now, it would be difficult for the burly man to explain. Sure enough, the burly man's hand froze in midair. His face flushed red with anger. Yu Xiaohua had guessed correctly. The burly man thought she was trying to curry favor with his boss. Her face, of course, couldn't be harmed in the slightest. She had to endure it, even if it made her furious. The burly man could only lower his hand, uttering a harsh threat. You wait. If you don't win our boss's favor, I kill you. The next second, Yu Xiaohua turned her head and casually closed the door, an action that infuriated the burly man even more. Frustrated, the burly man could only kick the door viciously. Fine, I'm telling you. Someone's coming to pick you up at 8 p.m. I'm telling you, behave yourself. Incompetent people only bark. That's how men are these days. 8 p.m. The doors on the 13th floor opened simultaneously. Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji stepped out of their rooms, exchanging a glance. They were the only girls among the group not wearing uniforms. The other girls stood at the door, their faces numb, filled with fear, cowering in fear. They were all beautiful tall girls. Having already experienced the men's abuse, it was clear these women had lost all will to resist, becoming lambs to the slaughter. A total of 18 girls. Adding Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji, that made 20. They were all to be taken to the top floor, like an emperor selecting concubines in ancient times. This man, called the leader, saw himself as an emperor. The chosen woman was to spend the night with him. The other women immediately looked at Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji. Another new woman today? More women about to be tortured, their final fate the same as theirs, unable to escape her cruel hand. They're all women. At this moment, the women looked at Yu Xiaohua and Shen Nanji with only pity. All the women were led to a room on the top floor. Then, the door opened. A man, surrounded by the crowd, swaggered in. All the women stood in a row, and upon seeing the man, they immediately lowered their heads. Yu Xiaohua raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the man in the middle. Handsome and dashing? Important and dignified? Ha! Before me is clearly a pig walking towards me. Fat head and big ears, 1.7 meters tall, wearing a gold suit and pointed shoes. Half a mouthful of gold teeth. Just one look at it would make you want to vomit. The man's name was Zhao Desheng. After the apocalypse, he had a stroke of luck, awakening fire-based superpowers, and then gathered a group of thugs. Even with just that, he actually managed to build up some reputation. With a bit of power, the man began to bully and harass women. The man's gaze fell directly on Yu Xiaohua. His eyes instantly lit up. Although he wasn't satisfied with Yu Xiaohua's short hair, he couldn't resist how beautiful her face was. He walked up to Yu Xiaohua, his face full of flesh and brimming with lust, and reached out to touch her face. Yu Xiaohua took a step back, a smirk playing on her lips. She looked at the man and said softly, "If you want me to keep you company, then they can all leave." The henchmen behind her wore lewd expressions. "Boss, you're lucky. This woman is really beautiful. Hee, no doubt about it. She's the best she's had these past few days. TSK, truly a gem." The man was taken aback that Yu Xiaohua dared to speak to him like that. "Not bad, you got personality." "No wonder Guzzi said she was a good catch. Tonight, you're keeping me company. Everyone else, get out of here." The other women's faces showed a mixture of relief and pity. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Shen Nanji. Shen Nanji understood, and followed the men out of the room. The door closed again. The man reached out to pull Yu Xiaohua back. "Pleasure me." The next second, Yu Xiaohua slowly curled her lips into a smile. "Pleasure you? How about I kill you instead?" This smile instantly ignited a fire in the man's heart, making him completely disregard Yu Xiaohua's words. Little did he know, Yu Xiaohua's smiles were always deadly. Chapter 50. Seeing Yu Xiaohua dodge again, the man grew displeased, his face darkening. "Why are you dodging? It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. If you please me, I guarantee you live a life of luxury, otherwise." Yu Xiaohua turned and sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. She just stared at the man, who was about to be enraged. So, there's only one reason he could rise to the top. His subordinates aren't smart enough, Yu Xiaohua laughed. "Otherwise, throw me to feed the zombies. Why do all the people in your organization use the same rhetoric? Is this interesting?" The man's face completely darkened. "What did you say? Do you think this is your home? Stand up. Here, I'm the boss. You're so ignorant of the rules, you deserve a good lesson. I have plenty of beautiful women. Since you don't know your place, then die." Saying this, the man activated his fire-based ability, flames erupting from his palms. The next second, scorching flames rushed towards Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua easily dodged the man's attack. Seeing Yu Xiaohua dodge, the man was startled. "You, how could you dodge? Could it be that you are also?" Yu Xiaohua sneered. "Unfortunately." The man was shocked. "Unfortunate about what?" Yu Xiaohua slowly revealed a captivating smile, like the most beautiful and moving flower blooming in dangerous ruins. Too late. Yu Xiaohua spread her hands. The next second, in the man's shocked pupils, her hands suddenly burst into flames. And these flames were several times larger than the ones the man had unleashed. These raging flames seemed to engulf the entire room. Compared to the man's previous flames, the greater power of Yu Xiaohua's was immediately apparent. The moment Yu Xiaohua unleashed his flames, the temperature in the entire room instantly skyrocketed. It was so hot, it was almost suffocating. The scorching heat, like a powerful wave of heat, swept over them, leaving them nowhere to escape. The man stared in horror at the scene before him, his legs going weak with fear. He finally realized he had provoked someone he absolutely shouldn't have. Fierce fear and regret filled the man's heart. He turned to run. However, it was too late. The moment the man turned, the raging flames, like a ferocious beast, opened their blood-red maw and pounced from behind him. Soon, the flames engulfed the man's entire body, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The screams attracted the henchmen guarding outside. However, just as these henchmen were about to rush in, beside them, Shen Nanji, nestled among the women, slowly raised her head. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. The next second, a large knife appeared in her hand. Yes, Shen Nanji, a petite girl, wielded a large knife. Her weapon was simple and brutal. The girl standing next to her covered her mouth. The room was deathly silent. The once raging flames had gradually died down, leaving only a pile of ashes, the man's burned remains. Yu Xiaohua sat on the sofa. Her gaze was as cold as a deep pool, staring blankly at the ashes. She leaned back slightly, her hands casually resting on the armrests. She appeared utterly indifferent, completely unconcerned about what was happening before her. Half an hour later, the door to the room reopened, and Yu Chong and Shen Nanji walked in. Just now, Yu Chong and Shen Nanji had worked together to take care of all the men in the building. Outside, people lay on the floor, all bruised and battered, too weak to even get up. In the corner lay the innocent girls, who had been violated by the men. However, the women were still in a state of utter bewilderment. Yu Chong saw the pile of ash on the ground. Sister, things have been taken care of outside. Nanji just went to the locked rooms. There are over a dozen rooms on the top floor, all filled with food, supplies, and some gasoline. Shin Nanji nodded. I left some for the girls. My space is limited, it's already full. Yu Xiaohua nodded. She had no objection to this. In the apocalypse, people are wicked, but there are still good people. We can't condemn them all. There are always innocent people. The three of them left the room and saw the girls, who had come up with them, standing there. Seeing them come out, their faces lit up with excitement. Then, the dozen or so girls came forward. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you so much. Among them, the prettiest girl bowed. Miss you. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would still be being abused by these disgusting men. These men are beasts. They treat us like commodities to be abused. We've been living a life worse than death for over a month. Thank you so much. Yu Xiaohua looked at the woman who had stepped forward to speak. We saved you, but the men who abused you are still alive. All the women's faces changed. Yes, these men are still alive. They too have no future. Yu Xiaohua, hands in her pockets, said calmly, So, do you know what to do? All the women wore thoughtful expressions. Yu Xiaohua said, Nanji. Shin Nanji stepped forward and took a scalpel from her spatial storage. Yu Xiaohua took the scalpel. At her feet lay the man whose teeth had been knocked out. His face was filled with terror. Yu Xiaohua bent down, her expression unchanged, and swung the scalpel, the blade falling swiftly. To everyone's shock, the man's little thing was cut off alive. The man screamed, clutching his genitals. Ah! He fainted from the pain, the smell of blood slowly spreading in the air. Yu Chang swallowed hard. Her sister, she really killed him out of his spirit. For a man, losing that thing is worse than death. Silence. A deathly silence. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward and placed the dagger in the woman's hand. He spoke coldly, in the apocalypse, to survive, you can only rely on yourself. So what should you do? You decide. Shin Nanji looked at the beautiful woman, her name was Lian Xiang. Lian Xiang, even without awakened superpowers, believe in yourself, you can live with dignity. That was all he said. Yu Xiaohua, Yu Chang, and Shin Nanji handed the scalpel to Lian Xiang and left. Everyone chooses their own path. In front of the building, Yu Chang glanced back at the top floor. Sister, do you think they really dare to do it to Lian Xiang? Yu Xiaohua paused for 2 seconds. Remember, never underestimate any woman. The apocalypse is never just a man's world. Women can also become powerful figures, and carve out their own territory. Before Yu Chang could speak again, the roars of zombies echoed from afar. Yu Chang sighed. Well, it's starting again. Shin Nanji had already pulled out a large knife from her spatial storage. Yu Xiaohua smiled, looking at the two. Go. On the top floor of the building, Lian Xiang gritted her teeth and turned to look at the women with her. That Miss Yu is right. In the apocalypse, if we don't want to be at the mercy of others, we can't continue to be so weak. Otherwise, we only be bullied forever. Have you really thought about living such a dark and hopeless life? Being treated like playthings, casually bullied and trampled upon. Chapter 51. These women were all unfortunate victims, abused and violated. How much worse had their lives been for them? Lian Xiang raised the dagger Yu Xiaohua had left behind. She looked at the man who had once humiliated her, now powerless to resist. Thinking of the past humiliations, she gritted her teeth and plunged the scalpel deep into the man's chest. Blood stained her hands and eyes. Lian Xiang stared at the man's shocked and terrified death. There was no fear as she had expected, she only felt a sense of relief, an unparalleled relief. With Lian Xiang's lead, the other women seemed to find courage at that moment. The women picked up their weapons one after another. 1, 2, until the air was filled with the smell of blood. But every woman's beautiful face was filled with unbridled joy. The women exchanged glances and smiled. Their smiles turned to tears, and they embraced, sobbing uncontrollably. From that moment on, they were no longer afraid of men's methods. Yu Xiaohua brought them the hope of a new life. One day in the future, when Lian Xiang led these women to reunite with Yu Xiaohua, they were no longer powerless women. They were resilient roses who had survived the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua and his two companions drove their RV away from Nanshi, continuing their journey to the city. Shin Nanji's spatial dimension had accumulated a considerable number of crystal cores along the way. She and Yu Chang killed zombies at night, and during the day, they tirelessly absorbed crystal cores to enhance their abilities. Yu Xiaohua also told the two that level 1 zombie crystal cores were no longer useful for her abilities. To further enhance her abilities, only level 3 or higher zombie crystal cores would be effective. Upon hearing this, the two understood. Therefore, Shinonji and Yu Chang worked even harder. 5 days later, 200 kilometers away was City B. Counting the days, the apocalypse had been underway for several months. Humans had learned that zombie cores could upgrade superpowers. Superpowered individuals had gained experience in killing zombies, and many small factions had risen in the apocalypse. Similar to mercenary teams, many people organized superpowered individual teams to begin killing zombies. However, supplies were dwindling. Land and water sources were all polluted and permanently damaged, making it impossible to grow vegetables and fruits. Supplies were becoming increasingly scarce. Now, besides killing zombies, people were fighting tooth and nail for supplies. That night, Yu Xiaohua and the other two found an abandoned campsite. Yu Chang and Shinonji worked together to clear out more than a dozen zombies from the campsite. The campsite was safe. The three decided to camp and have a barbecue. Along the way, besides killing zombies, they collected supplies wherever they went. As Shinonji's supernatural abilities upgraded, her spatial dimension doubled in size. However, even with the increase, her space was still full. Yu Xiaohua's spatial dimension also underwent a significant change along with her spiritual power. All the supplies that Shinonji's space couldn't hold were transferred to hers. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the night was no longer a symbol of tranquility and peace, but was shrouded in a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. The darkness was as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light and hope. That endless night, like a ferocious beast, lurked silently in the shadows, its presence sending chills down one's spine. Zombies seemed to lurk in every shadow, their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs, awaiting humans. However, this camp was an exception. Warm candlelight, a romantic atmosphere, a beautiful tablecloth, charcoal fire. And Yu Chang, his face blackened by smoke and flames from grilling. He held up a dark, hard object, seemingly capable of killing someone. Shinonji examined it closely and confidently declared, "It's chicken wings." Yu Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately became smug, turning to Yu Xiaohua. "Sis, see? I told you, I grilled chicken wings." Shinonji naturally sat down in front of the grill, picking up fresh chicken wings and meat skewers, all the freshest meat. Only when Yu Xiaohua brought out the fresh, skewered meat did Yu Chang and Shinonji realize. It turned out that Yu Xiaohua's spatial dimension also had a preservation function. The implications were obvious. Fresh. Yu Xiaohua glanced indifferently at the chicken wings in Yu Chang's hand. She paused. "You eat them yourself." Yu Chang smiled sheepishly, and quickly put the burnt chicken wings aside. "Sister, I won't eat these. I always had a weak stomach. If I eat even one bite of this stuff I grilled, I'd die." Yu Chang clearly knew his grilling skills. "Sister, Nanji will definitely grill them well. Eat hers." Shinonji nodded obediently. "Sister Xiaohua, I grill them." Yu Xiaohua smiled, lay back in the rocking chair, and looked up at the sky. After the apocalypse, she could no longer see the stars. Her thoughts gradually sank. If City B is still the same as in her previous life. Chronologically speaking, the day she appeared coincided with the period when that person underwent tremendous changes. Seeing Yu Xiaohua close her eyes, Yu Chang turned to chat and grill with Shinonji. Soon, Shinonji finished grilling the meat skewers. Even the chicken wings were beautifully grilled, looking and smelling delicious. Yu Chang silently kicked his own grilled chicken wings far away, destroying the evidence. People are afraid of comparison. His cooking skills can't compare to Nanji's. His abilities can't compare to his sister's. Is he destined to be a gigolo? Just as he was about to sigh, Shinonji directly held a grilled chicken wing to his lips. Yu Chang took a bite, his eyes lighting up, and quickly took another. "Nanji, your grilling skills are amazing. Wow, who taught you?" Shinonji handed the grilled skewers to Yu Xiaohua, who took one and tasted it. It tasted just like it did in her past life. Shinonji shook her head. "I didn't specifically learn. Grilling chicken wings and skewers, and controlling the heat, is almost like disposing of a corpse." Yu Chang was now stuck, unsure whether to eat the chicken wing or not. Grilling a person? Grilling skewers? Yu Xiaohua smiled. "Indeed, it's almost the same." Yu Chang sighed. "Sister, Nanji, you two really know how to ruin a romantic and cozy atmosphere." The next second, Yu Xiaohua's face darkened, her gaze turning towards the camp entrance, her eyes suddenly turning cold. Uninvited guests, and not just one group. It seems there won't be any peace and quiet tonight. Yu Chang and Shinanji immediately looked towards the entrance as well. A minute later, two groups of people entered, one on the left and one on the right. On the left were two men and a woman. The two men were tall and imposing. The woman was alluring, with fiery red lips and dressed in leather. She had the air of a boss, a touch of thuggishness. On the right was a group of about a dozen people, led by a man in his 30s. Although not particularly handsome, his eyes radiated a considerable killing intent, and his entire being exuded an aura that warned them not to be trifled with. Clearly, both groups were composed of people with superpowers. Since the apocalypse, with the emergence of teams of people with superpowers, Yu Xiaohua and his companions had encountered several such groups along their journey. However, no major conflicts had occurred. They usually exchanged a few words before going their separate ways. Both groups were stunned for a few seconds upon seeing Yu Xiaohua and his companions. Especially when I got closer and saw the three of them grilling, with quite a few fresh meat skewers on the grill. I was shocked. Months into the apocalypse, fresh meat skewers? After the global power outage, this fresh meat would have rotted for who knows how long. How is this possible? Chapter 52. The two groups exchanged shocked glances, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Realizing they weren't mistaken, both groups quickly stepped forward. Especially the dozen or so men on the right, their expressions immediately changed. They looked like wolves eyeing meat, their eyes practically gleaming. Yu Chang and Shinanji stood up. Yu Xiaohua remained lying in the rocking chair, unmoved. The two groups reached her, one on each side, their gazes first fixed on Yu Xiaohua lying in the rocking chair. Many eyes flashed with amazement. Especially the sexy and alluring woman, a strange light inexplicably flickering in her eyes. Excitement. The tall, burly men on either side of her immediately saw through the woman's thoughts. The two men helplessly looked away. The young lady is about to start again. On the right, the leading man stepped forward. Hello, we are the Dragon Slayer team. All of us are superhumans. Are you also superhumans? Since it's such a coincidence that we met here, how about we become friends? He spoke to Yu Chang, but his gaze remained fixed on Yu Xiaohua. Undisguised. The man appeared polite, but the ambition and calculation in his eyes were blatantly obvious. His acting was utterly inadequate. He thought he could fool everyone. Yu Chang stepped aside, blocking the man's view. Sorry, we're not interested in making friends. The man was taken aback, not expecting Yu Chang to refuse so decisively. Having been publicly humiliated by Yu Chang, the man felt ashamed. But seeing the meat skewers grilling on the stove, he could only endure it. Behind him, a dozen or so superhumans, each with an unyielding expression and glaring eyes. It seemed like the group was about to attack at any moment. Brother, why be so defensive? We're all superhumans. Helping each other is the best way to survive in this apocalypse. What's wrong with making friends? Meeting here is fate, don't you think? Yu Chang looked at the dozen or so superhumans glaring at him to his right. He sneered. Just as he was about to speak, the alluring and sexy woman on his left stepped forward, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh my, what's wrong? These pretty girls and handsome guys don't want to be friends with you. Are you going to force them? You're all adults. Can't you be a little more dignified? Trying to coerce or bribe them? Let me tell you, tonight I'm here, and I won't tolerate your insolence. Didn't you have enough fighting just now? Want to fight? We're ready. Air, beat them to death. The woman crossed her arms, exuding an arrogant come at me if you dare attitude. Yet, she wasn't annoying at all. Instead, she was rather endearing. The men called Ada and Air immediately stepped in front of the woman. With a menacing air, Yu Xiaohua's gaze lingered on the woman's face after hearing her address the two men, but she looked away after only 2 seconds. In this life, her rebirth had indeed altered many trajectories. Like now, encountering this woman and these two, Ada and Air here. Across from her, the man could only reluctantly take a step back. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight. It was because when they met near the camp entrance, these dozen or so ability users had already clashed with Ada and Air. The result was obvious. A dozen or so couldn't defeat two. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. The dozen or so ability users behind him were also furious, but they were no match for them. The man glared hatefully at the woman, Yu Chang, and Yu Xiaohua, who lay silently in the rocking chair. He uttered a harsh threat. Fine, if you don't want to be friends, forget it. Let's go to the other side. The man and his group could only go to the southeast corner of the camp, a place far from them. After they left, the alluring and sexy woman went straight to Yu Xiaohua, who was lying in the rocking chair. Yu Chang tried to stop her, but Shinanji tugged at his sleeve. Let's see first. If Sister Xiaohua doesn't want to, she can't get close to her. This woman has no ill intentions, only curiosity, and... Shen Nanji paused. Excitement? Yu Chang stroked his chin. Could this woman have taken a liking to his sister? Otherwise, why would she be inexplicably excited? Tsk. The alluring woman didn't treat herself like an outsider, plopping down on one side of the chair. She stared at Yu Xiaohua, flirtatiously tossing her hair. Good sister, my name is Pei Xingyue. Sister, what's your name? Can you tell me? Yu Xiaohua looked at Pei Xingyue, who was so close, noticing her features. Sure enough, they're family. Yu Xiaohua. Pei Xingyue murmured the name to herself. Good name, I call you Xiaohua then. Xiaohua, do you have a boyfriend? Yu Xiaohua paused, her eyes expressionless. I did, but I killed him. Ada and Air exchanged a glance. Sure enough, anyone their young lady took a liking to was never normal. It seemed this girl named Yu Xiaohua was no exception. For so many years, they had one question. Why was it that their young lady could always find an abnormal person among a group of normal people and befriend her? Upon hearing this, Pei Xingyue's eyes lit up even more. She had truly found a treasure, a perfect match for her younger brother. A perfect match, just right, a match made in heaven. Hee. Pei Xingyue became even more excited. She grabbed Yu Xiaohua's hand, taking the opportunity to take advantage. Thinking to herself, such soft little hands, it really was going to be a treat for her bratty younger brother. How could she bear to part with him? Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the hand Pei Xingyue was holding. The next second, he spoke calmly, You're taking advantage of me. Yu Chang. That's explosive. Ada and Air coughed strategically. Over the years, although the young lady had always verbally said she wanted to find a girlfriend for the young master, she had always been picky, never satisfied with any woman, never taken any action, and had never gotten close to anyone. What's gotten into her tonight? Why would the young lady suddenly take a liking to this pretty girl named Yu Xiaohua? Where's her wariness of people? Pei Xingyue chuckled, a smile playing on her lips, upon hearing this. Not only did she not let go, she became even more brazen in taking advantage. Xiaohua, the moment I saw you, I was instantly smitten. I think you'd definitely be part of our family in the future. I have a good-for-nothing younger brother. He's not good-looking, but he has a terrible temper, is ruthless, prefers to be aloof, and is unpredictable. Pei Xingyue counted on her fingers and continued, Ada, if the young master is only average-looking, then all the men in the world are pigs. Beside them, Yu Chang said to Ada, Brother, are you sure this Miss Pei is introducing a potential partner to her brother, and not just taking the opportunity to deliberately belittle him? Da's face twitched, and he said righteously, Our young master, apart from not being good-looking, everything else our young lady says is the truth. In City B, Pei Xianke, who had just finished killing a zombie, lit a cigarette. The crimson flame danced between his fingertips, his thin lips cold. White shirt, black pants, veins bulging on his arms, congealed blood on his white shirt. He stood there beside the zombie corpse, the moonlight lending him an eerie beauty. Amidst the swirling smoke, Pei Xianke suddenly felt a pang of unease. Completely inexplicable. He never felt uneasy. Chapter 53. After Zheng Shushu and his men disposed of the zombie cores, he waved his hand, and the other men in black quickly retreated to the side. Even in the apocalypse, the strong can still stand at the pinnacle. Take Pei Xianke, for example. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he awakened dual elemental abilities, wind and fire. His powerful subordinates also awakened their abilities one by one, coupled with his vast arsenal. Pei Xianke quickly rebuilt a new force. In just 2 months, he had established a base centered in Yiqing City, which is now gradually being completed. And Pei Xianke, along with his men, began hunting zombies, collecting cores, and strengthening their power. Zheng Shushu stepped forward. Master, Miss and Ada and Air have been gone for over a month and haven't even reached City B yet. Could something have happened to them? Should we go and pick up Miss ourselves? Pei Xianke took a drag of his cigarette, stubbed it out, his expression indifferent. No need. With Ada and Air by her side, she's the one bullying others, not the other way around, as long as she doesn't cause trouble for others. Pei Xianke knew his older sister very well. From childhood to adulthood, she always been an unpredictable lunatic. There are no normal people in the Pei family. Zheng Shushu thought for a moment, then said helplessly, Young master, what if? Pei Xianke glanced at Shushu casually. No what if. If she gets bitten by a zombie, consider it an act of service to the people. Remember to buy her a crystal coffin, she likes that. Zheng Shushu sighed. The young master and miss, from childhood to adulthood, have always had a relationship where they rather stab each other in the back than betray each other. Pei Xianke asked in a deep voice. Any news of her? Zheng Shushu shook her head. No, young master. Our people went to the villa district in City C, but there's no one left there. There's been no movement from Miss Yu. Given her abilities, she must have left with Yu Chang. Zombies are powerful, but with Miss Yu's skills, even without awakened abilities, she could have fought her way out. Young master, global communications are down. From now on, encountering Miss Yu will likely depend on fate. Pei Xianke stood there, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His eyebrows were slightly raised, his tone lazy, seemingly asking, yet also quite certain. Arranged by fate? Then do you think I ever meet her again? Zheng Shushu choked, silently cursing in his heart. Damn it, he's not the matchmaker, how would he know? Just as he was about to speak, seeing Pei Swank's deep gaze, Zheng Shushu immediately answered very seriously, Of course, young master, fate has always favored you. The marriage you desire, the woman you love, naturally, no, you will definitely meet Miss Yu again. You two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven, a bond that no one can break. I have a premonition that tomorrow, you will definitely meet Miss Yu. Zheng Shushu was never the same person in front of Pei Xianke as he was in front of others. The next day, when Zheng Shushu saw Yu Xiaohua, he had only one thought. After the apocalypse, going to a fortune teller wouldn't be a bad idea. Pei Xianke smiled, his bangs brushing against his eyebrows. Tomorrow, if I don't see her, I deduct your crystal core. Any objections? Zheng Shushu looked up at the sky, nodding tearfully. A life of toiling like a beast of burden. The heartless young master, the pitiful one, what a tragedy. Campsite. After listing all his shortcomings, Pei Xingyue stroked her chin and chuckled. But my little brother only has one advantage. He's well endowed and skilled in bed. I guarantee I serve you comfortably, be your devoted little wolfhound. What do you think, Xiaohua? Ada and Air lowered their heads in unison. So embarrassing. So ashamed. The young master's reputation has been completely ruined by the young lady. Yu Chang almost spat out his water. Shenanji silently handed him a handkerchief. On the rocking chair, Yu Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, languid and casual. She showed no emotional fluctuation because of Pei Xingyue's words. She picked up the wine on the table, slowly poured a glass, and handed it to Pei Xingyue. Pei Xingyue was stunned for a moment, then took it. Yu Xiaohua slowly approached, staring into her eyes with a half smile, speaking slowly and deliberately. Compared to your brother, I think you're cuter. Then, without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua raised the beer bottle in her hand, tilted her head back, and downed the beer in one gulp. Under the moonlight, her neat short hair shone brightly, as if plated with a layer of silver. In her past life, she loved alcohol, because only alcohol could numb one. But in her past life, even in her deepest pain, taking a sip of alcohol was an unbearable luxury. A glass of alcohol required the crystal cores of dozens of zombies, a luxury she could only dream of. Pei Xingyue had never seen a girl like Yu Xiaohua before. She covered her chest, her eyes sparkling. So shy. Everyone said she, Pei Xingyue, was the vicious and domineering eldest daughter of the Pei family. No one had ever praised her for being cute. Yu Xiaohua was the first. With discerning eyes. I'm cute? Sister Xiaohua, do you really think I'm cute? Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a captivating smile, as she reached out and lifted Pei Xingyue's chin. Seeing this, Ada was stunned, and Air was dumbfounded. Their young lady, from childhood to adulthood, had never been touched on the face without being slapped to death. How could their young lady tolerate such a small gesture from Miss Yu? Unbelievable. Later, when Ada and Air witnessed an even more shocking scene, they finally understood what it meant to have someone who could truly subdue them. The Pei family's madwoman only seemed normal in front of Yu Xiaohua. Of course, she wasn't entirely normal. Yu Xiaohua looked at Pei Xingyue's eyes and said softly, "You are very cute." Pei Xingyue smiled shyly, cupping her face in her hands. "Xiaohua, I like you so much. But let's forget it. Let me think. My brother isn't good enough for you. Wait, I definitely find you someone better. You're definitely my friend now." Yu Xiaohua smiled. The two raised their glasses. Sometimes, friendships are strangely compatible. Yu Chang and Shenanji introduced themselves, and Ada and Air also introduced themselves. The group quickly became acquainted, chatting excitedly about everything under the sun. Yu Chang met Pei Xingyue. The sharp-tongued met the talkative. The level of noise was unimaginable. The atmosphere on one side was lively, with wine and meat. On the other side, things weren't so good. A dozen people sat there, only able to gnaw on dry bread and drink cold water. The dozen people's faces were filled with sinister jealousy, staring at each other. Seeing Yu Xiaohua and her group with wine and meat, and then looking at what they were eating, they felt even more unbalanced. Brother Qi, are we just going to put up with this? If that bitch didn't have those 2 men backing her, would she dare to be so arrogant? Yeah, why do they get to eat meat and wine while we're stuck here eating this inedible bread? Those 3 must have more supplies. Why don't we find an opportunity to rob them? We done it before, after all. Chapter 54. These dozen or so superhumans, all allies, committed arson, murder, and looting. Like a pack of hungry wolves, once they gathered, they unleashed their inner evil. Along their journey, relying on their numbers, they acted with impunity, robbing others of their supplies becoming commonplace. Whether old or young, anyone with what they needed was not spared. Birds of a feather flocked together. These people were utterly unscrupulous. Innocent people were powerless against them. Their atrocities along the way were appalling. None of these dozen or so men were kind, they were cruel and greedy. The leader, called Brother Qi, had a grim face. He spoke in a low voice. All right, they have meat to eat and wine to drink. They must have their own tricks up their sleeves. Even if they're weak, that bitch just now, and those 2 guys with her, Ada and Air, their abilities are stronger than ours. We can't beat them head on. We have to find another way. Brother Qi, does that mean you have a plan? We listen to you, whatever you say we do. Those 2 girls are really pretty. A wicked smile flashed in Brother Qi's eyes. Come here, wait a minute. Late at night, the entire campsite was shrouded in tranquility, utterly silent, except for the occasional sound of the wind rustling through the trees. However, in this peaceful atmosphere, suddenly, a strange sound came from the campsite entrance. It was as if something was quietly approaching. This sound, in the silent night, seemed particularly abrupt. Instantly, Yu Xiaohua opened her eyes wide open, wide awake. Then Ada and Air also opened their eyes. Shinanji, Yuchang, and the others quickly got up and looked towards the camp entrance. Their gazes were sharp. Someone's here. Not a person, but zombies. Zombie footsteps are so heavy, there's more than 1 or 2. Shinanji frowned. There are many, at least 100. And that group of people were long gone from the camp, their whereabouts unknown. Finally, Pei Xingyue, who had been woken up, yawned. It's the middle of the night, and they're still making a ruckus. These little bugs really know how to cause trouble. Yu Xiaohua slowly stood up from the rocking chair. Pei Xingyue said, Don't worry, Xiaohua, I protect you. Just stay behind me, and watch how I wreak havoc. Don't fall for me later, okay? With that, Pei Xingyue stood in front of Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua put her hands in her pockets. She looked at Pei Xingyue, who was protecting her, her eyes filled with a meaningful look. Ada and Air stood before Pei Xingyue. Yu Chong and Shinanji exchanged a glance. Pei Xingyue is a really good person. Worth befriending, however, if she knew that her sister was insane when facing zombies. Yes, it wasn't the zombies that were insane, it was her sister. A minute later. Sure enough, a large group of zombies had gathered at the camp entrance. They were coming in a mighty wave. From a distance, there were at least 100. Such a large-scale zombie horde was rare. Clearly, these zombies had been deliberately lured here. Seeing such a large zombie horde, Pei Xingyue, who had initially appeared indifferent, also lost her composure. Their expressions turned serious. Ada and Air were even more alert, their faces grave. Too many. Yu Chong and Shinanji, however, weren't worried. Having witnessed Yu Xiaohua's strength, seeing the sheer number of zombies, they weren't afraid at all. Soon, the terrifying zombies surged in like a tidal wave. They had ferocious faces, exuded a putrid stench, and emitted low, hissing roars, as if they wanted to devour all the living. Faced with this horrific scene, Pei Xingyue, Ada, and Air didn't flinch. Without hesitation, they grabbed their knives and charged out like arrows, heading straight for the ferocious zombies. Clearly, Pei Xingyue was not just a pretty face. Since the apocalypse, she had awakened a power-based superpower. A sexy woman instantly transformed into a violent queen. At the same time, Yu Xiaohua gave Yu Chong and Shinanji a look. The two understood each other perfectly. Shinanji unhesitatingly retrieved a sharp scalpel from her spatial storage. Yu Chong, on the other hand, readily took a machete. Immediately afterwards, the two, like perfectly synchronized partners, rushed forward like the wind. The following time, the group engaged in a thrilling battle with the zombies. Night fell. The intense battle unfolded like a suspenseful chapter. But the number of zombies was increasing relentless. After half an hour, Pei Xingyue and the others began to show signs of fatigue. They were starting to feel the strain, their movements becoming slower than before. The zombies, however, seemed tireless. Yu Chang turned his head. "Sister, is that my little red?" Yu Xiaohua stood there, nodding. Yes. Yu Chang had never used his healing ability before, but now it was time to put it to use. Yu Chang's eyes lit up. After casually slaying a zombie, he had a thought and a wave of his hands. The little red flower in his hand instantly began to grow larger. A beautiful flower bloomed in Yu Chang's hands, vibrant and dazzling. Ada, Air, and Pei Xingyue turned their heads and saw this scene, all showing expressions of shock. Pei Xingyue said, "Wow, little Chang, you have this skill too. What is this?" Ada looked thoughtful. "Miss, this is a healing ability, but it seems different from the healing abilities we've seen before. This flower is not simple." Wherever Shinanji's scalpel passed, the zombies had nowhere to escape. Yu Chang shouted, "Wait, I give you guys a boost." The next second, Yu Chang's healing ability began to take effect. As time went on, Shinanji, Pei Xingyue, Ada, and Air suddenly felt a strange power flowing into their bodies. The power began to circulate within them, and their previous fatigue vanished instantly. However, Yu Chang's face paled as time went on, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. All superpowers are based on one's own strength. Yu Chang's current strength was simply insufficient to simultaneously enhance the strength and repair the bodies of 4 people. He was pushing his own limits. Yu Xiaohua noticed his strain and said in a deep voice, "That's enough, stop." Yu Chang stopped, taking a step back, his body slightly unsteady. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward. "Go rest. Your stamina has reached its limit, you can't use it anymore." Yu Chang obediently complied, and this time, he sat down in the rocking chair to rest. Having regained their strength, the group continued their relentless fight against the zombies. Another half-hour passed. When they were once again nearly exhausted, finally, Shinanji finished off the last zombie, and everyone was utterly drained. Looking at the corpses of the large zombies scattered on the ground, they exchanged glances and laughed. Pei Xingyue tossed aside her axe, and wiped the blood from her face with a hearty laugh. That was exhilarating. I haven't felt this good in ages. Ha ha, exciting, great. Chapter 55. Then, Pei Xingyue's legs went weak, and she looked like she was about to collapse. The next second, Yu Xiaohua grabbed Pei Xingyue's waist. Tired? Pei Xingyue shakes her head. Gritting her teeth, in front of a beautiful woman, Pei Xingyue wouldn't say she was tired. That's what she said, but Pei Xingyue was indeed so tired that she couldn't even lift her arms. She leaned against Yu Xiaohua's shoulder and rubbed against her. "Xiaohua, you smell so good." At this moment, only Pei Xingyue would find an opportunity to take advantage. Yu Chang had just recovered some strength. He also needed his sister's help. Ada and Air were also panting heavily. After the apocalypse, they had killed a lot of zombies, but they had never killed so many at once. Just now, it was extremely dangerous. Looking at the zombies all over the ground. They were all crystal cores. Today, they had narrowly escaped death, but the gains were truly unparalleled. Even now, Yu Xiaohua hadn't made a move from beginning to end, remaining behind them the whole time. Ada and Air not only showed no dissatisfaction, but actually thought Yu Xiaohua was quite nice. If she didn't have any special abilities, not causing trouble was naturally the best approach. Shinanji still had the best stamina among them. Yu Xiaohua picked up Pei Xingyue in one swift motion. Pei Xingyue reached out and wrapped her arms around Yu Xiaohua's neck, one hand. "Xiaohua, so cool." She carried her to a chair and put her down. Yu Chang silently muttered, infatuated. The next second, Yu Xiaohua slowly turned her head. Her gaze was sharp, directly fixed on the camp entrance. Her eyes were cold and distant, wanting to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At the same time, Ada and Air, standing beside her, also noticed something amiss. Following Yu Xiaohua's gaze, Ada and Air's expressions instantly tensed. Their bodies, already exhausted from the prolonged battle with zombies, were now taut as if facing a formidable enemy. After such a long fight, their fighting strength was indeed diminished. They barely had the strength to grip their knives. "We were too careless," Ada muttered to himself, his voice revealing a hint of regret and self-reproach. Such a large zombie horde must have been deliberately lured here by the group. They were waiting for them to be exhausted before attacking. But now, facing a dozen or so members of the Dragon Slayer squad, their chances of victory were slim. Sure enough, The dozen or so ability users, who called themselves the Dragon Slayer Squad, walked in. Each of them swaggered arrogantly, their faces filled with smug and sinister smiles. They had deliberately lured the zombies here to reap the benefits. Chi-Gu looked at the zombies scattered on the ground, his eyes filled with smugness. Ha ha ha, thank you so much for killing so many zombies for us. We won't be polite about taking these zombie cores. The people behind him laughed wildly. Our brother Chi is so smart. He knew to lure the zombies over and deal with them. Now they're like fish on a chopping board, at our mercy. Brother Chi, you're awesome. Following Brother Chi is definitely the right choice. That was a brilliant move. We struck it rich with these zombie cores. Brother Chi, those two beauties are yours. And you can have the brothers play with that one with glasses. Brother Chi smiled sinisterly. We're all brothers. If there are women, we can all share them. Pei Xingyu had gritted her teeth. These bastards are really pulling this stunt. She said, Sister Xiaohua, don't worry, even if I have to fight to the last breath, I protect you. I absolutely won't let these stupid and vicious things succeed. Ada stepped forward. Miss, you take them and go first. Ada and Air were already prepared to risk their lives. Both of them possessed water-based abilities, and now they were both exhausted. At this moment, fighting was all about willpower. Yu Chong and Shinanji exchanged a glance. Actually, Yu Chong silently raised his hand. Is it possible that we don't have to be so tragic? My sister, Pei Xingyu interrupted. Don't worry, I will definitely protect Xiaohua. Air, I, Pei Xingyu, was born great, and I will die magnificently. I will never run away, I will fight. Air said helplessly. Miss, from now on, watch less TV dramas. Yu Chong whispered. My sister hasn't even made a move yet. However, no one heard this. Chi-Gu led more than a dozen people to approach, and the two sides were about to clash. Da's expression was stern. You are really insidious and despicable villains, deliberately attracting zombies. Chi-Gu was not ashamed, but proud. So what if we did it? It's the apocalypse now. Even if we attracted them, so what? Ha ha ha, you are prisoners now. If you are willing to kneel on the ground and beg me, I may take pity on you and let you go, ha! He spoke to Ada, but his lewd gaze fell on Pei Xingyu and Yu Xiaohua. Air spat, shameless. Keep dreaming. Even if we die, we never submit to trash like you. Enough talk, come on. Pei Xingyu rolled up her sleeves. You foul-mouthed bastard, you dare to covet my territory? I kill you. Chi-Ji's face darkened. Fine, since you're so shameless, brothers, kill them. No one paid attention to Yu Xiaohua standing there, because everyone had seen her standing there without making a move. So, they naturally assumed she was just a pretty face without any special abilities, and automatically ignored her. The next second, Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke. Kill us. Did I agree? The group, about to attack, suddenly stopped as if struck by lightning, all looking at Yu Xiaohua. Ada, Air, and Pei Xingyu were also stunned for a moment. Only Yu Chong and Shinanji sat in the rocking chairs. The two showed no panic, only calm, watching the show. A dozen or so low-level ability users? Even combined, they wouldn't be enough for his sister to play with. Yu Chong said, Nanji, a Coke, please. Shinanji's mind raced, and she took out a Coke from her spatial storage. Yu Chong opened his cola, and everyone looked at it. Chi-Ji's gaze towards Shinanji immediately changed. You're actually a spatial ability user? Pei Xingyu, Ada, and Air also looked at Shinanji with some surprise. The taciturn Shinanji was actually a 1-in-a-million spatial ability user. No wonder she gets fresh barbecue and beer. Pei Xingyu didn't hold back her praise. Nanji, awesome. Shinanji smiled, not even glancing at the people opposite her, and looked at Yu Xiaohua. Sister Xiaohua, the tea will be ready in 10 minutes. Everyone was confused. They didn't understand why Yu Xiaohua suddenly spoke up, saying such a strange thing. Yu Chong finished his cola. Sister Xingyu, Ada, Air, come sit down and rest. Why are you so nervous? It's dark and windy, want to play mahjong? This move completely baffled everyone. The dozen or so men of the Dragon Slayer squad were furious, their eyes bloodshot. Fine, so you don't take me seriously? Brothers, kill them, but leave the 3 women behind. Ada and Air, their faces grim, drew their knives, ready to charge. They all thought Yu Chong was joking. Chapter 56. The next second, Ada and Air saw that the Dragon Slayer squad, who had been charging towards them, suddenly stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with terror, completely motionless. The people on the other side looked behind them, their eyes filled with undisguised shock. Behind them, there wasn't a sound at all. Strange, so strange. What did they see? The moment the two turned around, they understood why. Why did these scumbags on the other side have such incredulous expressions? They were dumbfounded too. Suddenly, Yu Xiaohua exuded a powerful aura, as if she had merged with the world around her. She smiled. The lightning power around her erupted like ignited gunpowder. Her body soared into the air like a light swallow, instantly hovering in midair. Purple lightning crackled in her palms. Like two giant purple dragons, they writhed and roared in her hands. As Yu Xiaohua urged it on, the purple lightning grew increasingly intense. Finally, a dazzling purple bolt of lightning ripped through the night sky. In an instant, the darkness was illuminated by the purple lightning. Yu Xiaohua's exquisite face, bathed in the purple lightning's glow, appeared even more sacred and solemn. Her beauty at this moment possessed a transcendent purity and nobility. At this moment, she was like a goddess descending, making it impossible to look directly at her. Pei Xingyue. Her Xiaohua sister could fly. Who could understand the shock she felt just now? If Xiaohua's sister had intervened when they were killing the zombies, what chance would they have had? Remembering her promise to protect Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xingyue sighed softly, turned around, and sat down next to Shenanji. Meanwhile, Shenanji took out tea leaves and teaware from her spatial storage and began brewing tea with practiced ease. In midair, Yu Xiaohua coldly said, "Step back." Ada and air, what else was there to understand? So the truly powerful one was Miss Yu. Lightning-type superpowers. It wasn't that she didn't act, it was that when she did, it was terrifying. No wonder Yu Chang said that earlier. He wasn't joking, he meant it. Ada and air also retreated to the back and sat down. The dragon-slaying team was dumbfounded. They thought that only Yu Xiaohua was left, and these people were powerless to fight back. They could only be slaughtered at their mercy, but they had miscalculated. Yu Xiaohua's movements were as fast as lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. She was expressionless, and with a slight wave of her hands, as if it were just a casual gesture, the purple lightning, like a ferocious beast, rushed towards the opposite side. The air was torn apart wherever the purple lightning passed. It crackled and popped, as if the entire world was making way for it. It possessed an unparalleled momentum, unstoppable. Nothing could hinder its advance. The men of the Dragon Slayer squad were terrified by this sudden turn of events. They had never anticipated that Yu Xiaohua would be so powerful. Faced with this terrifying purple lightning, their first reaction was to immediately unleash their supernatural abilities. However, even with their full strength, they could not contend with Yu Xiaohua. Even a difference of just one level between supernatural beings was an insurmountable gap. The men of the Dragon Slayer squad unleashed their most powerful skills. Various colors of light intertwined in the air, but before the purple lightning, these lights seemed utterly insignificant. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, their efforts were futile. Finally, the purple lightning effortlessly broke through the Dragon Slayer squad's defenses, slamming into them. In an instant, light scattered, accompanied by screams. The members of the Dragon Slayer squad were blasted away by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Xiaohua landed steadily, expressionless. Across from her lay the Dragon Slayer squad members, struck by the purple lightning and lying on the ground. Now, were they truly powerless, helpless trash, left to be disposed of at will? Yu Xiaohua's eyes were indifferent, devoid of any warmth. Yu Chang picked up a chair. "Sister, sit down." Yu Xiaohua dusted herself off and sat down. At the same time, Shenanji's tea was ready, its aroma filling the air, but unable to mask the overwhelming stench of blood. Shenanji handed over tea. "Sister Jiahua, have some tea." Pei Xingyue stroked her chin. The scene just now, Jiahua was so cool that she was speechless for a moment. Why wasn't she a man? If she were a man, she would definitely go crazy to pursue Jiahua. How could there be such a cool woman in this world? Ada and Air also couldn't hide their shock just now. Miss Yu merely waved her hand casually, and the Dragon Slayer team was completely overwhelmed. It was an absolute crushing defeat. Strength. Such overwhelming strength. One person against more than a dozen superhumans, and they were completely powerless, without even a chance to fight back. After the apocalypse, they truly realized at this moment. Strength knows no gender. Yu Chang glanced at the men lying on the ground opposite him. "Sister, what do we do with these bastards?" As she spoke, Shenanji had already drawn her scalpel, its small blade gleaming coldly in the night sky. Yu Xiaohua downed her tea in one gulp, stood up, and said calmly, "Kill them." Shenanji stepped forward without a word, each movement a clean and swift kill. 1, 2, Finally, it was the man called Chiku. He didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Shinanji's scalpel was already at his neck, slicing across. His eyes widened in terror as he collapsed to the ground. His carefully laid plans had come to naught. The entire dragon-slaying squad was dead. Shinanji wiped the scalpel clean and put it back in her spatial storage. She walked back to Yushawa's side, as if she had only done something trivial. Ada and Air exchanged a silent glance. From now on, they would never offend any woman again. Shinanji, a woman who hadn't uttered more than a few words from beginning to end. Who would have thought she could kill so calmly, without even blinking an eye? It was more satisfying than killing a chicken. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. How could the friend their young lady had taken a liking to be an ordinary person? They were being narrow-minded. Pei Xingyue clapped her hands. Xiaohua, from now on, I'm going to cling to your coattails. I decided, I won't introduce you to my stinky little brother anymore. He's not worthy. Hee, I definitely find you dozens of male concubines. Yu Chang stepped forward slyly. Sister Xingyue, I want one? Pei Xingyue glanced at him. You want male concubines too? Wow, little brother, you have a good appetite. No problem, cling to your sister. But, are you on top or on the bottom? Ada and Air silently got up and moved away from Yu Chang. Yu Chang shook his head frantically. No, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal, Sister Xingyue. Me? A harem of 3,000 beauties? Hee. Pei Xingyue punched Yu Chang on the shoulder, looking at him with disdain. Paw, scumbag. Ada stepped forward. Scumbag. Air stepped forward. Scumbag. Yu Chang cried. Just kidding, trying to lighten the mood. Nanji, baby's hurt, needs a hug. Shinanji. Scumbag. Chapter 57. This night was truly thrilling. In the end, Yu Chang, Shinanji, Pei Xingyue, Ada, and Air divided the zombie crystal cores equally. Yu Xiaohua didn't take any. Ada and Air looked at her with even more admiration. Faced with so many zombie crystal cores, she could remain so unmoved. How many like that are there in this apocalypse? Little did they know, these low-level zombie crystal cores were completely useless against Yu Xiaohua's abilities. She looked down on them. The next day, at dawn, when Pei Xingyue learned that Yu Xiaohua and the others were also going to City B, she kept marveling at the strange coincidence between them. After Yu Xiaohua's display of skill last night, Ada and Air were now completely convinced. The group immediately agreed to travel together. At dawn, Yu Xiaohua and the others boarded the RV together. Ada and Air were initially a little embarrassed. After all, it's the apocalypse. You really have to be shameless and use a bulletproof RV like this. If you didn't know better, you really think this RV was specially built for the post-apocalyptic world. It's scorching hot outside, yet the RV can still circulate cool air. Clearly, it's been specially modified. A comfortable bed, a refrigerator that can hold a week's worth of fresh food. Bulletproof glass. The most advanced RV on the market. Who understands how luxurious and blissful it is to be able to sleep soundly in a bed after the apocalypse, without worrying about being attacked by zombies at any moment? However, before the apocalypse, who would build an RV like this out of the ordinary? When Yu Chang said that this RV was specially built by Yu Xiaohua, at that moment, Ada and Air's respect reached its peak. Being prepared is key. Finally, Pei Xingyue couldn't resist, clinging to Yu Xiaohua the whole way, insisting on being together. In the end, Ada and Air shamelessly joined them in the RV. Ada drove. The group had a great time on the road. Ada's driving skills were beyond question. He practically made the RV fly. That evening, the group dealt with many more wandering zombies along the way. They finally arrived in City B at 11 p.m. Since the apocalypse, human sleep patterns have been reversed. In City B, the RV drove directly to the city's largest hotel. Pei Xingyue said, her grumpy, jerk brother is here. Peony Grand Hotel. A dozen or so men in black stood guard at the entrance, each with a serious, focused expression. Their faces were grave. These past few days, they've been killing zombies day and night. They were finally close to clearing out the zombies from City B. Seeing the RV approaching, they immediately drew their guns, ready for battle. The RV stopped. Pei Xingyue, Ada, and Air got out. Upon seeing the three, the man in black's face lit up with joy, and he straightened up. Young miss, you finally arrived. Greetings, young miss. Welcome back, young miss. Pei Xingyue smiled. Long time no see, brothers. You must have suffered these past few days. My brat brother must have been abusing you. Look at my poor little ones, they all gotten so thin. Come, let your big sister pamper you. Pei Xingyue touched the stomach of one man in black, then the other. Your abs have all disappeared from hunger? God, you heartless bastard. I'm going to settle this score with this brat. A dozen or so men in black, Pei Xingyue patted them all. Damn it, they're all starving, not her type. The men in black were used to it, obediently standing there letting Pei Xingyue pat them all, their faces showing complete indifference. Their young lady had no other hobbies, just one, pure lust. Lustful yet chaste. She didn't even have a boyfriend yet. The young lady said, men are just for looking at. Male beauty is misleading. She couldn't be hung up on one tree. She wanted to roam freely in a forest. Ada and Ah-Er glanced embarrassedly at Yu Chang and Shen Nanji, who had just gotten out of the car, and finally Yu Xiaohua, feeling utterly ashamed. The lustful young lady. The shy male bodyguards. After her initial shock, Pei Xingyue quickly turned and walked to Yu Xiaohua, taking her hand. Sister Xiaohua, come with me. I take you to see a nuisance, an ugly freak. The man in black wished he could shut his ears right now. Ugly freak? Nuisance? If that's how they describe their young master, then what are they? Are they just here to make up the numbers? Is the young lady sure she's insulting the young master, and not them? Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the insignia on the man in black sleeve for only 2 seconds before she looked away and turned to Pei Xingyue. Under Pei Xingyue's expectant gaze, she remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. Upstairs, Zheng Shushu strode in, her expression somewhat strange. Pei Xianke held an exquisite pistol in his hand, which gleamed coldly under his polishing. His fingers were long and slender, with distinct knuckles. His fingers slid along the gun, as if caressing a precious work of art. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo around his figure. Zheng Shushu was shocked. Young master, I'm going to switch careers and become a fortune teller. Zheng Shushu never imagined that his words would come true. Miss you, and Yu Chang actually came? The most amazing thing is that they came with the eldest young lady and the others. What a stroke of fate. Young master, guess who's downstairs? The eldest young lady came with Ada and Ah-Er, and she's accompanied by someone you never expect. Pei Xianke slowly put away his gun, looking at the somewhat excited Zheng Shushu. He'd been by his side for years, and it was rare for him to be so flustered. After a long while, Pei Xianke said nothing, suddenly stood up, and walked out. Zheng Shushu quickly followed. Young master, why don't you ask me who the eldest young lady brought? A hint of implicit pleasure appeared deep in Pei Swank's eyes. Clearly, even without asking, he had already guessed who had come. Pei Xianke glanced at Zheng Shushu. Do I need to guess? Zheng Shushu said, hee, no need then. Didn't young master already guess? At the door, Pei Xingyue, seeing Yu Xiaohua agree, curled her red lips and eagerly pulled Yu Xiaohua inside. Behind them, Yu Chang stroked his chin, watching the backs of the two in front, and followed. Ada, what's your young lady's background? These men in black, their clothes. I feel a strange sense of familiarity. This fabric. I think I've worn it before. Beside her, Shen Nanji glanced at the uniform clothes of the men in black. It seemed Xingyue's identity is definitely not simple. In the apocalypse, to have such a disciplined and powerful team. Even their black clothes are custom-made. This is definitely not some small force that Xingyue mentioned. Ada shook his head. Impossible. Our clothes are all custom-made, made of special materials. Even if you're rich, it's useless. Outsiders simply can't buy them. You must be mistaken. Only we insiders have them. Yu Chang looked again carefully. A flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, that's it. Chapter 58. Seeing that he was still thinking about the clothes, Er stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. All right, brother, stop thinking about it. You never see or wear these clothes outside. Let's go inside. Yu Chang nodded. Okay, maybe I was mistaken. The elevator doors opened. Pei Xianke stood quietly in the elevator, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His dark pupils were deep and calm, like a still pool of water, making it difficult to discern any emotional fluctuations within. He wore a clean white shirt, the fabric of excellent quality, and the cut impeccable. It perfectly outlined his broad shoulders and slender figure. The collar of the shirt was slightly open, revealing a small section of his strong neck, the line smooth and graceful. He paired it with black trousers, the cuffs neatly hanging down to his feet. The contrast with the white shirt was striking, both refreshing and dignified. The overall style of his attire was simple yet elegant. Zheng Shushu silently lowered her head. The young master had just changed his clothes specially. A meticulously dressed look. This is intentional. The allure of uniforms that women love. Pa. The young master is actually going to sacrifice his looks to seduce Miss Yu? I'm afraid the young master is just throwing his charms at a blind man. He thinks Miss Yu has no interest in romance. Poor young master, his road to winning her heart is long and arduous. The moment Pei Xianke saw Yu Xiaohua, he automatically ignored Pei Xingyue speaking beside her. His eyebrows slightly raised. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes, fleeting and without a trace. The moment Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke locked eyes. At this moment, time stood still. Yu Xiaohua saw Pei Xianke, her expression indifferent, without any ripples. His dark eyes seemed to blend into the twilight. Unsurprisingly, calm and composed, as expected. Pei Xingyue and Pei Shuang's features were remarkably similar. Moreover, Ada and Ah in their past lives, were the two deputy commanders of the eastern base. At first glance, Yu Xiaohua recognized them. Who was the brat Pei Xingyue was referring to? Needless to say, Pei Shuang's expression was inscrutable. His attempt at seduction had failed? She hadn't reacted at all? Pei Xingyue was talking to Yu Xiaohua when she looked up and saw Pei Xianke in the elevator. Seeing his attire, she immediately... Holy crap! She took a step back, looking like she'd seen a ghost. My God, are you possessed? Why are you dressed like that? Were you bitten by a zombie? Have you gone mad? And showing off your collarbone, you show off. Pei Xianke glanced at Pei Xingyue indifferently. Sister, long time no see. He spoke to Pei Xingyue, but his gaze didn't spare her a single glance. Very polite. He was a polite man, of course, only in front of certain people. Yu Xiaohua felt Pei Shuang's gaze, but only glanced at him. The 2 buttons on his white shirt that he deliberately left undone were really unnecessary. Pei Xingyue was dumbfounded, shocked. Was this still her brother? Her sister? Terrifying. More terrifying than a ghost story. Yu Chang glanced at Yu Xiaohua. Sure enough, his sister was still the gentlest. Beside them, Ada and Ah also wore expressions of disbelief. Was their young master possessed by a ghost? Pei Xianke glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. Ada and Ah quickly composed themselves, trying to appear as if nothing had happened. Young master. I didn't expect Xingyue's brother to be so handsome? Shenanji whispered. Xingyue's brother is no ordinary man. Yu Chang, thinking Shenanji was also attracted, straightened his clothes and deliberately tugged at his collar. He coughed. It's just a collarbone. Everyone has one. I just don't like to show it off, tch. Shenanji paused. That's not what I meant. I meant he's very strong. Yu Chang snorted, unconvinced. Strong? I'm stronger, I'm the strongest, I'm super strong. At the end, Yu Chang sounded a little aggrieved, murmuring, In your heart, am I not the strongest? Shenanji glanced at him, and answered seriously. You are no match for this man. His strength is terrifying. Yu Chang, don't provoke him. Yu Chang gritted his teeth. Okay, don't worry, I won't provoke him. I won't provoke him to death. Pei Xianke looked at Yu Xiaohua and said in a deep voice, Long time no see, Yu Xiaohua. Pei Shuang's voice was deep and magnetic, like a cello polished by time, flowing slowly. It also revealed a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. Yu Xiaohua said lightly, Young Master Pei, you're too kind. Only a few months? A long time? His tone carried a barely perceptible sense of estrangement, and Pei Xingyue realized something was wrong. She looked at the expressionless Yu Xiaohua, then at Pei Xianke. She and this brat had grown up together since childhood. When did she see him speak so gently? His tone seemed as cold as usual, yet completely different. Others might not notice, but how could she not? He already knew Xiaohua's name before she even introduced her. Pei Xingyue exclaimed loudly, Yu Xiaohua, you know Xianke? My brother? Could there really be such a coincidence? The sister-in-law she had her eye on already knew Xianke? Yu Xiaohua nodded, admitting, yeah, not familiar. That one sentence clearly stated her position. Pei Xingyue patted her chest. I knew it. How could you have such bad taste, falling for my brother? Luckily, we're not familiar, that's good. We shouldn't get to know him anymore, he's terrible. Before she could finish, Pei Xingyue was lifted up from behind. At 1.7 meters tall, she looked like a tiny chick in Pei Xianke's hands. Ada and Ah turned their heads away. From childhood to adulthood, the young lady had always provoked the young master upon their first meeting, and every time, she had never won. Sigh. Pei Xingyue kicked her leg while threatening, Let me go, Pei Xianke. If you dare treat me like this, I bite you to death. A threat with absolutely no deterrent effect. Pei Xianke said in a deep voice, Sister, you must be tired from your journey. Go upstairs and rest. Pei Xingyue gritted her teeth, Pei Xianke, I'm not thirsty. Pei Xianke smiled. Sister, if Dad hears this. This was a truly effective threat. Pei Xingyue shut up, her eyes now filled with accusation. At the same time, Yu Chong stepped forward and noticed Zheng Shushu, who had been keeping her head down beside Pei Xianke. This time, it was his turn to be dumbfounded. He shouted, "Oh my God, it's you!" Zheng Shushu glanced at Yu Chong, then looked at Yu Xiaohua, her attitude still respectful. "We meet again, Miss Yu Chong." Then, Zheng Shushu stepped forward and took Pei Xingyue from Pei Swank's arms. "Young miss, please come with me. The young master and Miss Yu still have things to discuss. Let's not disturb them. Yu Chong, and this young lady as well, please come with me. Rooms have been prepared for you." Ada and Ah Air bowed and immediately withdrew. Yu Chong didn't want to leave. I won't leave." Pei Xianke glanced at him. She couldn't hit her most cherished younger brother. Shen Nanji's heart tightened, and she grabbed Yu Chong's hand. "Yu Chong, let's go upstairs first. Sister Xiaohua and young Master Pei still have things to discuss. Let's not disturb them any longer." Shen Nanji understood. If Sister Xiaohua didn't want to see this young Master Pei, she wouldn't have gone with Pei Xingyue. Only if Sister Xiaohua was willing. Now, with Sister Xiaohua's strength, no one could force her. Chapter 59. Finally, Yu Chong reluctantly followed Shen Nanji upstairs. As he left, he glared fiercely at Pei Xianke. Of course, this was only what he perceived as fierce. In reality, it was utterly harmless. Pei Xingyue was coaxed away by Zheng Shushu. As for Pei Xianke and Pei Xingyue, this brother and sister pair, why haven't they fought to the death all these years? It's a story of bitter tears, all thanks to Zheng Shushu's mediation. In the end, only Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke remained, standing facing each other. Pei Xianke smiled. "Miss Yu, it seems you've gotten along quite well with my sister along the way. My sister, this lunatic, has caused you quite a bit of trouble." Yu Xiaohua paused. She shook her head. "No, she's very cute." Pei Xianke nodded. Indeed, even lunatics can be cute. Thinking back, his sudden panic yesterday had a reason. Yu Xiaohua gave a curt "oh." Pei Xianke noticed her indifference. "Want a drink?" Yu Xiaohua was silent for a few seconds. Pei Xianke? Pei Xianke stared into her eyes, his body trembling slightly. He loved it when Yu Xiaohua called him by his name, madly in love. From childhood to adulthood, he had never met a woman who stirred his heart. Until he met Yu Xiaohua, in countless images from underground boxing rings. The image of Yu Xiaohua, with a cold smile, snapping the necks of her opponents one by one. She made his heart surge, made his blood burn. Pei Xianke, the underworld boss of 7 southwestern provinces. He was originally a thorn grown from the dark mire, his hands stained with the blood of sinners. He met Yu Xiaohua, a flower blooming in the darkness, watered with blood. How could he not be tempted? Yu Xiaohua, hands in her pockets, said, "I remember telling you before the apocalypse that I wasn't interested in you, so please keep your distance." Pei Xianke smiled. "I can't do it." At this moment, Pei Xianke was nothing short of a rogue, just short of throwing a tantrum. Yu Xiaohua suddenly stepped forward, actively approaching Pei Xianke. Their breaths were almost touching, mingling. It was as if only the two of them remained in the world. Yu Xiaohua smiled slightly, but the smile was cold. Her voice was as icy as ice, devoid of warmth. The next second, the dagger in her hand was pressed against Pei Swank's neck. Pei Xianke could dodge, but he made no attempt to dodge, instead, a smile playing on his lips. He just stared at Yu Xiaohua, showing no intention of resisting. The submissive Pei Xianke exuded a strange, manic aura, and a desire to be pushed down and ravaged. Yu Xiaohua spoke slowly. "Young Master Pei, I welcome friendship. If you want to cause trouble, let's settle things now." Even now, facing the former young master of a gang in the 7 southwestern provinces, the king of the eastern base in her past life, Yu Xiaohua would not back down an inch. She was the king of her world, and in her world, everyone had to abide by her rules. Pei Xianke clenched his teeth tightly, the sound of them grinding slightly. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the gleaming dagger against his neck. The blade of the dagger was pressed against his skin. The slightest carelessness would leave a deep wound on his neck. However, facing this deadly threat, Pei Xianke actually smiled. His smile revealed an unfathomable meaning. He didn't back down. Instead, he pressed his neck even closer to the dagger. His features were sculpted, deep and defined, with a high, straight nose. His lips were slightly upturned, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Pei Xianke didn't like to smile, but he loved to smile in front of Yu Xiaohua. With you, there's no need to end things. I taken a liking to you. If you don't want me to entangle you, kill me now. Pei Xianke possessed an inherent obsession. That's how the Pei family treated relationships. There's a saying that's true. The Pei family is inherently insane, utterly insane. Yu Xiaohua was seriously considering it. If she killed Pei Xianke now, she could escape unscathed. So, Pei Xianke before her could be killed. However, she really couldn't bear to kill him. Pei Xianke looked at Yu Xiaohua in silence for 2 seconds. A murderous intent surged from her, vanishing in an instant. The curve of Pei Swank's lips widened. The next second, Yu Xiaohua's dagger moved. At the same time, the elevator doors opened. Zheng Shushu hadn't expected to witness such a thrilling scene the moment she stepped downstairs. Miss Yu exuded such killing intent. She was going to kill the young master? Holy crap, this wasn't a joke. Yu Xiaohua stopped, looking at Zheng Shushu, her dagger showing no sign of retracting. Zheng Shushu dashed out like an arrow. Miss Yu, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. Our young master must have said something you didn't like. He's just being sarcastic. This is the first time he's liked a woman, and he just doesn't know how to date. He's at a loss. Our young master is still a pure-hearted young man. Please, be magnanimous and let him go today. If our young master dies, our young lady will be devastated. Miss Yu, can you bear to watch our young lady die of grief? Zheng Shushu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. In reality, he knew perfectly well that if their young master were stabbed to death by Miss Yu, their young lady guaranteed that, no matter the circumstances, Miss Yu would be awarded a banner, eliminating a scourge for the people. Zheng Shushu couldn't understand what the young master had said that could have angered Miss Yu. In that instant, Zheng Shushu's mind raced. Did the young master lose his temper and take advantage of Miss Yu? That's why Miss Yu was about to act. If he had arrived a moment later, the young master would have lost his life chasing after Miss Yu. He had followed the young master for so many years, and clearly, just now, the young master hadn't even shown any intention of fighting back. Miss Yu was truly fierce. In all these years, who would dare to hold a dagger to the young master's neck like that? They would have been dead 180 times over, their remains reduced to ashes. But when it was Miss Yu, the young master eagerly offered his neck. Young master, this love-struck fool is hopeless. After a long while, Yu Xiaohua slowly sheathed her dagger. She glanced at Pei Xianke, who remained motionless with a smile on his lips. She walked past him and entered the elevator. Zheng Shushu quickly said, Miss Yu, your room is 666. Yu Xiaohua pressed the elevator button and politely said, Thank you. The elevator doors slowly closed. Zheng Shushu sighed, turned her head, and saw Pei Xianke looking at her with a half-smile. Zheng Shushu belatedly realized. Oh no, just now, didn't he say a lot of nice things about the young master, right? His memory isn't very good, it must have all been nice things. Pei Xianke smiled coldly. I'm a smart aleck? Zheng Shushu smiled. Young master, what are you saying? I don't understand. By the way, Miss Yu's room is still missing something. I go and get it for her myself right away. After saying that, Zheng Shushu strode away, looking like some ferocious beast was chasing him. Chapter 60. Zheng Shushu only dared to take a deep breath when he reached the main gate. At the gate, the black-clad guards were bewildered by his appearance. Deputy Commander, what happened to you? Zheng Shushu shook his head. Brothers, I just escaped a disaster. The others were even more bewildered. Inside the room, Pei Xianke stood quietly by the window, his figure appearing exceptionally tall in the moonlight. His posture was upright, as if he had merged with the darkness. He held a glass of red wine in his hand. The deep red liquid swirled gently in the glass, emitting a faint aroma. Outside the window, the night was hazy, pitch black. The nights after the apocalypse no longer held the bustling scenes of bright lights and vibrant nightlife. In their place was endless darkness and silence. Without the illumination of lights, the city streets appeared exceptionally deserted. The outlines of buildings were faintly visible in the darkness, abandoned ruins. Pei Xianke stared into the darkness outside the window, recalling what had just happened. The undisguised killing intent emanating from Yu Xiaohua towards him in that instant. Did she really want to kill him? So good. So alluring. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Zheng Shushu entered, carrying dozens of kilograms of books in each hand, and placed them all on the table. Young master, I searched every bookstore in B City, and these are all I have. I can't find any more. Please take a look. Don't underestimate these online novels. They're full of romance experiences. These novelists have such vivid imaginations. Young master, just read them. If you read them without saying a word, winning over Miss Yu will be just around the corner. That's what she said, but Zheng Shushu had absolutely no idea what to expect. If it were any other woman, why would the young master need to pursue her? But Miss Yu is difficult to pursue, and her life is in danger. Poor young master, he can do everything, except pursue women. A dignified gangster young master actually has to rely on online novels to pursue women. Sigh. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Their brilliant and powerful young master can't get past Miss Yu. Pei Xianke turned his head, his gaze falling on the thick stack of novels on the table. He walked over, randomly picked one up, and flipped through it. The domineering CEO falls in love with me, but I'm just an ordinary Cinderella. He picked up another book. The wife-chasing crematorium. I'm married into a wealthy family with triplets. He tossed it aside. Another book. The domineering CEO gullibly trusts his white moonlight. After I died, he went mad. Pei Xianke looked up, and Zheng Shushu gave an awkward smile. Young master, is that really all? Otherwise, you should consult the eldest young lady. After all, the eldest young lady and Miss Yu seem to have a very good relationship. What if? Pei Xianke tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers, a half smile on his face. What if? Zheng Shushu shook her head. Yes, young master is exceptionally talented, a perfect match for Miss Yu. There's no such thing as a what if situation. Pei Xianke casually picked up another book. Female agent meets domineering CEO, One Night of Romance. Pei Xian casually flipped through it. The supplies needed for base construction. Tomorrow, you will personally lead a team to transport them back. Tell Fox that I won't be returning to the base for the time being. Let him oversee base affairs. Zheng Shushu cried. It's over, he's been exiled back to the base. The young master is even temporarily staying away from the base to pursue Miss Yu. Poor Fox at home. He's going crazy again. The next day. Morning. Dining room. Yu Chong, Shinanji, Pei Xingyue, Ada, Air Zheng Shushu. Several people were eating different flavors of instant noodles. It had to be said, the scene was quite spectacular. The instant noodles were being eaten like a French meal. In the apocalypse, instant noodles were the most common thing. It had been several months since the apocalypse. Now, fresh vegetables and fruits were rare commodities. The group sat together, eating different flavors of instant noodles. Pickled cabbage, braised beef, seafood ramen. The instant noodles were having a big meeting. Pei Xingyue put down her fork and looked at the group. I say, what exactly did Xiaohua and this talk about yesterday? Xiaohua is so innocent. Please don't let this Pei Xianke fool you. Knowing the truth, Zheng Shushu almost burst into tears. He really wanted to tell the young lady, don't worry, Miss Yu wasn't fooled by the young master, she almost killed him. Silence. Ada and Air were also quite curious. After all these years, no woman had ever made their young master remember her name. In the young master's eyes, women fall into only two categories, dead and alive. Names? They don't exist. Moreover, yesterday, the moment their young master saw Miss Yu, even a fool could see she was no ordinary woman. Don't be fooled by the fact that neither Ada nor Air have ever been in a relationship. They've seen it all. Yesterday, the way the young master looked at Miss Yu wasn't innocent. Shinanji silently ate her instant noodles. She had a strong premonition that Sister Xiaohua and this Pei Xianke, young master Pei, would inevitably be entangled in the future. Mentioning this, Yu Chong also lost his appetite. He sighed softly. Sister Xingyue, your brother, although he's good-looking, and of course, his strength might be considerable, but I guarantee my sister would never like someone like him. Yu Chong spoke with absolute certainty. Pei Xingyue stroked her chin. Little Chong is right. Sister Xiaohua is so smart and strong, she should find a little puppy to serve her. My brother. No, he has no experience. He doesn't know how to serve people. Ada and Air exchanged a glance. The young lady's wild words were at it again. Zheng Shushu silently lowered her head. How to serve? These words were so suggestive, it was impossible not to think the wrong way. The young lady dared to say it, but they, her subordinates, dared not listen. The next second, a soft voice came from behind. Then what kind of man does your sister like? Seeing Pei Xianke standing behind Yu Chong, Pei Xingyue and the others were speechless. Yu Chong's mouth moved faster than his brain. The man my sister likes must be willing to die for her, give up everything, status, reputation, nothing. Even if the whole world betrays my sister, this man will never betray her, he will be devoted to her. Silence. Yu Chong then realized something. turned around, and saw Pei Xianke dressed in all black. Noble, aloof, unapproachable. That face, sculpted by God, shone brightly in the sunlight. Yu Chang pouted and turned his head back. God is so unfair. Pei Xianke walked over. Zheng Shu, Ada, and Ayer stood up abruptly, standing respectfully. Young master. Pei Xianke sat down opposite Yu Chang, looking at him. Shen Nanji turned slightly, subtly blocking Pei Xianke's view. She greeted him politely. Young master Pei. Pei Xianke nodded in response. Miss Shen. Yu Chang was even more annoyed, grinding his teeth. He didn't know what was bothering him, but at this moment, Yu Chang was just very annoyed. Pei Xianke seemed to sense Yu Chang's resentment, and a smile played on his lips. He crossed his long legs. Zheng Shu quickly ran away, escaping the battlefield, while Ada and Ayer stood like two guardian deities. Pei Xingyue crossed her arms. Hey brat, did you hear what Xiao Chang said? The man Zhao Hua likes should be willing to die for her. Boo, would you die for someone? TSK, forget about my Zhao Hua. You just live a lonely life. Pei Xianke narrowed his eyes slightly, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a crisp, soft sound. His gaze was deep and unfathomable, making it impossible to fathom his true thoughts. Okay. Chapter 61. Can do what? At this moment, everyone knew the weight of the name Pei Xianke. Only Pei Xingyu, Ada, and Ayer knew that Pei Xianke never lied. When he said can, he meant he was willing to risk his life for Yu Xiaohua. The most shocked was Pei Xingyu. From childhood to adulthood, nothing or no one in this world could capture her younger brother's attention. He took over his grandfather's underworld business not because he loved power, but simply because he was bored, nothing more. Because of boredom, nothing and no one was worth his time. He had been by his grandfather's side since he was 10, handling underworld affairs. Xianke had fought his way through bloodshed, finally taking over his grandfather's position. And now, those two words meant he truly loved it. As his older sister, she understood best what the name Pei Xianke represented. For a moment, Pei Xingyue was speechless, unsure what to say. Air silently swallowed. Good heavens, the apocalypse is here. Is their young master, this old tree, finally going to bloom? And it's Miss Yu? The young master and Miss Yu together, a match made in heaven. It's going to explode. For some reason, she felt a chill run down her spine. Shen Nanji glanced at Pei Xianke, then continued eating her instant noodles. Being noticed by Pei Xianke would usually make any woman ecstatic. But she felt it might not be a good thing. Could two strong-willed people really get together? Her Xiaohua wouldn't back down for a man, but what about Pei Xianke? Yu Chang was unsettled. He suddenly stood up. Last night, he had already learned Pei Swank's true identity, and also, what kind of powerful figure did his sister entrust him to back then? Pei Xianke, the young master of the underworld in 7 southwestern provinces, a powerful tyrant in his region. Yu Chang spent an entire night processing this matter, let alone hearing Pei Swank's words this morning. Yu Chang collapsed. How could his sister be so targeted by this wolf, Pei Xianke? What a disaster. You Pei Xianke, right? What did you say? Pei Xianke smiled without speaking, looking at the furious Yu Chang with a gentle expression. Of course, because his surname was Yu. Ada coughed and stepped forward. Brother Yu, our young master said he's willing to die for Miss Yu. Yu Chang glared at Pei Xianke. The next second, Pei Xingyue stood up, with an expression that said, You're dreaming? You brat, don't even think about coveting my Xiaohua sister. I don't agree to this marriage, absolutely not. Yu Chang got excited and nodded. Yes, I disagree too, they said in unison. We both disagree. The two hit it off immediately, high-fiving. Anyone who didn't know better would think Pei Xingyue and Yu Chang were siblings, and Pei Xianke was an outsider. Pei Xianke glanced at them indifferently, his thin lips slightly parted, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. Disagree, Ada. Wenxian is in which city next door again? Mentioning Wenxian, Pei Xingyue immediately cowered. Her expression changed drastically, and she cleared her throat. Oh you brat, the fact that you like Xiaohua shows you have good taste. No wonder you're my super handsome brother. Look at your charisma, 1 in a million. Not bad, I agree, you go after Xiaohua. I'm rooting for you. Yu Chang was dumbfounded. Sister Xingyue, you betrayed me too quickly. What happened to the alliance? Weren't you going to organize a harem of cute guys for my sister? Pei Swank's gaze held a half-smile. Pei Xingyue shook her head, her voice righteous and indignant. What are you saying, little Chang? Are you confused? I didn't say that. You must have misheard. Alright, I'm full, I need to catch up on my sleep. You two eat slowly. In an instant, their alliance disintegrated. The speed of their breakup was utterly unexpected. Pei Xingyue turned and ran. Ada and Air looked at Yu Chang. Poor brothers, their young lady feared nothing and no one. The two people she feared most in her life were the master and Wen Xian. Back when Wen Xian and their young lady were 8 years old, the Pei and Wen families had arranged a marriage between them. Wen Xian not only possessed exceptionally high intelligence, but was also an absolute genius. However, he had no interest in anything else. His heart belonged only to their young lady. To stay by the young lady's side, Wen Xian gave up the opportunity to skip grades, choosing instead to progress through school alongside her. For over 20 years, he has steadfastly protected her. From her basic needs to the smallest details of her life. Second Master Wen takes meticulous care of the young lady, leaving no room for complaint. Wen Xian, the second master of the Wen family, seems to possess an innate gentleness and refinement. A true gentleman. In front of the young lady, he is gentle. But in the business world, he is a fearsome figure. And no one knows that second master Wen chose business over politics. It's because after graduating, the young lady aspired to become a business tycoon. Second master Wen abandoned the path his family had laid out for him, remaining devoted to her. In the end, the young lady got bored and quit. Second Master Wen began building his own business empire. Moreover, before the apocalypse, all of Second Master Wen's assets had been contracted out and belonged to the young lady. The Wen family had no objections. The young lady didn't want them. After the apocalypse, Second Master Wen awakened his water-based abilities and stayed by the young master's side. Who was he doing this for? Those around him knew perfectly well. Without Pei Xingyue, Yu Chang faced Pei Xian-Ke alone. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. After all, Pei Xian-Ke sitting there, silent, exuded immense pressure. In front of him, Yu Chang was no different from a child. Yu Chang snorted, straightened his neck, and tried to bolster his courage. Pei Xian-Ke, I bet you can't catch up to my sister. Nanji, let's go! Shen Nanji stood up and nodded politely to Pei Xian-Ke. Seeing Shen Nanji looking at Pei Xian-Ke, Yu Chang reached out, covered her eyes, and pulled her hand away. Zheng Shushu returned with a bowl of instant noodles. Everyone had dispersed. As expected, their young master's charm was as potent as ever. Just now, while he was making the instant noodles, he heard everything. Their young master, that scheming man. Just now, he was clearly announcing to everyone that he was going to pursue Miss Yu. He made everyone subconsciously believe it. What a cunning move by the young master. TSK. Zheng Shushu put down the instant noodles. Young master, should I go and invite Miss Yu down to join us? Pei Xian-Ke smiled. Ada and Air looked at Zheng Shushu and silently gave her a thumbs up. See? It has to be their deputy commander, who can match his insight? Soon, Zheng Shushu invited Yu Xiaohua down and thoughtfully prepared a bowl of tomato beef brisket noodles, the instant noodles topped with a generous layer of beef brisket. Ada couldn't bear to look. What a biased young master, this beef brisket. Pei Xian-Ke used his fire elemental ability to cook it. The young master is too lazy to use his abilities when killing zombies. Now look at him, he's even using his fire elemental ability to make extra food for Miss Yu. Is there no justice in this world? Yu Xiaohua was dressed in casual sportswear today. Since the apocalypse, she's basically always been in sportswear. It's convenient. Yu Xiaohua looked down at the unusual instant noodles in front of her and paused. She said nothing. Chapter 62. Afterwards, Yu Xiaohua sat down, essentially ignoring Pei Xian-Ke in front of her. Air chuckled, Miss Yu, please try this beef brisket. How does it taste? Our young master grilled it over a fire. Air was very proud. Their young master could now grill beef brisket. Yu Xiaohua picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and nodded. Air, undeterred, continued Miss Yu, just 1 mm, please add a few more words. Ada wished he could sew his younger brother's mouth shut right now. Pei Xian-Ke looked at Yu Xiaohua and said in a deep voice. I still have room for improvement. Ada couldn't bear to look. Was this still their decisive young master? Why was he now playing the tea ceremony game? Why was there a faint green tea scent in the air? Yu Xiaohua was silent for a few seconds, then looked up, picked up a handkerchief from the table, wiped her hands, and looked at Pei Xian-Ke. Such a big hotel, young Master Pei, don't tell me there's no gas. And you need to use your fire-type ability? Zheng Shushu looked up at the sky. He was embarrassed for his young master. Miss Yu, this straight-as-an-arrow woman, was completely impervious to reason, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Pei Xianke smiled slightly, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. I forgot. Next time, I remember. It was a blatant lie, but coming from Pei Xianke, it somehow seemed more believable. Zheng Shushu suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out, "Ouch! Young master, I suddenly have a stomachache. I go rest for a bit. Please enjoy your meal, young master, and miss you." Ada quickly stepped forward to support Zheng Shushu. "Young master, miss you, I think the deputy commander is quite seriously injured. Let me help him upstairs." Zheng Shushu and Ada were about to run away, leaving only Air standing there smugly. He looked as if he would rather die than move, vowing to protect Pei Xianke to the death. Actually, there was no need. Zheng Shushu and Ada each grabbed one of Air's arms, pulling and tugging at him as they dragged him away. "Air, help me too, hurry!" Air shouted, "Young master." He was quickly dragged away and fell silent. Now, only Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke remained in the restaurant. The two sat facing each other, eating two completely different bowls of instant noodles. After Yu Xiaohua finished his noodles, the next second, a dark patterned handkerchief embroidered with small characters appeared before him. Yu Xiaohua paused, picked up the handkerchief, wiped his mouth, and put it down. She looked at Pei Xianke, and was astonished that he could still act this way towards a woman who had a dagger to his neck. Pei Xianke suddenly spoke. "It's the apocalypse! Back then, why didn't you just kill the Ning family?" Yu Xiaohua remained expressionless, toying with a lighter she pulled from her pocket. A detached indifference shone in her eyes. Mentioning the Ning family, there was little emotional fluctuation in them. "Killing them is the simplest method," Yu Xiaohua said slowly, her voice chillingly calm. "But I won't let them off so easily. I want them to live, to experience pain firsthand, and then die." The Ning family was different from her enemies from her previous life. Even if they died, it would be for their sake. Her words revealed a resolute determination. She wanted the Ning family to suffer a torment worse than death. The reason Yu Xiaohua hadn't killed the Ning family at the beginning of the apocalypse was precisely to wait for this day to arrive. She wanted to ensure that the Ning family, just when they thought they could rest easy, would suddenly plunge into an abyss of no return, with no hope of redemption. Yu Xiaohua wanted the Ning family to personally experience all the suffering she had endured in her past life. She wanted them to taste the agony she had felt in her previous life, a fate worse than death. Only in this way could she truly vent her hatred. If she, Yu Xiaohua, wanted revenge, she would take it thoroughly and completely. Pei Xianke smiled, his deep laughter containing a hint of doting affection. Yu Xiaohua glanced at him. Pei Xianke said, "The Ning family has now submitted to the base established by my Pei family. They just arrived at the base yesterday. Ning Kingdom has some connection with my grandfather." Yu Xiaohua paused, her hand still fiddling with the lighter. It seems her rebirth has changed the course of many people's lives. In her previous life, the Ning family hadn't submitted to Pei Swank's eastern base. Yu Xiaohua stood up, staring into Pei Swank's deep eyes. "Your grandfather is really not very good." Pei Xianke looked up at her, a smile playing on his lips. He leaned closer, his eyes carrying an indescribable meaning. "He really isn't very good. How about I kill the Ning family for you? If you're happy, I kill the grandfather too. Just say the word and I do it. How about it?" Pei Xianke spoke very seriously. After a long while, Yu Xiaohua slowly leaned forward, encircling Pei Xianke between her arms. Their breasts were almost touching, an unspoken ambiguity filling their air. Yu Xiaohua smiled. "Pei Xianke, do you really like me?" If a man like Pei Xianke truly liked her, he would definitely pursue her relentlessly. She wanted to seize the initiative. This was a calculated move. She wanted to control her life. And with men, she wanted to take the initiative as well. Pei Xianke, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, handsome, powerful, and capable. No matter how you look at it, Yu Xiaohua isn't at a disadvantage. Emotion surged in Pei Swank's eyes, his long, slender fingers inexplicably alluring. Beneath his shirt, his collarbone was fair, his prominent Adam's apple bobbing, like a peach ready to be picked. The decisive and ruthless Pei Xianke, at this moment, placed himself in a subservient position, as if looking at his god with reverence. He was willing to willingly wait for Yu Xiaohua to devour him whole. His voice was suppressed and hoarse. "Am I attractive?" The next instant, Yu Xiaohua reached out and grabbed his chin, applying slight pressure. Pei Xianke wasn't annoyed. Instead, a crimson tinge appeared at the corners of his eyes. She was as alluring as a datura flower, the smile on her lips never fading. Now, Yu Xiaohua's entire body was pressed against Pei Swank's chest. Yu Xiaohua raised an eyebrow. Feeling good? Pei Swank's lips curved into a slight smile as he tilted his head back. I enjoy whatever you do to me, Yu Xiaohua said coldly, touching Pei Swank's face. Do the people outside know that the young master of the underworld in the 7 southwestern provinces, the master of the eastern base, is this perverted? Pei Xiankei raised an eyebrow and smiled, his hot breath brushing against her neck. His eyes welled up with tears. His long legs were tightly wrapped in black trousers. He shifted slightly, his eyes glazed. Perverted only towards you? Yu Xiaohua stared at him, her gaze slowly moving downwards until it reached that spot. She smiled. Unfortunately, I, Yu Xiaohua, don't like keeping men. I only like keeping dogs. I wonder if young Master Pei would be willing to be a dog. After speaking, Yu Xiaohua stood up without hesitation, as if the previous intimacy had never existed. Pei Swank's fine hair fell across his forehead as he looked at Yu Xiaohua. What a cold-hearted woman. He stood up, walked to Yu Xiaohua, and stroked her cheek with his fingers. Word by word, Yu Xiaohua, I, Pei Xiankei, will be your dog alone for life. Yu Xiaohua paused, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Pei Swank's hand moved to her chest, pressing against it. His eyes were so deep they could draw you in, carrying an alluring, intoxicating charm. For life. If it's even one day less, we die together, okay? Chapter 63. Yu Xiaohua looked at the insane and perverted Pei Xiankei. He was truly a complete madman. However, she had to admit that this Pei Xiankei also possessed a fatal attraction. He had the ability to make people fall for him. The next second, Yu Xiaohua withdrew her hand without changing her expression, and sneered. Pei Xiankei, if you want to die, go die yourself. After saying that, Yu Xiaohua turned around without hesitation and left. Behind her, Pei Swank's deep, hearty laughter echoed. Until Yu Xiaohua's figure disappeared, Pei Swank's lips slowly curled into a smile. He licked his lips. Recalling the feeling of that slap just now, he casually lit a cigarette. He exhaled a puff of smoke. That felt so good. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua left the hotel. During the day, zombies couldn't come out, so there were only 2 or 3 guards watching the hotel entrance. Yu Xiaohua calculated the days. In less than a month, the zombies would undergo their second mutation. Not only would they be stronger, but they would also no longer fear sunlight, and could roam freely during the day. At that time, humans wouldn't even have time to rest during the day. Just then, Zheng Shushu emerged with a dozen or so men in black. Seeing Yu Xiaohua, Zheng Shushu quickly stepped forward and respectfully asked, Miss Yu, what are you doing here? Are you going out? Zheng Shushu thought to herself, even their young master isn't doing so well, it's only been a short time. Miss Yu has already come down. Poor thing, the young master must have used every trick in the book, but he couldn't keep Miss Yu there for long. The young master is usually invincible, but with Miss Yu, he's completely stumbled. Yu Xiaohua nodded politely. Yes, I was planning to go out for a stroll. Zheng Shushu smiled. Miss Yu, City B should be considered safe now. In the past 2 weeks, the young master and his men have traversed the entire city, clearing out a considerable number of zombies. Do you need me to send someone with you? Just have them do whatever you need. Yu Xiaohua refused. You want to? Zheng Shushu nodded. Miss Yu, it was the young master who sent me back to Qing City to deliver supplies. I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a while. Goodbye, Miss Yu. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Have a safe journey. Zheng Shushu stood there, watching Yu Xiaohua leave alone. Turning around, he saw Pei Xiankei standing there, looking at him with a half-smile. Zheng Shushu's smile froze. Oh my god! Why is young master smiling like that? This is terrifying. Pei Xiankei said, she's really being polite to you. Zheng Shushu quickly replied, young master, it's almost dark, it's dangerous. I go first. Quickly, let's go. Pei Xiankei withdrew his gaze, looking in the direction Yu Xiaohua had left, his deep eyes narrowing slightly. Given her personality, she must have her own purpose in coming to the city, so what is it? Pei Xingyue quietly poked her head out from behind him, arms crossed. She patted his shoulder. I'm telling you, little brother, you should know what it means to have something you can't have in your life, ha ha ha. Pei Xingyue's gloating was too obvious. Pei Xiankei turned around. Someone, go next door, and tell Wen Xian that the young lady is in City B, and she misses him. Give her 2 days. If she doesn't, he won't be able to step foot inside the Pei family's gates anymore. Pei Xingyue gritted her teeth. Fine, you Pei Xiankei, you dare to play dirty tricks on me? Pei Swank's lips curled into a smile. Oh! Pei Xingyue's punch landed on cotton. Finally, exasperated, she stomped her foot and turned away. Her movements were fluid and effortless. After all, she'd been doing this for over 20 years. She was a woman who had repeatedly lost, yet never given up. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua found a perfectly good jeep by the roadside. The keys were still inside. She adopted a casual approach. Following her memories from her previous life, she drove directly to a place. The largest underground boxing ring in City B. In her previous life, no one could have imagined that an unknown nobody from the underground boxing ring would eventually become the district head of the first of the 10 special zones. Bai Ziyuan. But now, in the early days of the apocalypse, he was still a nobody, bullied and trampled upon. A bottom-tier boxer without any power. Later, it was because his mother was murdered that he began to rise. The underground boxing ring. Yu Xiaohua walked in. Before the apocalypse, this was the most luxurious place for the wealthy to place bets. After the apocalypse, many boxers here have awakened supernatural abilities. Now they all work for the boss behind this place, killing zombies, obtaining crystal cores, and exchanging them for living supplies. In B City, they are considered a small force. After Pei Xianke led his men into B City, the owner of the boxing ring personally visited Pei Xianke. Pei Xianke had no intention of taking over B City, so they maintained a peaceful coexistence, each minding their own business. Soon, a dozen or so men in black came out. Seeing Yu Xiaohua, a woman, enter alone, it was hard not to be shocked. After the apocalypse, what woman would dare to be so bold, and dare to barge into their underground boxing ring alone? Are you crazy? Yu Xiaohua stopped in her tracks, looking at the dozen or so men in black with unfriendly expressions. Her face was icy. She spoke, "Call your boss out. I need someone." The families of the fighters in the underground boxing ring were all kept under the watchful eyes of this boss's men. This was to use these families to control the fighters and make them work for him. This tactic was indeed effective. The fighters had no choice but to obediently follow orders and risk their lives for this boss. The men in black were even more dumbfounded. One of them stepped forward with a disdainful expression, facing Yu Xiaohua. He shouted, "Who are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly? You think you can see our boss? Who do you think our boss is? He's not someone a woman like you can just see." However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot towards him like a flash of lightning, striking the man in black who had spoken. A loud crack was heard, and the lightning instantly engulfed the man in black. In an instant, the man in black shuddered violently. His eyes widened, his face filled with terror as he stared at the bolt of lightning. Then, a burnt smell emanated from his chest. His clothes were charred by the lightning, wisps of black smoke rising from them. The other men in black were terrified at the sight. "Big brother. You're a lightning-type ability user. Big brother, are you alright?" Yu Xiaohua had only slightly intimidated the men. She hadn't intended to kill them. The men in black quickly helped the man struck by lightning to his feet. The man, looking at Yu Xiaohua, had completely changed his expression. Gone was the previous disdain and contempt. Only fear of a powerful figure remained. His address immediately changed. "Miss, please come with us." Yu Xiaohua lifted her foot, and the other men in black instinctively made way, bowing their heads. To the uninitiated, it would seem that this was Yu Xiaohua's territory, and they were the outsiders. Underground boxing arena. Basement level. After the man in black opened the door, Yu Xiaohua walked in. The boxing arena, large enough to hold 100 people, was currently filled with boxers practicing. Post-apocalyptic, a boxer awakened supernatural abilities. Just now, the man struck by lightning had gone to consult the owner behind the underground boxing arena. Chapter 64. The moment Yu Xiaohua walked in, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her. Looking at her, a woman, their eyes held undisguised shock. A woman? How could she, all alone, have stormed into their underground boxing ring? What was a woman doing in a man's world? Soon, they would find out. In a corner, a man was sweeping the floor. He seemed oblivious to everything, simply continuing to sweep. The man glanced up, then continued his work. Just as he looked up, Yu Xiaohua's gaze had already precisely spotted Bai Riyuan in the crowd. Bai Ziyuan. His name, like himself, was unfathomable, as deep as the sea. His features were sharply defined, handsome, yet carrying an inescapable air of melancholy. Yu Xiaohua calmly withdrew her gaze. The current Bai Riyuan hadn't yet changed drastically because of his mother's departure. The men's eyes gleamed at the sight of the beautiful woman, and they all stared at Yu Xiaohua, starting to jeer. Hey, we got a real beauty here. Is she here to see us brothers? Of course. In this apocalypse, we hardly see any women. This woman is gorgeous. Keep her here and keep us company. Miss, what's your name? Which lover are you looking for? What's his name? Why isn't the beauty saying anything? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, and the underground boxing ring instantly became noisy. Yu Xiaohua slowly lifted her foot, walking step by step towards Bai Ryuan. Each step struck a chorus of emotions within the crowd. When she stood before the man who had made the lewd joke, time seemed to freeze, all eyes fixed on her, waiting for the show. Suddenly, without warning, Yu Xiaohua raised her hand and, with lightning speed, slapped the man hard across the face. The slap was deafening. The crisp sound echoed in the silent room. The whole world seemed to tremble at the impact of that slap. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The men stared at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend that she would so boldly strike someone here. The man who had been slapped was completely disoriented by the sudden blow. A red handprint immediately appeared on his face, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. However, Yu Xiaohua's face remained expressionless. Her gaze was cold and resolute. She stared coldly at the man, uttering a jaw-dropping sentence. What, want to lay an egg? Go to hell. These words were like a bomb, leaving everyone present speechless with shock. They never expected Yu Xiaohua to utter such vulgar and offensive language. The man who had been slapped was still reeling from the shock, staring blankly at Yu Xiaohua. Just then, Yu Xiaohua suddenly slapped him again. This time, her target was another man who had been jeering. Similarly, this slap was swift and brutal. The man didn't even have time to dodge before the blow landed squarely on his face. The words she uttered were like the chill of a sub-zero winter. Accompany you? With your looks, broad shoulders, and a thick waist like a bear, bald like a light bulb, you don't deserve it. The man's face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. After all, his appearance speaks for itself. Then, Yu Xiaohua slapped the man who had just made the lewd remark. The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the entire underground arena. The men who were slapped were all as if struck by lightning, completely stunned and unable to react, as if they had been beaten senseless. They stood there dumbfounded, even forgetting to fight back or run away, as if they had been frozen in place. This wasn't because they were cowardly, but because the powerful aura that Yu Xiaohua displayed was simply too astonishing. In that instant, she seemed to transform into an invincible war goddess, radiating a chilling pressure. You must understand, Yu Xiaohua had survived years of hardship in the apocalypse. Moreover, she had even fought in underground boxing rings in the US, a place rife with bloodshed and violence. Only the strong could survive. Having undergone such a brutal baptism, Yu Xiaohua's aura was far beyond what these boxers in the country, who had never taken a life, could match. Every movement, every glance from her was terrifying, sending chills down their spines. Yu Xiaohua stopped hitting them. The boxers who had been struck seemed to only then realize what had happened. Their eyes widened in fury, as if they wanted nothing more than to pounce on Yu Xiaohua and bite her to death. Yu Xiaohua rubbed her wrist. Indeed, force is reciprocal. Yu Xiaohua looked at the restless boxers, who were eager to attack, and sneered. What, haven't you had enough of the show yet? Everyone was shocked. Only Bai Ryuan, who was sweeping, glanced at the hidden door before looking away. He then looked at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes filled with a meaningful gaze. Just now, she had intimidated all the boxers present. There was only one possibility. All the boxers here combined couldn't beat this woman. If she didn't have real skill, who would dare to come in alone? Yu Xiaohua's gaze also fell on the hidden door. The next second, the hidden door opened, and a round of applause rang out. Ha ha ha, well done, miss. You're truly amazing. All the boxers in this room were completely overwhelmed by you. Excellent skill, excellent skill. May I ask your name, miss? What brings you to my little boxing ring? The leading man was about 40 years old, with a stubble beard and a bald head, looking menacing. He managed such a large boxing gym. He naturally had his own ability to judge people. Not everyone is a brainless leader. Just as the bald man, having recognized Yu Xiaohua's abilities, had no intention of confronting her directly. Behind the bald man were dozens of men in black, exuding an imposing aura and overwhelming presence. If it were anyone else, they might have been afraid. Unfortunately, the bald man was facing Yu Xiaohua, whose expression remained unchanged. The bald man had more plans in mind. To be so fearless in the face of danger, she was indeed a ruthless person. The other boxers wanted to complain, but with a single glance from the bald man, they all stepped aside, afraid to speak. Their gazes were hostile, and most of the boxers sported swollen faces, a truly impressive sight. Yu Xiaohua casually pulled up a chair and sat down. The bald man also sat down with a smile. Yu Xiaohua said, "Yu Xiaohua, you came here for someone." The bald man was stunned for a few seconds. All this fuss just for one person. When did his boxing ring start hiding such a person? Is this woman really worth all this? The bald man laughed loudly. So it's all for one person. Fine, Miss Yu, who are you looking for? Why don't you just say so? Chapter 65. The bald man, known as Brother Lu, was a prominent figure in the underground underworld of City B before the apocalypse, having risen from humble beginnings. Therefore, he cherished his reputation. He was very shrewd, and had already made up his mind. Regardless of who Yu Xiaohua had come for, he had given her up. There was no need to get into serious trouble for one person. Just the fact that Yu Xiaohua dared to storm his underground boxing ring alone. Such confidence could only mean she possessed considerable strength. This murderous aura was truly rare on a woman. When the other boxers heard that Yu Xiaohua had come for someone, they were filled with envy. Even the boxers, who had been beaten, felt a pang of jealousy. In this apocalypse, what woman would go to such lengths for a man? What a blessing! Yu Xiaohua pointed at Bai Riyuan. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell upon Bai Riyuan alone. Shock. Bai Riyuan? A low-level underground boxer? Always a loner, practically non-existent in this ring. A reclusive individual, neither smoking nor drinking. He never even had a girlfriend before. How did he suddenly become so lucky? Besides being handsome, what other merits does he have? Little did they know sometimes, good looks are indeed an advantage. This time, even the usually reserved Bai Riyuan felt a surge of emotion. She wants him, but he and this Miss Yu are complete strangers, never known each other before. This is their first meeting. Bai Riyuan's grip on the broom tightened slowly, and he looked up. He looked at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes heavy with emotion, his voice strained and difficult, and spoke softly. Why me? Everyone had the same thought, right? Why Bai Riyuan? Why him? Yu Xiaohua smiled. In her past life, Bai Riyuan was a figure feared throughout the apocalypse. The kings of the 4 major bases, including Pei Xianke, all had their own forces before the apocalypse. But only Bai Riyuan rose from the bottom alone. How much effort did it take to reach that position? It's unimaginable. Bai Riyuan is like a pearl covered in dust. Once the dust is swept away, he will shine brightly. But right now, he's just hiding his talents, concealing his brilliance. Lying low, waiting for the future. Yu Xiaohua looked into Bai Riyuan's eyes. Right now, his eyes only showed weariness, not the ambition of her past life. But it doesn't matter. She gave him the ambition hidden deep in his heart. Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke. Bai Riyuan, do you want to come with me? Brother Lu looked at Yu Xiaohua and Bai Riyuan. Clearly, the two were not familiar with each other at all. But this really isn't right. Since they're not even familiar with each other, why is Yu Xiaohua going to such lengths for Bai Riyuan? Knowing that Yu Xiaohua wants Bai Riyuan, Brother Lu felt even less concerned. Bai Riyuan's strength wasn't considered strong by him. Even after the apocalypse, his awakened wind-based abilities weren't particularly powerful. He was, in his eyes, someone dispensable. And then, there was his sick mother, who needed to be cared for at the boxing ring. So, it was better to do this favor for Miss Yu. Consider it making a friend. Bai Riyuan looked at Yu Xiaohua before him, a strange tremor running through him. After a long pause, Bai Riyuan spoke in a deep voice, I have a sick mother. We depend on each other for survival. If you want to take me away, you must guarantee my mother's basic needs are met. I'm willing to sell my life to you. There's no such thing as a losing proposition in this world. He didn't believe Yu Xiaohua had no ulterior motives, so this was his only condition. Yu Xiaohua nodded. This was Bai Riyuan. He saw through her intentions and presented his condition. If she agreed, he would go with her. If she didn't agree, he would rather stay in this underground boxing ring, continuing to work for his mother, than take another step. Just so his mother could live out her remaining years in peace. Brother Lu immediately stepped forward. Riyuan, since Miss Yu wants to take you away, just go with her. Miss Yu seems to have come prepared. She'd definitely be able to settle your mother properly. Don't worry, I'm hoping for your best and won't hinder you. You have a better future. Brother Lu's words were incredibly plausible. They were definitely not meant for Bai Riyuan. After all, he had never taken Bai Riyuan seriously. Bai Riyuan ignored Brother Lu. He was only waiting for Yu Xiaohua to speak, to see if she would agree to his condition. For some reason, he believed Yu Xiaohua's promise. If she gave it, he would definitely agree. It was an intuition from the bottom of his heart. He trusted his instincts. Yu Xiaohua looked at Bai Ruyuan, nodded, and gave her promise. Bai Ruyuan, I promise you, come with me, I give you a future. These words, like the warm sun in winter, shone firmly into Bai Ruyuan's heart. He gazed into Yu Xiaohua's eyes. He couldn't refuse. Bai Ruyuan knew this was a crucial decision, a choice that might change his life forever. But in that instant, he seemed to see his future unfolding before him, full of hope and possibility. He took a deep breath, then slowly nodded. His voice trembled slightly. Okay, I go with you. The moment he uttered those words, Bai Ruyuan felt as if he had taken a giant leap in his life. At that very moment, Bai Ruyuan entered a completely new world. Brother Lu turned and ordered someone to bring Bai Ruyuan's mother over. Soon, a thin, short old woman was brought over. She had a kind face. She wore oversized clothes that clearly didn't fit her, and she was sallow and thin, timid and hesitant. When Bai Ruyuan saw his mother, whom he hadn't seen for many days, she was even thinner than before the apocalypse. His eyes instantly reddened. The woman, upon seeing Bai Ruyuan, also immediately reddened her eyes, but dared not utter a sound. Mom, Brother Lu glanced at Yu Xiaohua, coughed, and said, Well, Ruyuan, you know your mother's health isn't good. I've been providing her with 3 meals a day, without neglecting her at all. If you don't believe me, ask Auntie. Brother Lu has done his best. Bai Ruyuan's expression darkened, his aura becoming stern. He stepped forward and helped the woman. Mom, let's go. The woman froze. Yuan, are we really leaving? Where are we going? The woman thought that for the rest of her life, she and her son would only be able to eke out a living in this underground boxing ring, living a life of hunger and hardship. Unexpectedly today, she was suddenly brought out and could leave this place. After the initial joy, the woman immediately thought of her frail body, and her eyes quickly dimmed. It was all because of her that she had dragged Yuan down. Yu Xiaohua, seeing the change in the woman's expression, spoke, Let's go! Only then did the woman notice Yu Xiaohua, and the moment she saw her, a deep sense of amazement flashed in her eyes. Miss, who are you? The woman used to work as a cleaner in wealthy households, so she had seen many important people. The moment she saw Yu Xiaohua, she knew she came from an extraordinary background. This was no ordinary person. Chapter 66. A person's character, cultivated from childhood, cannot be faked. Bai Ruyuan explained, Mom, this is Miss Yu. She's the one who's willing to take us away from here. Let's go! The woman looked at Yu Xiaohua in shock, her voice stammering. Yuan, you said this young lady wants to take us away? This. I already told Miss Yu that my condition will definitely be a burden to you. Yuan, you go with Miss Yu. I'm already a burden enough, I can't let you continue. Don't sacrifice your remaining years for your mother. Go, don't worry about me. Bai Ruyuan looked pained. Miss Yu, Yu Xiaohua looked at the woman, knowing her fear and feelings. Bai Ruyuan agreed to come with me on the condition that only you are there. Home is where you are. Without you, this world is meaningless to Bai Ruyuan. Bai Ruyuan's body trembled. Why could Yu Xiaohua see through him the first time they met? The woman wiped away her tears. Bai Ruyuan said, Mom, let's go together. The woman nodded. Okay, Yuan, let's go together. Brother Lu personally escorted Yu Xiaohua, Bai Ruyuan, and his mother to the door. He certainly put on a good show. Bai Ruyuan's mother was flattered. She had never seen Brother Lu treat her, and her son, with such kindness before. Today, she knew it was because of this Miss Yu. Otherwise, Brother Lu would never have treated her this way. This Miss Yu is an extraordinary person. Yu Xiaohua led Bai Ruyuan and his mother into the car, and Brother Lu watched the 3 of them leave. The remaining henchmen behind him were filled with confusion, but even more so with anger. Just now, Yu Xiaohua had slapped them one by one, leaving these arrogant boxers seething with resentment. Brother Lu, this woman is a bit tough, but there are so many of us. What's there to be afraid of? Why were you so polite to her, even letting Bai Ruyuan and his mother go? Brother Lu, aren't you being too cautious? Perhaps this woman is nothing special, and we overestimated her. Brother Lu retaliated with a slap, making the boxer's face symmetrical with the one slap by Yu Xiaohua. The boxer was too afraid to speak anymore. Brother Lu spat. You overestimate her. Are you a pig brain? This is the apocalypse. Are you blind? Look at this Yu Xiaohua, she's spotless, not a speck of dirt on her. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone's risking their lives. Don't even mention her, a woman, look at yourselves, where's any cleanliness? Yet this Yu Xiaohua, a woman, is dressed like this, which proves one thing. She dared to trespass into my territory alone, all for Bai Ryuan. Without some strength, how could she dare to be so presumptuous? You only see her as a woman, but you don't see the power behind her. Idiots! How did I end up raising such a bunch of idiots? Get back to training. The boxers were ashen-faced from the insults. Brother Liu watched the direction Yu Xiaohua's car had driven off in. City B is now under that person's control. Given this Miss Yu's appearance and strength, it's hard not to wonder if she has some connection with that powerful figure. If it were true, then he had escaped a disaster today. If not, losing Bai Ryuan meant avoiding trouble. It was a good thing for him. It wasn't a losing proposition either way. In the car, Bai Ryuan's mother sat somewhat awkwardly in the back seat, looking at Yu Xiaohua, who was driving. Just now, in the car, Yuan said that this Miss Yu wanted to give him an important position. This was such a wonderful thing. How could she dare to dream of it? She felt a sense of elation. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky and landed on her and her son. It felt unreal. Bai Ryuan's mother hesitated repeatedly. Yu Xiaohua noticed her concerns. Auntie, don't hesitate to ask. Since I'm going to use Bai Ryuan, we need to be honest with each other. Otherwise, if suspicion takes root and sprouts, it will eventually lead to resentment. Bai Ryuan's mother was an honest, kind, and dutiful woman. She was somewhat embarrassed. Miss Yu, Ah Yuan and I are just ordinary people. Ah Yuan isn't particularly powerful either. If you wanted to use someone, you should have plenty of talented people. Why did you choose to go to the underground boxing ring alone and take Ah Yuan and me with you? With my crippled body, I'd be a burden anywhere. Do you really want to give Ah Yuan a more important role? Yu Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. Auntie, I, Yu Xiaohua, value Bai Ryuan. I believe he is no ordinary person, and I believe that one day he will soar to the heavens, become a powerful figure in this apocalyptic world, and create his own destiny. I believe he can do it. So today, I come only because of Bai Ryuan's abilities. I have no other motives. You can rest assured. As for your health, it's not a burden. My younger brother, Yu Chong, is a healing type ability user, and my friend, Shinanji, is a medical genius. Perhaps they can heal your body. You're not burdened, Auntie. Only if you live well can you see the day Bai Ryuan succeeds. In this apocalypse, he will eventually have a place. Bai Ryuan's mother was moved to tears. Her eyes were red. This mother and son have met a benefactor. Good, Miss Yu. I'm relieved to hear your words. Turning to Bai Ryuan, she said, Yuan, remember what Miss Yu said today? Miss Yu has done us a great favor, rescuing you and me from the underground boxing ring, giving us a place to live, and even offering to promote you. You must do well. No matter what, your mother makes you swear an oath never to betray Miss Yu, your benefactor. If you break this oath, may you be struck by lightning. Bai Ryuan's mother hadn't received much formal education, but she knew the meaning of gratitude. That's how she taught Bai Ryuan. Bai Ryuan solemnly said, I, Bai Ryuan, swear that in this life, as long as Miss Yu Xiaohua is willing to use me, I will never abandon her, never betray her. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Bai Ryuan was a man of his word. Once he made a promise, he would never easily betray it. Now, Bai Ryuan was the first person she had recruited, and certainly not the last. Bai Ryuan, she would treat this person with the same sincerity from now on. True sincerity for true sincerity. In this apocalypse, there should always be some loyal friends to accompany you. Soon, Yu Xiaohua drove to the hotel entrance. As soon as she parked, she saw several men in black unloading supplies. These supplies would be transported to Qing City in batches, and Qing City was the center of Pei Shuang's eastern base. At this moment, the eastern base built by Pei Xianke was beginning to take shape. Over here, Yu Xiaohua got out of the car with Bai Ryuan and his mother. Over there, soon, the men in black knocked on the door and entered Pei Shuang's room. The first words they uttered. Ada was stunned. Air was dumbfounded. Young master, Miss Yu has brought back a handsome man. Chapter 67. Upon hearing this, Ada felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees instantly. It's cold. It's freezing cold. Air hugged himself tightly. Helpless. Their young master's gaze just now. TSK, there was murderous intent. The next second, Pei Xianke stood up and walked out. Behind him, Ada and Air exchanged a glance and quickly followed. They could both foresee the chaotic scene that was about to unfold. Exciting. This is going to be a spectacle. In the main hall, Yu Xiaohua and Bai Ryuan stood together, along with Yu Chong, Shinanji, and Pei Xingyue. The group was talking when Pei Xian-Ke appeared, and everything fell silent instantly. Pei Xingyue, never one to shy away from a good show, exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't this my dear brother Xian-Ke? Come quick! This is Bai Ryuan, the handsome guy Zhao Hua brought back from the underground boxing ring. And there's Mr. Bai's mother too, she just went upstairs to rest." Ada and Air shook their heads frantically. Their young lady was practically dancing on their young master's sore spot. Pei Xian-Ke's gaze fell directly on Bai Ryuan. The current Bai Ryuan hadn't yet achieved what he had in his previous life. At this moment, even with his sharp edges, he was no match for Pei Xian-Ke. Bai Ryuan felt an overwhelming pressure, a chilling aura that seemed to rise from the depths of his heart. A dangerous aura spread. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, blocking Pei Xian-Ke's view. Pei Xian-Ke's handsome face was tinged with a sinister, ambiguous smile. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, and his thin lips formed a cold, icy curve. Yu Xiaohua's expression was cold as she looked at Pei Xian-Ke. The scene between the three of them fell into an inexplicable silence. Yu Chang crossed his arms, and looked at Pei Xingyue with schadenfreude. "Sister Xingyue, this scene looks like it's about to break out. If it does, whose side are you on?" Yu Chang inexplicably recalled a tired internet meme. "Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting." Pei Xingyue's eyes lit up. "I definitely helped Bai Ryuan beat up Xian-Ke. Give him a good beating, haha, just thinking about it makes me happy." Yu Chang gave her a thumbs up. "Sister Xingyue, it has to be you, sacrificing family for the greater good." Pei Xingyue curled her red lips. "Of course. Do you think you get a chance to beat up Xian-Ke in your lifetime? Could it happen even once? If it does, grab it now, it's harder than winning the lottery." Shin Nanji shook her head. "A fight won't happen. Bai Ryuan is no match for Mr. Pei, he's far too weak." Yu Chang stiffened, pursing his lips. "Bai Ryuan? Mr. Pei? Nanji, when did you become so hypocritical? Pei Xian-Ke is just a bit better looking, a bit more handsome, a bit more charismatic, and a bit stronger. What else does he have? What else does he have?" Then, Pei Xian-Ke walked step by step to Yu Xiaohua. Just when everyone thought Pei Xian-Ke was going to do something, Pei Xian-Ke extended his hand, looking at Bai Ryuan. "Mr. Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you." Pei Xian-Ke. "No fight? No confrontation?" Pei Xingyue snorted coldly. "That brat Xian-Ke, he's pretending to be well-behaved in front of Xiaohua. That scheming dog." Bai Ryuan nodded slightly, politely. "Bai Ryuan, young Master Pei, you're too kind." The fact that Bai Ryuan could address him as young Master Pei meant he had shed his identity as Pei Xian-Ke. Bai Ryuan certainly knew Pei Xian-Ke, he had known him since he was very young. Bai Ryuan had once met Pei Xian-Ke by chance. Normally, someone of his status would have no chance of meeting someone as important as Pei Xian-Ke. It was by chance he had seen Pei Xian-Ke from afar at a bar in Qing City. A person like Pei Xian-Ke, once seen, would never be forgotten. He remembered it until now, and recognized Pei Xian-Ke the moment they met. Unexpectedly, one day, Bai Ryuan would have the opportunity to face the young master of the Pei family. He knew who it was because of. Pei Xian-Ke looked at Yu Xiaohua. So, her purpose in coming to Bi City was for this Bai Ryuan? This Bai Ryuan must be someone useful. She's a smart person. She wouldn't do something foolish. Therefore, Bai Ryuan must have some merit, something she can use. Pei Xian-Ke leaned down. Looking into Yu Xiaohua's eyes, his cold face softened little by little. "I come to your room tonight, okay?" Shocked. Gossip. Angry. Stunned. The expressions on their faces were priceless. Ada and Ayer quickly stepped forward and restrained the about-to-go mad Yu Chang. Yu Chang shouted, "Pei Xian-Ke, you dare, you bastard." The next second, Yu Chang's mouth was covered. He could only glare helplessly, his eyes killing him. Ada and Ayer were helpless. Their young master had made such a bold statement in public, acting like a hooligan with Miss Yu. As his subordinates, they could only lie and cover his mouth. "Brother, don't shout. The young master is really something." Bai Ryuan lowered his head, pretending not to hear. He only felt gratitude towards Miss Yu, nothing more. Pei Xingyue almost spat out her water. The Pei family is really something, producing a rogue? Shameless, utterly shameless. Shin Nanji remained the most composed. Perhaps, some people are just born to be together. Pei Xian-Ke waved his hand, and Ada and Air dragged Yu Chang away. Pei Xingyue didn't want to leave, but she couldn't resist a single glance from Pei Xian-Ke. She chickened out, straightened her back, and left. Shin Nanji led Bai Ryuan upstairs first. Yu Xiaohua merely glanced at Pei Xian-Ke and stepped forward. As the two brushed past each other, Pei Xianke reached out and grabbed Yu Xiaohua's wrist. Yu Xiaohua, wait for me tonight. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile, her eyes unfathomable, filled with a distant indifference. Pei Xianke, what makes you think that just because you like me, Yu Xiaohua wants you? Pei Xianke looked at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Their breaths mingled. But I feel I've long been your prey, haven't I? Yu Xiaohua looked at him, reached out, and lifted his chin, a slow smile playing on her lips. Her voice grew increasingly cold. Prey. Since young Master Pei is willing to be prey, come tonight. With that, she released his hand and swiftly walked away. In the instant she turned, her beautiful eyes were cold, a dark, eerie fire burning within them. In this apocalyptic world, she not only wanted to become stronger, but she also had no intention of becoming celibate. Therefore, her man naturally had to be the best. She wouldn't settle. She wouldn't just find anyone to spend the rest of her life with. She wanted to find someone worthy of her, a partner who could fight alongside her, supporting each other. Is it shameful for a man to be a stepping stone? Of course not. Pei Xianke was loyal, and she wanted that. If one day Pei Xianke betrayed her, then she would kill him. It wasn't that Pei Xianke fell for her first, rather, she had her eye on him even before the apocalypse. Pei Xianke was already Yu Xiaohua's prey. Pei Xianke was clever, he saw through her scheme to get him, but so what? A man who has fallen in love has already lost control. Even someone as clever, cunning, and powerful as Pei Xianke. Once he falls in love, he still knowingly jump into a trap. He willingly accepted. Between Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke, it was nothing more than a game they both knew perfectly well. Chapter 68. That evening, Yu Chang, downstairs, ate 2 bowls of rice, tears welling in his eyes. Then, he decided to stand guard outside Yu Xiaohua's door. He was determined to protect his sister's innocence with his life. Yu Chang said, No, I have to go to my sister's room first. If that old fox Pei Xianke really has designs on my sister, I fight him to the death. Pei Xingyue raised both hands in approval. I support you, little brother, good luck. Don't worry, I collect your body. By the way, what kind of coffin do you like? Gold and Nanmu? Crystal? Stainless steel is fine too? Air face bombed. Miss, you really love stirring up trouble. The young master likes Miss Yu. They're such a perfect match. Yu Chang bristled. He immediately stood up. Shen Nanji called out to him. Yu Chang looked at Shen Nanji with a pitiful expression. Nanji, you're not going to help Pei Xianke pursue my sister, are you? Shen Nanji sighed, stood up, walked to Yu Chang and paused. The next second, she waved her hand, and white smoke flashed in front of Yu Chang. Then, Yu Chang closed his eyes, fainted, and lost consciousness. The sleeping potion Shen Nanji made herself was enough for Yu Chang to sleep through the night. Shen Nanji supported Yu Chang and whispered, Get a good night's sleep. Only at times like this would Shen Nanji reveal a trace of genuine emotion. Shen Nanji's action stunned Ada and the other two. They never expected that the usually quiet and reserved Shen Nanji would have such a skill. Sleeping potion? Good stuff, it works so quickly, Ada wants some. Could Air shamelessly ask for some? Pei Xingyue's eyes lit up. Nanji, do you have any aphrodisiacs? Give your sister some. Ada covered his face. Their young lady had gotten lustful again. Poor Master One. Shen Nanji thought for a moment, then said seriously, No, but I can research it. If you need it, Sister Xingyue, I can develop it. Clinical trials aren't possible right now, so you have to find someone to test the efficacy yourself. Pei Xingyue smiled. No problem, Sister Nanji. Just do your research, don't worry. Ada, should we inform Master One? Is the young lady planning to poison him? The young lady is just lusting after Master One's body, wanting to sleep with him, but not wanting to take responsibility. What a scumbag. Shen Nanji nodded. Sister Xingyue, I help him upstairs to rest. Ada sighed. Young lady, Master One will probably arrive early tomorrow morning. Are you sure you still have the leisure to watch the young master's antics? Pei Xingyue gritted her teeth. Come on, don't sleep tonight, Ada. Ayer, come with me to kill zombies. Shen Nanji left with Yu Chang. Pei Xingyue smiled, looking at Ada. Ada, why do you think Nanji drugged Yu Chang? Ada thought for a moment. Miss, do you really think Miss Yu has absolutely no interest in our young master? Shen Nanji usually seems quiet, but she might be the one who understands Miss Yu best. Perhaps Miss Yu is willing to give the young master a chance. So Shen Nanji drugged Yu Chang to create an opportunity for the young master and Miss Yu. That's also possible. Pei Xingyue smiled and patted Ada's shoulder. Not bad, you improved. That evening, in the room, Pei Xianke strode in with his long legs and saw Yu Xiaohua on the sofa. His gaze deepened. His eyes reddened slightly. Yu Xiaohua sat on the sofa, her hands casually draped over her shoulders. Beneath her white shirt, a pair of beautiful legs were faintly visible. She sat there, watching Pei Xianke walk in step by step, like prey willingly entering the hunter's territory, willingly confining itself within its boundaries. In this world, only willing depravity possesses a fatal allure. For Pei Xianke, only he could choose, no one could force him to do anything he didn't want to do. Pei Xianke walked to the sofa, then turned gracefully. He approached, then slowly knelt on one knee. His gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua's feet, small and captivating. His gaze deepened. Pei Xianke reached out and gently lifted Yu Xiaohua's foot, placing it on his knee. His fingers were long and slender with distinct knuckles, each joint seemingly sculpted. When his fingers touched the instep of Yu Xiaohua, the rough fingertips brought a slight friction, sending a shiver down her spine. This ripple spread through Yu Xiaohua's body. Her expression remained indifferent. She simply watched, felt Pei Shuang's fingers gently caressing her feet, as if he were touching a precious treasure. Yu Xiaohua raised her foot, pressing it against Pei Shuang's stiff chest. She rested her chin on her hand. A smirk played on her lips. She was pulling a god from a dark swamp into an even deeper hell. Wasn't this feeling maddening? She, Yu Xiaohua, would be Pei Shuang's queen? Pei Shuang's throat bobbed. He looked up, his gaze like vines, tightly binding Yu Xiaohua. His voice was hoarse. Have you thought it through? I, Pei Xianke, am a mad dog, Yu Xiaohua. After tonight, you have no chance to regret it. Even if I die, I, Pei Xianke, will be with you, okay? Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Pei Xianke, whose eyes were filled with madness. He said he was mad, but little did he know she, Yu Xiaohua, was even madder. Yu Xiaohua pulled Pei Xianke up and pressed him onto the sofa. She spread her legs and sat on him. A black suit, a white shirt, the contrast of black and white was a maddening sight. Yu Xiaohua tilted her head back, and Pei Xianke could see her snow-white neck and the peony tattoo blooming on her chest. Pei Shuang's throat bobbed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The two were intimately connected, leaving no gap between them. Yu Xiaohua reached out and slowly stroked Pei Shuang's face, from top to bottom. Little by little, she traced his eyebrows and eyes. With just the slightest movement, Pei Xianke felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. He let out a muffled groan, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes filled with longing and madness. Stop it, Yu Xiaohua said, reaching out to pinch his chin. Pei Xianke, is that good? Pei Shuang's large hand gripped her small one tightly, slowly moving downwards. She stroked his skin, all the way down, until she reached that mysterious and sensitive spot. Yu Xiaohua's body trembled slightly, but her face remained expressionless. She even calmly glanced down at that spot. A faint smile played on her lips. Then, her other hand began to move. That hand, like a nimble snake, slowly crept up Pei Shuang's neck. Finally, it rested on his prominent Adam's apple. Her fingertips gently caressed that protrusion, feeling its temperature and hardness. She pinched him hard. Pei Xianke laughed. Not hard enough, harder. Yu Xiaohua squeezed harder, looking into the bloodshot eyes and lust in Pei Shuang's eyes. Pei Xianke, do you know what you look like right now? Chapter 69. Pei Xianke leaned back on the sofa, his long legs, encased in a black suit, taut. His deep eyes held only Yu Xiaohua's figure, his gaze unfathomable. He chuckled softly, leaned closer, and whispered in her ear. Like your dog. Yu Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, sat up, and released her grip. Very good. Pei Xianke flipped over, pinning Yu Xiaohua beneath him. A dagger suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaohua's hand, pressed against Pei Shuang's chest. Now, with just a little force, she would draw blood. Pei Xianke looked down at the dagger pressed against his chest. His hand rested on her waist, rubbing it forcefully. A spatial ability user? A lightning ability user? A dual ability user? How many more surprises awaited her? The next second, a faint smile appeared on Yu Xiaohua's lips. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, ruthless glint. She gripped the sharp dagger tightly in her hand, her arm tightening slightly, and without hesitation, she plunged the dagger into Pei Shuang's chest. In an instant, the dagger pierced Pei Shuang's chest without resistance, producing a dull thud. Blood splattered onto Pei Shuang's chest. The bright red blood slowly flowed down his firm pectoral muscles, as if drawn by an invisible force, extending all the way to his well-defined abdominal muscles. The blood spread across his skin, forming a shocking bloodstain. Like a blooming crimson flower, it blossomed on his body. The bloody stain gradually spread. Pei Xianke laughed, his expression turning increasingly crazed. Deadly beauty. So beautiful it was impossible to look away. Yu Xiaohua, with a dagger stained with Pei Swank's blood, lifted his chin. She stared into his eyes, her gaze cold. Pei Xianke, in Yu Xiaohua's world, I, Yu Xiaohua, am the one who sets the rules. Pei Xianke paid no heed to the blood still seeping from his chest. He simply smiled at Yu Xiaohua, slowly moving the dagger from his chin to another spot on his own chest. Pei Xianke grasped her hand and pushed her away. Blood flowed down the dagger again. Pei Xianke didn't even flinch, his eyes held only a mad, unbridled pleasure. It's all yours, my life is yours. Yu Xiaohua smiled. How wonderful, this madman, Pei Xianke, was hers now. How perfect, the next second. Yu Xiaohua leaned down and pressed her lips to Pei Swank's still bleeding chest, biting hard. Her lips were stained with Pei Swank's blood, widening the wound. Pei Xianke let out a muffled groan. Not from pain, but from pleasure. Yu Xiaohua's lips, stained with crimson blood, resembled a flower blooming in hell, exuding an eerie yet alluring aura. She slowly approached Pei Xianke. The distance between them grew closer and closer, until they could feel each other's breath. When Yu Xiaohua's lips gently touched Pei Swank's lips again, a jolt of electricity instantly coursed through her body. Her lips pressed against his, rubbing and lingering. Pei Xianke offered no resistance. He let Yu Xiaohua's lips ravage his, until his lips were bitten until they bled. Pei Xianke now looked utterly wretched. Yu Xiaohua looked into his eyes, and they smiled at each other. Look, isn't it wonderful? A madman with a madman, they're a perfect match. That night, an ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. The large bed, which had been rocking all night, never stopped trembling. Like tides rising and falling, like petals drifting on water, countless ripples and tremors arose. Blood slowly spread across the white sheets. 5 o'clock in the morning. By the window, Yu Xiaohua, dressed in a white shirt, her long legs slightly bent. She held a cup of tea in her hand, slowly taking a sip. Tea can calm the mind. The next second, a pair of large hands wrapped around her waist. Pei Xianke reached out, took the tea from Yu Xiaohua's hand, drank a sip, and put it down. Yu Xiaohua let Pei Xianke hold her, not moving. Pei Xianke said in a deep voice, in a couple of days, come back to Qing City with me, okay? Actually, when Pei Xianke asked this question, it was as if he knew he would be rejected. Sure enough, Yu Xiaohua turned her head, looked into Pei Swank's eyes, and stepped out of his embrace. The meaning was clear, she refused. She refused to live under Pei Swank's wing. She didn't want to live the life of a caged canary. From the moment she was reborn, Yu Xiaohua had no intention of living under the wing of any man. In this world, all love is between equals. She, Yu Xiaohua, wanted to be the queen of her own world, not an appendage in a man's world. She didn't want a comfortable life. She would rely on herself to rise to a high position in this apocalyptic world. She wanted absolute power. She, Yu Xiaohua, wanted a share of the spoils. Therefore, she wouldn't agree to go to Qing City with Pei Xianke. She wanted to walk her own path. Pei Xianke was the man who satisfied her physical needs, at least for now, nothing more. As for love, it wasn't what Xiaohua wanted most. It was just a diversion in her life, not everything, and certainly not her top priority. Yu Xiaohua said, Pei Xianke, I have my own path to walk. My future can do without you. Pei Xianke gritted his teeth. She'd taken advantage of him, and then wanted to walk away. What a scumbag, Yu Xiaohua continued. I want absolute strength, absolute power, to rise above the rules of this apocalyptic world. I, Yu Xiaohua, will be the one who sets the rules. So, Pei Xianke, you have your path, I have my plan. If one day we both reach our peak, then when we meet again, we be qualified to talk about love. Understand? Pei Swank's eastern base has just begun construction. It will take at least 3 years to mature. Similarly, Pei Xianke doesn't have much time to discuss feelings. How could a man like Pei Xianke truly not want power? Power is the best tonic for men. But many people overlook the fact that power is also the best tonic for women. Pei Xianke grabbed Yu Xiaohua's hand, pulled her into his arms, and gritted his teeth. What should I do? I really want to break your legs and keep you with me, okay? Yu Xiaohua sneered, her voice gradually turning cold. How about I break your legs and keep you with me? What do you think? Pei Xianke smiled. Fine, just leave me one leg. Yu Xiaohua let Pei Xianke hold her. After a while, Pei Xianke released her. Okay, go do what you want to do. I be in Qing City, waiting for you, waiting for the day you get what you want. Yu Xiaohua, I, Pei Xianke, have chosen one person in this life. In this life, I belong to her in life and in death. If you die, I be buried with you. If you live, you can only belong to me, Pei Xianke. Yu Xiaohua curled her lips, reaching out to press against his chest. Don't worry, I, Yu Xiaohua, will only raise one dog in this life, as long as he's obedient. The next second, Pei Xianke slowly knelt on the ground, kissing the instep of her foot. This mad dog of his finally found his master? Chapter 70. Yu Xiaohua didn't even lower her head. She turned her head and looked out the window. The king lay prostrate in the darkness, and she, Yu Xiaohua, was the one who controlled him. She never hid her ambition. What she wanted, she was determined to get. In the morning, after Yu Chang woke up from his coma, he looked at Shen Nanji with a wronged expression. Accusation. Nanji, tell me, did you fall for that Pei Xianke, and then secretly help him pursue my sister, asking for nothing in return, just hoping that damn Pei Xianke would be happy? Yes, you know, the kind of devoted second female lead in novels. We known each other for so many years through thick and thin, and you actually treated me like this? For Pei Xianke, you bewitched me. You're so heartless. Shen Nanji, I'm breaking off all ties with you. I'm going to wander the world, you can be my devoted second female lead then. I'm leaving, okay? Shen Nanji put down her medical book, looking at the unreasonable Yu Chang. He looked like a pitiful little wife, spouting harsh words while secretly glancing at her. So adorable. Shen Nanji got up and walked to the bedside. Yu Chang looked at her face after she took off her glasses. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She was still being stubborn. I'm telling you, Shen Nanji, don't think trying to keep me will work. I'm going to wander aimlessly. However, these words lacked any real conviction. His attitude was clear. Come on, coax me, and I forgive you. Little did Yu Chang know, his current demeanor was that of a playboy, clearly a love-struck puppy. Shen Nanji leaned down, patted his head, and gently coaxed him. Yu Chang, I don't like Mr. Pei. What you see is Mr. Pei liking Sister Xiaohua, but what I see is that Sister Xiaohua is also interested in Mr. Pei. In this world, feelings between men and women are sometimes expressed verbally, and sometimes hidden deep in the heart. Some feelings seem preordained by fate. Mr. Pei and Sister Xiaohua are essentially the same kind of person. Perhaps, in this world, there is no one more suitable for Sister Xiaohua than Mr. Pei. Yu Chang, don't use the excuse of doing what's best for someone else to stop others. If Sister Xiaohua really doesn't want to, even if Mr. Pei dies in front of her, she won't even glance at him. Yu Chang was stunned, staring at Shen Nanji who had spoken these words. She was radiant, dazzling. That kind of brilliance that seemed to see through everything yet never showing off. Low-key, reserved, yet unable to conceal the hidden beauty. A woman's beauty lies in her bones, not her skin. Yu Chang, for some reason, blushed slightly. Shen Nanji asked again, are you hungry? Let's go downstairs to eat, okay? Yu Chang sometimes acted like a child, while Shen Nanji was like the kindergarten teacher. Yu Chang had completely forgotten that just moments ago, he had righteously declared he was going to run away from home. He obediently nodded. I'm hungry. I want to eat your chicken noodle soup. Shen Nanji smiled and agreed. Okay. In the lobby, Shen Nanji and Yu Chang had just started eating when Pei Xingyue, wearing slippers, casually walked down, looking like she hadn't fully woken up yet. She yawned, greeted them, and sat down in a chair. Shen Nanji had also prepared her portion. Sister Xingyue, your favorite beef noodles, just made, perfect timing. Pei Xingyue didn't stand on ceremony, picking up her chopsticks and taking a bite. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Nanji, your cooking is amazing. Whoever ends up with you will be so lucky. Or Nanji, why don't you come with me? We go back to Qing City, and I promise I find you a perfect husband. How about that? Yu Chang, not even finishing his chicken noodles, quickly spoke up. Nanji, you're still young. What perfect husband? There aren't any good men in this world. No, Nanji is so naive. What if she gets fooled by a man? Xingyue, don't worry about it. Pei Xingyue glanced at the overly excited Yu Chang, then at the composed Shen Nanji. TSK, she smelled a hint of gossip. A cunning, taciturn girl, and a cute, clueless handsome guy. This CP, help her up, she can still ship them. As for being naive? Are you talking about Nanji? Doesn't this silly kid know that among them, only one is truly naive, only him? Pei Xingyue deliberately spoke up. Nanji, what kind of boy do you like? Tell your older sister. Yu Chong pretended to be nonchalant, but his ears were already perked up. What kind of boy does Nanji like? Shin Nanji put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. I have someone I like. He's very nice, adorably silly. Yu Chong was stunned when he heard Shin Nanji say she had someone she liked. A trace of disappointment welled up in his heart. So Nanji really did have someone she liked. Yu Chong's mood clearly dropped. Pei Xingyue smiled. Sure enough, this ambiguous romance is only interesting when others are involved. This pair, one has already expressed their feelings, while the other is still clueless. It's more interesting when this unspoken understanding remains unbroken. As they were talking, Ah-da and Ah-er came down. Seeing Yu Chong looking utterly devastated and weak, they assumed it was because of Shin Nanji's drugging of him yesterday. Ah-er, while eating, said, I said, what happened between young master and Miss Yu last night? I suddenly felt uneasy yesterday, like young master had to pay some price to win Miss Yu's heart. My sixth sense has always been accurate. TSK, young master, you're probably in grave danger now. Yu Chong retorted, my sister isn't some tiger or lion. How could she possibly kill your young master? He's not made of glass. You can't just punch him and he shatter. Let me tell you, my sister is very gentle. The others? A moment later, Pei Xian-Ke came down alone. Seeing him alone, the others' faces lit up with gossip. What exactly happened last night? They really wanted to know. Pei Xian-Ke, dressed in casual white attire, walked over and sat down. Ada and Er immediately stood up, bringing tea and water. Yu Chong turned his head away, this stinky peacock with its tail feathers spread. Pei Xingyue sized him up, stroking her chin. Her gaze fell on his chest. Something was clearly wrong. Were there strips of cloth wrapped around it? Something's fishy. The battle was so intense. Did they even bleed? My God, no wonder she's her Xiaohua sister. She's got this skill in bed. Fine, she have to find some time to learn from her. Pei Xingyue's mind was getting increasingly irrational. Yu Chong said sarcastically, oh, isn't this young Master Pei? What's wrong? Did you get rejected by my sister yesterday? Don't be embarrassed. Do you think my sister's standards are that low? My sister doesn't just take any man's eye, no matter how handsome, rich, or powerful you are. If my sister doesn't fall for your tricks, just give up. They say brother-in-law and brother-in-law are natural enemies. At this moment, it became a reality. The next second, Pei Xian-Ke looked up, coughed, and then everyone saw the blood seeping from his chest. Yu Chong was stunned. Chapter 71. Ada and Era's expressions both changed. Even Pei Xingyue, who had been nonchalant just moments before, showed a slight change in expression. From childhood to adulthood, who could possibly harm her younger brother, unless Xian-Ke did it willingly? Only Shin Nanji's expression remained unchanged. She glanced at Pei Xian-Ke. This injury could only be the work of Sister Xiaohua. No matter what kind of man he is, he should act this way in front of Sister Xiaohua. Ada was anxious. Young master, what happened? Pei Xian-Ke slowly revealed a fragile smile. Ada and Er swore to the heavens. They had never seen their young master like this in their entire lives. It was simply. For a moment, he couldn't find the words to describe his shock. Pei Xian-Ke coughed. It's nothing. Last night, Asia was too excited, so she used a bit too much force. It's alright, I can handle it. Yu Chong's eyes widened like light bulbs. Pei Xingyue crossed her arms. This scheming girl was trying to gain Yu Chong's sympathy. Asia only stabbed me twice. It's alright, I like it. Ada and Er silently lowered their heads. What to do? So embarrassing. Has the young master gone mad? How could they possibly understand such words? What did he mean by like it? Oh my God, help! Has the young master been possessed by a ghost again? Pei Xian-Ke added, as long as Ajiao is happy. Now, looking at the pitiful Pei Xian-Ke, Yu Chong felt a little embarrassed. When did his older sister become so ruthless? She actually played a man like Pei Xian-Ke like this. She even stabbed him. That's too cruel. Yu Chong felt a little sorry for Pei Xian-Ke, who fell in love with his sister. It seems Pei Swank's life isn't easy either, otherwise, he might have agreed. It's rare to find a pervert who can be stabbed twice by his sister and still smile, saying he likes her. Perhaps Nanji is right. Pei Xian-Ke really is a good match for his sister. Forget it, he shouldn't stop him. Yu Chong's expression changed several times, finally seeming to have figured something out. He stood up, walked to Pei Xian-Ke, and patted his shoulder. Alright, I won't stop you and my sister anymore. My sister is usually very gentle, but last night, she might have been a little too excited. Sai, you had a tough time too. From now on, You're my brother-in-law. Let's get along well. Pei Xingyue spat. Xianke has been an actor since he was little. He always kills with a smile. Fooling Yuchang is one thing. Pei Xianke looked at Yuchang and smiled slightly, appearing even weaker. It's alright, as long as Aizhao is happy, brother-in-law, I don't blame Aizhao. Shinanji looked at Yuchang. She had already been persuaded by Pei Xianke. She smiled helplessly. Ayer's eyes were full of admiration. Look at their young master's ability to turn enemies into friends. In just a few words, he already started calling him brother-in-law. What did their bloodshed in the underworld matter? He was impressed. He couldn't help but admire him. In the future, he would also try to fool his brother-in-law like this. It would definitely work every time. Ada. The young master had almost completely fooled Yuchang. Yuchang sighed. Before, I misunderstood you. You really like my sister. Pei Xianke nodded. It's alright, I don't blame you, Xiaochang. You were doing it for Aizhao's own good. Yuchang felt guilty. How come he hadn't realized Pei Xianke was so understanding? It seems the rumors are unreliable. What? A ruthless, bloodthirsty young master of the southwest underworld? Killing without hesitation? Unpredictable and capricious? Isn't this good enough? These days, rumors are terrifying. Pei Xingyue saw Yuchang completely fooled, and was about to speak to bring him to his senses. Before she could speak, Pei Xianke gave her a look and mouthed 3 words. Pei Xingyue immediately shut up. Soon, Bai Ruyuan came down with his mother. Shinanji had specially prepared a large bowl of noodles, suitable for the elderly. This was the most satisfying meal Bai Ruyuan's mother had eaten since the apocalypse. A balanced meal of meat and vegetables. Bai Ruyuan was very grateful. Don't underestimate this bowl of noodles. It was the most abundant and best portion, a sign of the utmost respect. After finishing her meal, Bai Ruyuan's mother went upstairs to rest. Bai Ruyuan stayed behind to hear what had just happened. Then, Bai Ruyuan looked at Pei Xianke. A man like Pei Xianke. To go to such lengths for Miss Yu. Whether it was willingly, or a performance to feign weakness with Yuchang, this could only mean that young Master Pei loves Miss Yu. Otherwise, how could such a powerful and arrogant figure, a ruler with lofty ambitions, act like this? Pei Swank's love is something to be proud of. Miss Yu has met her soulmate. A short while later, Yu Xiaohua came down, and everyone's gaze towards her changed. Within a morning, Pei Swank's confidants all knew that last night, Pei Xianke had been brought to bleed by Yu Xiaohua. The shock of this was no less than a collision of planets. Miss Yu is too fierce. Now, all of Pei Swank's confidants tacitly agree on one thing. Yu Xiaohua, in the future, will be the mistress of the Eastern Base. Her status is above all else, even above the young master. This was stated by the young master himself. Miss Yu, good afternoon. Miss Yu, you worked hard. Miss Yu, you're amazing. Throughout the journey, everyone Yu Xiaohua encountered was so respectful. She understood instantly. Upon arriving in the living room, the first thing she saw was Pei Xianke and Yuchang, their relationship like that of brothers. A morning had passed, and the world had changed. Yu Xiaohua remained expressionless and walked over. Ada moved a chair. Air poured tea. Shinanji went to serve noodles. Bai Ruyuan also stood up, and Pei Xingyue looked at her. At this moment, everyone's expressions were varied. After Yu Xiaohua sat down, everyone looked at her again. She said sit once and... Ada, Bai Ruyuan, and Era then sat down. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the bloodstain seeping from Pei Swank's chest. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Logically, the bleeding should have stopped by morning, but now it's seeping again. There's only one possibility. He did it on purpose. Very good. No wonder Xiao Chang's attitude towards Pei Xianke changed completely. Pei Xianke stood up, said nothing, and sat down next to Yu Xiaohua, naturally testing the water temperature for her tea. Yuchang sighed. Sister, I'm not trying to be mean, but even though you like brother-in-law, you don't have to be so impulsive. Look at him. Look at his face after just one night. Next time, sister, let's go easy on him. He's had a tough time too. Yu Xiaohua looked up, her smile not reaching her eyes, and said softly, brother-in-law? Pei Xianke asked softly. I know, I'm not good enough for him. Don't worry, Xiaohua, I keep trying. Yuchang said, brother-in-law, you already done very well. Pei Xingyue said, Xiaohua, are you sure you two are from the same mother? Did you both have the same intelligence? Yu Xiaohua nodded. Pei Xingyue shrugged. Well, there was nothing she could do. If Xiaohua had arrived any later, Yuchang would have revealed everything about her. How old was she when she was confessed to? What did she do? What did she like? Yu Chong, the brother who ruined his sister's life. This brother of hers, she can't just kill him. Or, should she do it for him? Chapter 72. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at Pei Xianke. I have something to say to Bai Ruyuan. Pei Xianke smiled, and waved his hand. Okay. Pei Xianke said nothing and left with Ada. Pei Xingyue, Shen Nanji, and Yu Chong also left. Finally, only Yu Xiaohua and Bai Ruyuan remained in the restaurant. Yu Xiaohua finished her meal unhurriedly, put down her chopsticks, and looked at Bai Ruyuan, who was still standing. Sit. On the other side, on the rooftop balcony, bloodstains left by zombies and humans were visible. Pei Xianke lit a cigarette, stood there, his long legs and straight posture. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Pei Xingyue walked over from behind, looked at him, and curled her red lips. Aren't you afraid that Xiaohua will fall for this Bai Ruyuan? Pei Xianke stubbed out the cigarette, his eyes filled with indifference. Just now, in front of Yu Chong, he was willing to act. Pei Xingyue didn't understand her younger brother. You cunning dog. However, for her sister Xiaohua's sake, she hadn't expected Xianke to go to such lengths. With me, which man would Aizhao still fancy? Pei Xingyue retorted. Narcissistic. However, she couldn't refute Pei Shuang's words. After all, if these words came from another man, it would be utterly unbelievable and disgusting, but coming from her brother's mouth. He was simply being modest. Pei Xianke said in a deep voice, 3 days later, you should return to Qing City. I need you to do something for me. The Ning family has gone to rely on the old man. Go back, find someone to keep an eye on them, give them some power and incentives. You're best at these things. Pei Xingyue had already heard quite a bit about the Ning family from Yu Chong. She sneered, her eyes filled with mockery and ruthlessness. How dare the Ning family treat her Xiaohua like that? They deserve to die. Don't worry, I make those rotten people in the Ning family suffer. They want power? I give it to them. They're bored anyway, so I take the job. However, with Fox in charge at the base now, it's not right for you to just stay away. Xiaohua isn't a caged bird. She's a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Perhaps she doesn't want to go back to Qing City with you? From the first moment she saw Yu Xiaohua, she knew Yu Xiaohua wasn't content with mediocrity. Therefore, she would never be a man's appendage, even if that man was as outstanding as Xianke. Not even that? Pei Xianke looked at Pei Xingyue. She won't come back to Qing City with me. She has her own path to walk. I'm letting go, letting her fly. I'll always be there to support her. Pei Xingyue was somewhat surprised. I thought you forced Xiaohua to stay by your side, Xianke. You changed. Pei Xianke recalled last night. Sister, in this life, meeting Aizhao has left me with no way out. If I'm obedient, she want me. If I'm disobedient, she dump me at any time. Pei Xingyue was shocked for a moment. Unbelievable, these words came from her younger brother's mouth, Pei Xianke. These 3 words, from birth, represented the pride of heaven, represented power. Status, wealth within easy reach. When had her brother ever been so humble? Yes, humble. Pei Xingyue never imagined that this word could be used to describe her brother. People, you really see things for a lifetime. In the lobby, Bai Ruyuan sat opposite Yu Xiaohua. He had already placed himself in the position of a subordinate when facing Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua could have appeared immediately after Bai Ruyuan lost his mother to help him. Bai Ruyuan would have been grateful to her just as much, but she didn't want to take advantage of his misfortune. The current Bai Ruyuan hasn't followed the path of his past life. He hasn't lost his mother. Therefore, he should be confused right now, lacking the ambition for such a path. Bai Ruyuan needs guidance. And for her to build her own power, the first step is Bai Ruyuan. Yu Xiaohua spoke. Bai Ruyuan, in this apocalypse, have you thought about the future? After a long pause, Bai Ruyuan shook his head. Miss you, I don't know. Before, I only thought about ensuring my mother could eat her fill and survive in this apocalypse. But yesterday, you appeared and saved me. I know that perhaps everything will be different. The path I take doesn't depend on me, it depends on you. My life, Bai Ruyuan's life, belongs to you, Miss Yu, and my path should naturally be decided by you. Bai Ruyuan was intelligent. He also knew how to repay kindness. Yesterday, Shen Nanji had already examined his mother's health. This afternoon, Yu Chong will use his healing abilities to heal his mother's body. All of this is because of Yu Xiaohua. Therefore, in this life, Bai Ruyuan is Yu Xiaohua's person, and in death, he will be Yu Xiaohua's ghost. Yu Xiaohua was very satisfied. She slowly said, Bai Ruyuan, I do indeed have ulterior motives towards you. I have high hopes for you and believe you can have your own destiny in this apocalypse. In this global apocalypse, everything is irreversible. There are no countries, no armies. Now, order and rules need to be reestablished. And you, are you willing to be the one who sets that order and rules? Bai Ruyuan's mind jolted. The one who sets the rules and order? He never dared to think that way. He was just an insignificant figure in the ups and downs of this apocalyptic world. Could he, Bai Ruyuan, really do it? Could he truly carve out a place for himself in this world of ups and downs? Yu Xiaohua didn't urge Bai Ruyuan. Having recovered from the loss of his mother in his previous life, Bai Ruyuan wanted to solidify his future path. He needed to figure out for himself which path to take. Ambition? What Bai Ruyuan lacked now was ambition. Yu Xiaohua would give him that ambition. After a long while, Bai Ruyuan slowly raised his head, his hands clasped tightly. In that short time, he had figured it out. Yu Xiaohua looked at Bai Ruyuan, her gaze indifferent and cold. If Bai Ruyuan didn't want to follow the path of his previous life and only wanted to live peacefully with his mother, then she would hand Bai Ruyuan and his mother over to Pei Xianke and take them back to Qing City. The choice was in Bai Ruyuan's hands. She wouldn't force him in the slightest. Bai Ruyuan said in a deep voice, "Miss you, I, Bai Ruyuan, am willing. I'm willing to risk everything in this apocalypse, to fight for a chance to change things. Even if it means death, I do it without hesitation. From now on, my life is yours. You say I do. In this apocalypse, I follow you through it all, boss." At this moment, Yu Xiaohua gained her most loyal partner for the future. And from this day forward, Bai Ruyuan would completely shed his last trace of hesitation. The future ruler of the first special zone was born at this moment. Yu Xiaohua slowly curled her lips into a smile. She pushed the brewed tea towards him, and Bai Ruyuan picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. Yu Xiaohua said, "From now on, we travel together, as friends and family." Bai Ruyuan's expression changed upon hearing this. What had he done to deserve such a benefactor as his boss? Bai Ruyuan sat down again, thinking for a moment. "Boss, but you and young Master Pei are already together. Are we going back to Qing City with him?" Yu Xiaohua understood Bai Ruyuan's meaning. Qing City was Pei family's domain, their future eastern base. They couldn't rebuild their power there. But she had never even considered going back to Qing City with Pei Xianke. Bai Ruyuan's future didn't lie in Qing City. Chapter 73. Yu Xiaohua slowly sipped her tea, put it down, and spoke. "I will not return to Qing City with Pei Xianke. We will leave B City in 3 days." Bai Ruyuan was somewhat surprised. His boss wasn't going back to Qing City with young Master Pei. Indeed, he hadn't followed the wrong person. His boss wasn't the kind of woman blinded by love. Even with a powerful figure like Pei Xianke, and the means to live a comfortable life, she was still determined to follow her own path. Seeing Yu Xiaohua like this, Bai Ruyuan's resolve strengthened. Thinking of the future, he could even foresee its excitement, and a surge of emotion welled up within him. Since Yu Xiaohua had decided to give Bai Ruyuan a prominent position, some things needed to be made clear. His gaze was steady. He spoke slowly. "Ruyuan, I, Yu Xiaohua, will not be a bird with broken wings. I will soar high, I will be strong, I will stand at the top, I will hold power in my hands. Pei Xianke is very strong. I don't yet have his power, but one day, I will definitely be above him. Women are never appendages of men, and the apocalypse is never just a battlefield for men. I, Yu Xiaohua, want to soar to the heavens on my own." Yu Xiaohua's voice was calm, seemingly without a ripple. Yet Bai Ruyuan felt that Yu Xiaohua, simply sitting there, was like a god descending to earth. This world has placed too many shackles on women. After the apocalypse, women have become playthings to be discarded and toyed with at will, utterly devoid of status. But today, he heard these words. How could he not be shocked? She wants to soar to the heavens on her own. He anticipates that day to arrive. Bai Ruyuan said in a deep voice, "Boss, I swear to follow you to the death." Meanwhile, Pei Xianke had just come down from the rooftop when Yu Xiaohua cornered him against the wall. A smile played on his lips as he looked into her eyes. "Finished talking?" Yu Xiaohua sneered. "This whole morning, you managed to ruin my reputation? Almost made me bedridden. As long as I'm happy? Young Master Pei, what, you don't care about your reputation anymore?" Pei Xianke lowered his head and pressed his lips to Yu Xiaohua's wrist. A gentle rub, a tingling, trembling sensation. "Being your dog, what do I need a reputation for? I just want you." Without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua pulled her hand away, turned, and left. And so, that afternoon, gossip instantly filled the entire hotel. "Hey, have you heard? Miss Yu is angry?" Young Master cried. "Miss Yu slapped young Master?" Young master wasn't angry at all. He even asked Miss Yu if her face hurt. Miss Yu wants to eat hot pot. You guys don't know, do you? Young master is washing vegetables in the kitchen right now. Don't talk nonsense. Young master is giving Miss Yu a back massage right now. Nonsense. I saw young master with my own eyes. He was soaking Miss Yu's feet. Rumors spread faster than a virus. When Wen-Sion arrived at the hotel with a few subordinates, he was covered in blood and dust. He was dressed in black, covered in blood and dirt. These past few days, in order to get back quickly and see Pei Xingyue, he hadn't rested for over 30 hours straight. Within a short time of entering, Wen-Sion had heard the gist of what had happened in the past 2 days. He was actually quite skeptical. However, Xian Kei's men wouldn't dare spread such nonsense if it weren't true. So, Xian Kei really fell in love with a woman named Yu Xiaohua. Not only that, but last night, he willingly allowed this Yu Xiaohua to harm him. This sounded utterly unbelievable. Unbelievable. Pei Xian Kei, he's Pei Xian Kei. In all these years, when has a woman ever come close to him? Now, for a woman, he would do this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly wouldn't believe it. Wen-Sion first found a room, changed into clean clothes, and quickly washed up before going to find Pei Xingyue. At the door, Pei Xingyue saw Wen-Sion and pulled him into the room. Then, she looked Wen-Sion up and down with her eyes. Come on, I show you something good. Wen-Sion was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay. Wen-Sion never refused Pei Xingyue's requests. When Pei Xingyue led Wen-Sion to Pei Swank's room, Ada, Air, and Yu Chong were already there, their backsides sticking out. Wen-Sion frowned. When did Ada become so mischievous and unreliable? Pei Xingyue quickly stepped forward, squeezing out a space. Brothers, what's going on? Where are we? Wen-Sion paused, then walked forward and saw that Pei Swank's door was ajar. Looking inside, Pei Xiankei was playing Go with a woman. Wen-Sion's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua's back and her neat short hair. This must be the Miss Yu they were talking about. He hadn't expected Xiankei to have such a discerning eye. For heads were crowded at the doorway. Upon seeing Wen-Sion, Ada immediately pulled Air to his feet. Second Master One, you're back. Second Master, you're finally back. You have no idea, if you hadn't come back, we brothers would have been. Pei Xingyue chuckled. You two dared to continue. Ada and Air shut up and remained silent. Yu Chong's eyes lit up when he saw Wen-Sion. What kind of incredibly handsome men are these? His looks are just a little less than his. Pei Xingyue introduced Yu Chong and Wen-Sion. Then, the four of them squatted in the corner. Air, tell me, with us squatting like this, our young master is still playing chess with Miss Yu. It's been almost an hour, and my legs are about to go numb. Ada, our young master really dotes on Miss Yu. Look at the way he looks at her, it's practically drooling. A man in love is truly terrifying. Our young master's love-struck brain is hopeless. Yu Chong, my brother-in-law has it tough. From now on, I have to protect him more. With my sister's ruthlessness, can my brother-in-law handle it? Pei Xingyue shook her head. My brother's fine. He could survive dozens of cuts. Xiaohua, just play around. What are you worried about? At worst, if he dies, we just find another one. There are countless men in the world. If one doesn't work, we find another. Yu Chong chuckled. Ada and Air simultaneously gave a thumbs up. A thumbs up. They really are siblings. Wen-Sion stood there, his face cold and stern. He reached out and lifted Pei Xingyue by the back of the neck. He whispered in her ear, 8,000, 10,000? Why don't you tell me, who do you want to trade Pei Xingyue? Pei Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly grinned, Brother Sion, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Brother Sion is the best man in the world. Who could be better than you? I won't trade. Give me as many zombie cores as you can. I won't trade you for Brother Sion. Pei Xingyue's best tactic with Wen-Sion was a single brother, and she give him her life. No amount of anger could withstand that one brother. Wen-Sion took off his glasses and slapped Pei Xingyue's bottom. Listen to me, you dare bring them to watch the excitement in Xiankei? Pei Xingyue's face flushed red. You slapped my bottom again. You big pervert. I fight you. Chapter 74. Yu Chong's eyes brightened even more. Again. Yu Chong really thought Pei Xingyue was going to make a move, and hurriedly tried to stop the fight. Ada and Air shook their heads at him. Don't worry about it. It's just a little playful thing between lovers. It's just torturing us poor single dogs. Calm down. Sure enough, the aggressive Pei Xingyue immediately took a step back. Fine, you win, Wen-Sion. I let you off this time. You just wait. When Cyan already knew what she was thinking, stepped forward, pulled her over, and slapped her lightly. Not hard. Pei Xingyue's eyes turned red with shame, and she opened her mouth and bit Wen Cyan's shoulder. A hard bite. Drawing blood immediately. Wen Cyan didn't utter a sound, looked at Ada, Air, and Yu Chong, and said coldly, "Want to keep watching? Should I push this door open? Let Xian-Ke see you." The next second, the three of them took off running, instantly disappearing around the corner of the stairs. Wen Cyan scooped Pei Xingyue up in his arms. "Be good, stop making a fuss, sleep with me for a while, I'm tired." Hearing the undisguised exhaustion in Wen Cyan's voice, Pei Xingyue stopped moving. Despite her obvious heartache, she still stubbornly said no. Of course, the bitter fruit is the fruit no meant yes. In the end, Wen Cyan carried Pei Xingyue back to her room. However, his sleep with her was very simple. He simply held Pei Xingyue and slept with her, nothing more. Holding Pei Xingyue in Wen Cyan's arms, listening to the soft breathing behind her, how could she possibly sleep? With such beauty before her, all these years, she still couldn't have him. Who could understand the pain of this huge lustful man? Those abs, she had touched them countless times since she was a child. But she just hadn't gotten to taste it. Waiting for Nanji to develop that aphrodisiac, she insisted that Wen Cyan kneel on the bed and call her Your Majesty every day. Thinking of this scene, Pei Xingyue chuckled foolishly. Silently, she stretched out her hand, her wicked little hand causing trouble. Behind her, Wen Cyan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of weariness in them. Being on the same bed with Xingyue, just like that, he was the one suffering. He let Pei Xingyue's little hand do as it pleased. His expression was indulgent. Inside the room, just moments before, at the door, the few people who had been eavesdropping had dispersed. The next second, Pei Xianke put down his chess piece. Yu Xiaohua had finished her last move. The game was even, and Yu Xiaohua could clearly see that Pei Xianke was intentionally conceding. Yu Xiaohua raised her eyes and said calmly, "Pei Xianke, in chess, it's a game of skill." Pei Xianke leaned back, a smile playing on his lips, his sleeves half rolled up, revealing his strong arms. When he looked at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes held an indescribable tenderness and doting affection. He smiled slightly. "I'm happy to deliberately lose to my woman." Yu Xiaohua glanced at the chessboard. Next time, she would win. Yu Xiaohua stood up, poured herself a cup of tea, its aroma wafting gently. In this apocalyptic world, these 2 days were a rare moment of peace. But 2 days of peace were enough, any more would be greed. 3 days later, I will leave with Bai Ruyuan. Pei Xianke hummed in agreement. Knowing she was leaving, there was no need for further words of farewell. His woman, Pei Swank's woman, should stand proudly at the pinnacle above him. Pei Xianke stood up, walked behind her, and leaned down. The air around them seemed to thin. "Ah Zhao, there are still 3 days left. It's better not to leave this room. What do you think?" Pei Swank's breath was scorching hot, threatening to drown a person. Pei Xianke gripped the back of Yu Xiaohua's head and bit her lips hard. Yu Xiaohua stared at him, a smile playing on her lips. She took the initiative, pulling him down and biting back. Their lips parted, Pei Swank's arms encircled her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. In the silence, their breaths mingled. Yu Xiaohua reached out, her warm, wet fingertips, stained with their blood, touching his lips, gently rubbing the spot where she had bitten him. The next second, Pei Xianke lifted Yu Xiaohua up, one hand supporting her waist. Like lightning striking, passion ignited, unstoppable. 2 strong-willed people, even in bed, refused to yield. That night, the door remained closed. The first day, the second day, the third day. For the next 3 days, the door to Pei Swank's room remained unopened. In the dining room, Yu Chong ate a bite of roast chicken, tears welling in his eyes, and sighed. Even the most fragrant chicken now tastes bland. His sister and Pei Xianke haven't come downstairs for 3 days. Is that reasonable? He's just asking about this. Is that reasonable? Yu Chong turned to look at the others, each with a roast chicken, enjoying their meal. I'm telling you, brothers, tell me, isn't my brother-in-law probably already dead? Isn't he just exhausted? Pei Xingyue took a bite of her chicken leg, her lips smeared with oil. Wen Cyan took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth, very affectionately. Pei Xingyue said, "Xiao Chong, calm down, calm down. My brother's health is absolutely fine, top-notch. 3 days, 10 days wouldn't be a problem." Ada said, "Our young master, before meeting Miss Yu, he wasn't like this at all. No wonder people say heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. The spring night is short, the sun rises high, and from then on, the emperor neglects his morning court. Ah Air clicked his tongue. Brother, you're even putting on airs now. Young master has been single for so many years. It's not easy for him to find love. So what if he neglects his career a little? Shinonji remained silent. Bai Ryuan said in a deep voice, the eldest is good enough. That's why young master Pei likes her. Bai Ryuan was now a staunch defender of Yu Xiaohua. When Cyan glanced at the group, tore off a chicken leg, and offered it to Pei Xingyue. Pei Xingyue took a bite. But tell me, between Xiaohua and Xian Ke, who's on top? Who's on the bottom? When Cyan sighed helplessly. Xingyue, be careful what you say. Pei Xingyue pouted. When Cyan was such an old fogey. He'd been like this since childhood. They say you can tell a person's future from their age, and it's true. While his peers were still playing in the mud, when Cyan and Pei Xian Ke were already dabbling in stocks, dominating the market. At 10 years old, he was even more serious than those old-fashioned professors. How boring, Yuchong said. Brother Cyan, don't be so serious. You're so handsome, so outstanding in every way, but always having such a serious face is affecting your beauty. When Cyan's lips twitched. Beauty? Is that a term used to describe men? Sure enough. There's a reason why these oddballs can hang out together and get along so well. In the past 3 days, Yuchong, with his naturally outgoing personality, has unilaterally started calling Wen Cyan brother. Wen Cyan's resistance is futile. The next second, Shinonji wiped her hands and said, Sister Xiaohua, about me. The others were shocked. See? What does it mean to say something shocking? Shinonji noticed their gazes and paused. Why are you all looking at me like that? In this world, there are people who are humorous without realizing it. Like Shinonji, who always speaks her mind seriously at the most crucial moments. Shinonji stood up. You all enjoy your meal. I need to go to the operating room. There's a corpse waiting to be dissected. Excuse me. Chapter 75. These past few days, Shinonji has been specifically searching for corpses bitten by zombies that still retain some semblance of human form, bringing them back for dissection. She is currently studying the internal structure of these corpses. For the past 3 days, except when she comes out to eat with everyone, Shinonji has been in a specially prepared dissection room. Before the apocalypse, Shinonji could easily spend days alone in the lab. She loves medicine, it's an innate passion. After the apocalypse, Shinonji was inspired by Yu Xiaohua, so she decided to study zombies. Pei Xingyue watched Shinonji's departing figure. I truly admire Nanji. I went in for a peek the other day. Wow, Nanji is amazing. She dissected those disgusting corpses without batting an eye. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to eat for 10 days. Yuchong paused, unusually serious. Nanji's passion for medicine is real. She has her own ambitions. Sometimes, passion can conquer all. A girl with dreams is far more important than physical appearance. Nanji is a very strong girl. The more Yuchong learned about Shinonji, the more he discovered her beauty. However, he felt mostly heartache. Although Nanji was born into a wealthy family, she never enjoyed any special treatment. Even in university, she earned her place through scholarships she earned herself. During the most difficult times, Nanji never asked her family for a single penny. As his sister had said, barren soil cannot produce soft flowers, but it can grow strong, resilient weeds. Shinonji was the kind of person who, one day, would grow into a towering tree. Ada and the others looked at the seemingly out-of-place Yuchong with some shock. I really didn't expect him to say something so serious. Yuchong chuckled. I'm telling you guys, I'm a genuine top student from C University. You really think I'm clueless? It was 10 p.m. The door to Pei Xian Ke's room finally opened. Yu Xiaohua, dressed in black sportswear, walked out. She showed no signs of fatigue, looking radiant. Pei Xian Ke was nowhere to be seen behind her. She went straight downstairs. Bai Ryuan, Yuchong, and Shinonji were already waiting at the door. The group, all dressed neatly, were accompanied by Pei Xingyue, Wen Cyan, and Ada and Air. Tonight, Yu Xiaohua planned to take the 3 of them away from City B. As Yu Xiaohua descended the stairs, the group's eyes held a hint of gossip when they saw her. Pei Xingyue shook her head. It's over. Xian Ke. He's impotent? Is my Pei family going to die out? Heavens above. Earth below. Has my Pei family committed some terrible sin? Pei Xingyue's failure to enter the entertainment industry was a loss for the industry. When Cyan sighed, a hint of indulgence flashing in his eyes. Alright, that's enough. Pei Xingyue pouted. Yu Xiaohua approached, her gaze first falling on Wen Cyan. Wen Cyan, in her past life, his name was legendary. The Eastern Base, which possessed the largest supply depot in the country in her past life, was managed by him on behalf of Pei Xian-Ke. The importance of this position is self-evident. Wen Xian nodded, acknowledging the situation. A woman Xian-Ke had taken a liking to was naturally good. He had no doubt about Xian-Ke's judgment. Yu Chong said, "Sister, you're finally out?" Is my brother-in-law still alive?" Yu Xiaohua glanced at him, her words concise and to the point. "Living." These past 3 days, Pei Xian-Ke had been like a tireless engine. Pei Xingyue stepped forward, taking Yu Xiaohua's hand, her face filled with reluctance. But she knew no one could hold Yu Xiaohua back. If Yu Xiaohua truly wanted to be Pei Swank's caged bird, then she would despise her. "Xiaohua, when will we meet again after this separation? I miss you. Promise me you come to Qing City to find me after you accomplish what you want to do." Yu Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Okay. They agreed to meet again in Qing City. At the hotel entrance, Pei Xingyue, Wen Xian, and dozens of men in black behind them. Pei Xingyue looked back, but Pei Xian-Ke was still nowhere to be seen. What's that brat up to? Xiaohua is about to leave. Really not even showing his face? Pei Xingyue said, "Xiaohua, don't worry. We protect Ryuan's mother and take her back to Qing City. The base has healing ability users who will definitely treat her properly." Bai Ryuan stepped forward and bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you, Miss Pei." Pei Xingyue said, "Auntie is a very kind person, and I like her very much too. Don't worry, Bai Ryuan, you must protect my little sister Xiaohua well. You can go ahead and explore. Qing City will always be your backup plan. Some people's fates are just strange." These people hadn't known each other for even a few days, yet they became friends in the shortest amount of time. They were all people of strong character. As long as there was no betrayal, a friend for life. Yu Xiaohua and the others got into the RV. This time, Bai Ryuan drove. The RV drove further and further away until it disappeared from their sight. Pei Xingyue reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Wen Xian, what's Xian-Ke doing? Why? Xiaohua is gone, and he didn't even see her off. Do you think he's forgotten how to cherish her now that he has her? Ada and Air were also a little confused. What was their young master doing? Was he afraid of being reminded of Miss Yu's departure and not wanting her to leave? That's why he didn't even show his face? When Xian said, "Did you see the imperial green jade bracelet on Miss Yu's wrist?" Pei Xingyue nodded. "Yes, I saw it. This bracelet. It feels so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't quite remember." When Xian sighed helplessly. Xingyue was such a scatterbrain. She didn't even recognize that jade bracelet. When Xian said in a deep voice, "Of course she recognized that jade bracelet. When your grandmother was still alive, she gave one to you and one to Xian Quebec. Yours has always been kept in a safe, and you never worn it. The jade bracelet given by Pei's grandmother was unique in the world, and couldn't be measured in money, because it represented the future matriarch of the Pei family. It was a symbol. Whoever possessed it would possess all the power of the Pei family in the future." He was certain of one thing. That Xian-Ke was 100% serious about Yu Xiaohua. A man like Xian-Ke, once he fell in love, would love for a lifetime, unless death intervened. If it were simply a matter of liking someone, Xian-Ke would have used any means necessary to keep Yu Xiaohua by his side. He wouldn't have given the jade bracelet representing the matriarch of the Pei family to Yu Xiaohua. Xian-Ke, he had entrusted his life to Yu Xiaohua. He had never imagined that one day, Xian-Ke could truly love a woman. Pei Xingyue suddenly remembered. She was truly confused. She didn't even recognize the jade bracelet her grandmother had given her and Xian-Ke. Xian-Ke he? When Xian turned to look at the brightly lit room on the upper floor of the hotel. There, a figure stood. It wasn't that Xian-Ke didn't want to come down to deliver it, but rather that this Miss Yu had requested it. Xian-Ke was completely under his thumb. He was also curious about what kind of achievements Yu Xiaohua would make in the future. Just how high could she fly? He'd wait and see. Inside the room, Pei Xian-Ke downed his glass of red wine in one gulp. A knock sounded at the door. Pei Xian-Ke turned, walked to the door, and opened it. Chapter 76. The door opened. When Xian held a bottle of red wine. Pei Xian-Ke stepped aside. When Xian walked in and saw the half-empty bottle of red wine on the table. "Miss Yu is gone. She told you not to see her off." A sharp remark. Pei Xian-Ke sat on the sofa, raised an eyebrow, narrowed his eyes slightly, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Casually. "Coming to watch my drama." When Xian shook her head and sat opposite him. "Come on, I wouldn't dare. Since you love her, why don't you choose to keep her by your side?" Pei Xianke slowly took a drag of his cigarette. You loved my sister for so many years, knowing that you had countless opportunities. If you just asked, my grandfather would have agreed. Why didn't you speak up? Wen Xian gave a bitter smile. You know how to stab me in the heart, you know. I'm waiting for Xingyue to be willing. If she doesn't want to get married, I won't force her. Pei Xianke shook his head. Ah, Zhao is different from other women. She doesn't want to rely on anyone. She wants to carve out her own path. And all I can do is always be her support, never become the one who hinders her. I want her to soar high, I want her to shine brightly. Wen Xian was stunned for a few seconds. You really love this Mishu that much, Xianke? This isn't like you. Pei Xuan's thin lips pursed slightly. The apocalypse is here, Xian. Do you know what my first thought was? This world, destroyed, I don't care. Wen Xian had always known that Xianke was an extremely misanthropic person. He didn't care about anything, he could give up anything. But now, the always strong Pei Xianke finally had a weakness. He thought it was a good thing. A person should always have hope while they're alive. Wen Xian sighed. But you just let go like that? Have you thought about seeing Mishu again? 1 year, 2 years, or maybe 3, 4 years, or more. The essence of love is sometimes a long wait. When will we see the light? He's felt this deeply over the years. Pei Xianke stood up, walked to the window, and looked in the direction Yu Xiaohua had left. As long as I live, there will be a day when I see her again. Wen Xian would be lying if he said he wasn't shocked. Is Yu Xiaohua going to keep waiting indefinitely in Qing City? After a long pause, Wen Xian spoke. When are you going back to Qing City? Tomorrow. Wen Xian frowned. The base construction is already taking shape, and resources are being continuously transported back to Qing City. You should go back and take charge. The old man is probably getting anxious, and that **** is probably stirring things up while you're away. If you go back any later, the fox won't be able to control that bastard. The Pei family patriarch was wise throughout his life, but he had one flaw. That was his insistence on taking his first love son, whom he had raised in the countryside, to live with him. The old man gave him even more care than he gave his own son, Xianke. All the care, love, and paternal affection were given to Yang Xian. And Xianke was clearly the rightful heir of the Pei family. What was Yang Xian? Flattering, hypocritical, servile, and utterly incompetent. What does Yang Xian want? Even a fool can see it. After the apocalypse, Yang Xian begged and pleaded to stay in Qing City, just to reap the benefits of Xianke's hard-won victory. However, Yang Xian was delusional, and Xianke simply couldn't be bothered with him. Actually, Xianke didn't say it, but he knew that. Over the years, his refrain from interfering with Yang Xian was still out of consideration for the old man. But even the strongest father-son bond will eventually wear thin. If the old man continued to blindly favor Yang Xian, sooner or later, would Xianke still care about this last shred of affection? A mocking smile flashed across Pei Xianke's lips. The old man was getting old, yet he still insisted on causing trouble. To take care of his first love son, he was even willing to give most of Qing City's supplies to Yang Xian. Before, he didn't care, but now? What's his is his wife's, and no one can touch a single penny. On the other side, in the RV, Yu Xiaohua sat by the window, looking down, her gaze falling on the jade bracelet on her wrist, then lowering itself slightly. Then, she picked it, and put it into her spatial storage. Shinanji handed her the peeled apple, while the little girl played with her toys on the bed. This child was much quieter than other children her age. Her future personality was already evident. Sister Xiaohua, are you really sure about young Master Pei? Bai Ruyuan and Yu Chang, in the driver's seat, both pricked up their ears, listening silently. Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. Yes, he's enough. Hearing this answer, Yu Chang and the others knew that their brother-in-law, Pei Xianke, seemed to be a done deal. Yu Chang took out a bag of fries and snapped some. Sister, why are we going to Liusher this time? Is there some other plan? Yu Xiaohua looked out the window, her gaze deep, her dark eyes unfathomable. In her previous life, Bai Ruyuan had wandered far and wide, finally settling in the north. Liusher was the center of the first special zone. Back then, the 10 special zones were scattered throughout the north. If they had united, they could have truly rivaled the 4 major bases. Unfortunately, the 10 special zones operated independently, and were not harmonious, thus constantly being suppressed by the power of the 4 major bases. They couldn't compete with the 4 major bases in terms of resources and military supplies. In this life, her ambition was for the 10 special zones to no longer operate independently. She wanted to be the queen of the 10 special zones. This was the path Yu Xiaohua would take in her rebirth. She first said by Ryuan to Liao City, that was where he could truly unleash his power. Ryuan, in the future, you will be in Liao City. With just a few words, Bai Ryuan knew he would stay in Liao City. He had never set foot in the north before. After leaving B City, Yu Xiaohua and her companions encountered roaming zombies in hordes. Whether people become zombies or something else, they are always social creatures. This time, it was Bai Ryuan who dealt with the zombies. Yu Chong finally understood what it meant to sit in a camper van and watch others fight to the death. This feels so good, haha. October. Due to the abnormal climate of the apocalypse, the north had already turned cold. The biting wind stung their faces. As soon as they entered the north, they immediately changed into down jackets, warm clothing, hats, gloves, and snow boots. Yu Xiaohua wore a short black down jacket, windproof pants, and thick boots. They had traveled for a week, killing zombies, collecting crystal cores, and supplies, before finally arriving in Liao City. Liao City was even more desolate. Ruins and ruins. Bai Ryuan parked the car in front of a bathhouse in Liao City. Looking out the car window, the bathhouse's doors were wide open, the glass doors covered in cobwebs and dust. Slippers that should have been neatly arranged and bath towels scattered on the floor. The lighting in the lobby was dim, only the outlines of some furniture and decorations could be vaguely seen, all of which looked dilapidated. Yu Xiaohua and the others got out of the car, and a musty smell hit them. Several people entered the bathhouse. The floorboards creaked and groaned underfoot, as if they might break at any moment. Chapter 77. A few zombies roamed the bathhouse, which Shinanji and her companions easily dealt with. For the time being, Yu Xiaohua planned to use the bathhouse as a resting place in Liao City for the next few days. In the following days, Yu Xiaohua, with Bai Ryuan, explored every street and alley of Liao City. Liao City was a vast city, with crisscrossing streets and towering buildings. Despite the catastrophe, a large number of humans survived, struggling to survive in the ruins of the apocalypse. Moreover, many people with supernatural abilities had gathered together, forming small communities to fight against the zombies. Every night, the howls of zombies echoed through the streets and alleys of Liao City. Now, the focus of the struggle was no longer on supplies, but on zombie cores. A week later, the climate in Liao City grew increasingly cold, and the weather began to turn frigid. Life had become increasingly difficult for the people. Yu Xiaohua and Bai Ryuan had also become intimately familiar with the layout of Liaoshi. Meanwhile, Shinanji had been studying the corpses. Yu Chong was responsible for their meals, and didn't go out with the two. One day, everyone was present. They ate hot pot. Outside, snowflakes were falling, the world was icy, and the wind was biting. Inside, it was warm and cozy, with a stove for heating. It was incredibly warm, a stark contrast to the outside. After finishing the hot pot, Yu Xiaohua left Shinanji behind to perform an autopsy. Yu Chong and Bai Ryuan sat up straight. They knew Yu Xiaohua must have something important to say. Yu Xiaohua looked at the three of them and asked directly, Ryuan, what are your thoughts on Liaoshi these past few days? Bai Ryuan pondered for a moment, his expression grave. After a long pause, he spoke in a deep voice. Boss, before the apocalypse, Liaoshi was the heart of the northern region. Its economy was incredibly prosperous, with various industries flourishing. Whether it was industry, commerce, or agriculture, it held a pivotal position. Moreover, Liaoshi possessed abundant energy resources, a crucial guarantee for the city's development. Bai Ryuan paused, then continued, geographically, Liaoshi was exceptionally advantageous. Located on a major transportation route connecting the north and south, it not only facilitated the transport and exchange of goods, but also held significant strategic importance. Whether for offense or defense, Liaoshi occupied a favorable terrain. Furthermore, regarding the terrain, Liaoshi's varied topography provided the city with abundant natural resources and defensive advantages. Even in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, Liaoshi's terrain could still offer a degree of protection. Although Liaoshi's urban infrastructure has suffered severe damage, I believe that as long as we invest sufficient manpower and resources in repair and reconstruction, Liaoshi can definitely regain its vitality and become an ideal post-apocalyptic base. It has excellent basic conditions. If we make good use of them, we can certainly create a safe and prosperous place to live. Yu Chong and Shinanji exchanged a glance. Ru Yuan was indeed a talented person. He was intelligent and visionary. Before, he only lacked ambition. Now he had no shortage of ambition, and had undergone a transformation. Therefore, his views on the Liaoshi issue were incisive, every word hitting the mark. Yu Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction. As expected, she hadn't misjudged by Ryuan. He already understood her intentions. Yu Chong said, "Sister, brother Ryuan, establishing a post-apocalyptic base sounds easy, but if we really want to establish a base centered on Liao City, the resources and military equipment needed to maintain its operation are not simple matters. If we really want to do it, we need to be fully prepared, have enough patience, and it will take at least 3 to 5 years for a base to truly mature and operate." These days, although Yu Chong was still carefree, he had been growing steadily. Whether it was his abilities or his mental fortitude, he was no longer the spoiled brat he was before the apocalypse. A hint of relief flashed in Shen Nanji's eyes. After the apocalypse, order will be rebuilt. If we want a place to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, we not only need to be strong ourselves, but we also need influence. We can't fight alone. Sister Xiaohua, so you brought us to Liao City so that Brother Ryuan could establish a post-apocalyptic base there, to build our own influence, right? Yu Chong and Bai Ryuan felt a surge of emotion as they thought back to that day. Turbulent times breed heroes. The same is true in the apocalypse. If they could truly establish a post-apocalyptic base in Liaoshi, what would that be like? Yu Xiaohua looked at the three and nodded. That's right. Liaoshi has the most suitable conditions for establishing a post-apocalyptic base. You know, what truly makes the enemy fear you is not just your own strength, but also the power behind you. In this post-apocalyptic world, every city has large and small teams of superhumans. Right now, they are still disorganized. We already lost our advantage in the south, but the north is untouched, and no major power has emerged. This is also our advantage. Bai Ryuan nodded. Indeed. The north is bitterly cold, and after the apocalypse, the climate here has become even more unpredictable. Those forces that had a foothold in the south before the apocalypse are now vying for southern territory. In the next few years, they will definitely fight to the death, fiercely and relentlessly. They look down on the north. If we take it over in one fell swoop, then the north will be our future base. Shen Nanji nodded. Indeed. Yu Chong said, Sister, tell us what to do. Tell us your plan. We get to work, no matter what. We definitely won't hold you back. Yu Xiaohua stretched out her hand and pointed to a red dot on the map. The entire Liao City was laid out before her. At this moment, she was like an empress surveying her domain, her voice clear and cold, yet carrying an undeniable determination. I want all three of you to stay in Liaoshi. Ryuan, I want you to take Nanji and Xiaoqiang and establish yourselves in Liaoshi within 3 years. I want you to do everything in your power to build a post-apocalyptic special zone in Liaoshi. Can you do it? Bai Ryuan, Shen Nanji, and Yu Chong stood up, looking at Yu Xiaohua with burning eyes. We can do it. The three of them were determined to succeed. At this moment, their faces were full of determination and resolve. They would not let this hope down. A post-apocalyptic special zone, they could do it. The next second, Yu Xiaohua stood up, looked at the three of them, smiled, and extended her hand. At this moment, they were comrades in arms fighting together in the post-apocalyptic world, friends who would never leave each other in life or death. The three of them looked at each other, and each extended their hand to hers. We will live and die together. After Yu Xiaohua withdrew her hand, she told the three of them a part of her future plans. Her ambition and goals went far beyond Liaoshi. What she truly wanted was the entire northern land. Chapter 78. Throughout the evening, Yu Xiaohua meticulously described every detail, sharing her experiences from building the 4 major bases in her previous life without reservation. Building a post-apocalyptic base was no easy task. Every aspect involved required careful planning and arrangement. Yu Xiaohua knew this well, so she emphasized the importance of details. Even the smallest mistake could lead to the collapse of the entire base. Bai Ryuan also generously shared his thoughts and opinions with Yu Xiaohua. He was quick-witted, offering many constructive suggestions and demonstrating great foresight. The three discussed the matter at length, the atmosphere lively and harmonious. Yu Xiaohua sat quietly to the side, listening to their exchange. She interjected appropriately, occasionally offering crucial hints and suggestions. Throughout this process, Yu Xiaohua leveraged her experience. Her words were concise and clear, yet to the point. This gave the three a deeper understanding of the complexity of base construction. Finally, Yu Xiaohua gave them a clear suggestion. To establish a base, it's even more important to know how to utilize people. These scattered superpowered teams are still a disorganized mess. How to utilize them. How to use them. This is something Bai Ryuan needs to carefully consider. At dawn, Bai Ryuan and the others were still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Although Shenanji and the other two were reluctant to part with Yu Xiaohua, who continued on his journey alone. But the three of them knew even more the importance of staying in Liaoshi. The three of them are indispensable. Shenanji's spatial ability can store supplies for the base's construction. Yu Chang's healing ability can reduce casualties in battles against zombies. Bai Ruyuan is the one who oversees the overall situation. At the door, Yu Chang's eyes reddened as he looked reluctantly at Yu Xiaohua, who was about to leave. Sister, do you really have to leave so soon? Can't you stay a little longer? I can't bear to leave you. Although Yu Chang has matured a lot, in front of Yu Xiaohua, he will always be a child. He will feel wronged, he will be sad, and he will cry like a pitiful puppy, making people feel sorry for him. Yu Xiaohua reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Xiao Chang, you worked so hard these past few days, I've seen it all. You're an adult now, take responsibility for yourself, don't get hurt, take good care of yourself. Everyone has their own path to walk, Xiao Chang. You have to stand on your own 2 feet sooner or later. Follow Ruyuan, learn well, watch closely, I always be proud of you. Yu Xiaohua's gentleness was reserved only for Yu Chang. They were siblings, the closest of kin in the world. No one could replace their place in each other's hearts. Shenanji rarely showed her emotions, but today, even her usual composure was gone. Sister Xiaohua, have a safe journey, we be waiting for you in the north. Bai Ruyuan stepped forward last, bowed, and spoke solemnly. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. 3 years, give me 3 years, and I will definitely show you a brand new Liaoshi, the ideal post-apocalyptic special zone in your heart. Yu Xiaohua patted his shoulder. I believe in you. Finally, Yu Xiaohua hugged Xiaodumio. It's better for Xiaodumio to stay in Liaoshi than for her to follow her around everywhere. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Ruyuan and the other two, Yu Xiaohua drove away in a jeep. She had already put the RV back into her spatial storage. Being alone, she naturally didn't need such a large RV. Once Yu Xiaohua's jeep had completely disappeared from their sight, the three of them turned away, feeling a pang of loss. They all knew that this parting meant they wouldn't see each other again for years. But they also knew that they couldn't walk Yu Xiaohua's path. Some paths she had to walk alone, and all they could do was support her. Shenanji turned to look at the two. Let's not waste time on sadness. Sister Xiaohua is venturing out alone. We must also seize every second to do our own thing, and not let her down. Let's give it our all. Bai Ruyuan and Yu Chang nodded. The three of them secretly resolved to build their ideal post-apocalyptic special zone within 3 years. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua drove her jeep away from Liao City. Her next destination was Beijing City. She needed to find someone else. 2 years after the apocalypse, he invented a potion that could replenish human energy. Back then, even the lowest grade potion she developed required more than a dozen mid-level zombie crystal cores to purchase. After Bai Ruyuan, her next target was her, Ji Yunlan. 2 days later, Yu Xiaohua parked her car in a mountain forest. The area was surrounded by dense bushes, eerie and gloomy. In the distance, a small village could be vaguely seen, shrouded in night. From a distance, the village resembled a lurking wild beast, and a sinister and terrifying atmosphere gradually spread. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car. She had already scanned the area with her spiritual power, and found no trace of zombies. It seemed the zombies had all gone to roam the city. This village was probably already nearly wiped out by zombies. Yu Xiaohua quickly and efficiently set up the tent, table, chairs, and lit a lamp. Soon, she started brewing tea, and cooked a packet of instant spicy hot pot. She was alone, and for the past 2 days, she had been eating simple, casual meals. The night was starless, only the light from Yu Xiaohua's table provided any illumination. She calmly picked up the tea she had brewed. She took a leisurely sip. Just as she put down the teacup, she heard hurried footsteps in the distance, mixed with the sounds of a man and a woman talking. Yu Xiaohua looked up, glanced in the direction of the footsteps, then lowered her eyes, picked up her chopsticks, and continued eating her spicy hot pot. Soon, 2 men and 2 women, clearly couples, appeared. They were all young, looking like recent college graduates, and all looked disheveled. One of the tall men was quite handsome. He resembled a young Tony Leung, with melancholic eyes that were hard to ignore. When they saw Yu Xiaohua, they were completely dumbfounded. They never expected to find such a beautiful woman in this desolate place. Setting up a tent here, leisurely drinking tea and eating instant noodles, it all seemed illogical, even a little eerie. However, they were still very excited. Especially when they saw Yu Xiaohua eating instant spicy hot pot, their excitement grew even stronger. The four exchanged glances and quickly stepped forward. The ordinary-looking, somewhat sleazy-looking man stepped forward and looked at Yu Xiaohua. Hello, we're going to Beijing to find relatives. My name is Xiao Peng, this is my brother, Jiang Zhou, and these are our girlfriends, Xiaoying and Cheng Wei. Xiaoying and Cheng Wei, whose names were called, looked at Yu Xiaohua. Especially when they saw her clean clothes, a hint of jealousy flickered in their eyes. She forced a smile and nodded. Chapter 79. Jiang Zhou's expression didn't change much. He merely glanced at Yu Xiaohua, who stood there. Xiao Peng stared at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes filled with undisguised amazement. Xiaoying stepped forward, blocking Xiao Peng's gaze. As his girlfriend, she knew best what kind of person her boyfriend was. They grew up together, and she had tolerated Xiao Peng's womanizing ways, relying on his wealth. Now, seeing such a beautiful girl, Xiao Peng was bound to have those despicable thoughts again. In the apocalypse, her family had been killed by zombies, and she now only had Xiao Peng to rely on. Even though Xiao Peng had been philandering all along, she could only endure it, daring not to show any displeasure. She could only be wary in her heart, silently asserting her position as his girlfriend. Yu Xiaohua put down her chopsticks, her voice cold. What is it? Xiao Peng grinned. Beautiful lady, where are you going? In this apocalypse, everywhere is dangerous. You're a girl alone, how about we travel together? Judging from your appearance, you're probably going to Beijing too. This direction, unsurprisingly, leads to Beijing, where a base has already been established. Therefore, many people encountered along the way are heading to Beijing, seeking refuge in the apocalyptic base there. Xiao Peng assumed Yu Xiaohua was also heading to Beijing for refuge. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Jiang Zhou. What a small world. Someone I never met in my past life. But in this life, I never expected to encounter them in this small village. Xiao Peng saw Yu Xiaohua's gaze fall on Jiang Zhou and felt a pang of jealousy. Jiang Zhou was his college roommate, the campus heartthrob, poor but handsome, and had many crushes. He only befriended Jiang Zhou to pick up girls. He was rich, and Jiang Zhou was good-looking. In reality, Xiao Peng looked down on Jiang Zhou, thinking he was just a pretentious airy guy relying on his good grades. Xiao Peng grinned and put his arm around Jiang Zhou's shoulder, acting like they were best buddies. This is my brother Jiang Zhou. We're best buddies from our college dorm, bunk beds. We're both going back to Beijing. Yu Xiaohua stared at Jiang Zhou, who was the epitome of the Meteor Garden's Huazhe type. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were cold and chilling. My name is Yu Xiaohua. Jiang Zhou also looked at Yu Xiaohua. He knew the girl in front of him wasn't the type to swoon over him. Her eyes held no admiration or surprise for him, yet she still spoke her name to him. So what was her purpose? Jiang Zhou frowned. Xiao Peng said, Miss Yu, it seems you're about our age. Cheng Wei moved closer to Jiang Zhou, glaring at Yu Xiaohua with annoyance. This woman is definitely eyeing Jiang Zhou. Xiaoying grabbed Xiao Peng's hand. Xiao Peng, forget it. If Miss Yu doesn't want to come with us, let's not force her. Let's hurry to the village ahead and find someone to rest. What if there are zombies here? It's the middle of nowhere, I'm a little scared. Xiaoying pleaded. Xiao Peng glared at her, warning her not to ruin his plans. Cheng Wei glanced at Jiang Peng, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Jiang Zhou remained expressionless. Yu Xiaohua took in the expressions of all four. The relationship between these four is quite interesting. Xiao Peng wanted to say something more, but Yu Xiaohua didn't want to listen to his nonsense and nodded. Okay. Xiao Peng's eyes lit up. Then let's travel together, so we can look out for each other. Xia Ying's face darkened considerably, as did Cheng Wei's. The two women immediately became hostile towards Yu Xiaohua. Jiang Zhou gave Yu Xiaohua a deep look but said nothing. Xiao Peng quickly added, This place isn't safe, Xiao Yu. Why don't we go to the village ahead? There are probably some surviving families there. We can find lodging there. It's better than being stuck in this desolate wilderness. Don't you think so? Xia Ying felt a pang of heartache. Xiao Peng was about to start using his usual tricks to deceive women again. First, he pretended to be considerate, and then, after winning a woman's heart, he would reveal his true nature. It seemed that Yu Xiaohua was about to be deceived by Xiao Peng as well. What an idiot, Cheng Wei whispered. Jiang Zhou, I don't like this Miss Yu. Stay away from her, okay? Cheng Wei seemed like a gentle, soft-spoken girl. Jiang Zhou turned to look at her, his eyes seemingly gentle, but the smile on his lips didn't reach them. A contradiction. Okay, I understand, Xiao Wei. Yu Xiaohua stood up, watching the four of them with interest, a half smile on her face. Great. Seeing her agree, Zhao Peng's heart burned even brighter, and he quickly asked Jiang Zhou to help Yu Xiaohua pack up the tent. Yu Xiaohua sat there, leisurely sipping her tea, watching Jiang Zhou and Zhao Peng bustling about. This Jiang Zhou didn't match the rumors from her past life. Could it be a coincidence of names? However, she had a premonition that the Jiang Zhou before her was him. But the Jiang Zhou she saw was a man who listened to Zhao Peng and had no opinions of his own. Where was the charm of her past life? What if it's acting? Yu Xiaohua downed her tea in one gulp. This is going to be quite a show. Xia Ying and Cheng Wei watched as Zhao Peng and Jiang Zhou busied themselves packing up the tent. Yu Xiaohua, however, sat there with her legs crossed, drinking tea alone. Why is she so leisurely? Xia Ying's face twisted with anger as she stormed up to Yu Xiaohua. Your name is Yu Xiaohua, right? What do you mean? Zhao Peng is my boyfriend. What right do you have to order him and Jiang Zhou around? Cheng Wei, come here. Don't be so weak. Jiang Zhou is your boyfriend. Yu Xiaohua gracefully lifted the teapot and slowly poured the tea into the cup, as if time itself were under her control. Her movements were unhurried, revealing a calm and composed demeanor. When the last drop of tea fell into the cup, Yu Xiaohua gently put down the teapot, then picked up the cup and slowly blew away the steam. Her gaze remained fixed on the tea in the cup, without the slightest fluctuation. Like the indifference deep within her heart, calm and profound. The more Yu Xiaohua acted this way, the uglier Xia Ying's face became. Cheng Wei walked over, her eyes flickering at the scene. Yu Xiaohua looked up at Xia Ying. Your boyfriend's masochistic behavior has nothing to do with me. Keep your own dog on a leash if you can, don't let it run around biting people. Just now, Zhao Peng had offered to pack up the tent. In reality, Yu Xiaohua had completely ignored him, but he had taken it upon himself to pretend to be diligent. Xia Ying knew Yu Xiaohua was telling the truth, and felt even more ashamed. Starting to get angry, Xia Ying said, You. Cheng Wei pulled her back. Let it go, Ying. Miss Yu probably didn't mean anything by it. Zhao Peng probably only helped because Miss Yu is alone. Don't be angry. Everyone's having a hard time in this apocalypse. Why make things difficult for each other? Cheng Wei's words were very understanding. Xia Ying was angry. Wei, she's obviously got her eye on Jiang Zhou. How can you be so naive? Can't you see she has ulterior motives? You're too kind. It's infuriating. Chapter 80. After speaking, Xia Ying angrily walked to the side. Cheng Wei first glanced at Yu Xiaohua, who was sitting there. Seeing that she remained expressionless, without any reaction, and unperturbed by Xia Ying's words, a fleeting hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Cheng Wei smiled slightly at Yu Xiaohua. Miss Yu, please don't take offense. Ying is just a bit straightforward. She doesn't mean any harm. Zhao Peng has betrayed Ying before, so she's a bit sensitive. Her relationship with Zhao Peng hasn't been easy. Jiang Zhou and I, and Zhao Peng and Ying have been dating since our freshman year, for 3 years now. Our relationship is great, but... Cheng Wei sighed. But Zhao Peng comes from a wealthy family, so he's a bit of a womanizer. He always likes to fawn over women. It's no wonder Ying misunderstands you, Miss Yu. Many girls used to be interested in Zhao Peng, but he only played around for a while before dumping them. It was all just a passing fancy. Those girls are pitiful, their fates are all terrible. It's understandable that Ying is jealous. I go talk to her later. It's nice to meet you, Miss Yu. From now on, since we're both girls, let's take pictures together. Cheng Wei spoke while observing Yu Xiaohua's expression. Clearly, she was disappointed. Yu Xiaohua only glanced at her indifferently, her expression unchanged. This was the first time Cheng Wei had met a woman with Yu Xiaohua's personality. Unlike everyone else, she could only manage an awkward smile. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled up, a hint of amusement in her eyes. This Cheng Wei, every word she uttered was an explanation for Xia Ying's actions. Yet, every word she uttered told her that Zhao Peng was a womanizer, and she shouldn't be delusional. Otherwise, once the novelty wore off, she would be ruthlessly abandoned. Secondly, while she claimed to pity those girls, her eyes were filled with contempt and disgust, devoid of any genuine sympathy. As for her seemingly deep sisterly bond with Xia Ying, just now, every word Cheng Wei uttered was a denigration of Xia Ying, her so-called best friend. Every word was smooth and diplomatic. Her seemingly impeccable character was nothing more than the cunning and manipulative nature of someone her age. The next second, Yu Xiaohua picked up her teacup and slowly spoke, Miss Cheng, this tea is quite good, would you like to try some? Cheng Wei's expression changed slightly. She looked at the tea, her face instantly contorting, then vanishing in a flash. Yu Xiaohua was calling her a green tea bitch. This woman was truly different from those she had encountered before, difficult to deal with. No one can take Jiang Zhou away from her. Cheng Wei pretended not to understand. Miss Yu, I'm sorry, I don't like tea. Thank you for your kindness, please excuse me. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Suit yourself. Seeing that she was unmoved, Cheng Wei could only go to Xia Ying's side first. As for whether to appease or provoke, only she knew. In the distance, Xiao Peng packed up the tent, looking at the silent Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou, brother, let me tell you, I got my eye on that Yu Xiaohua. This woman is too beautiful, too alluring. If I don't sleep with her, I won't be happy for the rest of my life. You know what I mean, right? I think she's interested in you. I know you're not that kind of person, but she's so beautiful, if you're tempted, I understand. But we got a deal, even if you're interested in her too, I let you have my way first. After I'm done, I throw her to you. Xiao Zhou, you don't mind, do you? Jiang Zhou's expression remained unchanged. No need, do whatever you want. Zhao Peng's expression improved considerably. Alright, brother, I was just joking. I know what kind of person you are. You and Xiao Wei have been together for 3 years. Your relationship is deep. Even the prettiest woman wouldn't catch your eye. You really don't know the taste of beautiful women. Then help your brother out a bit. If that doesn't work, I still have some of that stuff. I use it on her, and no matter what kind of woman she is, she become a slut, ha ha ha. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Jiang Zhou's eyes, then vanished in an instant. He packed up the tent, his gaze falling on Yu Xiaohua, who was drinking tea in the distance. But this time, would Xiao Peng really get his way, when Xiao Peng and Jiang Zhou finished packing up the tent and walked over? Yu Xiaohua had just finished his last cup of tea, stood up, glanced at the tent the two had packed up, and said indifferently, throw it away. Jiang Zhou's hand holding the tent paused. Zhao Peng's expression could no longer remain composed. What, is it because we didn't pack it well? Xia Ying and Cheng Wei walked over. Hearing this, Xia Ying was even more furious. She strode forward and charged at Yu Xiaohua. What do you mean? My 2 boyfriends worked so hard to pack your tent. Do you know how much effort that took? You just say you don't want it anymore? Why? Do you think we're fools? Explain yourself. Xia Ying didn't dare to lash out at Xiao Peng. A smug glint flashed in Cheng Wei's eyes behind her. Then, she glanced at Jiang Zhou. Seeing his gaze fixed solely on Yu Xiaohua, a surge of dissatisfaction welled up inside her. She bit her lip. Jiang Zhou had never even glanced at a woman before. Why wasn't he angry at what Yu Xiaohua said? Xiao Peng, also holding his breath, looked at Yu Xiaohua, waiting for her explanation. Yu Xiaohua smiled coldly. My things? I don't want them anymore. What explanation do I need to give you? Did I ask you to take them? These 2 short sentences left Xia Ying speechless. What angered her even more was that Xiao Peng had been the one actively trying to please her from beginning to end. Not wanting to lose what he had, Xiao Peng could only suppress his anger and step forward. Alright, it's not a big deal. It's inconvenient for us to carry this tent. If you don't want it, you don't want it. Let's not argue. Let's hurry up and get to that village ahead to settle down. Xia Ying's face flushed red, and in the end, the matter was left unresolved. The group still set off together, walking through the woods for over half an hour before reaching the village entrance. By this time, midnight had quietly slipped by. The entire village seemed shrouded in a thin veil. The night mist, like a ghost, silently spread, enveloping everything in a hazy veil. The village's entirety was partially obscured, subtly revealing an eerie atmosphere. Yu Xiaohua stood at the back, hands in her pockets, her long legs slightly bent. She stared at the dilapidated sign at the village entrance, Jibei Village, stained with black blood and entwined with vines. Xia Ying huddled beside Xiao Peng, crying out in fear, and Cheng Wei wasn't much better off. She clung tightly to Jiang Zhou's arm, both looking like helpless little birds. Xiao Peng, assuming Yu Xiaohua was also frightened, turned to comfort her. But when he turned, he saw Yu Xiaohua standing there, showing absolutely no fear. In fact, she looked at the village with great interest. She wasn't afraid at all? Xia Ying shrank back. Xiao Peng, maybe we shouldn't go in. This village looks terrifying. I feel uneasy. Let's wait here until dawn, then we go into the village. Chapter 81. Cheng Wei shared the same sentiment, but she remained silent, waiting for Xia Ying to speak first. Xiao Peng impatiently shook off Xia Ying's hand. Alright, what do you, a woman, know? What danger? This village is like this. Don't be so pampered. Waiting at the village entrance, are you an idiot? If you want to wait, wait for yourself. What are you afraid of? Jiangzhou and I are both superhumans. Even if there are zombies, we kill them. Look at you, so loud and boisterous. Look at Chengwei, she doesn't say a word. Can't you be quiet? Xia Ying's face was ashamed. Being publicly insulted like this, she didn't dare to talk back. She could only lower her head dejectedly, not daring to utter another word. She felt utterly humiliated. This had happened too many times. Xia Ying had even become accustomed to Zhao Peng publicly humiliating her like this every time after time. Completely undignified. Zhao Peng, wanting to show his manly spirit in front of Yu Xiaohua, was even less likely to wait at the village entrance until dawn. Jiangzhou, standing beside him, looked at the village before them, a vague sense of unease rising within him. It was as if they entered this village, there would be no chance of them ever leaving. He said in a low voice, Zhao Peng, maybe we should just give up? Jiangzhou was a man of few words, and had always listened to him throughout the journey, rarely arguing. So, when he spoke, Zhao Peng gritted his teeth and hesitated. Jiangzhou's strength was superior to his. Without Jiangzhou, he didn't know how many times he would have died on this journey. Jiangzhou's intuition was always accurate. Could there really be something strange about this village? But he had just boasted in front of Yu Xiaohua. If they didn't go in, what face would he have left? Yu Xiaohua would definitely look down on him, no way. If it were any other woman, it wouldn't matter, but with Yu Xiaohua, he'd be itching to get her. Now, Zhao Peng was in a bind, not wanting to lose face in front of Yu Xiaohua. He was genuinely afraid something uncontrollable might happen in the village. Chengwei glanced at the silent Yu Xiaohua, her eyes flickering. Miss Yu, what about you? Do you also think we should go in? Why don't we listen to what Miss Yu has to say? If Miss Yu also wants to go in, then we go in. Chengwei directly threw the question to Yu Xiaohua. Seemingly understanding, she was actually playing a clever game, throwing this thorny issue to Yu Xiaohua. If Yu Xiaohua said that going into the village would lead to trouble, she would be blamed. If she said no, then Zhao Peng could save face. Sure enough, Zhao Peng looked at Chengwei, his eyes full of satisfaction. Chengwei leaned on Jiangzhou's arm, looking innocent and gentle. There wasn't a trace of ulterior motive in her expression. The group looked at Yu Xiaohua, waiting for her to speak. Yu Xiaohua shrugged, a slight smile playing on her lips, and looked at Chengwei. Whatever. With that one casual remark, she once again left the decision-making to them. Zhao Peng gritted his teeth. All right, let's go in. What's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us. Don't scare yourself. Let's go in. He said this, but then he looked at Jiangzhou, implying that he should go first. Jiangzhou didn't move, and Zhao Peng's face darkened. The next second, Yu Xiaohua lifted her foot and walked into the village. All eyes turned to her. A meaningful glint appeared in Jiangzhou's eyes. Zhao Peng said, hurry up, they're all girls. Look at them. Zhao Peng quickly followed, while Xia Ying, standing still, stamped her foot and had no choice but to follow. Chengwei and Jiangzhou also followed. Chengwei looked at Yu Xiaohua's back ahead and tentatively said to Jiangzhou beside her, Jiangzhou, this Miss Yu is quite bold. Are Xia Ying and I too timid? You know, I always been cautious. You also think it's dangerous, right? Jiangzhou nodded coldly. Yes. Chengwei looked at Jiangzhou's profile, feeling somewhat aggrieved. They had been together for 3 years. She had pursued him actively, but Jiangzhou had always been so indifferent to her. Although they were a couple, they hadn't slept together even once in those 3 years. The number of times they had held hands was countable on one hand. Originally, she thought Jiangzhou was impotent, and even hired someone to drug him. But even though he was clearly in so much pain, he still insisted on not touching her. Jiangzhou's body was perfectly fine. Chengwei continued, Jiangzhou, this Miss Yu is too impulsive. What if there's real danger inside? We all be in danger because of her. Jiangzhou frowned, stopped, and turned to look at Chengwei, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Chengwei panicked slightly. What's wrong, Jiangzhou? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiangzhou said, Chengwei, don't treat everyone like fools. Do you really think Miss Yu didn't see through your intentions? Don't blame others, it's low class. Caught off guard by Jiangzhou's blatant disapproval, Chengwei's eyes reddened, and she shook her head. I didn't, Jiangzhou. How can you say that to me? 3 years have passed. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Is it just because Miss Yu is pretty that you've fallen for her like Zhao Peng? Jiangzhou, I'm your girlfriend. What gives you the right to doubt my feelings? Jiangzhou's expression remained unchanged. Clearly, Chengwei's words hadn't moved him. All right, let's go. Cheng Wei turned her head away. Jiang Zhou wouldn't coax her. These past 3 years had been like this. He had no emotions whatsoever. Jiang Zhou lifted his foot and walked away. Cheng Wei gritted her teeth and could only follow. As the group slowly entered the village, an aura of poverty and decay washed over them. This village had clearly been ravaged by the apocalypse, appearing utterly dilapidated. The village roads were riddled with potholes, cracked, and overgrown with weeds. They seemed to be the groans of the earth under the weight of the apocalypse. Most of the houses were built of mud and wood, the walls were crumbling and peeling with age. The roofs were also on the verge of collapse, and the village roads were all dirt tracks, full of potholes. In this day and age, finding such an underdeveloped, dilapidated village was no easy feat. The post-apocalyptic village was a scene of deathly silence and desolation. Some houses had their doors tightly shut, suggesting that some people were still alive. As for the doors that were open, it was assumed that the inhabitants were all gone. Just now, Xiao Peng had wanted to knock on a villager's door, but he didn't consider that in this village, who would dare open their door in the middle of the night? Xiao Peng, Xia Ying, and Cheng Wei all wore expressions of disgust, finding Jibei village too dilapidated. Jiang Zhou was the only one of the four who didn't seem to mind the environment. He looked at Yu Xiaohua, and seeing her nonchalant attitude, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Judging from her appearance, she must be from a wealthy family. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell into the distance, and the others followed. Shocking. How could such a luxurious 3-story villa exist in such a dilapidated village? It looked so out of place, so absurd. Yu Xiaohua's gaze deepened slightly. It seemed this village was quite interesting. Xiao Peng and his two companions' eyes lit up when they saw the villa in the distance. This village actually has such a luxurious villa. It's unbelievable. If no one were here, we would have rested there. Finding a place like this was truly a rare opportunity. Chapter 82. Yes, let's go quickly. I haven't had a proper rest these past few days. There must be something good in this villa. Cheng Wei, seeing the villa in the distance, was also tempted and no longer pretended to be reserved. Jiang Zhou, let's go quickly. Jiang Zhou frowned, then looked at Yu Xiaohua standing beside him. Miss Yu, what do you think? Cheng Wei's expression could no longer be maintained. She clenched her fists, her eyes overflowing with jealousy. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Cheng Wei indifferently. Cheng Wei forced an awkward smile, then lowered her head again. Jiang Zhou had already seen through her thoughts. She couldn't let Jiang Zhou be unhappy again. So, she could only endure it. She couldn't lose Jiang Zhou, absolutely not. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Jiang Zhou, seeing Yu Xiaohua nod, said nothing. Xiao Peng and the others couldn't wait, and walked towards the unique villa. At the villa entrance, the gate was tightly shut. Xiao Peng didn't open the door. Clearly, there were still people inside, so the door was locked from the inside. Cheng Wei stepped forward and knocked. Is anyone home? Is anyone home? We're not bad people. We're just passing through and wanted to stay for a bit. We mean no harm. Please open the door, okay? Cheng Wei's voice was very gentle, easily lowering people's guard. Soon, footsteps and hushed voices came from inside. Cheng Wei and the others' faces lit up with joy. She turned to look at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou didn't react. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she could only pretend not to care. Xia Ying glanced maliciously at Yu Xiaohua behind her and deliberately spoke loudly. Oh, our Weiwei is so clever. She just asked, and they were willing to take us in. Unlike some people, who just stand there waiting, humph. Yu Xiaohua didn't react at all, and Xia Ying, no matter how dissatisfied she was, could only swallow her words. A moment later, the villa door opened a crack, and a head peeked out. It was a boy, who looked no more than 13 or 14 years old. His eyes were full of wariness and vigilance. He whispered, "Who are you?" Seeing that it was a child, Cheng Wei quickly put on a sweet smile. "Hello, little friend, we're a few people heading to Beijing. We just happened to be passing through your village, and would like to rest at your villa. We wonder if we could come in. Besides you, are there any adults in the house? If so, we better ask an adult." The little boy hesitated, glancing around at the group before opening the door. As the door opened, the group saw a young couple standing not far behind the little boy. The couple held knives, their faces grim as they stared at them. The man had sinister, triangular eyes that looked extremely menacing. Upon entering the house, the man stared at the group, scrutinizing each of them. His gaze finally settled on Yu Xiaohua, before quickly shifting away. He spoke in an unfriendly tone. "You're looking for lodging?" Xiao Peng replied, "Hello, brother, we're heading to the capital. It's a coincidence that we're passing through this village." We were hoping to find some shelter. Brother, sister-in-law, please be accommodating. I see you have plenty of rooms. Could you let us stay for a couple of days? Don't worry, we have food, we definitely won't be a burden. Sure enough, upon hearing that Zhao Peng had food, the woman's gaze fell upon the large backpacks carried by everyone except Yu Xiaohua. None of the four of them possessed spatial abilities. Therefore, their food and drinks were simply stored on their backpacks, making them easily visible. The woman noticed that Yu Xiaohua didn't have a backpack, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. What's the use of being pretty? She has nothing. The other four all had their own supplies, only she didn't. What does that mean? It means she's a fool, a useless pretty face. The most important thing is still these four people. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the sinister-looking man opposite her, but she only glanced at him before looking away. The aura of bloodlust emanating from him was impossible to conceal. The woman immediately smiled, put down her knife, and gave the man and the child a look. Then, the woman stepped forward. Oh dear, you're all college students. These days, life isn't easy. It's fate that you come to our village. My husband, my child, and I escaped back to this village after the apocalypse. Don't mention it, I know everyone's having a hard time. It's destiny that you found our doorstep. Staying for a few days is no problem. We have plenty of rooms. Please come in and sit down. The woman's enthusiasm immediately dispelled Zhao Peng and the other's suspicions. Xiaoying and Cheng Wei, seeing how approachable the woman was, also smiled quickly. They walked to the sofa and sat down. Jiang Zhou frowned and was the last to sit down. Yu Xiaohua didn't move, and the woman ignored her. Jiang Zhou glanced at her, wanting to speak. Cheng Wei didn't want Jiang Zhou to talk to Yu Xiaohua at all, so she deliberately pulled him back. Jiang Zhou turned to look at her, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Xiaoying flattered, sister, you're so kind. You're the best person we met on this whole trip. You're clearly a kind woman. The woman smiled. It's not easy for anyone, we should help each other out. Cheng Wei chimed in, sister, your little boy is so cute. The woman beckoned, and the little boy standing there immediately came over and sat down obediently. The woman glanced at him first. Yes, I almost lost half my life when I gave birth to him, so I always spoiled him. He's not well behaved at all. The menacing-looking man also came over and sat down next to the child. All right, you two hurry up and go upstairs to the second floor. Find a room to stay in. Remember not to make any noise. Follow my rules in my house, understand? Otherwise, get out of here. Zhao Peng's face darkened. Cheng Wei and Xiaoying hadn't expected the man to speak so harshly. But they were living under someone else's roof, so they could only endure it, no matter how angry they were. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Seeing this, the woman quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh dear, young man, young lady, don't take it to heart. My husband's just like that. He never knows how to speak politely. Don't be angry. My family are honest and law-abiding people. You should go and rest. Choose any room on the second floor. Before she finished speaking, Yu Xiaohua had already started walking upstairs, quite nonchalantly. This action completely stunned the people sitting on the sofa. The man's face darkened, and he looked at Yu Xiaohua's retreating figure with murderous intent. When no one was watching, the child slowly raised his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The woman looked embarrassed. Xiaoying finally found an opportunity. Oh dear, really sister, this Yu Xiaohua, Miss Yu, is quite individualistic. Please don't take it to heart. We are grateful people, unlike some people who have no manners at all. Cheng Wei curled her lips, feigning difficulty. Ying, don't say that about Miss Yu. She definitely didn't mean it. The woman's eyes flickered when she heard them say this. I'm so old now, I don't care about these things. It's a small matter. Alright, you two go upstairs and get some rest. See you tomorrow. Chapter 83. On this quiet night, a woman, a man, and a child stood in the living room. They silently watched as Zhao Peng and his group of four slowly walked upstairs. The living room was dimly lit, shrouded in shadow, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating their faces and outlining them. But it also made their faces appear pale and distorted. The faint moonlight seemed unable to dispel the darkness in the living room. Instead, it added to the eerie atmosphere. The woman held her child tightly, while the man stood to the side. Their gazes were fixed on the backs of Zhao Peng and his group, their eyes revealing an indescribable unsettling quality. A chilling silence permeated the entire living room. Only the occasional sound of footsteps echoed in the empty room. It gave the impression that something was lurking in the shadows. Finally, Zhao Peng and Xia Ying shared a room. Cheng Wei originally wanted to share a room with Jiang Zhou, but Jiang Zhou refused. In the end, Cheng Wei could only pitifully stay alone in the room next to Jiang Zhou's. Inside the room, Yu Xiaohua was the first to arrive. She found the westernmost room on the second floor. She looked the whole room over. The villa's interior decoration was already considered high-end. It was all mahogany. In this underdeveloped village, having such a villa was strange in itself. What was even stranger was the villa's overly luxurious and incongruous decoration. As for the family of three, they seemed warm and welcoming, but in reality, each of them had calculating and cold eyes. Typical fake smiles. Yu Xiaohua stood by the window, opened it, and looked at the moon in the sky. It was hazy, with only a corner visible. She stood on the second floor of the villa, taking in the entire village. Late at night, from Cheng Wei's room came faint murmurs. Inside, Cheng Wei was pinned to the bed by Zhao Peng, her face flushed with shyness. Cheng Wei feigned pushing Zhao Peng away, acting coquettishly. "What are you doing? You came here at this time, aren't you afraid Ying will find out? If she finds out about what happened between us, how will I ever face anyone?" Zhao Peng grinned wickedly, reaching out to touch her. "It's best if she finds out. Her best friend is lying under me. What's there to be afraid of? If you were afraid back then, you wouldn't have seduced me, Wei Wei. I had my fill of Xia Ying a long time ago." A hint of embarrassment flashed in Cheng Wei's eyes. During her sophomore year, she took advantage of Xia Ying's trip back to her hometown to seduce Zhao Peng. She had no choice. Her family was of modest means, and she didn't know when she could ever make it on her own. Zhao Peng, though a womanizer, was wealthy and could provide the lifestyle she desired. Jiang Zhou, on the other hand, was perfect in every way, but he never wanted to touch her and couldn't satisfy her at all. She was a woman too, needing a man's love and care. Jiang Zhou was clueless about romance, and she had no choice but to seduce Zhao Peng. She secretly indulged in his wild ways, even losing a child. Cheng Wei thought that after secretly following Zhao Peng for 2 years and getting her money's worth, she could finally settle down with Jiang Zhou. Unexpectedly, before she could even enjoy her good life, the apocalypse struck. Everything was gone, worthless. She could only flee with Zhao Peng, waiting to reach Kyoto, seek refuge with his family, and then make further plans. Cheng Wei wanted to have her cake and eat it too. She didn't want to lose Jiang Zhou. She didn't want to lose Zhao Peng, her powerful backer, so she had to go to great lengths to keep it a secret. She was terrified that Jiang Zhou would discover her affair with Zhao Peng. These past few days, Zhao Peng hadn't touched her unless he had the chance. Tonight, staying at this villa, he finally had an opportunity. Cheng Wei bit her lip. She knew exactly what Zhao Peng was most susceptible to. "Brother Peng, you promised me you wouldn't let Ying and Jiang Zhou find out," we agreed. "Don't be impatient. Once we get to Kyoto, I let you do whatever you want." Zhao Peng pinched Cheng Wei's face hard, his expression darkening. "What do you mean? Don't try to be virtuous while being a whore. Once we get to Kyoto, after I go home, you better break up with Jiang Zhou. It's your good fortune that I have a second-hand woman like you." Zhao Peng had never truly cared about Xia Ying, his official girlfriend. Naturally, Cheng Wei, a woman who had offered herself up and was now almost done with, wouldn't be treated well by him. Both Xia Ying and Cheng Wei were nothing more than his playthings. Cheng Wei was already used to Zhao Peng's insults, and still managed a forced smile. She quickly tried to appease Zhao Peng, giving him another kiss. "Oh, Pengji, don't worry. Once we get to Kyoto, I break up with Jiang Zhou. What right does that poor, penniless boy have to compare to you? I'm yours. You're the one I love most. Don't you know my feelings? If I didn't love you, how could I have wronged myself like this for the past 2 years?" Zhao Peng loved this kind of affected, manipulative behavior from women. Cheng Wei knew how to play along. Zhao Peng's expression softened considerably, and he continued to grope her as he spoke. "You little slut, haven't I satisfied you these past few days? Tell me, am I better in bed than Jiang Zhou?" Cheng Wei smiled knowingly. "Of course you are," Zhao Peng replied, overjoyed. Outside in the corridor, Jiang Zhou stood quietly, his figure appearing somewhat lonely and forlorn. His back was to Cheng Wei's room. The conversation that had just come from inside the room. Every word, every sentence, entered his ears clearly, without missing a single detail. However, Jiang Zhou wasn't the only one who heard these words. Not far away, Yu Xiaohua also stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou slowly turned his head, his eyes meeting Yu Xiaohua's. In that instant, both saw indifference in each other's eyes. Jiang Zhou's eyes held only disgust, not a trace of anger. No shock. Clearly, Jiang Zhou had known all along about the sordid affair between Cheng Wei and Zhao Peng. In the silent second-floor corridor, time seemed to stand still. Only the tightly closed door separated the two worlds. After a long pause, Jiang Zhou stepped forward first, walking towards Yu Xiaohua, his eyes utterly expressionless. "Miss Yu, do you look down on me?" Yu Xiaohua glanced at him, her voice cold. "Jiang Zhou, even a beast that has suppressed its nature is still a beast. Why pretend to be a big shot in front of her?" Jiang Zhou's eyes narrowed, then all emotion vanished without a trace, replaced by self-deprecation. "Miss Yu, you misunderstand. Have you ever seen a beast like me who wouldn't even stand up for his girlfriend after being cheated on? You overestimate me." Yu Xiaohua sneered. In his previous life, 5 years after the apocalypse, a person emerged out of nowhere. In less than 3 months, he assembled the second-largest superhuman team in the apocalypse. The Lingfeng team. The 5 superhumans of the Lingfeng team possessed all the superpowers imaginable. They were a powerful and invincible team. Their rise to power was so rapid it was astonishing. With their overwhelming strength, they eventually became honored guests of all bases, large and small. Even Pei Shuang's eastern base, at the time, showed interest in recruiting Lingfeng's team. Chapter 84. The moment she heard Jiang Zhou's name, she knew the person before her was him. As for why Jiang Zhou could tolerate Zhao Peng and his girlfriend's affair, she didn't know, and didn't want to know. But she did know that Jiang Zhou's outward appearance was definitely not as harmless as it seemed. Yu Xiaohua had no interest in listening any further. She turned and left. Jiang Zhou watched her departing figure. Just now, she looked at him without pity, without mockery, without contempt. She said he was a beast. Was he? Jiang Zhou licked his lips, his eyes unreadable. He wasn't a beast. He was a demon crawling out of hell. He was a demon who wanted the entire Zhao family to die without a burial place, wearing nothing but a hypocritical human skin. Inside, suppressed sounds of intimacy between a man and a woman filled the air. Outside, Jiang Zhou finished a cigarette, turned, and went back to his room. After dawn, the surviving villagers outside the village came out of their homes. From the second floor of the villa, one could see the villagers cautiously approaching. Jiang Zhou came out just as Yu Xiaohua came out. The two exchanged a glance and looked away. Jiang Zhou said, "Good morning, Miss Yu." Yu Xiaohua nodded faintly. Then, Cheng Wei opened the door, and saw the fleeting smile on Jiang Zhou's lips. She froze. For no apparent reason, a huge panic overwhelmed her. Why would Jiang Zhou smile at Yu Xiaohua? It must be that just now, before she appeared, Yu Xiaohua actively seduced Jiang Zhou. It's Yu Xiaohua's fault. It's all her fault. Cheng Wei feigned composure, walked over, and took Jiang Zhou's arm from behind. She acted very intimately, but Jiang Zhou didn't even glance at her. "Jiang Zhou. Miss Yu, you're up so early too?" The words had barely left his lips when Zhao Peng and Xiao Ying emerged from the room. Of the people present, only Xiao Ying was completely unaware. She hadn't woken up since falling asleep yesterday and hadn't heard a thing. Upon seeing Yu Xiaohua, Xiao Ying automatically went into prickly mode. She also clung to Zhao Peng's arm, looking very affectionate. Zhao Peng's eyes practically popped into Yu Xiaohua's head. He took the initiative to greet her. "Good morning, Miss Yu. I see you don't have any supplies, so let me treat you to breakfast." Zhao Peng spoke generously. In reality, he only intended to offer Yu Xiaohua a piece of bread and a small carton of yogurt. Anyone who didn't know better would think he had prepared some luxurious breakfast. Yu Xiaohua didn't speak, not even bothering to glance at the fawning Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng wasn't annoyed, assuming Yu Xiaohua was just putting on an act. The more challenging a woman is, the more he likes her. Zhao Peng, completely absorbed in his own desires, didn't care at all about Yu Xiaohua's cold attitude towards him. The more Yu Xiaohua acted this way, the more it aroused he became, wanting to possess her. Xiao Ying's face instantly darkened. "Everyone's up. Wei Wei, did you sleep well last night?" Cheng Wei's expression was somewhat unnatural. She remembered the absurd thing she had done with Zhao Peng the previous night. She forced a smile. "I slept very well. How about you?" Xiao Ying grinned. "Me? Of course I slept well. Zhao Peng was so considerate, he held me all night." Yu Xiaohua lifted her foot and walked downstairs. Xiao Ying was ignored once again, and she was furious. Zhao Peng shook off Xiao Ying's hand and followed her. Cheng Wei turned her head. "Jiang Zhou, we also." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Zhou had already started walking downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, The family of 3 was already up. A breakfast was laid out on the dining table. While it wasn't lavish, it was clearly prepared with care. Xiao Peng, Cheng Wei, and Xiaoying all looked delighted to see the breakfast on the table. Jiang Zhou, however, frowned, looking at the family of 3 standing there. Complete strangers, yet so willing to part with so much. Is it really just simple, without any ulterior motive? Jiang Zhou's eyes turned cold, but he remained impassive. Xiao Peng still wanted to feign politeness. The hostess smiled and said, "Oh, you're awake. Quickly, I prepared breakfast for you. Our village doesn't have much good stuff. In this apocalypse, it's impossible to preserve food. It's mostly bread and stuff. Eat something, you're all young, don't go hungry. Tonight, I prepare some quick noodles for you." After the woman finished speaking, the man immediately warned them, "Also, you better not go out. Our village is very hostile to outsiders. If they see you enter the village, they definitely kick you out. Then forget about us taking you in. If you leave, you drag our family of 3 down with you." Yu Xiaohua walked to the side, sat down, casually tore open a bag of bread, and began to eat slowly. The woman and man looked at Yu Xiaohua's impoliteness, with displeasure in their eyes. Is this guy a debt collector? He ate the breakfast they prepared and didn't even say thank you. Jiang Zhou also sat down, and whether on purpose or not, he sat directly next to Yu Xiaohua. He tore open a piece of bread and started eating. Seeing this, Xiao Peng was very dissatisfied. Why was Jiang Zhou so tactless as to sit next to Yu Xiaohua? Not to be outdone, Xiao Peng also went over and sat next to Yu Xiaohua. He was about to offer his services when Yu Xiaohua didn't give him the chance. She finished her bread, got up, and left. She didn't say a word the whole time. Xiaoying muttered, "The Yu Xiaohua is so rude. The older sister's family prepared breakfast for us, and she didn't even say thank you, let alone greet us. What's wrong with her?" Only Jiang Zhou watched Yu Xiaohua's departing figure thoughtfully. Cheng Wei and Xiaoying both looked extremely unpleasant. The family of 3 exchanged a glint of shrewdness flashing in the woman's eyes. Cheng Wei said, "Big sister, big brother, don't worry. Big sister is so kind to us, even preparing breakfast for us." "Thank you, big sister, we eat well." Xiaoying said, "Yes, we won't cause you any trouble. We won't leave the house." The woman was pleased with their understanding. While they were eating breakfast, the hostess was subtly trying to extract information. Except for Jiang Zhou, she couldn't get anything out of him. The remaining 3, Xiao Peng, Cheng Wei, and Xiaoying, were thoroughly investigated. At noon, the villa door opened, and Yu Xiaohua walked out alone. The woman with the child was in the yard. Seeing Yu Xiaohua, her face instantly changed. She immediately questioned Yu, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you not to come out? Stay in the villa. Why are you so disobedient? People in our village are very hostile to outsiders." Yu Xiaohua put her hands in her pockets. She looked at the unyielding woman in front of her, and the silent boy standing beside her. "Did I agree to that?" The woman's face darkened as she stared at Yu Xiaohua, gritting her teeth. "What do you mean? You're the one staying at my house, and my family of 3 kindly treated you. How can you be so ungrateful? Go back to your room now, and I pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you won't be staying at my house tonight." Chapter 85. The woman confidently believed that by threatening Yu Xiaohua would be too afraid to go out. After all, how could a girl like her dare to disobey her mistress's wishes? Yu Xiaohua looked at the woman with a half smile, lifted her foot, and continued walking out. The woman froze, and the boy anxiously tugged at her arm. "Mom!" The woman reacted and shouted, "Stop! I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? What an ill-mannered thing!" Yu Xiaohua turned around, and just as the woman was about to continue her tirade, Yu Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, a murderous aura surging within them, her brows and eyes cold and indifferent. The woman's heart inexplicably trembled. "You?" The next second, in that instant, Yu Xiaohua's movements were as swift as lightning. The dagger in her hand drew a cold light in the air, speeding away like a shooting star. The dagger grazed past the woman's ear with astonishing speed, creating a gust of wind that made her hair flutter. With a sharp whoosh, the dagger flew past the woman's ear. It seemed to miss her eardrum by a mere fraction. The dagger embedded itself in the pillar. The woman was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. Her pupils contracted sharply, her face filled with shock and fear, and she collapsed to the ground. "Ah!" Her body trembled involuntarily, seemingly still reeling from the near-death experience. The boy's pupils contracted slightly. The woman's scream attracted the attention of the people inside the villa. Soon Jiang Zhou, Xiao Peng, and the other 3, along with the villa's male owner, opened the door and came out. Upon seeing Yu Xiaohua standing there, the woman, looking utterly terrified, sat on the ground. The boy looked like he was about to cry. Anyone who saw him would assume that Yu Xiaohua had done something to bully the mother and son. The man of the house immediately changed his expression, rushed over, and helped the woman up. What happened? Was it her? The woman of the house changed her expression as soon as she saw Zhao Peng and the others. Her previous fierce demeanor vanished. She feigned a pitiful and weak appearance. I just told this miss you not to wander around, otherwise the villagers would see you, and you wouldn't be able to rest in the village. I meant well, but this miss you not only didn't appreciate it, but also used a dagger. She's completely insane. Just now, she almost killed me. Cheng Wei and Xia Ying, hearing this, finally found an opportunity. Of course, the two of them wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. It was perfect for belittling Yu Xiaohua. Xia Ying sneered. Yu Xiaohua, don't go too far. Our elder sister is just trying to be kind, and you're not even appreciating it. If you leave, don't come back. We don't welcome you. Cheng Wei sighed. Miss you, we really can't get along with your personality. Being on someone else's turf and not listening to the host is extremely impolite. Jiang Zhou's gaze, however, fell on the dagger stuck in the pillar beside them. How deep was the dagger? Zhao Peng's face also turned somewhat ugly. This Yu Xiaohua was indeed disobedient. But the duck that was almost in his grasp was about to fly away, and he was truly unwilling. The group looked at Yu Xiaohua, their expressions varying. Yu Xiaohua, who hadn't spoken until now, smiled. She slowly opened her mouth. Master? Are you a dog? Cheng Wei had never been so directly confronted before. Her eyes instantly reddened. She immediately looked at Jiang Zhou with a pitiful expression. Jiang Zhou lowered his eyes, a fleeting smile playing on his lips. Cheng Wei, her eyes red, said, Miss Yu, you really gone too far. How could you say that to me? I was just trying to be kind. Seeing Cheng Wei like this, Zhao Peng, after 2 years of their affair, still harbored some feelings. He frowned. Miss Yu, you gone too far. I believe you didn't mean it. Just listen to your older sister and apologize. She won't hold it against you. A hint of smugness flashed in the woman's eyes. Yu Xiaohua remained unmoved. Sometimes, talking to idiots too much affects your IQ. She simply turned away. Everyone's expression changed when they saw she still wouldn't apologize. This Yu Xiaohua was truly impervious to reason. Zhao Peng gritted his teeth. Miss Yu, if you don't apologize, don't come back tonight. Zhao Peng was truly desperate, and could only resort to this tactic to force Yu Xiaohua to admit her mistake. However, his calculations backfired. Yu Xiaohua didn't even stop, walking straight out. Now, the hostess and her family, who had all expected Yu Xiaohua to apologize, were stunned. Zhao Peng, who had threatened Yu Xiaohua, along with Cheng Wei and Xia Ying, were all surprised. Only Jiang Zhou showed no surprise. Under their watchful eyes, Yu Xiaohua walked out of the villa. Zhao Peng said, Let her go. I don't believe a woman like her can stay out all night. She's spoiled rotten. Zhao Peng assumed Yu Xiaohua would slink back home. Jiang Zhou gave Zhao Peng a cold look. Idiot! Don't you even remember where we encountered Yu Xiaohua yesterday? That was the middle of nowhere, dozens of times more dangerous than this village. Yu Xiaohua had set up his tent alone. It was obvious he intended to sleep there, and had no intention of entering the village. So why would Yu Xiaohua be afraid? Jiang Zhou said nothing, and turned to leave. Cheng Wei called out to him, Jiang Zhou, where are you going? Jiang Zhou said coldly, I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. Don't disturb me. Cheng Wei nodded. I understand. I call you at dinner. The hostess looked at Cheng Wei. Not to be rude, but girl, your boyfriend is so cold. How can you stand it? I think his attention isn't on you. Instead, he's been staring at Yu Xiaohua the whole time. You better be careful. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Cheng Wei's eyes, and she forced a smile and nodded. Big sister, my boyfriend is just a bit cold, he would never do that to Yu Xiaohua. The hostess scoffed. If we had known your friend was like this, our family wouldn't have taken you in. She's disobedient. You better behave yourselves, and not cause me any trouble. Hurry up and go inside. Zhao Peng and the others had no choice but to go inside. Yu Xiaohua left just like that. Zhao Peng vented all his dissatisfaction on Xia Ying alone. He spent the whole afternoon giving her the cold shoulder. Xia Ying could only swallow her grievances, endure it, and even have to fawn over Zhao Peng to make him happy. Cheng Wei thought of Jiang Zhou's back just now, and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She told the others, and went upstairs to see Jiang Zhou. When she got to the door, She was about to push it open. The door was locked. Cheng Wei knocked and whispered, Jiangzhou, could you open the door for me? I want to keep you company, let's talk, okay? After a long while, there was no sound from inside. Cheng Wei's face was terribly pale. She tried to reassure herself, reminding herself that she had seen Jiangzhou come in with her own eyes. Unless he jumped out of the second-floor window, there was no way he could have gotten out. She was just overthinking it. Why would Jiangzhou go out for no reason? Thinking this, Cheng Wei felt relieved. Since Jiangzhou wouldn't open the door, she could only turn around and go downstairs again to chat with Xiaoying and the others, with the family of 3. Chapter 86. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua left the villa and walked a short distance before stopping and saying, come out. The next second, Jiangzhou stepped out. Just moments before, Yu Xiaohua had left the villa, and he had jumped down from the second floor to follow her. Jiangzhou walked up to her, feeling a strange sensation about Yu Xiaohua. It was hard to describe, but he knew he didn't dislike this woman. In fact, he inexplicably trusted her. He didn't know why this feeling arose in this woman he had only known for less than 2 days. Miss Yu, shall we go together? Yu Xiaohua turned to look at Jiangzhou, her eyes utterly indifferent. Jiangzhou only felt a chill. Yu Xiaohua was the coldest woman he had ever met. Those eyes seemed to hold nothing in the world. Yu Xiaohua nodded. She gave a soft but that was all. There was no further emotion. Jiangzhou was used to Yu Xiaohua's aloofness and taciturn nature. The two walked side by side in silence. The only sound in the world was their footsteps. After walking for a while, Yu Xiaohua and Jiangzhou finally encountered the villagers. These villagers were gathered together, each face etched with gloom. Their brows were furrowed, as if shrouded in an invisible pressure. Their complexions were abnormally pale, even frightening, completely lacking the color of a normal person. What was even stranger was that these villagers seemed utterly devoid of energy, listless and dispirited, as if their souls had been ripped away. Their bodies also seemed to have lost their vitality. Their movements were sluggish, giving the impression of someone on the verge of death. This was clearly not due to hunger. Even starving people wouldn't be so dejected and desperate. Yu Xiaohua's gaze swept across their faces. Jiangzhou also noticed something was off about these villagers. He frowned. As soon as the villagers saw Yu Xiaohua and Jiangzhou, they all stood up. Their expressions were strange. One villager stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? What brings you to our village? Which family do you belong to?" The other villagers looked at Yu Xiaohua and Jiangzhou warily. Jiangzhou stepped forward. "Hello, we just happened to be passing through Jibei village and asked to stay for 2 nights. We mean no harm." After Jiangzhou's explanation, the villagers' expressions didn't improve. A listless man in his 30s spoke up, questioning. "Our village doesn't allow outsiders to stay overnight. Where did you stay last night?" The man asked, then turned to the other villagers. "Who took them in? Don't you know the village rules?" The villagers exchanged glances, all indicating it wasn't them. Yu Xiaohua glanced at the man and said, "In the villa on the far west side. We stayed there last night." Upon hearing this, the man who had just questioned Jiangzhou and Yu Xiaohua, along with the villagers, who had looked unfriendly, all changed their expressions. The man suddenly changed his attitude, smiling. "So it was Third Aunt who took you in. Third Aunt is the richest family in our village. They were kind enough to take you in. You're lucky." The villagers echoed eagerly. Everyone seemed to have lost their previous wariness and caution in that instant, their attitude completely different. Jiangzhou appeared to be smiling, but his eyes grew increasingly cold. The villa they were staying in belonged to a woman named Sen Yang, who seemed to hold considerable influence in the village. However, a woman barely 40 shouldn't command such reverence from the villagers. Even if there was reverence, it should have been reserved for the elderly villagers. This whole situation was strange. Yu Xiaohua took in the expressions of every villager, her eyes narrowing slightly. A poor village? A luxurious villa? The villagers' physical changes and sudden shifts in attitude, this village truly seemed eerie. Jiangzhou turned to look at Yu Xiaohua, noticing her lowered gaze, lost in thought. He knew she must also suspect something was amiss in this village. Yu Xiaohua suddenly stepped forward, approaching the man who had spoken earlier. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of such a beautiful woman as Yu Xiaohua. "Beautiful lady, is there something you need?" Yu Xiaohua's gaze lingered on his bare arm, then she looked away, turned away, and said nothing. Jiangzhou said, "Excuse me, we just wanted to stroll around the village. Sorry to bother you." The villagers watched Yu Xiaohua and Jiangzhou walk away, a strange excitement appearing on their faces. After they were gone, Jiangzhou said, Everyone in this village is strange. They don't seem hungry, nor are they excessively tired or frightened. It's more like a kind of physical lethargy, from the inside out. Yu Xiaohua said calmly, they have a disgusting smell about them. Jiang Zhou thought for a moment. I smelled it too. Do you know what it is? Yu Xiaohua smiled. Yes, how could she not know that smell? And there were needle marks of all sizes on every villager's arm. These villagers are all drug addicts. Just now, even the teenagers standing at the back had needle marks on their arms. This is a drug village. Regardless of age, before the apocalypse, the villagers were all using drugs. Jiang Zhou looked at Yu Xiaohua's expression, paused, and seemed to have guessed something. Evening. Jiang Zhou avoided people, and returned to the villa. When he came out, Cheng Wei was about to knock on the door. Jiang Zhou frowned. Didn't I say you don't need to knock? I come down myself when it's time. Cheng Wei pleaded. I was just afraid you oversleep. Come down quickly, Jiang Zhou. Your sister's family prepared a sumptuous dinner for us, saying they wanted to treat us. We can't let their kindness go to waste. Jiang Zhou nodded and gave a faint Night fell. The tense atmosphere returned. According to this family of three, there weren't many mutated zombies in the village. The villagers had all worked together to clear out the zombies, so there was no need to worry too much. Inside the villa, the male head of the household and the boy were not there. Only the female head of the household, called third sister, was present. Jiang Zhou prepared some potatoes and corn to treat Zhao Peng and his companions. Jiang Zhou sat to one side, listening to their conversation with a cold expression. He didn't say a word. After Zhao Peng and his group finished their satisfying dinner, the hostess tried to keep them chatting in the living room, bringing up various topics. Half an hour later, Xiaoying suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, and her face paled. Zhao Peng, I suddenly feel unwell. My chest feels so tight, and my head hurts. I want to go upstairs to rest. Will you stay with me? Zhao Peng thought she was being dramatic and impatiently said, All right, stop being dramatic. Go upstairs and rest yourself. Xiaoying was truly uncomfortable. She looked aggrieved. I really feel unwell, Zhao Peng. You're my boyfriend. Can't you be a little more considerate? Cheng Wei was about to speak when suddenly, she also felt dizzy. Jiang Zhou, I also suddenly feel dizzy. What's wrong with me? With Xiaoying and Cheng Wei both acting this way, even the impatient Zhao Peng sensed something was wrong. Jiang Zhou looked at the woman sitting opposite him, a smug smile on his face, and his heart sank. The next second, Zhao Peng, who had just stood up, collapsed heavily to the ground again. I feel weak in my arms and legs. Chapter 87. In that instant, the gazes of Zhao Peng and the other two, like lightning, all fell upon Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou felt a wave of dizziness. The world seemed to spin. The next second, he lost his balance, as if pushed down by an invisible force, and collapsed to the ground. I too. Jiang Zhou's voice trembled, as he struggled to lift his head. He looked at Zhao Peng, Xiaoying, and Cheng Wei, who were also lying on the ground. Zhao Peng, Xiaoying, and Cheng Wei were all pale. Clearly, they were in the same boat. Their eyes met, and they all saw fear and disbelief in each other's eyes. We've been infected. Zhao Peng's voice was hoarse, as if something was blocking his throat. Jiang Zhou endured the discomfort and struggled to sit up. The group looked at the woman standing there. A sinister and triumphant smile instantly appeared on her face. The woman was a completely different person from the kind one who had prepared breakfast for them during the day. Behind the woman, a man slowly emerged, leading a boy by the hand. The family of three stood together, all wearing the same sinister, smug expression. It was chilling. By this point, even a fool would know that this family of three had attacked them. Xiaoying stared at the woman in disbelief. You gave us something? What are you trying to do? You're not good people at all. How could we have been so stupid to believe you? Cheng Wei also looked shocked. During the day, the couple and child had been so friendly. How could they have suddenly become completely different people at night? They actually drugged them. She was terrified. Jiang Zhou lowered his head, his dark eyes narrowing, his expression utterly sarcastic. In this apocalyptic world, did they really think anyone would be kind to them for no reason? These three fools were just after something this family of three wanted. Zhao Peng struggled to his feet, but fell heavily back down. He pleaded, What do you want? If you want supplies, take them. Why drug us? Let us go, and I leave the supplies. We don't need to ruin our relationship, right? At this point, they were at each other's mercy. Even with his temper, Zhao Peng had to hold back, hoping the family of three would spare them. Cheng Wei and Xiaoying also looked at the family of three with expectant eyes. Then, the woman called third sister started laughing loudly, looking at them as if they were fools. The male head of the household had a dark expression, his eyes filled with disdain. The little boy's gaze was chillingly cold. After Wu Sanyang finished laughing, she said with a sinister look, "You really are just trash fresh out of school, idiots. You think we're really after the supplies? Of course the supplies are ours, you don't need to tell us. You're not going to live. We want not only your supplies, but also your lives." Zhao Peng was shocked. "Jiang Zhou and I are both superhumans, you dare?" The female head of the household sneered. "Superhumans? So what? I found out everything about you. Even if you are superhumans, so what? Let me tell you, the drug I use will take at least 10 hours to recover, even for superhumans. Don't worry, you don't have that time. You still want to threaten me? You're asking for death." Zhao Peng's arrogance vanished instantly. He thought that bringing up his identity as a superhuman would intimidate the family of three. In reality, they didn't care about their superhuman status at all. If it weren't for the traditional Chinese medicine, the family of three would naturally be afraid. But now, the family of three felt that Zhao Peng had lost his mind. The male head of the household raised his knife, extremely impatient. "All right, stop wasting time with him. What's the point of saying so much? I haven't eaten human flesh for half a month. After I kill them all, the three of us can have a good meal. These people are much more delicious than those thick-skinned, tough-looking ones." "Wife, I can't wait." Wu Sanyang nodded. All right, I know you're craving it. What's there to be afraid of in a little while? Even if they scream their lungs out, no one will come to save them." The boy slowly raised his head, his face completely devoid of the innocence he had during the day. He looked like a child crawling out of hell. "Daddy, I want to eat that woman's legs." The boy chuckled after saying this. This conversation between the family of three was like a bolt from the blue, completely stunning Zhao Peng and the others. A wave of nausea washed over them, and they almost vomited. What was going on? This family of three actually wanted to kill them and eat their flesh. This was utterly unbelievable, unheard of. Yet, it was all happening right before their eyes. They had no room for doubt. Xia Ying was especially terrified. She suddenly let out a whoosh and began to vomit violently. She clutched her chest tightly. The thought of being devoured by this horrifying family of three nearly drove the three to the brink of madness, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They cried out in terror, "You're disgusting. You actually eat human flesh. You're insane. Madman." Cheng Wei, trembling with fear, tears streaming down her face, clung to Jiang Zhou, seeking reassurance. Jiang Zhou watched the scene expressionlessly, then lowered his head, lost in thought. The man of the house raised a knife and approached Zhao Peng and the others, step by step. The faint moonlight gleamed coldly, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. The three of them, Zhao Peng and his companions, were too weak to even crawl away. They began to cry and beg for mercy, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Cheng Wei cried, Jiang Zhou, protect me. Why aren't you saying anything?" Cheng Wei could no longer maintain her act, she lost all composure. At this point, even the best acting skills were useless. The woman spat at Cheng Wei and Zhao Peng, then turned to Xia Ying. Wu Sanyang said sarcastically, "Xia Ying, right? You stupid woman, you don't know about the disgusting and sordid things your best friend and your boyfriend are doing, do you? Ha ha ha, you're such a fool, completely fooled by them." Wu Sanyang was psychologically disturbed. She loved seeing others suffer. Especially women. She loved seeing women on their deathbeds, their despair, their agonizing struggles. It excited her. Men like to eat human flesh. But she loved to torture people, watching them die in agony, slowly and painfully. More than the outcome of death, this woman enjoyed driving people insane, treating them as playthings. And this boy, barely a teenager. His favorite thing was to carve people up and make specimens for his own amusement and enjoyment. It could be said that this family of three each had their own twisted nature. Chapter 88. Wu Sanyang's words were like a bolt from the blue. Cheng Wei's face turned even paler. She hadn't expected that her affair with Zhao Peng last night would be discovered by this family of three, and that Wu Sanyang would even reveal it in public? Cheng Wei had always been Xia Ying's understanding and gentle best friend. Of course she knew how disgusting and filthy things she had done. Jiang Zhou, whom she truly loved. No. Cheng Wei trembled, overwhelmed with shame. She dared not think about what would happen next. What if Jiang Zhou found out about her and Zhao Peng? It was over. She would have no face left. She covered her ears and screamed frantically. "Shut up! Shut up!" The woman watched her collapse, her expression growing increasingly pleased. "What? You're both going to die, and you still won't let your best friend die knowing the truth? I've seen plenty of sluts like you. You look innocent, but you're more lewd than anyone else." Xia Ying was stunned. She didn't understand. "You? What are you talking about? Wei, what is this woman saying?" Cheng Wei couldn't bear to think about what would happen next. She screamed in despair, her voice piercingly harsh. Zhao Peng didn't care. He had only slept with Cheng Wei. What was the big deal? At this moment, compared to his life, this matter was utterly insignificant. Zhao Peng was also in despair. He looked at Jiang Zhou, already on the verge of collapse, and suddenly blurted out his affair with Cheng Wei. "Shut up, what are you yelling about? So what if you slept with me for 2 years? I haven't treated you badly. What's there to hide? Even now, you're still acting shameless." Zhao Peng finished speaking, giving Jiang Zhou a malicious look. At this moment, he no longer pretended to be a brother. "Let me tell you, Jiang Zhou, you and Cheng Wei were together for a month, and she started flirting with me. She dated you while sleeping with me. She's incredibly slutty, her body's been ruined, she even had an abortion with me. What you can't afford, I can, ha. Since we're both going to die anyway, I might as well tell you, you've been cuckolded by me from beginning to end." The next second, Xia Ying's gaze went blank, then suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. "Ah!" The others looked at her, only to see Xia Ying like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot. She was tearing at her hair, her eyes blazing with fury, staring intently at Cheng Wei. How could you do this to me? You're my best friend. I've given you my whole heart, always thinking of you, always protecting you. Tell me, what have I done to wrong you? You cheated on me, getting involved with Zhao Peng. I was so stupid, how could I consider a wolf like you a friend? How could you do this to me? You slut, you slut." Xia Ying used all her strength to pull at Cheng Wei, wanting to tear her apart right then and there. Being betrayed and deceived by those closest to you is the most tragic thing. Cheng Wei knew she had wronged Xia Ying and was speechless. I didn't mean to, I just... I... After stammering for a long time, Cheng Wei couldn't find a reasonable excuse for seducing Zhao Peng. She completely broke down. Zhao Peng stared at Jiang Zhou, wanting to see him lose his composure. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Jiang Zhou didn't react at all. Cheng Wei suddenly turned to look at Zhao Zhou. "Why? Aren't you angry at all? I did something to betray you. I slept with Zhao Peng. Tell me, did you ever care about me?" At this moment, Cheng Wei wanted Jiang Zhou to be angry, to question her. Instead of this indifferent, unresponsive demeanor. As if he had never cared about her at all. No. It shouldn't be like this. 3 years of relationship with Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou coldly looked at Cheng Wei, whose face was streaked with tears, and whose eyes held hope. She remained completely unmoved. At this moment, Cheng Wei understood, Jiang Zhou didn't love her. So Jiang Zhou really didn't love her. She was a complete joke. No wonder they'd been together for 3 years, and Jiang Zhou wouldn't even touch her? Even when she repeatedly offered herself to him, Jiang Zhou wouldn't even glance at her? Cheng Wei burst into laughter, like a complete madwoman. Xia Ying was like this, Zhao Peng was devastated, Jiang Zhou remained silent. Crazy. Everyone was crazy. The scene descended into chaos. The master of the house finally lost interest and stopped listening. He roared, "Enough, third sister, have you had enough? I killed him now, make a pot of soup, and our family can have a good meal." Wu third sister smiled. "Okay, husband, do it now." Zhao Peng, Xia Ying, and Cheng Wei crawled back in terror. The man strode forward, raising the large knife in his hand. The first person targeted was Jiang Zhou, the broadsword about to fall. Jiang Zhou remained calm, looking up at the second-floor railing. He sighed. "If you don't show yourself, Miss Yu, I might really die." Upon hearing this, the man's raised sword froze in midair. Wu Sanyang and her son immediately turned to look at the second floor. Zhao Peng, Xia Ying, and Cheng Wei also looked over, and there they saw, on the second-floor railing, Yu Xiaohua sitting on the railing, swinging her little feet and clapping. "Excellent, please continue." Jiang Zhou smiled helplessly. "It is quite excellent, haven't you had enough of this show yet?" Just now, Yu Xiaohua, like a ghost, silently sat on the railing. Her body swayed slightly, her feet gently swinging in the air. She seemed to blend seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. She was dressed in black, the fabric as black as the night itself, perfectly concealing her figure within the shadows. In the faint moonlight, her form appeared somewhat blurry, indistinct, like a ghost. In fact, Yu Xiaohua had already arrived here, quietly observing everything that had happened on the first floor, taking in everything that had transpired. Upon seeing Yu Xiaohua, the expressions of the group changed drastically. Especially the expressions of the family of three, which were so sinister they looked like they wanted to devour them. They never expected Yu Xiaohua to be so elusive. She had left during the day, but suddenly reappeared at night? Appearing on the second floor without anyone noticing, sitting on the railing, and watching them intently. Zhao Peng's eyes lit up. "Miss Yu, what are you doing here? Help us! Help us! This family of three is a complete madman. They're going to skin us alive, and eat our flesh. They're perverts." Cheng Wei didn't care about anything else. She now saw the sudden appearance of Yu Xiaohua as her only hope. "Save us! Miss Yu, please save us!" Wu Sanyang said. "Yu, when did you get here? What do you think a woman like you can do? Get down here right now, stop playing tricks." The man raised his knife, turned around, and wanted to go upstairs to grab Yu Xiaohua. The boy said in a sinister voice, "Dad, Mom, I want this woman. Her body would be beautiful if it were made into a specimen. I want her." Wu Sanyang quickly coaxed the boy. Okay, Mom promises you. I grab her right now. You can do whatever you want with her." Zhao Peng and the others said that Yu Xiaohua wasn't a superhuman, just an ordinary person. So, there was nothing to be afraid of. But she forgot one thing. If Yu Xiaohua really was just an ordinary person, she wouldn't dare to appear here now. Chapter 89. The man, eyes wide with rage, his face contorted with rage, raised his gleaming broadsword, poised to storm the second floor. However, Yu Xiaohua calmly emerged from the darkness. She slowly curled one corner of her lips into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This smile, appearing and disappearing in the darkness, was elusive, making her thoughts impossible to fathom. Suddenly, without warning, Yu Xiaohua raised her hand. In her palm, purple lightning, like a surging torrent, rapidly gathered. The purple lightning grew brighter and brighter, eventually illuminating the entire villa. The people in the living room were stunned by this sudden burst of light. They all looked up, staring in horror at the second floor. Beneath the bright lightning, Yu Xiaohua stood there like a war goddess. Her face was expressionless, yet she exuded a chilling majesty. At this moment, a powerful shock surged through everyone's hearts. They were astonished by the immense power Yu Xiaohua displayed, horrified by her cold and ruthless gaze. Even more unbelievable was that such terrifying purple lightning actually originated from her hand. Beneath the purple lightning, Yu Xiaohua's face appeared exceptionally clear. Her beauty and majesty intertwined, like a goddess descending to earth, inspiring no disrespect. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Yu Xiaohua casually swung her arm. The purple lightning, like a nimble rope, shot towards the male homeowner. The next second, the man was struck down by the lightning, tumbling heavily down the stairs from the second floor. A deathly silence fell. Xiao Peng, Xiaoying, Cheng Wei, the female homeowner, and the boy all stared wide-eyed, collectively stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Cheng Wei's pupils contracted. Yu Xiaohua was actually a lightning ability user? How could this be? Xiaoying trembled, recalling her words from the past 2 days. Now, she was even more terrified. Yu Xiaohua was so powerful, would she retaliate? After the initial shock, Zhao Peng felt more excitement. Yu Xiaohua was so powerful and beautiful, she was even more worthy of her. Perhaps he could do more than just play around. Only Jiang Zhou looked at Yu Xiaohua standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor, smiling. Wu Sanyang saw the man's charred body, huddled there, completely unconscious. Wu Sanyang's eyes were bloodshot with rage. You're a superhuman? Fine, we were careless. So you were the one who hid the deepest secret. Wu Sanyang was only putting on a brave face. She looked at the boy, who nodded. The mother and son exchanged a silent glance. Then, Wu Sanyang suddenly knelt on the ground, making an unexpected move. She began frantically kowtowing. "We're sorry. Our family of three made a mistake in a moment of weakness. This is the first time we've done something like this. We know we were wrong, Miss Yu, right? Please forgive us. You're a superhuman, you won't hold it against ordinary people like us. We never dare to do it again, never again." Zhao Peng and his 2 companions never expected that the woman and boy who had just threatened to dismember them would now be kneeling and begging for mercy. Was she mentally ill? However, the 3 who had been terrified immediately relaxed. With Yu Xiaohua there, they were safe, they wouldn't be eaten. Wu Sanyang had completely lost her previous arrogance. The boy also knelt down, looking pitiful, and rubbed his hands together. Sister, we really know we were wrong. Mom and Dad didn't mean it. Please forgive us. The mother and son pleaded with Yu Xiaohua in unison. Beside them lay a man, unconscious from being struck by lightning. But neither of them glanced at him. They were only focused on pleading with Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua lifted her foot and walked down the second floor, step by step. Each step seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. The sound of her footsteps was especially clear in the darkness. Several people watched her figure. When Yu Xiaohua reached Wu Senyang and her son, she looked down at them. Her eyes were completely expressionless. She stood there, silent, yet exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua remained silent, Wu Senyang gritted her teeth, concealing the hatred in her eyes. Miss Yu, look, we didn't really hurt you or your friends. Let's just let it go, pretend it never happened, okay? Zhao Peng quickly intervened. No, Miss Yu, you can't listen to her. Just now, she was going to kill us, to boil us alive. Don't let that family of 3 go. They're devils. Kill them, Miss Yu, kill them now. Xia Ying shrank back. The arrogance she had shown in the past 2 days was gone from her gaze towards Yu Xiaohua. Miss Yu, you can't let them go. They eat people. It's terrifying. Cheng Wei didn't even dare to look at Yu Xiaohua. She looked at Jiang Zhou beside her. Jiang Zhou's gaze, however, remained fixed on Yu Xiaohua alone. Instantly, Cheng Wei's face drained of color. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Jiang Zhou indifferently. This guy clearly didn't have any Chinese medicine. It was all an act from beginning to end. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her gaze and looked at Wu Senyang, who leaned forward. Wu Senyang said, "You." The next second, Yu Xiaohua's face darkened, her eyes turning icy. She extended her right hand, her fingers tightening, and gripped Wu Senyang's pale neck, lifting her up. Wu Senyang struggled desperately, her face flushed, trying to break free. The boy's eyes widened suddenly, his hands clenched into fists, but he didn't move, just watching this scene unfold. Yu Xiaohua glanced at the boy casually, and the boy immediately lowered his head. Jiang Zhou's gaze also fell on the boy, his brows furrowing. Something was wrong. This child possessed a calmness and abnormality beyond his years. Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke, Wu Senyang, Xibei village is a drug village, and you are the biggest drug lord, right? Wu Senyang's eyes widened. How did Yu Xiaohua know? How did she know this secret? Was she a drug lord? No villager would dare tell her. How did she know all this? Before the apocalypse, the entire Xibei village was involved in drug production, and Wu Senyang was the drug lord. The villagers were responsible for manufacturing the drugs, while Wu Senyang and her husband were responsible for selling them. Because Xibei village was remote and unlikely to arouse suspicion, she painstakingly chose this location. She controlled the entire Xibei village with drugs. All the villagers were drug addicts. Seeing Wu Senyang's reaction, Yu Xiaohua knew she hadn't guessed wrong. Zhao Ping and the others were also stunned. A drug village? This entire inconspicuous, remote village, where even the roads weren't paved. It was involved in drug production and trafficking before the apocalypse, and all controlled by this family of 3. How outrageous. This woman is truly ruthless. Wu Senyang's eyes were bloodshot, and she stammered. You, who told you, you? No, it's impossible to know this secret? Chapter 90. Yu Xiaohua slowly released her grip, as if she had lost her support. Wu Senyang fell to the cold ground like a kite with a broken string. The next second, time seemed to freeze. The group was stunned by this sudden turn of events, letting out a cry of alarm. Be careful. However, Yu Xiaohua seemed completely oblivious to the cry, not even moving an inch. Her figure appeared remarkably calm amidst the gasps of the crowd. A stark contrast to the panic of Zhao Peng and the others. The unexpected happened. Behind Yu Xiaohua, the male head of the household, who had been stunned by lightning, suddenly sprang to his feet as if from a dead body. His movements were incredibly swift, leaving no time for anyone to react. He raised his large knife and, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, thrust it straight at Yu Xiaohua's back, clearly intending to launch a sneak attack. This scene unfolded so quickly that it was almost breathtaking. Just as the sharp blade was about to pierce Yu Xiaohua's body, the hearts of everyone present were in their throats. However, at this critical moment, Yu Xiaohua displayed astonishing reaction speed and skill. Her expression remained unchanged. Without even turning her head, a gleaming dagger appeared in her hand, as if by magic. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger, like lightning, swiftly plunged into the heart of the man who had attacked her from behind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast it was dazzling. And the man, his blade hovering in midair, seemed frozen in place, unable to advance an inch further. At this moment, a dagger was deeply embedded in his chest, right in his heart. Blood gushed out like a fountain. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and horror. He seemed utterly unable to believe that he had been killed by Yu Xiaohua in an instant. The woman and the boy's faces drained of color as they watched the man collapse to the ground, dead. Wu Sanyang screamed, I killed you. You dared to kill my husband. I kill you. Yu Xiaohua glanced at the man before her expressionlessly, then slowly bent down, her movements elegant and composed. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua reached out, grasped the hilt of the dagger, and pulled with a slight effort. The dagger was easily pulled out. Blood splattered onto her hand, but Yu Xiaohua paid it no heed. Just then, the woman suddenly lunged at Yu Xiaohua like a mad woman. Her eyes were filled with despair and rage, and she screamed repeatedly. However, Yu Xiaohua remained unmoved. Once again, her movements were swift and precise. The dagger in her hand arced through the air, piercing the woman's chest. The location of the stab was exactly the same as the spot where the man had been stabbed, absolutely perfect, with flawless precision. The dagger was deeply embedded in the woman's body. Her scream abruptly ceased, and her body shuddered violently. Then, Wu Sanyang collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Yu Xiaohua's entire attack was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. On the ground, the corpses of the man and woman lay there, their faces contorted in agony, their deaths gruesome. Yu Xiaohua turned around. The boy immediately rushed forward, kowtowing as if he truly knew he was wrong. I was wrong, really wrong. Don't kill me. I was just listening to my mom and dad. I'm so young. What could I possibly know? Sister, please spare me, I beg you. The boy cried pitifully. Cheng Wei said, how about we let it go? Even if his parents were wrong, this boy is still young and innocent. You already killed his parents. Let this little child go, Miss Yu. Of course, Cheng Wei wasn't being soft-hearted. She just wanted to rebuild her image as a gentle and kind person after confirming her own safety. Unfortunately, no one bought into that anymore. After she finished speaking, no one paid her any attention, and Cheng Wei's face turned pale. She looked at Xiaoying. Xiaoying gave a disdainful sneer. Now she knew about the disgusting things Cheng Wei had done. How could the two of them possibly be the same as before? Cheng Wei, stop with the saintly act. What? When his parents wanted to eat us, why didn't you say anything? What right do you have? Stop being disgusting, stop pretending, it's really disgusting. Cheng Wei was embarrassed, and looked at Jiang Zhou beside her. Jiang Zhou just glanced at her coldly, without any reaction. Yu Xiaohua slowly leaned down. The boy raised his head, staring into Yu Xiaohua's eyes, and suddenly froze. Seeing Yu Xiaohua's gaze begin to stiffen, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Jiang Zhou realized something was wrong with the boy, and quickly called Yu Xiaohua's name. No, Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua, wake up. Yu Xiaohua didn't respond, still motionless, her eyes beginning to glaze over. The boy's eyes grew increasingly cold. Zhao Peng was shocked. What's going on? What happened to Yu Xiaohua? Why isn't she moving? Jiang Zhou frowned, a bad feeling creeping over him. He stopped pretending and quickly stood up. The next second, the boy's eyes fell on Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou felt a sharp pain in his head, and suddenly felt weak. He stared at the boy in surprise. The boy gave a sinister smile. Jiang Zhou exclaimed in shock, You're actually a psychic? This boy was ruthless. He must have known that his mental power wasn't enough to control Yu Xiaohua. So, he waited for Yu Xiaohua to attack his parents, exhausting his abilities and lowering her guard, before using his mental power to control her. To protect himself, this boy didn't hesitate to sacrifice his parents' lives. The boy sneered, not too stupid. Apocalyptic psychics, as the name suggests, are people with special mental abilities, possessing superhuman perception, telepathy, and mind control. The boy's eyes had completely lost their light as he looked at Yu Xiaohua, turning her into a puppet. He stood up, turned to look at Xiao Peng and the others, his expression as sinister as a demon from hell. You deserve to die, you all deserve to die. Just wait, I turn you all into specimens. The little boy then squatted down beside his parents. Dad, Mom, I avenge you. Don't worry, I won't let you die in vain. The little boy turned to look at Yu Xiaohua, who stood there with lifeless eyes. Clearly, Yu Xiaohua was his first target. He turned and walked to a corner of the sofa, took out a small bag, and opened it. Inside were various surgical knives. He carefully selected one, and walked to Yu Xiaohua. The boy's face was full of excitement, as if he were admiring a work of art. Jiang Zhou's expression changed. Xiao Peng, Cheng Wei, and Xiao Ying hadn't expected that tonight would once again take such a dramatic turn. They thought they had survived a calamity, but it turned out that the most formidable member of this family was this unassuming little boy. It's over. It's all over. The boy placed the scalpel on Yu Xiaohua's face. The next second, the boy moved. Chapter 91. At the same moment, Yu Xiaohua, whose body had been as stiff as a statue and whose eyes were devoid of life, suddenly moved. She swiftly reached out and tightly grasped the scalpel in the boy's hand. With this movement, the corners of Yu Xiaohua's lips slowly turned upwards, forming a chilling smile. That smile seemed to contain endless meaning and mockery, sending a shiver down one's spine. A psychic? Heh. Yu Xiaohua spoke softly. From the first moment she saw this boy, she sensed the fluctuations of his abilities. Just now, she deliberately gave the boy a chance to test what kind of ability he possessed. The boy was a psychic. In the apocalypse, psychic abilities were indeed rare, but unfortunately, they weren't being used for good. Xiao Peng and the others stared at Yu Xiaohua in shock. They had never expected that Yu Xiaohua, who seemed to be controlled by the boy's psychic abilities. She was acting? Could it be that everything just now was a deliberate act? Jiang Zhou's gaze was fixed on Yu Xiaohua, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. He was truly filled with curiosity and anticipation towards this woman, Yu Xiaohua. The boy, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, his body still stiff, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. Since the apocalypse, he had relied on his mental abilities. He had unexpectedly controlled many ability users, never failing. But now, this Yu Xiaohua was completely unexpected. This woman hadn't been mentally controlled by him. The boy was filled with shock and confusion. He simply couldn't understand why Yu Xiaohua could withstand his mental attacks. In his mind, no one would ever be wary of a child like him. Even less would anyone imagine that he possessed such powerful mental abilities. But now, the truth was undeniable. Yu Xiaohua was not under his control. This fact was unacceptable to him. The boy suddenly roared like a mad dog gone mad. Yu Xiaohua stood there, casually tossing the scalpel she had snatched onto the ground. She silently watched the boy's madness. Impossible. My mental control is so strong, how could you be out of control? Where did the problem lie? No, tell me, how did you discover me? Tell me, how did you break free from my mental control? The boy was essentially a paranoid madman. He didn't care about his own life or death. He only wanted to know why Yu Xiaohua was immune to his mental control. He was clearly so powerful. Yu Xiaohua sneered. This boy only knew he had awakened mental abilities. He was arrogant and conceited. Little did she know that there are always people more powerful than herself, and that there's always something beyond her reach. Psychic abilities are indeed rare, perhaps even 1 in a million. If it were any other ability user, they would have been controlled just now. But she had taken precautions, and although she wasn't a psychic, her mental strength was no less than that of the little boy, a low-level psychic. This little boy was merely a beginner psychic, not yet a threat. The boy was provoked by Yu Xiaohua's cold laugh. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stared intently at Yu Xiaohua. However, Yu Xiaohua had no intention of telling the boy. For someone so inherently malicious, the less she told him, the more tormented he would become. Even in death, the boy wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua remained silent, the boy, as expected, became enraged and started pulling at his hair. He was deeply mired in self-doubt. He began to mutter to himself, Tell me, why? I'm a powerful psychic, I can control everyone, no one can escape my control. No one can escape my control. Zhao Peng said gleefully. Ha, what psychic? You really think you're something special? Miss Yu is so powerful, she was just teasing you. Zhao Peng finished speaking, and looked at Yu Xiaohua expectantly. Yu Xiaohua didn't even glance at him. Zhao Peng wasn't discouraged. Having witnessed Yu Xiaohua's abilities, even if Yu Xiaohua slapped him now, he would have to obediently accept it, and even cheer. This is what power brings. Beside him, Xiao Ying, seeing Zhao Peng like this, suddenly felt that all these years had been meaningless. Her childhood sweetheart had fallen for this scoundrel, enduring years of hardship and humiliation to stay by his side, never abandoning him. She truly loved Zhao Peng as a person. So, no matter how he hurt her, she willingly became his devoted follower. But tonight, she realized how pathetic and foolish she had been. All these years, Zhao Peng had truly felt nothing for her. She was such a fool, foolish for so many years, betrayed even by her own best friend. At this moment, Xiao Ying let go of her long-held obsession. She decided to stop loving Zhao Peng. He disgusted her. Once you let go, you don't care about anything anymore. Xiaoying felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Zheng Wei, however, had a completely different state of mind. She knew she and Jiang Zhou had no hope. Now, to survive in the apocalypse, her only option was to cling tightly to Zhao Peng. Yu Xiaohua looked at the already deranged boy and slowly spoke. Your mental strength is too low level. You are indeed clever, thinking of controlling my consciousness when I wasn't paying attention, but your strength is too weak. The calmer Yu Xiaohua stated the truth, the more the boy went mad. He couldn't accept it. He was a genius who had suddenly appeared in the apocalypse. Too weak? These words were more ruthless than a knife stabbing into his heart. Jiang Zhou watched Yu Xiaohua speak these words so calmly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Her words were tantamount to slowly torturing the boy's arrogant heart. Ruthless enough, cutting straight to the heart. Yu Xiaohua no longer had the mind to listen to the boy's madness. She walked step by step to the boy kneeling on the ground, looking down at him. The coldness in her eyes was like ice at -10 degrees Celsius. Psychic abilities are indeed 1 in a million. You awaken psychic abilities at such a young age. If you use them properly and follow the right path, you might have a place in this apocalypse when you grew up. You wasted your talent. The boy was still unconvinced. Yu Xiaohua didn't want to give him a chance to speak. She used the scalpel the boy had tried to use to turn her into a specimen, cleanly and decisively ending his life. The boy's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. On the ground, the bodies of the family of 3 lay neatly arranged. The crisis of the night was over. Zhao Peng and the other 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had escaped a calamity. But they had been drugged and were now completely unable to move, only able to slump on the sofa, looking at Yu Xiaohua with expectant eyes. Chapter 92. Jiang Zhou mocked Zhao Peng, that idiot, still so clueless. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at the people on the sofa, then turned and left. Zhao Peng, his face full of anxiety, spoke obsequiously. Miss Yu, look, we really owe you a lot tonight. If it weren't for you, we don't know what would have happened. But we all been drugged, and we're really feeling unwell. Could you please help us back to our room? It would be too horrible to be left with the corpses of this family of 3. Don't you think so? Zhao Peng no longer dared to be arrogant, lowering his posture to the lowest possible level. Zheng Wei looked at the gruesome death of the family of 3 lying on the ground. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, almost vomiting. Suppressing her nausea, she quickly chimed in, Yes, Miss Yu, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. We've been so rude to you these past 2 days. Please help us. Let us go back to our rooms and get some sleep, please. At this point, Zheng Wei had long since lost all her haughtiness. Xiaoying, standing to the side, also wanted to say something. But when she thought about her own rude attitude towards Yu Xiaohua these past 2 days, her face burned with shame. She simply couldn't bring herself to say anything nice to Yu Xiaohua anymore. Now, Xiaoying finally realized how foolish she had been. Yu Xiaohua was so formidable. It was Zhao Peng who had been the one acting obsequiously from beginning to end, and Yu Xiaohua hadn't even bothered to acknowledge him. She hadn't even bothered to say a word. And what had she done? She had foolishly targeted Yu Xiaohua. Wasn't she just asking for trouble? She was most grateful that Miss Yu hadn't held it against her. Otherwise, she would have ended up like that family of 3 lying on the ground. Thinking about it now, Xiaoying still felt somewhat fortunate. Yu Xiaohua stopped, without turning her head, and said, Am I your mother? Why do you have to control everything? Zhao Peng and Zheng Wei's faces turned pale, and then red, and they didn't dare to argue, only awkwardly lowering their heads. They watched helplessly as Yu Xiaohua went upstairs. In the end, the 4 of them could only stand there paralyzed. This night was destined to be spent with the corpses of that family of 3. Now that the crisis was over, Zhao Peng looked at Jiang Zhou beside him. Thinking about the days to come, he would still have to rely on Jiang Zhou's supernatural abilities. He shamelessly said, Brother, we've been together for so many years, I was just confused for a moment. Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs. We can't let a woman affect our brotherhood, right? Just now, I spoke without thinking, you won't take it to heart, will you? This was Zhao Peng's usual style, and Jiang Zhou had already expected it. Once they were out of danger tonight, Zhao Peng would think about rebuilding their brotherly relationship. Zheng Wei was utterly degraded. At this moment, she couldn't even lift her head, she dared not look Jiang Zhou in the eye. She gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. Unfortunately, even Xiaoying, her best friend whom she had stolen, wouldn't be foolish enough to comfort her anymore. Jiang Zhou looked at Zhao Peng, his eyes showing no resentment. Forget it. Since Cheng Wei is with you, I've broken up with her. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. This matter is over. Jiang Zhou's words completely turned the page. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Xia Ying's eyes. Looking at Jiang Zhou, she saw a reflection of her former self. How disgusting. She couldn't help but feel nauseous. Jiang Zhou's words drained all color from Cheng Wei's face. Zhao Peng was satisfied. Okay, brother, don't worry. Once we get back to Kyoto, to my house, I definitely have my uncle arrange a good job for you. Jiang Zhou didn't say anything more. Zhao Peng turned to look at the silent Xia Ying, seeing that she wasn't crying or making a fuss, and was a little uneasy. He rarely showed concern, saying, "All right, stop being so petty. What happened between Cheng Wei and me is over. Don't give me that attitude." Xia Ying smiled, raising her head. Her eyes no longer held the love of the past, only disappointment and disgust. Zhao Peng was stunned by Xia Ying's expression. Xia Ying was calm. "Zhao Peng, let's break up. All these years, liking you is a mistake. From today onwards, we're completely cut off. You can be with whomever you want." Jiang Zhou glanced at Xia Ying. At this moment, he actually thought more highly of her. She had managed to wake up in time. This woman wasn't going to stay stupid forever. Hearing this, Zhao Peng flew into a rage. "What do you mean? Fine, break up then. You better not regret it. I have plenty of women, do I need you? I want to see how you survive in the apocalypse without me." Xia Ying gritted her teeth. "Whether I live or die is none of your concern." Zhao Peng choked. Beside them, Cheng Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Xia Ying was truly foolish, enduring so many years, only to end up like this. They were about to return to Kyoto, and now she was going to break up with Zhao Peng. They were breaking up, so she had to hold onto Zhao Peng's heart to survive. The entire night passed. The four of them spent the night with the corpses of a family of 3. Upstairs, Yu Xiaohua slept soundly. At dawn, the effects of the drugs wore off, and they were finally able to move. When Yu Xiaohua came downstairs, Zhao Peng had just slapped Xia Ying. He looked like he wanted to devour her. Xia Ying's face instantly swelled up. Perhaps after coming to terms with it, her entire demeanor changed considerably, becoming less arrogant and domineering. At this moment, tears welled in her eyes, as she stubbornly looked at Zhao Peng, covering her face. "Zhao Peng, we've broken up. You have no right to restrict my movements." Zhao Peng scoffed. "All right, stop pretending. Last night, you were just putting on an act. You can't live without me. I give you a way out. Pack your things, and we leave together." Xia Ying truly hated herself for humbling herself and falling for such a scumbag. After Zhao Peng finished speaking, he suddenly saw Yu Xiaohua coming downstairs and immediately dropped his previous arrogance. "Miss Yu, you're up. Did you sleep well?" Yu Xiaohua ignored Zhao Peng and walked to Xia Ying's side. Xia Ying's cheek was swollen from the slap. She looked at Yu Xiaohua's eyes shyly. Cheng Wei, wanting to ease the tension with Yu Xiaohua, smiled. "Miss Yu," Yu Xiaohua interrupted before she could finish speaking, "did that slap hurt?" Xia Ying looked up, staring at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief. She thought Yu Xiaohua hated her the most? How could she be like this? This shouldn't be happening. Zhao Peng and Cheng Wei were also stunned. Xia Ying had been cold and sarcastic towards Yu Xiaohua just a couple of days ago. Yu Xiaohua had looked down on them, so why was she treating Xia Ying like this? Jiang Zhou was the least surprised that Yu Xiaohua would treat Xia Ying this way. Xia Ying nodded. "It hurt a lot. I remember this slap for the rest of my life. Remember those years I spent as a lowly lapdog." Yu Xiaohua slowly said, "Do you know what the best way is to erase this humiliation?" Xia Ying paused, then shook her head. "I don't know, so please tell me." Chapter 93. In that instant, Xia Ying's gaze fixed intently on Yu Xiaohua's eyes. It was as if she could see through those deep eyes the expectation in Xia Ying's heart, a glimmer of hope, as if she were anticipating something. Just then, Zhao Peng's angry voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Yu, don't listen to Xia Ying's nonsense. She's just jealous and wants to cause trouble for me. I'm actually—" However, before he could finish speaking, Yu Xiaohua abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Zhao Peng. Her eyes were cold and ruthless, devoid of any warmth. Like a winter's chill, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Peng's attempt at explanation was cut short. The next second. In an instant, without warning, Yu Xiaohua suddenly swung her hand, catching everyone off guard. Her palm, carrying immense force, slapped Zhao Peng's cheek. The slap was incredibly fast, its power astonishing, imbued with boundless authority. A sharp smack rang out. Zhao Peng's face snapped to the side, as if struck by a heavy hammer. This sudden slap not only stunned Xiao Peng himself, but also left everyone stunned. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Cheng Wei, seeing this, cried out in alarm, "Xiao Peng, are you alright?" Her voice was particularly jarring in the quiet atmosphere. However, Xiao Peng seemed completely unable to react, simply standing there blankly. He was utterly unconscious from the slap, gritting his teeth, yet afraid to retaliate. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Zhou's eyes. How could such an interesting woman as Yu Xiaohua exist in this world? Yu Xiaohua slowly withdrew her hand, looking at the shocked Xia Ying, her voice cold and clear. "Have you learned it? Do you understand?" Xia Ying nodded, looking at Yu Xiaohua. In her entire life, she had never felt so resolute and clear-headed. "I understand. Thank you, Miss Yu. I will no longer be afraid of that scumbag Xiao Peng. The past few years are just like feeding the dogs." Cheng Wei's eyes flickered, and she stepped forward, feigning concern. Ever since her affair with Xiao Peng was exposed last night, Cheng Wei had simply given up all pretense and shamelessness, openly defending Xiao Peng. "Miss Yu, this is a matter between Xiao Peng and Xia Ying. Even if Xiao Peng was wrong, what right do you have to take action? Don't you think you're going too far?" Cheng Wei appeared to be standing up for him, but in reality, she lacked confidence. It was merely a show for Xiao Peng. Having witnessed Yu Xiaohua's strength, how could she dare to be impolite towards her? Sure enough, Xiao Peng, who had been slapped, was easily swayed by Cheng Wei's antics, his eyes flashing with malice as he glared at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly upward. She looked at Cheng Wei, who had stepped forward, with a half-smile, a cold glint in her eyes. Before Cheng Wei could even react, Yu Xiaohua suddenly lashed out, delivering another resounding slap to Cheng Wei's face. This slap was both hard and heavy. Cheng Wei staggered backward, almost falling to the ground. Xiao Peng hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to act so decisively again. She hit him, then Cheng Wei? Cheng Wei covered her face, staring at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief. Tears welled in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she said, "You, how dare you?" Yu Xiaohua remained unusually calm, speaking slowly and deliberately. Her voice revealed a coldness and disdain. "Scumbag and bitch, what a perfect match. When you stood up for him, did you ever consider your own place? As for whether I dared or not, didn't you just see it with your own eyes?" Cheng Wei was speechless. She covered her face, looking at Xiao Peng with a wronged expression. But how could Xiao Peng dare to lay a hand on Yu Xiaohua? He hadn't dared to utter a sound even after being slapped, let alone stand up for Cheng Wei now. Cheng Wei then looked at Jiang Zhou. The result was obvious. Cheng Wei knew she had nothing left, absolutely nothing. Xia Ying stepped forward, looking at Cheng Wei and Xiao Peng, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. "Cheng Wei, we've been best friends for 4 years. Consider me blind. From now on, we're strangers. Today, Miss Yu slapped you on my behalf, you deserved it. And Xiao Peng, this is the end of us. We grew up together, and our families have such a good relationship. Don't ruin things, it looked bad for everyone. If you don't care about your reputation, then when we get back to Kyoto, I tell you the truth. We might as well fight to the death." Neither Cheng Wei nor Xiao Peng had expected the usually timid and submissive Xia Ying to be so assertive. They knew they were in the wrong. Xiao Peng snorted coldly. "Fine, Xia Ying, don't regret it. We're cutting ties. I want to see how you're going to get back to Kyoto all by yourself." Xia Ying shook her head. "Even if I die, I won't beg you. You go, I go by myself." Xiao Peng, furious, dragged Cheng Wei away. Jiang Zhou glanced at Yu Xiaohua and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yu, goodbye." Yu Xiaohua nodded faintly. Although she didn't know why Jiang Zhou would endure following Xiao Peng so humiliatingly, she had a premonition. The Zhao family behind Xiao Peng in Kyoto was going to be in trouble. Being targeted by someone like Jiang Zhou, the consequences were unimaginable. Jiang Zhou followed the two at a leisurely pace. Xia Ying turned to look at Yu Xiaohua. "Miss Yu, thank you. I know you're a capable person, so I won't be a burden to you. Once we leave the village, I return to Kyoto on my own. No matter what, thank you. Without you, I'm afraid I'd still be living this miserable life, endlessly enduring humiliation alongside Xiao Peng, slowly losing my dignity and self-respect. Now I'm clear-headed, and I won't rely on anyone anymore. I walk my own path in the future." Xia Ying knew she might not even be able to make it back to Kyoto, yet she still chose to rely on herself. Yu Xiaohua looked at her. "Xia Ying, what do you know? Being a person isn't just about backbone and ambition, you also need brains." Xia Ying was stunned, looking at Yu Xiaohua with confusion. Yu Xiaohua smiled, his eyes full of meaning. On the other side, Zhao Peng, Cheng Wei, and Jiang Zhou had just reached the village entrance. They saw a group of villagers carrying axes and other farm tools in the distance. The villagers were waiting there, each one clearly with ill intentions. The villagers stared intently at the approaching Zhao Peng and Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou frowned. These villagers? Today, it seems they won't be leaving Shibei village easily. Zhao Peng looked at the villagers disdainfully. He was, after all, a superhuman. Why would he be afraid of these mere ordinary people? Besides, he had Jiang Zhou with him. He was a fire-type superhuman. Zhao Peng's face was full of arrogance. What do you people mean? Trying to stop us from leaving the village? Let me tell you, my brother and I are superhumans. We don't want to bother with ordinary people like you. Get out of our way. Chapter 94. A large crowd gathered at the village entrance. Dozens of villagers assembled. The scene was exceptionally impressive. At the front of the crowd stood a man in his 30s, his gaze piercing, fixed on Zhao Peng and his companions, his eyes filled with calculation and disdain. Zhao Peng was surprised. He had initially thought these villagers would be afraid of them, the superhumans. However, this man showed absolutely no such reaction. In fact, he seemed to completely disregard them. Just as Zhao Peng began to have doubts, 5 men suddenly stepped out from the crowd. These 5 men walked steadily, lined up in a row, exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Zhou took a closer look and noticed a unique aura emanating from these 5 men. He immediately realized that these 5 were the superhumans who had awakened in Jibei village after the apocalypse. 5 superhumans? Zhao Peng instantly cowered, knowing full well that their strength was more than enough to deal with him and Jiang Zhou. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Zhao Peng's arrogance was instantly crushed. His voice trembled slightly. You're all ability users? Cheng Wei's expression changed drastically. Jiang Zhou had just realized the seriousness of the situation. 2 against 5, they indeed had no chance of winning. This Shibei village was something else. A small village, yet 5 ability users had awakened? They were clearly hostile. It was going to be a tough battle. At this point, Zhao Peng lost his composure. He quickly looked at Jiang Zhou anxiously. These villagers are crazy. What do we do? Jiang Zhou, you need to make a decision. Jiang Zhou glanced at Zhao Peng and stepped forward. If you want supplies, we can leave them all to you. There's no need for us to fight. Once we fight, you might not come out on top either. Why risk mutual destruction? Our supplies are all here. If you want them, they're all yours. From childhood, Jiang Zhou's greatest skill was assessing situations. Faced with his disadvantages, he never acted rashly, but rather yielded and assertive, as was the case now. The man leading the group opposite him sneered. Supplies? Enough for several people? With so many of us here, your supplies aren't enough. We want your lives, to eat your flesh. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng and Cheng Wei's faces turned deathly pale, enveloped by immense fear. The images of the family of 3 they had seen in the villa yesterday flashed through their minds. That eerie smile, that bloody scene, sent chills down their spines. When their gazes fell upon the villagers opposite them again, they suddenly felt these people were as terrifying as demons. They had initially thought only the family of 3 in the villa were cannibals. But now it seemed the entire poison village was so cruel, surviving by cannibalism. Jiang Zhou's gaze turned colder. This world was truly insane and disgusting. The people of Jibei village not only manufacture and traffic drugs, but also, like the drug lord's family, resort to cannibalism to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Faced with such an out-of-control situation, Jiang Zhou knew that negotiation was pointless. He quickly composed himself, preparing for a fight. Inside the villa, Xia Ying ate a hearty breakfast with Yu Xiaohua. She noticed Yu Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to leave the village and wondered. If they waited any longer, it would get dark soon after they left the village, and it would be dangerous again. Miss Yu, aren't we leaving yet? Yu Xiaohua looked up, her fingers tapping slowly on the table. We depart in 10 minutes. Xia Ying, though unsure why, obediently nodded. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhou finally succumbed to the combined attack of 5 ability users. His abilities were exhausted. Even with his strength, he couldn't withstand the relentless assault of 5. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, had long since given up, lying there like a dead dog. Cheng Wei stood beside him, trembling with fear. She hadn't expected Zhao Peng to be so useless. Jiang Zhou was far more capable. Unfortunately, she had no more chances. Now, they didn't even know if they could escape Jibei village. Soon, Jiang Zhou was forced to his knees, coughing up blood. He propped himself up, gritted his teeth, and looked at the 5 men opposite him, who had also exhausted their abilities. Behind them were still hundreds of villagers. Seeing them back in a desperate situation, Cheng Wei had a sudden inspiration. Oh right, we have companions. They're at Wu San Yan's villa. Go and catch those two women quickly, we're all in this together. Cheng Wei was determined to take Yu Xiaohua and Xia Ying with her, even if it meant death. Jiang Zhou turned around. He gave Cheng Wei a cold, ruthless look, as if she were a dead person. Cheng Wei's face stiffened. Did I say something wrong? Why should we be eaten by these villagers while Yu Xiaohua and Xia Ying escape? Isn't Yu Xiaohua supposed to be powerful? Jiang Zhou said in a deep voice, Cheng Wei, you're disgusting. All color drained from Cheng Wei's face. The leader laughed loudly. Don't worry, even if you didn't tell, we wouldn't let those two women go. Anyone who enters Jibei village doesn't leave alive. Men, arrest these three first. Get a pot ready, start a fire. The villagers swarmed forward. Zhao Peng and Cheng Wei were terrified. The next second, footsteps sounded in the distance. All the villagers stopped and turned to look behind Jiang Zhou and the others. Yu Xiaohua and Xia Ying appeared. Just now, when Cheng Wei was speaking, Yu Xiaohua had arrived with Xia Ying. They heard everything clearly. Cheng Wei lowered her head in fear when she saw Yu Xiaohua and Xia Ying. Zhao Peng, however, looked like he had seen a savior. Yu Xiaohua had arrived, they had hope, they were saved. Miss Yu Xia Ying, you come. Please save us. These villagers are just like Wu San Yang's family, they eat people. No one paid him any attention. Since appearing, Xia Ying hadn't even glanced at Zhao Peng. It was as if he didn't exist. In Xia Ying's heart now, Zhao Peng meant nothing. Even a glance from him made her feel disgusted. Jiang Zhou wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Yu Xiaohua. You come. The leader's eyes lit up when he saw Yu Xiaohua and Xia Ying. Good, two good catches have arrived. Now we're in for a treat. Xia Ying finally understood why Yu Xiaohua hadn't been in a hurry earlier. Miss, you probably already knew. These villagers, like Wu San Yang's family, survived by eating human flesh. Zhao Peng and the others couldn't leave at all. No wonder. Just now, Miss, you said something. In the apocalypse, sometimes, humans and animals are no different. Jiang Zhou looked at Yu Xiaohua's calm expression and seemed to have guessed something. He struggled to his feet, walked to Yu Xiaohua, and spoke in a deep voice. Miss Yu, did you already guess? Cheng Wei couldn't believe it. How could that be? How could she have guessed? Xia Ying gave her a cold look. What's impossible? Do you think everyone is like you? All your brains are used for scheming and plotting against others. Ha! Chapter 95. Cheng Wei was speechless, only able to turn her head away with a wronged expression. But at this moment, no one had the mind to watch her performance. Zhao Peng said, Miss Yu, please save us. We were wrong before, we were wrong. All the villagers looked at Yu Xiaohua with disdain and wariness in their eyes. How powerful could two mere women be? How much trouble could they cause? Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the 5 superhumans opposite her. Even if these 5 were superhumans, before the apocalypse, they were all poisonous insects, their bodies long since broken. Even if the 5 had awakened their superpowers, they were nothing more than outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. The leader said viciously, all right, don't think you can escape just because 2 women have come. What can women accomplish? Come on, take them all down. Today, we have a good meal. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, looking at the fierce-looking villagers rushing towards her. Xia Ying knew she couldn't help, so she simply stepped aside. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The next second, everyone's gaze was drawn to Yu Xiaohua. She held a dagger, her movements as swift as lightning, like a ferocious cheetah. Yu Xiaohua's movements were dazzlingly fast, each step brimming with power and speed. The dagger in her hand gleamed coldly, reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. For these ordinary people, Yu Xiaohua's speed and power were a nightmare. Then, she became like a killing machine from hell. Relentlessly reaping lives, one after another fell. Her dagger was like the scythe of death. Wherever she went, blood splattered, and screams echoed. Yu Xiaohua, however, remained unusually calm. Her movements were fluid and effortless, without the slightest hesitation or delay. Every swing of her knife was precise and deadly. Her body moved with effortless ease through the crowd, as if it were empty. Blood. Corpses littered the ground, the stench of blood filling the air, nauseating. Cheng Wei stared in disbelief at the scene, trembling. Yu Xiaohua was too ruthless. She was inhuman. Beside her, Zhao Peng was also stunned. At this moment, he seemed to realize something. How ridiculous it was for him to want to get involved with a woman like Yu Xiaohua. He was truly terrified. the corpses scattered on the ground. The shock of this scene was too great. He simply couldn't imagine that such a woman existed in this world. Jiang Zhou stared silently at Yu Xiaohua. Her black clothes were rapidly soaked with blood, the crimson contrasting sharply with the black fabric, a truly horrifying sight. Yu Xiaohua's face remained beautiful, even breathtaking. Her skin was as white as snow, her jade-like features radiating a cold and noble aura. However, now, this beautiful face was stained with blood, adding to its allure and resolute beauty. In that instant, his eyes were fixed only on Yu Xiaohua, only on her blood-stained black clothes, and that breathtakingly beautiful face. God of hell, Jiang Zhou touched his heart, feeling a long-lost stirring within him. Xiaoying watched Yu Xiaohua strike again and again. At this moment, her heart was filled with a thirst for power. Only by becoming strong, only by becoming powerful, can one have a voice in the apocalypse, only then can one be fearless. Yu Xiaohua gripped the gleaming dagger tightly in her hand. The tip of the dagger was pointed at the last leader. That man had completely lost his earlier arrogance. His legs went weak, and he involuntarily knelt on the ground, his face filled with terror. It was as if the dagger in Yu Xiaohua's hand was a sword of judgment from hell. Behind Yu Xiaohua, corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Some of these corpses were still twitching slightly, while others had completely lost all signs of life. Blood stained the ground, forming a horrifying pool of blood. The air was thick with a pungent stench of blood, enough to make one nauseous. Yu Xiaohua walked up to the man, who didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. The next second, the dagger flashed, and his eyes widened in horror as he died. Yu Xiaohua had massacred the entire village. The villagers of Jibei village, who had committed countless atrocities, never imagined that one day they would die at the hands of a woman named Yu Xiaohua. Finally, the 5 exhausted ability users stood up, still trying to activate their powers. Yu Xiaohua stared at them expressionlessly, her eyes icy cold, radiating a chilling aura. She slowly opened her arms. Suddenly, a powerful purple lightning bolt gathered from her palms, like a surging wave. This purple lightning intertwined and coiled in the air, forming a dazzling purple bolt of lightning. Since leaving Liao City, her lightning-based abilities had become even more refined. The 5 people watched this scene in horror. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. In their understanding, how could Yu Xiaohua, a woman, possess such terrifying abilities? However, the reality was undeniable. The purple lightning, like a ferocious beast, roared towards the 5 people. The 5 ability users had no time to react before being tightly bound by this powerful lightning force. Their bodies were involuntarily lifted into the air, losing control of gravity. In midair, they struggled desperately, but the purple lightning was as solid as steel, impossible to break free from. You're actually a lightning-type ability user? One of the men cried out in terror, his voice filled with despair and fear. You, a woman, how can you be so powerful? Another man said, trembling, his face ashen. Completely shocked by Yu Xiaohua's overwhelming strength. Yu Xiaohua sneered. Men always place themselves in the position of the strong, ignoring and underestimating the strength of women. Yu Xiaohua expressionlessly waved her hand casually, a perfectly ordinary action. However, in that instant, time seemed to freeze. The 5 men in the air were torn apart as if by an invisible force, their bodies instantly shattered into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the once living people were reduced to a pile of mincemeat. Blood splattered everywhere, forming a crimson mist. Yu Xiaohua seemed oblivious to this gruesome scene. She slowly turned around, the blood mist raining down, enveloping her entirely. But this did not diminish her beauty, instead, it added a chilling allure. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua stood amidst the mountain of corpses and the blood-soaked ground, like a blooming spider lily in hell, breathtakingly beautiful yet exuding an aura of death. Zhao Peng was truly terrified. Zheng Wei was also completely stunned. Xiao Ying was afraid, but she only felt a surge of excitement and agitation. A strange light flickered in Jiang Zhou's eyes. Chapter 96. Yu Xiaohua walked up to Xiao Ying and spoke casually. This time, do you know what to do? Xiao Ying paused, then nodded vigorously, as if she had made a firm decision. She took the dagger from Yu Xiaohua and walked towards Xiao Peng. Step by step, her mind replayed all the humiliation and torment she had suffered at Xiao Peng's hands. These past years, one incident after another. Yu Xiaohua said. A truly intelligent woman learns to use her advantages to strive for what she wants. In the apocalypse, she had nothing. No awakened superpowers, no parents or relatives to rely on. To survive, she now had only one advantage: if Xiao Peng died. If he died, No one would expose the truth of his death. Back in the capital, as long as her explanation was reasonable, the Zhao family would believe her. Because of the close relationship between the two families since childhood, and her unwavering devotion to Zhao Peng over the years, the Zhao family had all seen it. As long as she could endure it, the Zhao family would protect her out of consideration for their past relationship. She needed time to grow. When she was strong enough, she would break free from the Zhao family's control. She wanted to survive in the apocalypse, to thrive. Seeing the murderous intent in Xia Ying's eyes, Zhao Peng was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe Xia Ying, this sycophant, actually wanted to kill him. Had she gone mad? Cheng Wei was also terrified. She watched Xia Ying walk towards Zhao Peng. How could this be? How could Xia Ying have changed so much in such a short time? She wanted to kill Zhao Peng? Cheng Wei, of course, didn't know about the awakening of female consciousness. Perhaps, in this lifetime, Cheng Wei would never experience such a day. Zhao Peng panicked and began to plead frantically. Ying, we've been together for so many years. What are you going to do? Are you crazy? You don't want to kill me, do you? You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Xia Ying, I love you. I truly love you. Cheng Wei and I were just playing around. I never intended to abandon you. My parents like you know that? Let's go back to Kyoto together. I promise I won't be promiscuous anymore. I promise I treat you well. Everything before was my fault. Please forgive me. Let's start over. Xia Ying walked up to Zhao Peng, leaned down, and looked into his eyes. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, devoid of any lingering affection. She spoke. Zhao Peng, I loved you for so many years, done countless foolish things for you. Now, it's time for you to do something for me. Zhao Peng still couldn't believe that Xia Ying really wanted to kill him. Xia Ying, you're crazy. Don't listen to others' attempts to sow discord. I love you, I promise you. I definitely change my ways and treat you well. Without me, how could my parents treat you well? Stop daydreaming, okay? Let's stay together. Xia Ying wasn't moved by Zhao Peng's words at all, only coldly staring at him. She raised the dagger. Zhao Peng, it's no use. I don't believe a word you say. Zhao Peng, I hope you're a wandering ghost forever on the road to the underworld, descending to the 18th level of hell, because scum like you deserves to never be reincarnated. Zhao Peng's pupils contracted slightly. Now, he knew Xia Ying really wanted to kill him. She wasn't bluffing. Zhao Peng's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. Xia Ying, if you kill me, how will you explain it to my parents in the Zhao family? Xia Ying said, don't worry, no one will know I killed you. There won't be any survivors. Yu Xiaohua looked at Xia Ying, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. A promising student. This Xia Ying is growing quickly. Xia Ying didn't want to give Zhao Peng another chance to speak. She raised the dagger, recalling Yu Xiaohua's actions just now. With Zhao Peng's terrified expression, she plunged the dagger deep into his chest. Blood splattered across her face, blurring her vision. But her eyes were filled with a smile of relief and liberation, without a trace of fear. Zhao Peng was dead. Xia Ying turned to look at Cheng Wei, who was already terrified. Zhao Peng was dead, and Cheng Wei couldn't live either. When she killed Zhao Peng, Xia Ying didn't intend to let Cheng Wei go either. Cheng Wei was terrified and desperately backed away. No, Xia Ying, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone, I promise I keep it a secret. You killed Zhao Peng, I didn't see it, I didn't see anything, isn't that enough? Please let me go! As she spoke, Cheng Wei began to kneel and beg for mercy, kowtowing. Zhao Peng was already dead, and now, Xia Ying certainly dared to kill her too. Xia Ying remained expressionless and unmoved. Cheng Wei's heart was breaking. She looked at Jiang Zhou again. Now, only Jiang Zhou could save her. Jiang Zhou, please save me. We had such a long relationship. I'm truly sincere towards you. I was just deceived by Zhao Peng. The person I love most is still you. If you hadn't refused to touch me, how could I have messed around with Zhao Peng? Please forgive me, for the sake of how good I've been to you. Please save me. Xia Ying has gone mad. She wants to kill me. She's already killed Zhao Peng. Jiang Zhou, how can you still be so indifferent? Cheng Wei couldn't understand. Even if Zhao Peng really slept with her, how could Jiang Zhou, such a good brother as Zhao Peng, just watch Xia Ying kill him? She was in turmoil. Her mind was completely blank. She couldn't understand what was happening at all. Jiang Zhou looked at the distraught Cheng Wei, his eyes still as cold as ever. Cheng Wei, I knew the first time you climbed into Zhao Peng's bed. Cheng Wei drained of all color. The first time. So, Jiang Zhou knew the first time she seduced Zhao Peng. That's why Jiang Zhou had been so cold to her for the past 3 years, never even touching her. So that's how it is. When Xia Ying plunged the dagger into Cheng Wei's chest, Cheng Wei's last gaze was fixed on Jiang Zhou. She regretted it. If she could do it all over again, she wouldn't betray Jiang Zhou. But even in her dying moments, Cheng Wei felt no guilt or remorse towards her best friend, Xia Ying. Finally, only Jiang Zhou remained. Xia Ying looked at Yu Xiaohua. She knew Jiang Zhou was different. Yu Xiaohua walked up to Jiang Zhou, bent down, and lifted him by the collar, showing no pity whatsoever. Jiang Zhou smiled, licking his lips. What, now it's my turn? Kill me? If you're going to do it, I don't mind. Xia Ying frowned. There are so many mad dogs. This was a side of Jiang Zhou she had never seen before, a kind of calm madness. Yu Xiaohua stared into his eyes, saying each word clearly, kill you? Not worth it. How about you make a deal with Xia Ying? You negotiate, you live, you don't, you die? Jiang Zhou laughed. Do I have a choice? Yu Xiaohua released his grip, exuding domineering power. Of course not. Jiang Zhou stood up, looking at Xia Ying. At this moment, he actually envied her. She was able to have such a change in awareness because Yu Xiaohua was willing to guide her. She had met a good teacher. He gave her a hand. Without Yu Xiaohua's help, how could she have killed Zhao Peng and Cheng Wei? Xia Ying stepped forward, looked at Jiang Zhou, and expressed her thoughts. Jiang Zhou, Zhao Peng and Cheng Wei are dead. How about we cooperate? What do you think? Jiang Zhou became interested. He really wanted to hear what kind of cooperation Xia Ying was talking about. Chapter 97. Xia Ying knew that Jiang Zhou had agreed. She directly voiced her thoughts. Jiang Zhou, just now, you watched Zhao Peng die without doing anything. This shows that you haven't truly cared for him these past few years. Perhaps it wasn't because of Cheng Wei, right? You tolerated the Zhao family for so many years because you have a grudge against them, right? Jiang Zhou looked at Yu Xiaohua, who stood there nonchalantly. Did you tell her? Did you guess? Jiang Zhou was certain. Even if Xia Ying had really changed, intelligence isn't something that can be improved overnight. Therefore, the only one who could guess that he had a grudge against the Zhao family was Yu Xiaohua. This matter was definitely not something Xia Ying had guessed. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Jiang Zhou indifferently, and nodded expressionlessly. Jiang Zhou nodded, readily admitting, that's right, I have a grudge against the Zhao family, a blood feud, a fight to the death. I want the Zhao family dead. Although Xia Ying didn't know why Jiang Zhou hated the Zhao family so much. However, since they share common interests, they have a solid cooperative relationship. Xia Ying continued, Jiang Zhou, you saw everything that happened today. You know my weaknesses, and I know your secrets. Let's cooperate. When we return to the Jiang family in Kyoto, as long as we agree on our story regarding Zhao Peng's cause of death, we are both the closest people to Zhao Peng. As long as our stories are consistent, the Zhao family will believe that Zhao Peng died in the mouth of a zombie. What I need is the Zhao family's protection. Give me time to grow. You and the Zhao family have a blood feud. You can take your revenge, I won't stop you. If needed, I can also help you. After a long while, Jiang Zhou suddenly laughed, a hint of mockery in his laughter. He looked at Yu Xiaohua and slowly spoke. Miss Yu, give me some advice. Tell me, should I cooperate with Xia Ying or not? Yu Xiaohua raised an eyebrow. She didn't answer Jiang Zhou's question immediately, but instead slowly took out a cigarette from her bag. Then, she lit it with a lighter. The smoke rose in front of her, blurring her face, making it difficult to see her true expression. Jiang Zhou, you have no choice, do you? Zhao Peng died in front of you. If you don't cooperate with Xia Ying, how will you explain it to the Zhao family? You meticulously approached Zhao Peng to seek revenge against the Zhao family. Now you are weak and alone. The Zhao family must have considerable influence in Kyoto. To get revenge, you need someone to help you. And Xia Ying is that person who can help you. It's a mutually beneficial relationship between the two of you. So, Jiang Zhou, there's no need for further words. Just now, Jiang Zhou was merely testing her again and again. He needed a reliable partner. Clearly, he still didn't fully trust Xia Ying. But now, he had no choice. He could only choose to trust Xia Ying, and the two of them cooperate to cover up today's events. Jiang Zhou said in a deep voice, all right, Xia Ying, we cooperate. I hope you can be as flawless in front of the Zhao family as you were today. Xia Ying's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Miss Yu said Jiang Zhou would agree after testing her. Everything went as Miss Yu expected. Finally, Yu Xiaohua, Jiang Zhou, and Xiaoying stood at the entrance of Jibei village. They gazed at this place filled with evil. They would burn this village, where drugs were produced and people were eaten, to the ground, eradicating this evil forever. Jiangzhou pulled a lighter from his pocket and lit it without hesitation. The flames flickered in the wind, like the burning rage in his heart. He threw the lighter at a dilapidated house in Jibei village. Instantly, the flame spread rapidly, like a ferocious fire dragon, devouring everything around it. The fire was exceptionally fierce, engulfing the entire Jibei village in the blink of an eye. The houses teetered on the brink of collapse in the sea of fire, crackling and popping intermittently. Thick smoke billowed straight into the sky. What was being burned was endless sin. Yu Xiaohua stood silently in place. She watched as Jibei village was gradually consumed by the raging fire. The fire in Jibei village grew larger and larger, the entire village engulfed in a sea of flames. Jiangzhou knew that this fire would reduce everything in Jibei village to ashes. No one else in the world would know what had happened today. He, Yu Xiaohua, and Xiaoying shared a secret. Jiangzhou looked at Yu Xiaohua. Today, her hands were stained with the blood of countless villains. But in his eyes, every move Yu Xiaohua made was breathtakingly beautiful. Jiangzhou knew he was smitten. Feeling Jiangzhou's deep gaze, Yu Xiaohua turned to look at him, her eyes devoid of any emotion or feeling. Jiangzhou, don't love me, it's pointless. Xiaoying silently lowered her head. Miss Yu was truly ruthless and taciturn. But when she spoke, it was always to the point. If it were an ordinary girl, seeing through Jiangzhou's feelings, wouldn't she have engaged in some ambiguous courtship? Who would reject him so cleanly and decisively, leaving no room for negotiation, like Miss Yu? Jiangzhou's gaze deepened. Why? Yu Xiaohua, give me time. I will become a man worthy of you. I need an opportunity. Jiangzhou chose to be direct, without any pretense. He stared into Yu Xiaohua's eyes, trying to see even the slightest fluctuation in them. Unfortunately, nothing. Yu Xiaohua said, you don't have a chance. I already have a man. Xiaoying's eyes widened. She wondered, what kind of man could be worthy of a powerful woman like Miss Yu? Jiangzhou was slightly taken aback, then feigned nonchalance. It's okay. My feelings for you are my business. You have a man, and I don't mind being a mistress. Yu Xiaohua, who can guarantee you love that man forever, and that man will love you forever? True feelings are fickle. I can wait. Xiaoying truly hadn't expected the aloof Jiangzhou to be so shameless, able to say such things so easily. A mistress? The sky is falling. What about morality? Yu Xiaohua certainly knew that true feelings were fickle, but she, Yu Xiaohua, had never valued a man's true feelings. She had changed. She could abandon him without hesitation. Yu Xiaohua said nothing. Jiangzhou, a man of such stubbornness, once he fell in love, would persist even if rejected 1,000 times. Therefore, further words were useless, and there was no need to waste her breath. The 5 entered the village, but in the end, only 3 left. Yu Xiaohua and the other 2 traveled together, continuing their journey to the capital. In the following days, Xiaoying would seize any opportunity to ask Yu Xiaohua about self-defense and killing techniques. After several days, she had made some progress. She was no longer the weak, helpless lamb she once was. Xiaoying's demeanor had also changed considerably. She had begun to try killing zombies. At first, she was afraid, hesitant, and terrified. By 5 days later, Xiaoying was no longer afraid when facing zombies. Jiangzhou noticed her changes. He had to admit that Yu Xiaohua was a good teacher, and Xiaoying was truly a completely different person. Chapter 98. Since meeting Yu Xiaohua, Jiangzhou truly realized that he could no longer underestimate any woman. Because they might not only be no less capable than men, but even stronger, more resilient, and more determined. Like how he had never thought highly of Xiaoying. But back in Jibei village, she dared to personally kill Zhao Peng and Cheng Wei. And with Yu Xiaohua's guidance, she could even discuss cooperation with him. Every step was unexpected. They were still dozens of miles from Beijing. Tomorrow, they would arrive in Beijing. Night. After killing a zombie, Xiaoying was exhausted. These past few days had been fraught with danger. After all, Xiaoying had a solid foundation. This was already a significant improvement. Jiangzhou handed the prepared instant porridge to Xiaoying. Xiaoying took it, and without her usual affectation, she ate heartily. Yu Xiaohua sat meditating in the distance. Jiangzhou looked away, and Xiaoying glanced at him. Jiangzhou, you are not worthy of Sister Xiaohua. Jiangzhou's eyes darkened. Oh, why do you say that? Jiangzhou wasn't angry. Because he knew that although Xiaoying's words were harsh, They were the truth, the harsh truth. Xiaoying finished the porridge in a few mouthfuls, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. In terms of strength, you are not as good as Sister Xiaohua. In terms of magnanimity, you are not as good as Sister Xiaohua. In terms of intelligence, you are still inferior to Sister Xiaohua. Therefore, you are not worthy. In Xiaoying's heart, no one could now compare to Yu Xiaohua's position. Yu Xiaohua had saved her. Yu Xiaohua was a god in her heart. From now on, no one can replace Yu Xiaohua's position. Jiangzhou stared at Xiaoying. Just because I'm not good enough for her now doesn't mean I won't be good enough for her in the future. Xiaoying shook her head. Jiangzhou, you're improving, you're getting stronger, but do you think Sister Xiaohua will stay stagnant, without progress? She only gets stronger. So from the beginning, you've always been out of reach, and it will be the same in the future. You have no chance. I trust Sister Xiaohua's judgment of people more. She said she has a man, so that man must also be a chosen one, equally powerful. Hearing Xiaoying's words, Jiangzhou looked at her with new respect. So, people really are different after waking up from a dream. Xiaoying understood, and how could he not understand this himself? Jiangzhou knew deep down that he had no hope. But how can one control their heart? The moment of attraction is like an incurable poison. Incurable. Deeply ingrained. Even if it's unattainable, he still wants it. Even if he's covered in wounds, with a bottomless abyss ahead, he still wants to try, even if the possibility is minuscule. What does it matter if it's wishful thinking? Xiaoying saw the stubbornness in Jiangzhou's heart, and said nothing more. People only know after trying it themselves that some things are unattainable from the very beginning. The next day, Jiangzhou drove into Beijing. Yu Xiaohua parked the car on the side of the road. They had arrived in Beijing. It was time for the three of them to part ways. Jiangzhou looked at Yu Xiaohua. Where are you going? Xiaoying was also reluctant to part, but she knew that she, a complete stranger, had no right to ask Yu Xiaohua to stay. Being able to travel this far was already the greatest fortune of her life. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Jiangzhou casually. Our paths diverge. Asking is pointless. I leave you here. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Goodbye, if fate allows. Having said all that, Jiangzhou knew that Yu Xiaohua had no intention of revealing his whereabouts. Jiangzhou smiled self-deprecatingly. Okay, see you again someday. Xiaoying said earnestly, Sister Xiaohua, I will become stronger. I will work hard every day from now on. I believe that one day, we will meet again. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Okay. Jiangzhou and Xiaoying got out of the car. The two stood there, watching Yu Xiaohua drive away. The car gradually disappeared from their sight. Xiaoying turned to look at Jiangzhou beside her. Going to the Zhao family, you and I still have a tough battle to fight. Jiangzhou nodded. The Zhao family parents were not so easily fooled. Neither he nor Xiaoying could make the slightest mistake, otherwise, the Zhao family would not let them off. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua drove through the streets of Beijing. During the day, quite a few survivors were still out looking for food. Counting the days, in a while, the zombies would be able to roam freely during the day. At that time, ordinary people could only rely on the protection of the bases. The 4 major bases in the previous life all had strict zoning. Ordinary people without skills could only stay in the lower-level neighborhoods. Following his memories from his previous life, Yu Xiaohua parked the car in front of the first research institute in Beijing. This was where Ji Yulan worked. In his previous life, her first research institute was immediately protected by the military after the outbreak of the apocalypse. But even in the apocalypse, jealousy still existed. Wu Feng, the director of the first research institute, was jealous of Ji Yulan's research and constantly led his team to ostracize her. Ji Yulan was ostracized by everyone, and later, the energy-boosting potion she developed fell into the hands of those in power. Ji Yulan was imprisoned in the laboratory, dying young and consumed by despair. At that time, the Ning family didn't take her seriously. So, they openly discussed the matter in front of her. They said how stupid and delusional Ji Yulan was, and that she deserved to die. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her thoughts, her gaze falling through the car window onto the signboard of the first research institute in the distance. There, 5 or 6 military personnel stood. Her current strength wasn't enough to confront the military forces in Kyoto. Therefore, a direct confrontation would only result in mutual destruction, unnecessary. At this moment, Ji Yulan was essentially under house arrest. A year later, once she developed the drug, she would be completely confined. Under the guise of doing what's best for humanity, Ji Yulan had been imprisoned for 10 years. First Research Institute. Ji Yulan finished her research and looked out the window. She hadn't seen sunlight for a week. After the apocalypse, researchers like them were protected, working day and night. The door opened. Ji Yunlan turned around, and Dean Wufeng walked in. He was over 60 years old. In his earlier years, he had some research achievements and, relying on family connections, had become the dean of the first research institute. Over the years, he had secretly stolen the research results of many of his subordinate researchers, using his position to his advantage. Everyone dared not speak out, and could only endure it. Wu Feng became increasingly arrogant. After the apocalypse, he had always been protected by the military, and had no worries about food or clothing. Wu Ren knew Ji Yunlan's abilities and talent. She was the most outstanding scientific researcher he had seen in the past 20 years. Many of her research results far surpassed the level of foreign universities. Several years ago, foreign universities had tried to recruit her, but Ji Yunlan was foolish. She said science has no borders. But scientists do. Her research results could not be given to foreign countries. She rejected high salaries and countless temptations from abroad and stayed at the first research institute. Wu Feng revealed a fake smile. Yunlan, you worked hard these past few days. How's the research going? Chapter 99. Although Ji Yunlan was completely focused on the lab, how could someone as intelligent as her be so foolish as to not know Wu Feng's character? She simply didn't care. She only cared whether her research results could benefit humanity. She didn't care about a worthless person like Wu Feng, who only knew how to fight for fame and fortune. Ji Yunlan's expression was indifferent. She was completely unmoved by Wu Feng's concern. Dean, the experiment is still ongoing. I need enough time. Ji Yunlan's words were a clear message to Wu Feng. Don't stand here and waste her time. She had no interest in talking to him. Wu Feng naturally understood. His face darkened, but he had to pretend to be magnanimous. Smiling and nodding, Wu Feng said, You're my child. From the moment you entered the research institute, I had high hopes for you. These past few years, you haven't disappointed me. I originally thought that if I retired, I would really leave the director's position to you. Who knew the apocalypse would come like this? Now, your research is crucial, Xiao Ji. You absolutely cannot slack off. The future of humanity rests on your shoulders. If you can really develop the potion you spoke of, that would be a blessing for humanity. Then, humanity would have the means to fight against zombies, Xiao Ji. Wu Feng spoke earnestly, but his eyes were filled with lust for power. He was waiting to use Ji Yunlan's research to impress the bigwigs above. Once the apocalyptic base was built, he still wanted to live a life of luxury. In the entire research institute, after the apocalypse, many died or were injured. Only a dozen or so people survived, and among them, Ji Yunlan was the most outstanding. It could be said that, currently, for the entire first research institute to achieve any results, Ji Yunlan was their greatest hope. Ji Yunlan walked to the side and poured herself a glass of water. The water she drank was delivered daily by personnel from the military region, in rations. She nodded coldly at Wu Feng's words, and turned away. Dean, I need absolute quiet, so I hope you won't keep bothering me. Ji Yunlan had always been like this. She was willing to say a few words to those she admired. Those she disliked, no matter how high their position or power, were simply not worth a word with. She really didn't want to pay attention to Wu Feng. She was too lazy to bother with him. Now, Wu Feng was completely embarrassed. He gave a forced smile, and said a few indifferent words before storming off in anger. Once he obtained Ji Yunlan's achievement, he would definitely kill her, take all her credit, and make a name for himself. Wu Feng left. Ji Yunlan looked at the experimental data she had collected over the past few days. A hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. She didn't know if her hypothesis was correct. Could it succeed? She only knew that if she successfully developed a drug to help the human body quickly restore energy, then humanity would have a better chance of winning against zombies and a lower mortality rate. Ji Yunlan quickly threw herself back into her experiments, working day and night. Completely unaware that outside, another woman was thinking about her. Soon night fell. The entrance to the first research institute was noticeably more heavily guarded by soldiers. Inside the car, Yu Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes. Nightfall for others meant death. But for Yu Xiaohua, it was a feast of killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores. Every night, the military superhumans at the first research institute had to be on high alert, dealing with the sudden appearances of zombies, leaving them exhausted. But tonight, even in the dead of night, not a single zombie appeared. The military superhumans looked at each other, comforting one another. They come! The zombies will definitely come. Just wait a little longer. Wherever zombies appeared, a dark figure would flash by. Swift, clean, and deadly, each strike giving the zombies no chance to strike. One zombie after another fell, one crystal core after another. Yu Xiaohua concealed her presence using spatial manipulation. Even with superhumans nearby, they couldn't detect her. She moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. That night, the zombies near the first research institute died silently in the streets and alleys. Meanwhile, the military superhumans, on high alert, guarded the main gate, but didn't see a single zombie. They were growing increasingly disillusioned with life. They waited and waited, until dawn broke. Still no sign of a zombie, not even a shadow. They dared not open their eyes, believing it was all just an illusion. Did the zombies pity them? Did they give them a day's rest? Did zombies possess humanity? This was highly unusual, and the military immediately sensed something amiss. After reporting it, the military high command dispatched superhumans to investigate the surrounding area. Sure enough, they found numerous zombie corpses around the first research institute. The examination revealed that all the zombie corpses originated from the same person. The military was shocked. Hundreds of zombie corpses in one night. What did this mean? This means this person killed so many zombies overnight. How terrifying is their ability? Even for a superhuman, killing just a few zombies would nearly deplete their abilities, requiring rest to recover their stamina and powers. It's impossible for them to have killed so many zombies. Who is this person? Doesn't he need rest? The military leadership simply couldn't imagine what it would be like to have someone like this in their ranks. Wouldn't he be insane with killing? The military immediately issued orders to find this person and persuade him to serve the military. Just as the military was going crazy with searching, Yu Xiaohua was driving to the most famous market in Kyoto. During the day, people would trade crystal cores here, exchanging them for what they wanted. Currently, such trading markets are not yet fully established. Later, as bases of all sizes are built across the country, these trading markets will be ubiquitous. People who want to trade will go to the market. As long as you can afford it, you always find what you want. When Yu Xiaohua arrived at the market, she had just gotten out of the car when she encountered a Japanese man at the market entrance. He was shouting wildly at an elderly couple in broken Chinese. The surrounding people seemed indifferent. In the post-apocalyptic world, everyone was focused on survival. Who would care about such trivial matters? Besides, such incidents were commonplace at the market every day. Frequent fights over transactions were also commonplace. The elderly couple held a milky white crystal core in their hands. Their eyes were filled with tears. They kept shaking their heads. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the milky white crystal core in the couple's hands. Then, she walked over and waited until she was right in front of him. She learned that this man had his eye on the white crystal core in the couple's hands. However, the elderly couple had suffered greatly in the past, and deeply resented Japanese people. They had no intention of selling it to him. After being rejected, the Japanese man went berserk and began to verbally abuse the elderly couple. Unfortunately, the man had just revealed himself to be a fire-type ability user. Even though the surrounding people were filled with righteous indignation, they dared not step forward to help the elderly couple. Chapter 100. Some onlookers, unable to bear the sight any longer, clenched their fists, staring intently at Matsumoto Ando, who was making a scene and trying to seize the milky white crystal core. Matsumoto Ando circled around, and seeing that no one dared to speak, he smugly gloated. So what if it's the apocalypse? They, the Japanese, have also awakened superpowers. They are strong just like everyone else. He could still swagger and bully everyone on Yen Kingdom soil, relying on his superpowers. The old woman wiped away her tears, looking at Matsumoto Ando, tightly protecting the milky white crystal core in her arms. The old woman said tremblingly, "No, even if you kill us, I won't give you this milky white crystal core. This crystal core was obtained by my son, who risked his life, sacrificing both his legs, killing zombies. I will absolutely not sell it to people like you." The old woman's words moved everyone around her. The apocalypse has arrived. Even if humanity has changed. But the spirit of the Chinese people remains, and they all spoke up for the old woman. Don't go too far. Isn't this forced buying and selling? Yeah, if the old folks don't want to sell to you, just find someone else. Why be so aggressive? Isn't it just because they have superpowers that they're bullying us ordinary people? If you're so capable, go and be this aggressive towards other people with superpowers. Yes, it's too much. Don't bully the old folks. People around kept standing up to speak for the old folks. The Japanese man, named Matsumoto Ando, was completely enraged. He strode forward and snorted viciously. Matsumoto Ando raised his hand, ready to unleash his fire-based superpower, intending to kill the two old folks. The surrounding people gasped. It was easy to imagine that once the flames in Matsumoto Ando's hand touched the two old folks, these two elderly people would be burned alive, certain to die. It was too cruel. The crowd dispersed, many closing their eyes, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. The two elderly people clung tightly to each other, fearless. For these two elderly people, they could die, but the pride of their nation could not be lost. Matsumoto Ando looked at his fire-based superpower, his arrogance reaching its peak. The next second, his smile vanished completely. The flames Matsumoto Ando unleashed froze in midair. Yu Xiaohua flashed, shielding the two elderly people. Her figure stood there, motionless. The entire arena was silent. No one spoke, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. A woman had actually stood in front of him. And what shocked everyone most was that this woman had blocked the Japanese man's attack with a single move. This Japanese man named Matsumoto Ando was a level 2 superpower user. Unless this woman is even stronger? Only she could withstand Matsumoto Ando's attack. Thinking of this, the surrounding people, watching the man's expression change drastically, felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, someone stepped forward to stop Matsumoto Ando's arrogance. And she's a woman from Yen country. So beautiful and unique. So cool. This was the thought in the minds of most people present at that moment. So women can be described not only as beautiful, but also as cool. Some onlookers began to shout. Awesome. Miss Awesome. Hit him. Yes, hit him. The crowd was in a frenzy. At this moment, they wished they could all rush up and tear this arrogant Matsumoto Ando apart. Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her eyes, looking at Matsumoto Ando, who stood there, his face filled with disbelief. Behind her, two elderly people, survivors of the ordeal, looked at Yu Xiaohua with gratitude. Young lady, thank you so much. Young lady, don't worry about us. We're just two old bones, if we die, we die. Don't offend us. Yu Xiaohua looked at the worried elderly couple, and spoke slowly. Offend him? He doesn't even deserve it. A beast, what difference does it make if I offend him? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd cheered again. Looking at Yu Xiaohua, one person started clapping, then a second, a third. The applause thundered. Matsumoto Ando's face was now as black as ice. His previous arrogance had long since vanished. Yu Xiaohua looked at a couple nearby. The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up. When it comes to the keen eyesight of modern college students, unmatched. This couple was very sensible, they immediately understood what she meant. They scurried over, one on each side, carefully helping the two elderly people. Grandpa and Grandma, come over here. This young lady is about to deal with those Japanese devils. Let's not cause her any trouble. Yes, she can withstand that devil's flames. She's definitely stronger than him. Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. The old couple looked at each other, then followed the couple to the side. Matsumoto Ando stared at Yu Xiaohua's face, a greedy glint in his eyes. He said menacingly, Woman, who are you? Why are you meddling? Do you also want to steal the crystal core from me? Let me tell you, I saw this crystal core first. It's mine, it's mine. The people around were agitated by Matsumoto Ando's shameless words. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Damn, this guy is shameless. A young man spat. Good heavens, even someone as shameless as me is impressed by this guy's audacity. I'm just an ordinary person, but I also want to go up and beat this up. Count me in, me too. Yu Xiaohua looked at Matsumoto Ando opposite him, raised his hand, his expression indifferent. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, his aura was overwhelming. The next second, instantly, everyone around fell silent. Even Matsumoto Ando stared in shock at this scene. Yu Xiaohua withdrew his hand. You dog, your barking is awful. If you can't learn to bark, then don't bark. Matsumoto Ando was furious and wanted to say something in broken Chinese. It stopped abruptly. Yu Xiaohua casually raised his hand and waved it lightly, as if it were just an ordinary gesture. Standing to the side, Matsumoto Ando didn't take this action to heart. He was completely unaware that this seemingly casual wave of his hand might conceal immense danger. However, just as Matsumoto Ando was completely unprepared, something astonishing happened. Suddenly, purple lightning shot out from Yu Xiaohua's hand, hurtling straight towards Matsumoto Ando with astonishing speed. This purple lightning bolt was ferocious, carrying boundless power and destructive force, seemingly intent on tearing everything to shreds. Everyone around was shocked by Yu Xiaohua's move. My God! Such terrifying purple lightning? I never seen anything like it before. The worried old couple were also dumbfounded, finally relieved. If they had caused the death of a little girl, it would be their fault. Matsumoto Ando watched in horror as the purple lightning struck him. At that moment, he had no time to react or dodge. He was completely dumbfounded.